Chapter 5252 Would-be warlords. Many current rulers grew deeply concerned about the massive changes that were being imposed from above. If they had a say, they would have never agreed to this insane plan. They would rather embrace the xenotechnicians' diplomacy plan as it contained the least amount of changes to the current order. Sure, a lot of people objected to the notion of consorting with aliens, but if that was what it took to preserve the existing colonial states, then leaders such as President Unaimes Clive would gladly kiss a Puelmer in their ugly faces. Sadly, it was not to be. The impending rise of warlords cast a large shadow over existing society. It became increasingly doubtful whether any of the current states would be able to remain intact and preserve their current culture when warlords would come in and divide every territory among themselves. Sure, the formidable armies and aligned powers of a colonial state could muster up plenty of warlords and deep strike fleets of their own, but nobody knew whether enough of them could succeed. If too many of their deep strike fleets encountered disaster deep behind enemy lines, then states such as Davut became ripe for the picking. To them, the war against the native aliens still did not rank at the top of their priorities. They remained concerned with preserving their existing power base as much as possible. This became a lot harder now that the Red Association pushed really hard for the elevation of warlords over every other class of leader. While a lot of existing leaders lamented the disruptive change imposed by the top, a lot of ambitious people recognized an opportunity to outdo the old powers who relied on their generational accumulation to dominate human space in the new frontier. When General Ark Larkinson and Patriarch Reginald Cross learned the juicy details, they gathered together at the first available opportunity. Though their strength, status, outlook and fighting styles were completely different from each other, the two powerful pilots and leaders had developed a cordial relationship over the past few months. They might not agree on everything, but that did not stop them from respecting each other. "We can conquer territory now." Patriarch Reginald spoke with fire in his eyes. "We no longer have to play soldier anymore. We can become warlords instead and take over Karlach so long as we defeat enough aliens on their own turf. We can even take over Davut if those Clives botch their own operations. I think they will most certainly stumble as they have zero experience fighting against aliens and their warships. Just think of what we can do once we return." Though General Ark looked just as eager as his much stronger counterpart, he was much more aware of the wider context. Don't underestimate how much can go wrong in these deep strike operations. We can prepare the strongest possible fleet, but we will still get wiped out if the ships responsible for generating a return portal malfunctions or gets destroyed. Every trip through the modified Greater Beander Gate is a gamble with our lives. Reginald snorted. "Good. That will scare away a lot of cowards. The Fist of Defiance has the right idea as far as I am concerned. There are way too many cowards in power. If we rely on them to defend us all against the aliens, we will go extinct in no time. Only we have the ability to win this war, and if it takes a few trips through the gate to prove our mettle, then we should do what we must. Besides, our chances are much better than anyone else. With an insider like your brilliant cousin on our side, our chances of succeeding are much greater." The subject of vase evoked a lot of thoughts in their minds. Both Ark and Reginald were impressed by how far the impressive Mech designer had come. The stories that the leadership of the Larkinson clan had received from the man himself were too astonishing to believe. How could they ever imagine that the patriarch of their clan had not only managed to become acquainted with the likes of the xenotechnician and the destroyer of worlds, but also managed to confront the polymath? It soon became clear that the patriarch had not gone crazy all of a sudden due to all of the supporting evidence that had emerged. The Red Association officially recognized Vase as a Tier 3 galactic citizen. All kinds of states and organizations suddenly tried to contact the clan and its many daughter organizations in order to establish friendly relations. Even First Raiders contacted the Larkinson clan without sounding insufferably arrogant. The Larkinson clan became so flooded by inquiries and requests in the past few hours that Minister Sheddarin Pernus and his entire ministry had to work overtime in order to form the proper responses. The expeditionary fleet out in the Torald Middle Zone had become completely overtaken by the news. The Golden Skull Alliance put a stop to all of their future operations in order to figure out how to proceed from this point onwards. Just the fact that the Larkinson clan had somehow found itself in the center of the new storm changed everything. As General Ark continued to think how the changes would affect the future, he understood that his relationship with the Colonial Federation of Davut was bound to undergo a massive shift. Davut will have to rely on us much more than before. The high-tier expert pilot was determined. Not everyone is cut out to become a warlord or warfighter. Our Warborn division is not made for this, but it takes much less time and effort to prepare them for their new mission. The regular armed forces of the Colonial Federation of Davut were not weak by any means. They were well equipped and were excellently prepared to wage war against other human states. It was only recently that the Davutan military started to take combat against alien warfleets more seriously, but that was far from enough to give them confidence in any serious confrontation. There was one more important factor that could give the Larkinsons a much better edge in this new competition. Vase is leaving most of us behind, General Ark said in a mixed tone. Since the Mechers want him to become a first-rater as soon as possible, he won't remain with us for long. Wherever he is going from here on out, he can bring 5,010 people along. At least some of our clansmen can benefit from his meteoric rise. He may even agree to trade a small amount of his ED-net quotas to your clan as well, Reginald. Reginald nodded with a more serious expression this time. Even he recognized that this was a big deal to the Cross clan. I hope your cousin still remembers all of the gratitude he owes to my clan. I don't need to rely on this high-tech virtual reality learning environment to become better at my job, but I can recognize how much this opportunity means to my subordinates. Will you be taking advantage of the ED-net as well? Ark shook his head. I have a strong feeling that I am not truly ready yet to pilot first-class mechs and compete on this level. I still think it is better to stick to my current plan and wait until Vase has completed the Jupiter project. The new elite program will be my best chance to prove myself and attain the breakthrough that I have been working towards for so long. To expert pilots such as Ark, breaking through to ace pilot took precedence over promoting to a first-class mech pilot. The paradigms and customs of first-class combat were radically different. Ark would probably get drowned by all of the training and lessons that he must undergo in order to regain his full effectiveness in a first-class combat environment. Patriarch Reginald already became an ace pilot, but he was not in a hurry to become a first-rater either. I think that Benedict will probably accept this chance if Vase gives him the offer. Once my master mech designer has learned enough about first-class mechs, he can work towards upgrading my Mars into a proper first-class ace mech. That will probably take a lot of time, so one might as well try to become a second-class warlord first. Even though the Fist of Defiance was no fan of the existing division of human society, the new elites were still divided into first class, second class and third class. According to the information published by the Red Association, second-class warlords and warfighters did not have to produce nearly as many results as their first-class counterparts. This distinction significantly increased the enthusiasm of ambition second-raters and third-raters. The plain truth of the matter was that relying on first-raters to conduct deep strike operations was unsustainable. Their numbers weren't great enough and not every enemy stronghold had to be attacked by a top-of-the-line first-class raiding fleet. Besides, the Red Association also released plenty of hints that successful warlords and warfighters would have ample opportunities to promote to first-raters so long as they earned enough merit. This sounded perfect for confident soldiers who had long relied on their own efforts to rise up to their current height. General Ark smiled as he started to understand how his clan was about to do a lot better than before. I am happy for Vase. It is no secret that he has been working for years to become a first-rater. Now, he is about to complete this transition in record time. The Larkinsons who are lucky enough to accompany him to the upper zones have much to celebrate about. Perhaps one day I can catch up to them as well. Reginald raised his eyebrow. I thought you would be more jealous of him, to be honest. Why would I be? He is family. We have our disagreements, but that doesn't really matter. He has his way of doing things while one have my way of doing things. If he sets off to the upper zones with 5,000 of his lackeys, the rest of the clan will remain. Someone will need to lead them in his stead. What are you saying, Reginald? You are the most obvious Larkinson to take charge of all of the second-class Larkinsons. Don't tell me that any of those other leaders like Raymond Billingsley Larkinson or Novalon Pernus can fill the void that Vase has left behind. He is too great of a personality to be replaced by these boring politicians. Your clan needs a real leader, and one can't think of a better choice than you, Ark. This is especially the case if warlords gain all of the power in the future. To be honest, the thought had already crossed Ark's mind, but he found it difficult to adjust to the new reality. I will have to discuss this directly with Vase. Ark finally decided. He may have other ideas in mind. We don't even know whether he will still have anything to do with his clan now that he has attained his goal. It would not be the first time that this kind of incident happened. Whenever a particularly successful second-rater gained the qualifications to promote to a higher class, they usually parted ways with the majority of people who were unable to come along. Though Ark did not find it pleasant to acknowledge that he was among those people, this only spurred him on even further. If Vase could do it, so could he. The new elites program was the perfect opportunity for powerful pilots such as Ark to earn greater rights and rise to power through his own efforts. I wonder how many familiar faces of my clan will opt to stay behind. As well, Ark wondered. The huge bounty brought back by Vase offered huge temptations to many clansmen. The Larkinson clan, as everyone knew, it was bound to split in half once Vase left for greener pastures. Chapter 5253 Blue Jay Escort Fleet. The journey home proceeded in a much different fashion. The Mechers originally used a small and modest frigate to bring him to the Survivalist Conference. That was no longer the case. It was far too dangerous for a Tier 3 galactic citizen to traverse a vast distance on a relatively small and weak-armed starship. Vase truly began to experience the treatment of a Tier 3 galactic citizen. He still found it difficult to process the fact that the Red Association found it worthwhile to assign a small chunk of warships for the sole purposes of keeping him safe. No matter whether Vase decided to go on another expedition or simply hang back in the Vullet Central Star Node all of the time, he could rely on his new protectors to single-mindedly discharge their responsibilities without any hesitation. He understood the logic of this investment. The Mechers essentially assumed that Vase could provide far more value to them than the expense of having this costly fleet shadow him in the years to come. Vase had no reason to agree with this assessment. He even felt a lot more motivated to develop further contributions just so he could avoid the suggestion that he was wasting the resources of the Red Association. Shortly after he settled into his oversized and luxurious quarters within the flagship of his new escort fleet, he spent a bit of time on passing on a report through the Larkinson network. While he had received plenty of warnings about what he was allowed to say and what he should keep to himself, he tried to pass on enough critical information in order to give his clansmen plenty of warning of what was to come. He could already foresee a lot of important discussions once he returned home. His wife would probably explode with happiness once she learned what Vase had managed to bring back from the highly eventful conference. He still needed to deal with more immediate priorities, such as getting to know the properties of his new first-class escort fleet. Jovi stopped by his quarters with two important figures that Vase would probably cooperate with for a long time. Vase, let me introduce you to the head of the fleet and the mech force of your new protection detail. Rear Admiral Gory Tenson has just been appointed as the commanding officer of the 306th Blue Jay Escort Fleet. It may sound strange to you, but our association has plenty of career spacers in our ranks. The Admiral comes highly recommended. The Mace of Retaliation himself has assigned this important mission to him. He and his men have fought against plenty of alien forces in both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean, so they are more than ready to confront any enemies that seek to target you directly. Vase immediately understood the unspoken message that Jovi did not get to pick the Admiral as he was supposed to. Instead, the group centered around Fist of Defiance managed to place one of their own to this crucial position. That was not necessarily a point of concern, though. Stuff like this happened all the time. So long as the Mace of Retaliation's hand-picked personnel did their jobs without any complications, Vase had no reason to complain. Vase and the Admiral shook hands. I look forward to cooperating with each other in the years to come. I believe you should already know that 1am not as passive as the other mech designers. I am definitely thinking about taking part in at least one deep strike operation. It is practically expected of me, and I cannot afford to pass up the opportunity to become a warlord. Admiral Tenson clearly understood his charge. Well, as he did not bother to dissuade this incredibly important Tier 3 galactic citizen from going on a reckless adventure. We shall endeavor to preserve your life wherever you may go. It is not our mission to restrict your movements or tell you what to do. You retain full autonomy of your own choices. While we are ready to fight against any hostile alien forces no matter the circumstances, our overarching priority is to preserve your life, even if it comes at the cost of victory. I understand. I hope that it will never come to that. Vase seriously replied. They chatted a bit more. Vase learned that the good Admiral was just over 2 centuries old and had served extensively in the Milky Way galaxy in the past. Though Admiral Tenson did not sound particularly inspiring, he exuded a strong sense of stability and competence that reassured Vase. The 306th Blue Jay Escort Fleet would remain rock-solid under the command of such a steady and experienced admiral. After the short chat had concluded, Jovi introduced the other officer to Vase. This Major Simon Yankovsky. He is the most senior mech officer of the 306th Blue Jay escort fleet. The xenotechnician recommended him to accept this new assignment in lieu of deploying to the front lines. So this was the xenotechnician's lackey. His group certainly pushed forward an interesting fellow. Compared to the admiral that Vase just met, Major Yankovsky was much larger, athletic and poised for combat. Vase would not be surprised if he was a fan of the Fist of Defiance, but it turned out that he was aligned with the much more restrained and compromising xenotechnician instead. Major Yankovsky possessed a much firmer handshake than the admiral. I have heard great things about you, Professor Larkinson, or do you prefer to be addressed as Patriarch instead? Either is fine, just stick to Professor as that seems to be the only title that you mechers acknowledge. Very well, our escort fleet isn't able to bring along as many first-class multi-purpose mechs as I have hoped, but our mechs are as modern as they come. Each of their designs are close to current and pack an offensive punch that is roughly equivalent to one of the second-class ace mechs that you are familiar with. Their defenses are even better as they are all equipped with shield link receiver array modules. They can operate in any spaceborne, aerial and landbound environment. Some are even rated to operate underwater and in the upper layers of a gas giant so long as they undergo light modifications. It was never easy to compare the performance of a first-class standard mech to a second-class ace mech. There were too many specifications that diverged from each other that straightforward comparisons were impossible. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the tech advantage of first-class multi-purpose mechs was so immense that the ace mechs assigned to the expeditionary fleet would struggle to compete. The most overpowering advantage of the raw mechs was their shield link receiver array modules. Vase did not need any explanation to know that this effectively enabled all of these first-class multi-purpose mechs to borrow a portion of the massive energy shields of any nearby supporting starship. This neatly solved one of the greatest disadvantages of mechs, which was how easily their standalone crumbled after being subjected to overpowering strikes. With the help of shield link technology, the mechs and warships of the 306th Blue Jay escort fleet could effectively share defensive resources with each other. While there were clear limits to how far the mechers could push these features, that still granted them a huge advantage against forces that lacked this powerful tech. How many warships and mechs are assigned to my new escort fleet? Exactly, Vase directly asked. One kind of got teleported to this ship without having an opportunity to take a good look outside. The 306th Blue Jay escort fleet consists of 9 warships in total. Jovi happily answered this question. The flagship is the Tarask, which is also the sole heavy cruiser of this fleet. Don't underestimate her size. She is equipped with a complete anti-capital ship configuration. She can punch far above her tonnage. The rest of the fleet consists of 2 light cruisers, 5 destroyers and 1 ultra-fast corvette that can be utilized as a scout, courier vessel and potentially an escape vessel. The paltry number of hulls did not sound nearly as big or impressive as his expeditionary fleet, but Vase understood extremely well that the disparity in numbers meant nothing. The 9 warships assigned to protect him could easily demolish the entire expeditionary fleet from a comfortable distance. Even though Vase briefly felt a little disappointed that the escort fleet was a bit lacking in heavier ship classes, he understood that it was too extravagant to redirect any battleships and battlecruisers away from the front lines. This was not supposed to be a fleet that was meant to annihilate all opposition by relying on overwhelming force. It was merely set up to smack aside weaker enemies while buying enough time for Vase to escape to safety if any stronger adversaries showed up. This was why the mechers bothered to include a super small but incredibly fast corvette to the lineup. Jovi activated a projection that displayed the appearances of the warships as well as the mechs they carried in their modestly sized hangar bays. Our main concern is defending you from alien warships, so we deliberately formed a fleet with full warships. It is actually much more typical for us to field hybrid warships that possess reduced armaments in order to make more room for mechs, but we rejected this approach because we believe that you will be able to build up your own carriers and first-class mechs in the future. This is why the Blue Jay fleet is only able to carry and support the operations of 45 first-class multi-purpose mechs in total. That was a clever and thoughtful choice. Vase did not mind the lack of mechs as it was much easier for him to add another first-class carrier vessel to his personal fleet than a serious warship. Can you tell me more about the mechs? Vase asked. Do I have the right to modify and upgrade them if I ever have the desire to do so? I'm an honorary member of your association after all. All 3 mechers smiled as if they expected such an inquiry. It is against protocol to allow a senior mech designer to tinker with our tightly engineered first-class multipurpose mechs without express permission from a relevant authority. Major Yankovsky responded in an officious tone. Even 1 a.m. not permitted to work on the mechs, Vase. Jovi shook his head. You can earn this right later on when you have become a first-class mech designer and proved that you can adequately design mechs at this level, but you will probably have to advance to the rank of master mech designer to make this happen. Alternatively, you can also design and fabricate a first-class multipurpose mech of your own. So long as its performance is high enough, you can present it to our mech pilots, who can choose for themselves whether to make the switch. I should warn you in advance that the cost of materials of a typical first-class multipurpose mech of our standard can easily exceed hundreds of millions of MTA credits, and that only applies to a foundational model. The Red Association along with many other first-class powers generally prized quality over quantity. They invested a lot in training a comparably smaller group of talented mech pilots and equipped them with expensive mechs to make the most out of every unit. The cost of a first-class multipurpose mech belonging to a top power like the Red Association was beyond belief, but the performance was always worth it in the end. In any case, even if Vase managed to become a first-class mech designer, procuring the expensive materials needed to fabricate high-tech components was a challenge in itself. Wait, is this ship equipped with a design lab and mech workshop? Jovi nodded. That is correct. It is supposed to be assigned to me, but I think that the higher-ups already expect you to make use of my facilities whenever you want. The materializer and all of the other production equipment are impressive. I have been told that the polymath bequeathed the instruments herself. That is generous. Even the disgraced star designer made sure to sink her hooks into Vase. Oh well, at least he didn't have to worry about upgrading to a better mech workshop anytime soon. Chapter 5254 Substandard Mech Pilots. Vase had a shallow but fairly fruitful talk with Rear Admiral Gori Tenson and Major Simon Yankovsky. Both career soldiers were born and raised within the ranks of the association, and that showed in their attitudes as well as their professionalism. Nonetheless, they were not as stiff as the most arrogant mechers that Vase had met. It helped a lot that his actual status and contributions far exceeded anyone else assigned to the 306th Blue Jay escort fleet. At a certain point, his status as a second-class senior mech designer no longer attracted any further contempt. When Vase explored the kind of permissions that he had gained, he found it rather confusing what he could and could not do as an honorary member of the Red Association. Vase did not command his own escort force. Operational command fell onto Admiral Tenson. He was the most senior officer who could command the escort fleet to fight an alien force or beat a hasty retreat. Jovi Armelon acted as a supervisor and liaison of sorts that could make requests that Admiral Tenson could accept or reject according to his discretion. It was not quite clear what Jovi could get away with. His role wasn't entirely necessary as the escort fleet could function perfectly well without this additional layer of oversight. Major Yankovsky was in charge of all of the mechs. From what he managed to glean from the conversations, the 55-year-old mech officer was rather junior for his rank and responsibilities. The Red Association normally assigned a steadier hand who was usually in the twilight of his career and wanted to retire from the more intensive frontline missions. This made Yankovsky an anomaly of sorts. The first-class mech officer was clearly in the prime of his career. Given how well the association was able to extend the lives of all of its members including its mech pilots, the man could make a lot more achievements if he fought at the front instead. While Vase was aware that protecting him could be a challenge every once in a while, he already accepted the need to take less risks now that he had become much more high-profile than before. He might spend years roaming the safer and less contentious parts of human-occupied space. These bodyguards wouldn't be able to do anything but look mean and deter any troublemakers from causing any incidents. That hardly sounded like a fruitful investment of time for all of the mech pilots and other personnel assigned to this fleet. It was not until Admiral Tenson and Major Yankovsky bid farewell and returned to their duties that Jovi explained the real layout of the escort fleet. The Blue Jay fleet is officially a detachment of the association, but the presumption is that you will gradually expand your influence over it until it effectively answers to you and only you. The Ra Senior frankly explained. You can't take it over instantly, though. Control and authority is contingent to your increase in ability. The sooner you become a first-class mech designer, the sooner you can begin to replace the 45 first-class multipurpose mechs with machines of your own design. The sooner you advance to master mech designer, the sooner you receive expanded permissions. Vase frowned when he heard that. That sounds convoluted. Why can't you guys keep it simple? Why can't you give me the fleet outright if you mechers are willing to give it to me eventually? There are many complicated rules that stand in the way of doing that. We can't just transfer expensive and formidable warships and mechs to people willy-nilly. Besides, you don't have the warship tokens to outright take possession of those warships. Vase recently acquired an RF frigate token through an exchange. That technically allowed him to field armed frigates as well as smaller ship classes, but the only hull in the escort fleet that fell within this range was the tiny little corvette. She could barely be called a warship. She might be able to fend off ordinary first-class mechs with her arsenal, but her armaments were secondary to her mobility and escape systems. Given all of these complicated rules and regulations, it made sense for the Blue Jay fleet to remain aligned to the Red Association for the time being. He just found this song and dance to be a little silly. He had the feeling that the mechers wanted to integrate Vase into their association step by step by using the promise of expanded permissions as breadcrumbs. As long as Vase did everything right and gained greater approval, the association would unlock more rights and privileges. He had to admit that the mechers certainly set up an enticing offer. The prospect of gradually taking ownership of a modem and fully equipped first-class heavy cruiser, 2 light cruisers, 5 destroyers, 1 corvette and 45 raw standard first-class multipurpose mechs were more than enough for Vase to travel through human space with impunity. However, it would take a long time before he could effectively take ownership of this powerful fleet. Vase no longer felt excited at the prospect when he realized that he wouldn't be able to make a difference in the short term. I guess I will have to work harder to increase my capabilities and advance my knowledge base. He said, you guys are pretty much pushing me into promoting to a first-class mech designer and subsequently a master mech designer as soon as possible. While I cannot say that I am unwilling to play along, do you really have to be so insistent about it? I am already shouldering enough pressure as it is. It seems like no one is happy about the fact that I've become a senior mech designer at a fairly young age. I don't think I am on track to break the polymath's record anytime soon. Jovi tilted his head. Are you sure about that? I have been hearing rumors that you have somehow reconciled with the polymath. You have even managed to gain her blessing considering that she has promised to reserve 5,000 ED net quotas for you. That is a massive concession in itself. I am glad that your actions have not caused her to maintain any ill will towards you. Her unity plan may have gone too far, but it is important that humans lay down their differences and fight for a common cause. What was he implying? Vase directed a pointed stare at his friend. I do not think it is wise to gossip about star designers. Let's get back on topic. While I am interested in taking possession of the Tarask and the other impressive warships of this fleet, I know that this won't happen anytime soon no matter what one do. I am much more interested in the mech contingent. You said something earlier about being able to replace the assigned first-class multipurpose mechs with machines of my own, right? Jovi smirked. That is correct. The current mechs are all based on standard-issue mech models that are only lightly adapted to their assigned pilots. One of my responsibilities happens to be maintaining them and updating their frames whenever their designs have been updated. Anyway, you should be aware that designing a first-class multipurpose mech at this level is an enormous challenge to say the least. Your design philosophy is impressive, but you will need to collaborate with other serious first-class mech designers if you want to develop a truly competitive machine of this caliber. Mech designers such as you, Jovi. I have been looking forward to collaborating with you for years. The other young senior genuinely sounded hopeful. I think that combining our design philosophies together can produce powerful synergies. The mech design has to be worth it, though. First-class mech pilots deserve better than trash or stopgap machines. They have gone through the most intensive and demanding training that mech academies can provide. It is an insult to them to pilot mechs that are less than the best of what their employers or superiors can arrange. Vase seriously nodded. I will keep that in mind. I have always taken good care of my clients and customers. By the way, what are the pilots assigned to the Blue Jay fleet like? Is there anything special about them that I should know? The number of pilots that would be protecting Vase in the years to come considerably animated Jovi. I have managed to select most of them myself. The Red Association has given me a wide list of names to choose from. I made a careful selection based on various criteria. First, the pilots are all fairly young. There are no veterans among their ranks, but that also means that they are more adaptable and their potential hasn't been exhausted yet. Second, their genetic aptitude is fairly low by our standards. Major Yankovsky's genetic aptitude is only B, which is the absolute minimum standard needed to pilot our typical standard first-class multipurpose mechs. The majority of the remaining pilots actually boast genetic aptitudes that range between C and C+. Vase looked surprised at that. What? I thought that all of you snobby and elitist first-raters only bother to train mech pilots with our B-grade genetic aptitudes. That is generally the case, but it is not a hard rule. Jovi said, the pilots with C-grade genetic aptitudes have mostly grown up from within our association. Their parents might not all be rich and powerful, but they have enough pull to place their children into a mech academy that is especially geared towards training mech cadets of inferior talent. If these cadets manage to pass all of their courses, they become qualified to pilot what is informally known as lesser first-class multipurpose mechs. This does not permit them to undertake any important missions, but they can still act as reservists and ordinary guards. Genetic aptitude was one of the great limiters of mech pilots. It affected their futures so much based on the grade that they received when they reached their 10th birthday. Not even the members of the greatest mech-oriented organization could escape the boundaries set by this inescapable variable. Anyone whose aptitudes measured at C or lower were effectively out of luck. Aside from getting worked over by the chosen human himself, there was effectively nothing they could do to improve their inherent genetic aptitudes. Vase narrowed his eyes. He understood that Jovi did not set out to recruit so many undesirable reserve pilots because he wanted to be cheaper because no one better was available. His mind went back to the secret testing session conducted on the 5th day. The results attained by the Carmen Trooper, Carmen Conscript and Carmen Raider all painted a hopeful image. One of the many explosive revelations from the brief testing was that existing mech pilots could effectively gain more control over their machines than their genetic aptitudes allowed. By using the standard neural interface in parallel with an active Carmen system, pilot Tina Eklund managed to overcome the limitations of her B genetic aptitude and exhibit greater fluency and fine control over her machine. If not for the fact that Vase designed the Carmen Trooper as a fairly simplified second-class hero mech, the inaugural test would have been able to quantify her improvement. Even if the increase in her effective genetic aptitude only bumped her from B to B, this was just the beginning. Once she spent more time with the Carmen Trooper and developed her blood pact even further, it was not impossible for her effective genetic aptitude to surpass her official aptitude by a full leap in grade. In the world of first-class mechs, genetic aptitude was king. It made much more of a difference at this level of combat because every multipurpose mech was loaded with an abundance of complex modules. The demand for control was so much higher that every first-class pilot had to be bursting with augmentations in order to tame these powerful machines. Even then, without a high enough genetic aptitude, it frankly became impossible for them to make effective use of the more powerful and complicated mechs. What would happen if a bunch of relatively poor and substandard mech pilots learned that there was a way to overcome the limitations of their disappointing genetic aptitudes? The Carmen system did not just promise to upgrade the effective genetic aptitudes of mech pilots. As long as the associated blood pacts had grown enough, it could outright make the property of genetic aptitude irrelevant by pushing neural interfaces aside entirely. Vase minutely widened his eyes as he understood the actual significance of the Blue Jay fleet's pilot roster. Jovi did not present Vase with a bunch of inferior mech pilots. His friend had brought along 45 willing and enthusiastic high-quality test subjects for Vase to experiment at will. Chapter 5255 Festive Homecoming. The return trip proceeded fairly quickly. The Blue Jay fleet did not include any laggards, so the superdrive-equipped warships were all able to enter the Torvald Middle Zone at an impressive speed. It helped a lot that the faster destroyers were able to generate portals that could instantly bring the slower Tarask and other heavier vessels to another location. Using a daisy chain of portals, the Blue Jay fleet managed to reach the Corelix system in just 2 days. Vase felt rather strange and out of place when the Blue Jay fleet emerged out of the final portal. In a little over a week, his life had completely changed. He arrived at the conference as a relatively minor and forgettable Tier 6 galactic citizen. He left the conference as the youngest and most impactful Tier 3 galactic citizen. Vase managed to present so many contributions to the survivalist faction during the conference that even the highest layers appreciated his work. He managed to earn a huge amount of gratitude from the top figures of humanity such as the Xenotechnician and the Fist of Defiance. These were legendary names that he previously considered to be unapproachable. To be able to get onto speaking terms with these immensely powerful true gods was an accomplishment that could already make most people feel as if they had fulfilled their life's mission. Given everything that happened to him, it became inevitable that his return turned into a much Greater spectacle than his departure. Hail the patriarch of the Larkins-on clan. Let us celebrate the return of our newly minted Tier 3 galactic citizen. The Larkins-on clan shall soar to greater heights under the leadership of our patriarch. Vase teleported into a large hall within the spirit of Bentime that had been covered with festive decorations. Projected Larkinson mechs floated above everyone's heads as they showcased their moments in recent battles. Banners that proudly depicted the head of the Golden Cat and other related Larkinson symbols hung on invisible poles and inspired greater pride among the clansmen. Children dressed in colorful outfits happily clapped as they shared in the excitement of their parents. Even the cats that occupied an undeniable place in the expeditionary fleet had come dressed with eye-catching collars and ribbons. Though Vase was not in the mood to take part in a bombastic celebration, he realized that his recent rise in status had made an enormous impact on the members of his clan. Many of them joined the clan and fought under his command because they were all hopeful that he could lift them from their average lives and uplift them to the top of human society. Vase had dangled this promise in front of their eyes for so long that they felt incredibly fulfilled now that he succeeded in piercing through an important barrier. Now that he was on the fast track to becoming a first-rater, the remaining clansmen all expected that he would be able to pull them up as well. That actually made Vase feel guilty and apprehensive. 5,000 single UCD net slots was far from enough to meet the demand of almost 1 million earnest members of the Larkinson clan. Even if he limited his selection to the active serving members of the main branch, the amount of quotas would barely be able to satisfy more than a fraction of eligible candidates. Vase was afraid of what would happen once he revealed the harsh truth to all of his clansmen. It also resolved his determination to find a better way to accommodate the desires and ambitions of his people. All thoughts about leaving them behind and forgetting about their needs went into the garbage chute. Here in the midst of so many people that had chosen to become a part of his rapidly growing family, Vase could not bring himself to distance himself from the Larkinsons. Vase. A female voice sounded from the side. A smaller and slimmer form closed in like a missile and embraced Vase in a warm and affectionate hug. An entirely new and floral scent flooded his nose as Vase looked into the eyes of his adoring wife. Their heads came closer until they kissed in full view of the public. "I missed you so much, dear," Gloriana adoringly said as she finally gave her husband a bit of space. "We could hardly believe the messages that you have sent back, but the reactions from other parties have made it clear that you have truly earned the recognition of the Mechers. The Terrans and the Rubarthans have become especially appreciative of your actions. Is it true that you prevented the Polymath from destroying the Hex Federation as well as the first-rate colonial superstates?" Vase nodded. The proposal that the Polymath tried to get passed by everyone contains a few elements that many find problematic. "So it is true. You bravely stood up to her in order to preserve the Hex Federation and keep Hexer culture alive. You truly are your mother's son. The matriarchs back home have invited you to attend a virtual audience with them. You can initiate contact with them anytime once you have freed enough time. Do not keep them waiting for long, dear." Gloriana pecked him in the cheek as if he had been a good boy before letting others have their turn. "Papa, Papa, you're finally back, meow." 3 children of various sizes quickly glomped Vase from various directions. The father couldn't help but laugh in delight as he became reunited with his most cherished family after more than a week of separation. All thoughts of costs, benefits, sacrifices and compromises completely left his mind as he immersed himself in the warmth of love and family. He missed this. He truly missed this. Family was the best part of his life. Nothing else came closer in importance to him. He had spent so much time among the scheming and calculative Mechers that he had almost forgotten what he was truly fighting for all of this time. Vase felt even more alienated from the Red Association now that he became confronted by such a strong contrast. "Did you get to meet with the Fist of Defiance in person?" Little Andraste pulled him out of his thoughts by tugging on his arm. "What about the Destroyer of Worlds? People are saying that you have become friends with her somehow because both of you adore cats. Is it true? Why didn't you tell us about that, Papa?" Vase chuckled as he ruffled his red-headed daughter's hair. "I have never met with the god pilots directly. They are far too busy to meet with the likes of me. Don't listen to the nonsense that other people say. I barely know either god pilots." "Liar, you're so mean." Aurelia tugged at his other arm. "Papa, did you make a lot of friends during the conference? So many different people have contacted our clan lately. I've even started to receive thousands of mails into my account. Some of them even proposed to arrange a marriage so that we can merge our Larkinson clan with their own group." "What? Don't reply to those messages. You are way too young to think about that kind of stuff. Besides, these are all opportunists who solely think about taking advantage of the expanded rights and privileges of our clan. His oldest daughter responded with a shrewd smile. I already know that. Mama has made sure to redirect those messages to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That was the right decision to make. Even if the Larkinsons wanted to reject an unwelcome offer, they had to do so in a diplomatic and inoffensive way. Marvane demanded his father's attention next. Did you get to see and talk about any cool first-class mechs at the conference? Vase laughed as he picked up his boy and held him to his chest. I didn't actually get to examine too many of them up close. I spent much of my time talking or listening to other people talk. That's what conferences are actually about. One brought you a gift, though. What is it, Papa? Have you seen the fleet of RA warships that are parked next to our own fleet? They are part of a powerful new escort fleet that is assigned to protect me on a permanent basis. While they don't have a lot of available internal space, the warships have brought along 45 first-class multi-purpose mechs. Each of them are really powerful, you know. If you want, I can let you take a closer look at them when there is enough time to go on a tour. Really, I promise, Marvane, I first need to take care of a lot of other stuff. Please hurry up, Papa. I love the mechs you make, but first-class mechs are cool as well. As Vase finished handling his kids, he inwardly shook his head after he roughly figured out what sort of stories they heard from various sources. The amount of information that the public managed to learn was fairly limited, but more than expected. What truly annoyed him was that the upper echelon of red humanity had become fully aware of his existence. It only dawned upon him now how much that complicated the lives of his clansmen. The huge amount of attention was entirely because of Vase alone. The others did not merit all of this attention and weren't properly equipped to fend off all of the increased interest. All of that meant that Vase needed to take charge and resolve all of the headaches that he had caused for his clan. Once he managed to get his cute little brats off his back, he was able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel briefly with other key figures. General Verl did not entirely look pleased. The only reason why our fleet hasn't been flooded with starships dispatched by other groups is because our current location is too remote and far away from major population hubs. That will change in the coming weeks as starships carrying envoys from Terran ancient clans and Rubarthan principalities will start to crowd the surrounding space. If not for the fact that you brought an entirely new escort fleet back with you, I would be panicking a lot more from within. Vase raised his arm and patted Verl on the shoulder. One apologize that I am adding to your stress. I didn't exactly plan for all of this either. We need to have a much more extensive discussion about the future of our armed forces and our plans for the future, but that can wait. Calabast arrived next. She looked as attractive as ever in her black uniform. I think you should have a good idea on how much attention we have attracted. She spoke in a neutral tone. While there is indeed much for us to celebrate about, I am afraid that you have taken my suggestion of adopting a higher profile considerably further than either of us could have imagined. Did you at least make a decent attempt at restraining yourself during the conference? Hey, I tried my best, you know. It's not my fault that the Mechers are the ones who tried to squeeze more contributions out of me. I don't regret the choices that I have made. We just need to navigate our way forward from this point. I am sure that everything will be fine. We need to have a long talk later on. I do not think you understand the magnitude of the vortex that you have pulled us into. Your actions have caused us to end up in the middle of the persistent rivalry between the Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates. We need to maintain a careful balancing act if we want to stay in their good graces. I don't see any problem with that. This was our original intention in the first place. One just advanced the timeline by a couple of decades. So long as we can make friends with all of them, we can derive 4 times as many benefits as if he only stayed chummy with the Red Association. It doesn't quite work that way, Vase. Chapter 5256 New Relations. Although Vase needed to handle a lot of important matters now that he returned home, the festivities continued to occupy everyone until the late evening. Once the Larkinsons had their fill of celebrating his latest accomplishments, Vase could finally move away from the public and meet with his inner circle to discuss more serious matters. He invited his wife, General Verl, Minister Sheddarin Pernus, Director Calabast, Director Rania Woden, Director Pesca Aduk, Chief Shipwright Vivian Sai and a couple of other important leaders to a secure conference room. He activated every possible security feature and also activated his own self-made jamming devices. Even so, Vase had little confidence that his conversation could remain truly confidential to the Mechers. The Red Association had recently upgraded and refitted the entire hull of the Spirit of Bentheim from top to bottom. It was practically impossible to erase all of the high-tech bugs and listening devices. Vase saw no need to inform the others of his suspicions, though a few of the more suspicious minds such as General Verl and Director Calabast had already come to similar conclusions. That was no reason to stop any discussion or go through extreme measures to hold a more secure conversation. He had already become more accustomed to the Mechers tracking most of his movements. So what if they listened in on his discussions? They had already figured out most of his secrets anyway. Not even the Mech designer system and his relation to the Five Scrolls Compact were truly unknown anymore. Arguably the only secrets that he had left were his time travel shenanigans and the fact that he maintained an active communication link with the Milky Way galaxy. So long as he avoided any mention of these two crucial details, he shouldn't get into any further trouble with the Mechers. Vase began the meeting by giving his inner circle a short summary of what happened during the conference from his perspective. He formulated his words carefully to avoid any sensitive information that he was definitely not supposed to share, but the people sitting across the conference table were more than clever enough to read between the lines. And that is how I have managed to become acquainted with several star designers and god pilots in the end. Vase completed his fairly exhaustive retelling. It is also why I came back with an escort fleet that doesn't mind giving us a hand on the battlefield. 1111. Though Vase tried his best to avoid any exaggerations, his mostly factual retelling still presented a lot of bombs to his audience. He managed to confirm a lot of wild rumors that were circulating through various communities while shooting down the more ridiculous ones. One crazy rumor painted him as a maverick who single-handedly punched the polymath in the face. After answering a round of reflexive questions from his advisors, Vase soon broached the subject of their future. The ED-net quotas that I have managed to obtain from the Mechers is our ticket to first-class society. He told them all, it is not enough to meet the needs of all of our clansmen, but it is a start. I will endeavor to work hard and win more quotas by making subsequent contributions, but that will take a lot of time. For now, we need to make a selection of candidates for the first wave of Larkinsons that will follow me into the upper zones. Most of the gathered people were still trying to wrap their heads around the amazing capabilities of the ED-net. So all of us have to spend up to 4 years in a long-term simulator pod so that we can go through 2 decades of first-class schooling. General Verl asked, I do not expect all of you to use up a quota at once. Vase replied, not only will we create a leadership vacuum in our current clan, but not all of you need this in the first place. Gloriana, yes, dear, do you remember the first-class implant that I have promised to arrange for you? I have managed to strike a deal that entails working together with an implant developer to design a custom product that is completely tailored to your needs. Once you have obtained it, I think you should be able to study to become a first-class mech designer by yourself without needing any additional tools. His wife widened her eyes. She knew how much of a difference this could make. A custom top-of-the-line cranial implant could truly enable her to close the gap between herself and most first-class mech designers. It would be even better if the implant also incorporated the latest advancements related to exotic radiation and hypermaterials. I love you so much, Vase. Vase smiled affectionately at his wife before he turned back to his clansmen. He hadn't even shared any details about the 500 vials of A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir that were safely stored in the vault of the Tarrasque. Considering how much their existence and effects completely overthrew a lot of assumptions in the mech community, Vase could only bring them up with his expert pilots. There was no need to expose their existence to other people who couldn't even make use of these extremely valuable early-generation products. Minister Shedderin brought up another important topic. Our clan has received urgent requests to reciprocate to the messages sent by various Terran and Rubarthan groups. On the Terran side, the Eden Institute of Business and Technology has spearheaded the proposal to hold more substantive talks about deepening your existing relationship with the university. On the Rubarthan side, the Inferno Spear Principality is claiming that you have already established a secret working relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. Now that it is no longer a secret, Prince Antonius desires to transition it to a more open and public relationship. Vase furrowed his brows. There were plenty of reasons for the Terrans and the Rubarthans to buddy up to him. He already expected the Terrans to take advantage of his part-time job at the Eden Institute, but what was this about the Inferno Spear Principality? Is there anything special about this spear ponce that I should know about? The 2016 prince is an ace pilot of great renown in Rhubarthan circles. Calabast reported as if she had already expected Vase to ask this question. He is one of the few Rhubarthan princes that the Destroyer of Worlds is able to tolerate and befriend. This also puts him in the rare position of being able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on the God Pilot's behalf and represent her interests. That certainly raised the importance of this fancy prince by a few more notches. Terrans on one side, Rhubarthans on the other side. Both of them probably wanted to show their gratitude for preventing the polymath from erasing their identities and to obtain insider access to his companion spirits and any other goodies that he might have in store. I am not opposed to establishing closer relations with either of these powerful groups of people. It will certainly help with giving us access to a stronger support network once I have entered first-class society. Vase stated. That said, we must remain cautious and avoid stepping too much on anyone's toes. We shouldn't take any deal that favors one side too much over any other. I did not expect to open relations with the Rhubarthans in this fashion, but I don't think that they have any malevolent intentions towards us. Do you know what they want from us, Sheddarin? They have transmitted a variety of proposals, from commissioning custom companion spirits for their royal descendants to offering you to teach any class you like at their most prestigious mech design universities. These were fairly predictable solicitations. Vase wasn't supposed to hand out companion spirits to people outside of his clan, so there was no way he could legally meet this request. As for teaching classes at a Rhubarthan university, Vase was not principally opposed to this proposal. The problem was that he only had so much available time in his busy schedule. Vase did not want to take away even more time from his design projects. Will you discuss how to engage the Terrans and Rhubarthans tomorrow? Vase decided. Anyway, let us talk about the state of our expeditionary fleet. Given the excessive amount of attention that I have attracted as of late, it is no longer viable for us to linger in the Corelix system. It's not just the human groups we have to worry about. The aliens are definitely keeping track of what goes on in our society. We cannot rule out the possibility that they will try to throw a lot of alien warships at us in an attempt to decapitate a Tier 3 galactic citizen. That caused many Larkinsons to frown. Galactic citizens of this tier generally did not stray so close to the front lines unless they were powerful pilots or battlefield commanders. It simply wasn't worth it for everyone else to turn themselves into such a tempting target in front of their enemies. I have thought about two possible ways we can proceed from here. Vase continued. The most logical course of action is to suspend the Trailblazer expedition and fall back to a safer and better defended star system in the rear. The Bortle system in the Torald Middle Zone should be safe enough for us to catch our breath. The Red 2 has recently expanded its fortifications, so no one will dare to cause any incidents at this strategic location. General Verl nodded with approval. We have come up with the same plan as well, sir. This is not our only possible course of action. I've been thinking about an alternative that should defy everyone's expectations. Instead of retreating to the rear, I propose to do the opposite. We should boldly cross into alien space and destroy a couple of alien raiding fleets that never expected us to invade their territory. With the help of our accompanying Blue Jay fleet, we can utilize the powerful capabilities of its warships to ambush the alien fleets and even offer powerful fire support if necessary. It's not wise for us to linger so far forward for more than a month, but we should be able to make more than enough contributions to cement our new status as linefighters. The reception to this alternative proposal was not as enthusiastic as Vase hoped. Gloriana, General Verl, Calabast and everyone else exchanged knowing glances with each other before issuing their unanimous response. No, Fut, we are not about to let you drag us all into a desperate and completely avoidable crisis once again. Gloriana complained. Is it so difficult for you to suppress your desire to do the unexpected and adopt the wiser course of action for once? The Trailblazer expedition can wait, Vase. We need to return to Safe Harbor and reorganize our clan in response to all of the changes your actions have wrought. If you truly insist on resuming the expedition, you can send the bulk of our forces back to the deep frontier while you and I remain in the rear. There is no need for us to accompany our main fleet everywhere now that you have a better alternative in the form of the Blue Jay fleet. She had a good point. The escort fleet massively expanded his options and no longer made him so reliant on the Expeditionary Fleet and the Golden Skull Alliance. That did not mean that the latter had become useless to him. So long as most of his clansmen were still second-raters, there was still a lot of value in maintaining their existing alliances and friendships. Anyway, Seeing that no one was a fan of his radical proposal to travel headlong into alien space just so they could smack a few more alien fleets, Vase retreated from his preferred option. Okay, I get it. We'll all turn back and return to the Bortle system so that we can take stock of our new situation. You guys are no fun, you know that. This is not a game, Vase. That caused him to scoff. Everything is a game, you just don't recognize it. Even now, we have become participants in a much greater game than you realize. Chapter 5257 Hot Commodity. Given all of the changes that happened while Vase attended the Survivalist Conference, the members of the Golden Skull Alliance quickly agreed that it was not suitable for them to linger in the Corelix system any longer. The fleet had begun to journey back to the Bortle system, leaving behind a lot of valuable and partially processed alien warships and assorted debris. Fortunately, a mercenary fleet was already on the way to guard all of the remaining spoils. A modest but still fairly sizable squadron of vessels opted to remain behind in order to keep an eye on everything. Vase meanwhile spent the night while surrounded by the love of his wife and children once again. As soon as morning arrived, he felt both refreshed and fulfilled in a way that no amount of gains in the conference could equal. With Aurelia cuddled in his arms and his older pajama-clad kids resting within reach, Vase deeply became reminded why he adored his family so much and why he fought so hard to give them a better life. While Vase most certainly understood the importance of working on behalf of society as a whole, this goal was too abstract and distant to evoke a lot of emotions in himself. It was only when he thought about how his works benefited those he loved and those he cared about that his heart truly became stirred. Mew. Though Aurelia blissfully kept her eyes closed, Mana curiously popped out. The growing white kitten made a cute little yawn before she floated over to Vase's one face and playfully patted him with her intangible paw. Moreau. Blinky jumped out of Vase's one head and pounced on Mana before he adoringly began to lick her fur. The activity and noises they made slowly roused the others from their peaceful rest as well. Papa, you still didn't tell me how you met the Destroyer of Worlds. Andraste pouted as she poked her father's back. Vase coughed. It's complicated, little pumpkin. He chatted and cuddled with his children for an indulging amount of time. Though he had a busy schedule ahead of him, he really missed this. Spending so much time with the survivalist had caused him to think more rationally instead of emotionally, and that was anathema to a passionate mech designer like himself. Though he did not consider the survivalists to be a bad crowd, their mission and responsibilities constantly drove them to make difficult trade-offs that only cold-hearted leaders could make. There was no way that anyone who possessed an inkling of true empathy would think that the Unity plan could ever work. As Vase basked in the giggles of his two daughters, he already began to adjust the tentative plans he drafted in his mind. He set aside the cold and calculated decisions that he initially wanted to push through and replaced them with more compassionate alternatives. While there was no way he could satisfy everyone's wishes with the resources he had at hand, his recent rise in status had given him a lot of power and leverage. As the inventor of amazing and powerful applications such as companion spirits, the transcendence glow and so on, Vase had become a hot commodity nowadays. He could think of many ways to exploit his new advantages for further gain. He just had to make sure he abided by the rules and restrictions imposed by the survivalist faction. The clan played a key role in his new plans. He couldn't believe that he considered it to be a burden shortly after getting promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. As Vase thought about how he could fulfill various goals while doing right by his clansmen, he began to construct an ambitious new blueprint that should be able to kill multiple birds with a single stone. The only issue was that this blueprint was on the radical side. Vase needed to persuade his subordinates that changes were necessary in order to adapt to their new circumstances. He had no idea how well they would react to his proposal. They hadn't been a fan of his earlier idea to dive straight into alien space and beat up a bunch of alien raiding fleets that never expected to get ambushed in turn. Hopefully he could make a better case this time. Gloriana snapped her fingers in front of his wife. Many people are waiting to talk with you. It is time to wake up and face reality, Vase. He let out a sigh before planting one final kiss onto Aurelia's adorable head. You're right, let's get on to business. Moreau. Blinky agreed. Miu, Moo, Mana and Yaika both begged for this moment to last, but the children needed to get out of bed so that they could attend their intensive morning classes. Just over an hour later, Vase had dressed himself in his familiar patriarch uniform and entered his main office after a long period of absence. His personal assistant stood poised by his desk and already prepared a stack of virtual reports for Vase to go through. Welcome back, boss, Gavin Newman greeted in a manner that hardly sounded different than before. As you already know, a lot has changed during your absence. The last few days have been especially wild as your reputation and renown has shot through the roof. The most immediate issues that you need to take care of are diplomatic in nature. There are a lot of organizations who want a piece of you, and they think they can accomplish their goal by going through our clan or one of our daughter organizations. I take it that most of them are bottom feeders who we want nothing to do with. Vase guessed as he moved behind his desk and sat down on his luxurious chair. The comfort level of his familiar office chair just wasn't the same as those smart cushioned chairs from the Comitar reign, but this was his true home. Now that he thought about it, the previous battle netted him a handsome amount of Quelmer corpses as well as live prisoners. He just needed to squeeze a bit of time in his schedule to process their hides into prime leather. Minister Sheddarin Pernis will stop by later in order to discuss our strategy and our specific responses to all of these parties. Gavin continued to speak. For now, we need your input or approval on these issues that have piled up in your absence. Alright, Benny, let's get this over with. Sometimes I wish that Aurelia has already grown up so that she can handle these affairs in my stead. It will take at least a decade or two before that is possible. Vase began to process all of the paperwork as fast as possible. He had little patience for this duty, but understood that it was best that he stayed on top of all of the major decisions and developments in his clan. He had been caught off guard several times in the past due to his negligence and lack of attention. He vowed that he would not get taken by surprise like that again. At least he wasn't wasting as much time as he did in the past. His cyborg leg along with Veronica were still working diligently on his current design projects as usual. They had made a considerable amount of progress while he was off schmoozing with the survivalists. Once he went through the most important dossiers, Gavin retreated in order to make way for Minister Sheddarin Pernis. As the aged but distinguished diplomat calmly strode inside and took his seat, the old man looked positively radiant despite all of the headaches that Vase caused as of late. Let me begin by stating that we are all proud of what you have managed to accomplish this time. Few if any people of your age could have impressed the Mechers into such an extent. While we do not have access to a full recounting of what transpired during the eventful conference that is still being speculated upon by many people, it is clear that you have played both a central and positive role. That has brought both positive and negative attention to you and our clan. Vase let out a sigh as he leaned back on his inferior office chair. I can imagine. Let's start closer at home. How is the Golden Skull Alliance doing? The responses from our allies are largely positive. Sheddarin responded with a relaxed smile. In no way do they think this is a bad development. While it is rather inconvenient that your circumstances has caused the Trailblazer expedition to get derailed, the advantages of having friendly relations with a rising star in our society far outweigh any other annoyances. It helps a lot that we have recently won the Battle of Ophidia and the Battle of Corellix. The salvage, MTA merits and the combat experience gained from defeating the Wiednar raiding fleet and the Yurzan raiding fleet requires a lot of time to digest. That was good news. It should take at least a couple of months before the expeditionary fleet was ready to return to the deep frontier again. How are the Glory Seekers? Sheddarin's expression shifted. The Council of Matriarchs wishes to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with you about the relationship between our clan and the Hex Federation. The Glory Seekers will doubtlessly come up during the conversation. Do you have any idea what they want to talk about? I have my guesses, sir. I think there is a high likelihood that the Matriarchs will attempt to give you the Glory Seekers. Pardon, the Hexers want to deepen their relationship with you and your clan no matter the cost. If it takes giving up control of the Glory Seekers, then that is a trade-off that they are willing to make. Vase thought about absorbing the Glory Seekers as a new Mech Legion of the Larkinson army. He did not like it at all. He already absorbed a bunch of Hexers in the form of the Penitent Sisters, and that was more than enough for his liking. The Penitent Sisters and the Glory Sisters also didn't get along. Just because they were both Hexers in origin did not mean that they held the same beliefs or agreed on the same issues. That's a non-starter, Vase said. I think the Matriarchs are smart enough to know that as well. Sheddarin steepled his fingers. This is why they will likely attempt to sweeten the pot with additional concessions that will be difficult for you to resist. These concessions should be sufficiently attractive to persuade you to accept their proposal despite your many misgivings. Vase raised his eyebrow. What are they willing to give up this time? I can think of two major possibilities. The first is that they will attempt to give you the glory seekers with an ace pilot added in for free. Currently, Saintess Ulrich of Vraken has already traveled and fought alongside us for several months. She is doing fairly well all considered. Not only is she able to get along with the glory seekers, she has also gained the respect of our clansmen. While it is doubtful that we can obtain her full loyalty, she should understand the score well enough that she will serve us willingly as long as it benefits the Hex Federation. A whole ace pilot. The lack of an ace pilot had long been one of the deficiencies of the Larkinson clan. While his accomplishments more than made up for the disadvantages of lacking a powerful mech champion, Vase could never feel fully reassured that his clan would do fine unless it gained a powerful protector that only answered to the Larkinsons. Vase had to admit that this massive concession sounded incredibly attractive to him, but not as much as before. With the coming rollout of powerful pilot cultivation solutions such as the Transcendence Glow and the A7KE1 General Purpose Pilot Cultivation Elixir, the time and effort needed to produce another ace pilot would drop considerably. This meant that Vase had no need to accept Saintess Ulrich of Vraken in his ranks. Interesting, but no, this is not a tempting offer. What else? My second guess is that the matriarchs will attempt to bind us to their state by giving us actual territory within their state. The Woden dynasty may agree to become a vassal to our clan, which effectively means we can treat the new scimitar system as our fief. What? Really? Chapter 5258 Hexer Diplomacy. The Hexadric hegemony and its successor state were both ruled by the 6 matriarchal dynasties. These were the modern family organizations that had come to dominate the Hexer people since they established their roots in the Komodo Star sector 4 centuries ago. Their power over their own society had become so entrenched that no other Hexer dynasty managed to challenge their rule. Even the hasty and messy evacuation to the Red Ocean after the Hexers lost the Komodo War did not change this fundamental status quo. The 6 matriarchal dynasties retained enough of their wealth and power that they thought they could continue to stay on top even as greater developments affected the rest of human society. They were wrong. Another influence within the Hex Federation rose up as of late. Many Hexers started to display less deference towards the matriarchal dynasties. This was a concerning trend to the established rulers. The reason for that was because the Woden dynasty continued to gain more prominence due to its inescapable ties with the Supreme Mother, the Daughter of Death and the Supreme Sun. It looked as if the Divine Family, that consisted of the most powerful Supreme Goddess and mortal Sun wielded far more influence and authority over the Hex Federation than the Council of Matriarchs nowadays. From changing the very tenets of Hexer culture to propagating several successful lines of Hexer mechs that have become embedded in their society, the Divine Family continued to shift more authority away from the Council of Matriarchs. This concerned the members of the Council a lot. While they found many of the changes to be acceptable and even necessary, there was one development that caused a lot of consternation among the established leaders. The rise of the Woden dynasty threatened to affect the composition of the 6 matriarchal dynasties. Normally, the rise of another power shouldn't have concerned the leading Hexer organizations so much. As long as the Woden dynasty grew powerful enough to earn a seat at the table, it shouldn't take that much trouble to turn the 6 matriarchal dynasties into the 7 matriarchal dynasties. There was just one problem with this change. It was impossible to depart from the sacred number of 6 feet. The very notion that the Hex Federation should be ruled by the 7 matriarchal dynasties sounded incredibly wrong. Due to this cultural abhorrence to such a change, it was not possible to elevate the rapidly rising Woden dynasty. Yet given the current trends, it was also unacceptable to deny the Wodens their rightful place in Hexer society. This difficult dilemma therefore produced increasingly more consternation among the matriarchs. Although none of these old and wise female leaders openly discussed this problem amongst themselves, they all knew that there was one possible way to resolve this growing headache. The Woden dynasty just needed to take the place of one of the existing matriarchal dynasties. It went without saying that this was a distinctly unacceptable solution. The weaker matriarchal dynasties that had not done so well in the transition to the Hex Federation were especially fearful that future developments would force their hand. This was why it had become especially urgent for the Council of Matriarchs to have a formal talk with the Supreme Sun. It took a bit of waiting, but the Larkinson Patriarch finally agreed to hold a remote discussion over a secure communication channel. The 6 matriarchs gathered together and simultaneously entered a magnificent hall with an exaggeratingly high vaulted ceiling. Banners and stained glasses that depicted the symbols and historical imagery of all 6 matriarchal dynasties added a huge amount of solemnity to the chamber. The most eye-catching feature of the hall was the enormous 6-sided council table positioned in the center. Bathed by the defined rays of light from above, the impressive piece of monumental furniture had been hand-carved out of the gigantic trunk of a massive alien tree. The matriarchs had entered this chamber so many times that the sight no longer impressed them as much as before, but the atmosphere still put them in a more serious mood. They only ever held important discussions in this council chamber. Slowly but surely, the matriarchs took their seats. There was no need for them to go over their plan as they already held this discussion in the past. All 6 matriarchs agreed to the same consensus on how to approach this critical conversation. The projection of a single man appeared a short distance away from the council table. The man emphatically did not appear above them all to avoid any suggestion that the matriarchs had become subordinate to him in any fashion. "Hello." The man in a red and white uniform greeted the 6 most powerful Hexer leaders as if he was greeting a gaggle of old ladies relaxing in a park. "You sent an urgent request to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with me, so I contacted you as soon as it was convenient for me. I hope you appreciate the fact that I decided to talk with you women first before everyone else. Now what would you like to discuss?" It was quite rare for the matriarchs to be addressed in such a direct and irreverent fashion, but there was no helping it. The differences in status had become so great that the Supreme Son could ignore their request to talk without consequences. Matriarch Alicia Vraken spoke up first. "We would like to congratulate you on your successful promotion to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. We have heard much about you. The Red Association has finally recognized your value, and seeks to elevate you to their level sooner rather than later. We have long believed that you were capable of rising so far ahead. It is gratifying to see that one of our staunchest supporters and allies has broken the ceiling that we are still struggling to penetrate ourselves." The projection of Vase smiled back at them. "One appreciate your well wishes, but I do not think that this is part of your urgent message." "No, it is not. Your rapid ascension and rise in status has many implications to our great colonial state. We would like to talk to you and restructure our cooperative relationship with you and your clan before any further changes can occur." "That is logical. What do you have in mind, matriarch?" The Vraken matriarch began to lay the groundwork by explaining the recent developments of the Hex Federation. It took a bit of time before she was able to get to the meat of the Hex Federation's request. "We propose to deepen the ties between our respective organizations by proposing a merger between the Glory Seekers and the Larkinson clan." The Vraken matriarch spoke. "The Woden dynasty originally founded the Glory Seekers as a bodyguard unit for your cherished wife. Our soldiers have always undertaken their duty with great sincerity and willingness. They have remained side by side with your Larkinson troops and have made considerable sacrifices in order to further your ambitions. What we are asking from you is to recognize and honor the contributions made by our Glory Seekers by absorbing them into your clan. We are also willing to transfer the right to command our ace pilot. For as long as the Glory Seekers remain a part of your clan, Saintess Ulrika Vraken will be at your disposal." The reaction from the Larkinson Patriarch was not as dramatic as the matriarchs hoped. This was not a good sign. It showed that he or one of his advisors had already anticipated this development. What was even worse was that he may have already made up his mind on this issue. Vase eventually shook his head. "You need the Saintess more than I. Our armed forces are already large and powerful enough to meet our basic needs. While I admit that gaining an ace pilot is an attractive prospect, you probably aren't that well informed if you think that will make a significant difference. My clan can take care of this deficiency by itself. It is more important for you to retain all of the ace pilots that you currently have. You will need their strength in the times to come." The matriarchs all felt displeased at the rejection, though they knew better than to show their irritation. A silent discussion ensued between the matriarchs. The Supreme Son's rejection was a missed opportunity for the Hex Federation. Matriarch Jocelyn Amort spoke up next. "We would like to know as much as you are willing to share. We do not have any direct channels to individuals who attended the Survivalist Conference. This has caused us to be out of the loop of the decisions made during this important event. I will draft a small information package that should give you a bit more advance warning of what is to come." Vase easily agreed. "That is the least one can do for you all. The war between Red humanity and the native aliens will come to dominate our entire society in the following years." That was a nice bonus, but it was far from what the matriarchs sought to gain from the Supreme Son. The Amort matriarch decided to unveil an alternative offer. "Your clan is growing stronger, but it is still lacking in territorial holdings. The branch that you have established in the Davut system is fairly strong and sizable, but you do not control the city and planet where it is based. We would like to offer you a better alternative that should suit the long-term needs of your clan much better. Oh, what do you propose? We have held a long discussion with Matriarch Schaffner Woden and Madame Constance Woden. The two have agreed to entertain the possibility of merging their Woden dynasty with the Larkinson clan. The groundwork is already there. Not only are you married to a member of the Woden dynasty, but your daughters already carry the name of the merged family organization. By combining the strengths and holdings of the Larkinsons and the Wodens, you can establish an immortal dynasty that transcends all boundaries and limitations. The projection of Vase looked a bit taken aback by the proposal. The proposed Woden-Larkinson dynasty had the potential to combine the best of both peoples. Unfortunately, it did not appear that the Larkinson patriarch saw the same benefits. I do not think it is a good idea to merge my clan with one of your dynasties. The man responded, before you object or try to persuade me further, please hear me out. I am not trying to stifle your colonial state or seek to turn my back on you now that I do not necessarily need your assistance anymore. I just think that it is not appropriate for you to seek further advantages by asking for my help. The matriarchs around the council table began to frown. What is your suggestion, then? Pay attention to the new elites program announced by the Red Association. As much as you dislike it, warlords are the rulers of the future. You should follow this trend rather than dismiss it out of hand. Rather than begging for handouts from me and my clan, it is better for you to turn your best mech armies into deep strike forces. As long as you are daring enough and as long as your forces are strong enough, you will be able to make all of the gains you want. You can even defeat the Friday colonies and take over its territories as long as your troops do well. Enough against the aliens. In other words, it was better for the Hex Federation to work hard to gain more power on its own than to beg for scraps from the Larkinson Patriarch that was moving increasingly further out of reach. Although the matriarchs could all agree with this sentiment, it was still difficult for them to let this powerful opportunity pass by. Inadequate diplomacy had been one of the driving reasons why they lost the Komodo War. The Hexers were intent on avoiding this mistake this time. Although they had few real friends, the Larkinson clan was a notable exception. Establishing closer ties with the Larkinsons was probably their best way to gain persistent access and support from a rising first-class power. Chapter 5259 Better Nature. When Vase ended his call to the Council of Matriarchs, he let out an exhausted breath. This talk was way more stressful than it should. He said, it's kind of funny as we haven't managed to agree on anything solid during the entire discussion. Minister Sheddarin Pernis had actually been listening in all of this time. He merely remained out of sight and only gave directions and advice in a discreet manner. The reason for that was because you did not want to upset the matriarchs or cause any unnecessary offense. The old man pointed out, you comported yourself well in front of the effective leaders of the Hexer state. You are becoming more proficient in communicating with heads of states and other powerful figures. You not only let yourself become affected by their halo of authority, but also managed to stand your ground despite their insistence on making a deal with you and your clan. Vase snorted, well, I am not about to let them warp my clan into an unholy fusion with the Woden dynasty. That is one of the most awful suggestions that I have heard. I cannot even begin to understand why they thought I would actually agree to such a proposal. I would have thought that they proposed the Woden dynasty to become a vassal to my clan instead. That would have been a much more palatable suggestion. The foreign minister shook his head in disappointment. The matriarchs have badly miscalculated. While their attempts at diplomacy are encouraging, it is clear that they are still too far behind. They lack too much understanding of your needs and your circumstances, and they overestimate the value of their offers to an egregious degree. Their greatest mistake was to hold talks with you directly. They have dedicated diplomats in their employ that have made considerably greater progress in mastering their craft. Still, given their demands, one do not think that much can be accomplished so long as the Hexers refuse to recognize reality. The power balance between the Larkinson clan and the Hex Federation had completely flipped by this time. Vase always knew it had only been a matter of time before this happened, but even he was surprised by how quickly he completed this transition. The speed of this development took everyone by surprise. It wasn't that much of a surprise to see that the Hexers were still stuck in the past on this matter. I am not opposed to giving the Hexers a hand, Vase said. The fact remains that they are still the strongest and most fanatic supporters of the Superior Mother. I want them to do well, but I am already burdened with the need to uplift my clansmen into first-raters. I don't have the capacity to extend my charity to others. That is why I suggested the Hexers fight for their own gains by relying on the new elites program. That was a fine suggestion, sir. The Hexers won't be able to refute this argument so easily, considering that they have always held the assumption that their armed forces are superior in strength. It is painful and almost impossible for them to admit weakness in this area. Denial of reality was a greater fault than actual weakness. At least the latter could drive people to work hard to address this inadequacy. Vase was a good example of that. He hated his own weakness and lack of agency so much that he had pushed himself to the limit many times in order to get to this point. So what do we do with the Hexers? That is up to you, Vase. I do not recommend that we deepen our cooperation with them any further. The Hexers cannot provide us with any significant benefits that we value. Control over a second-class star system is a needless burden to you, and additional armed forces are superfluous considering that you are permanently being shadowed by an RA escort fleet. The only manner in which the Hexers can provide actual value to us is if they agree to become our subjects, either in part or in their entirety. Both of them knew that this would never happen. The Hexers were just too damn prideful and immersed in their own delusions. Well, at least we said no in a way that preserves our current relationship with them. I think, Vase remarked, while I personally don't need their help anymore, it is still useful to have them cover our backs while the bulk of my clan remains second class. Maintaining ties at the current level also keeps my wife happy. His wife would probably have words for him once she learned that his talks with the Hexers had resulted in no gains. You do not need to concern yourself with the Hexers any further, sir. Our ministry will take it from here. One think we can partially placate them by agreeing to conduct minor exchanges and to continue working together with the Glory Seekers. We can still offer numerous benefits to the Hexers without committing ourselves to any unnecessary entanglements. If the Hex Federation succeeds in making solid gains in the upcoming deep strike operations, then we can always reconsider our stance. Vase nodded in agreement. Let's do that, then. Now that we have handled the Hexers, who is next? The Fredaman. Pardon, Minister Sheddarin chuckled. Why do you look so surprised? Your star is rising. Your influence is growing. It is becoming increasingly less comfortable to maintain an antagonistic relationship with you and your clan. I am not certain what the Fredaman have heard, but if we assume they have better information channels, then they should definitely understand that opposing you increasingly resembles suicide. That sounded a bit exaggerated, but Vase most definitely wasn't in a forgiving mood towards the Fredaman. What do they want, Sheddarin? The Fredaman are much more grounded in reality compared to the Hexers. Their diplomacy is considerably more advanced as well. They are fully capable of bending their heads and finding an earnest way to reconcile with a former enemy if the need is great enough. They will seek to melt hostilities by giving you enough concessions to agree to their proposal. It is not a secret that you are susceptible to bribes. Hey, I'm not that easy to persuade. I am more than willing to take advantage of other people's generosity, but I will never forget those who betrayed me or tried to take away my life and the lives of my family. As much as it is better to just let bygones be bygones and focus on the greater threat posed by the aliens, I just can't bring myself to forgive those bastards. There was just too much bad blood between the two. Vase had found himself in enough difficult situations that he could never let go of his desire for vengeance. If not for the fact that the new climate did not allow for internal wars, Vase might have actually agreed to cooperate more closely with the Hex Federation. He could find plenty of ways to empower the state even further to increase its advantages in a possible war against the Friday Coalition. Given that he still held a lot of animosity towards the Fredaman, he did not want to talk with them at all. How could this talk be any more productive than the previous one? I do not recommend you reject their request for a direct dialogue. Sheddarin said, you should hear them out at least once, if only to confirm whether you still wish to pursue your vendetta against them. Do not forget that not all of the Fredaman are your enemies. It is mainly their current leadership that is at fault for turning against you. If they agree to compensate for all of the damages they have caused to you and more, it may be better to just take the deal knowing that you have severely weakened them in a time where they need strength the most. His advisor certainly made a persuasive case. Okay, Vase eventually decided, I'll talk, but only right away. If their leaders or diplomats can't accommodate that, then I won't bother with their entreaty. It did not take long for Minister Sheddarin to contact the Fredaman and arrange a hasty dialogue. Normally, it could take days, weeks or even months to set up a proper in-person dialogue between two major groups, but if speed was of the essence, then a simple remote call would suffice. Only a single person answered the call. Both Vase and Minister Shedderin were considerably surprised when Governor Mabrius Gage of all people had been designated as the representative of the Fredaman. The reason why they felt this way was because Governor Mabrius most definitely had a lot of reasons to hate the Larkinsons and the Hexers. During the Battle of Pima Prime, a coalition force that consisted of the Golden Skull Alliance and a Hexer Mech army invaded the key port system claimed by the Gage dynasty. The battle not only resulted in a terrible defeat for the sundered phalanx that defended the economic hub, but also caused it to be razed to the ground, thereby destroying a huge amount of expensive infrastructure. Yet that loss could not compare to the defeat and death of Saint Jeremiah Gage. Not only did the Gage dynasty lose one of its greatest heroes and protectors, but Governor Mabrius suffered a massive personal loss as he had to watch his own nephew get beaten by Patriarch Reginald Cross. Ever since the conclusion of the Battle of Pima Prime, the Gage dynasty had lost a lot of ground in the Red Ocean. While the Gagers undeniably remained strong in the Komodo star sector, that was no longer as relevant now that the Great Severing had cut off the two galaxies. It did not take a genius to figure out that the Gage dynasty in the Red Ocean had suddenly turned into the weakest coalition partner at the start of the Age of Dawn. Was Governor Mabrius able to speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of the Friday colonies as a whole, or was he only able to speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of his anemic dynasty that was still struggling to rebuild Pima Prime. Patriarch Larkinson, thank you for agreeing to communicate with us. We understand that you are not a diplomat and that you are a busy man, so we will cut right to the chase. Our colonies have agreed that it is no longer beneficial for every involved party to remain in a constant state of hostilities with each other. The increase in alien aggression has made it increasingly clearer that we must distance ourselves from the petty fights that have kept us distracted from the common threats that target all of us. Instead of wasting precious manpower and assets to remain on guard against each other, we propose to form an alliance or at the very least a pact of non-aggression so that we can earnestly direct our forces against our true enemies. That sounded remarkably reasonable. Governor Mabrius was essentially trying to appeal to Ves's better nature and his growing sense of responsibility over red humanity. The significance of having Governor Mabrius make this appeal did not go unnoticed either. If the Fredaman who suffered the most from the fighting was able to let go of his painful grievances, then Vase should honor that by doing the same. It was a pity that Vase was not the kind of person that the Fredaman hoped to meet this time. He adopted a clear look of contempt. So now you want to kiss and make up, huh? Why couldn't you have made this decision before you sent Lady Aisling Curver to kidnap me? Why didn't you stop a deep strike fleet from ambushing my fleet while we were simply trying to make our way out of the Komodo star sector? There were several times where your troops threatened to take away my life and my freedom. We sincerely apologize for our transgressions. Governor Mabrius Gage quickly adjusted. We are more than willing to discuss reparations with both you and the Hexers. We simply ask for your forgiveness so that we can move on from this unwelcome distraction and work towards contributing to the defense of our common civilization. Vase grew more and more pissed at this deflection. Stop talking nonsense, Governor. You don't get to turn around and show remorse because of actions that turn out to be mistakes in hindsight. While I am not interested in starting up any further aggression towards your colonial state, that does not mean I am willing to reconcile with you guys. Even if the aliens are on the verge of overrunning human space, I will cheer for their success when their warships crush all your colonies. That is how much one hate you Fredaman. While Vase was willing to forgive many things, he was never lenient towards those who stabbed him in the back, betrayed his trust and threatened his family. These were red lines that people should never cross if they wanted to remain on his good side. Unless the Fredaman were willing to make real concessions, Vase did not feel inclined to continue these talks any further. Chapter 5260 Rising Opposition. Governor Mabrius Gage tried to remain as impassive and composed as possible when the frustrating call with the Larkinson Patriarch finally came to an end. The talk had been a disaster. Despite the optimism and good grace he displayed during the actual talk, inside he knew this effort at reconciliation was doomed from the start. The Friday Coalition had built an incredibly detailed personality profile of the individual known as Vase Larkinson. While the man's erratic behavior and extremely unlikely successes could never be truly predicted, there were still plenty of data points to chart out his responses to different stimuli. Using the model constructed by all of the data, it was possible to formulate a conversational strategy that combined all of the most favorable predictive outcomes. Following it should give a speaker the highest chance of attaining his goals of any negotiation. Yet no matter what kind of variables or conditions the social engineers inputted into the elaborate model, the predicted success rate never rose above 22.6%. Those were dreadfully low odds. No one from the Friday colonies wanted to step forward and take the initiative to hold this crucially important talk. This was despite the enormous rewards for success. If any of them actually managed to pull this off, the person responsible would obtain a considerable increase in importance for being the one who actually managed to tame the furious cat. Yet if they failed to make any gains, then they would bear a considerable amount of blame for botching the conversation and ruining any hope of reconciling with a rising star of red humanity. The Friday colonies needed to select a spokesperson that was significant or important enough to get taken seriously by the Larkinson Patriarch. Pushing forth an obscure middle-level diplomat would not only be an insulting gesture, but the poor fellow might not get more than a few sentences in before the other side cut the connection. Securing the cooperation of Tristan Wesseling would have been the best. The Larkinson Patriarch responded a lot better to those he considered his friends, and Tristan was perhaps the only person who originated from the Friday coalition who could still hold a cordial conversation with the devil. Sadly, Mr. Wesseling remained completely unsympathetic to the plight of his former state and people. I cut off my citizenship to the Friday coalition for a reason. The journeyman mech designer responded at the time, "One have done my duty to my state and paid back all of the debts that I have incurred and more. Look, I don't blame the common freedmen for all of the ills of their state, but that does not mean one want to be a party of whatever sordid schemes the higher-ups have plotted this time. With regards to my friend, you have made your bed. Now you need to lie in it. I have one piece of advice for you all. If you truly want to earn his forgiveness, then you need to offer your surrender. Anything less is unacceptable." The former freedman's words proved correct. Though Governor Mabrius had been empowered with the right to make a lot of different concessions, none of them touched the core interests of the coalition partners currently in charge of the state. They all tried to have their cake and eat it too, which ultimately failed just as the model predicted. Governor Mabrius Gage's heart had sunk to the bottom. He knew that recriminations and blame would fly in his direction within the hour. Even though he had tried to make the most out of a bad hand, the other coalition partners wouldn't see it that way. Part of it was a deliberate effort on their part. The Gage dynasty had been riding over their heads for a long time. Even with the latest setbacks in Pima Prime, the dynasty still remained rock-solid back in the Komodo Star sector. Yet once those blasted phase whales cut off the link between the Friday colonies and the much more powerful Friday coalition, the balance of power in the former had completely changed. The Gage dynasty that had recently suffered a huge blow in its port system and became burdened with rebuilding its infrastructure could have easily rebuilt Pima Prime in time. Sure, plans had been set back by a lot of crucial years, but as long as enough capital flowed in from the Milky Way, the port system would have eventually been able to regain a semblance of its former self. All of that had suddenly gone down the drain now. The Gage dynasty had become the weakest coalition partner in the Friday colonies. The economic damage was already bad enough. Losing the only ace pilot stationed in the Red Ocean was worse. While the Gage dynasty promised to send another ace pilot to take the place of his deceased nephew, the replacement hadn't arrived fast enough before the new age commenced. Now, Governor Mabrius Gage was forced to stretch himself thin in an attempt to prop up the failing colonies of the Gage dynasty. None of the other freedmen liked the Gagers all that much. Now that the ones in the Red Ocean had lost much of their power and leverage, the Consus, Vanguards, Carnegies and so on deliberately snubbed the Gagers and reduced a lot of essential business dealings that kept the remaining colonies alive. Mabrius could practically feel the sharks circling around the deteriorating and increasingly more vulnerable colonies that still belonged to the Gage dynasty for the time being. While it was not acceptable for the other coalition partners to turn against the Gage dynasty in open conflict, the governor was well aware that there were numerous underhanded methods that could produce similar outcomes. If Mabrius failed to turn this situation around, he knew that the Gage dynasty would become a remnant of the past in the Red Ocean. "Samuel, what are our options?" the governor asked as he moved towards the shielded and reinforced windows of his new palace. Unlike the Palace of New Beginnings, the Palace of the Scaled Phoenix had been built with defense in mind from the ground up. It had eschewed a lot of decorative and architecturally interesting features in favor of an understated design that hid a lot of defensive systems. The Palace of the Scaled Phoenix almost functioned like a floating battleship in many ways. If not for the fact that its long-range mobility was terrible and that its turrets were limited in caliber, it would have been able to take part in offensive operations. The palace had been built to resist the attacks of ace mechs for an impressive amount of time, yet Governor Mabrius still felt awfully vulnerable in his current position. Samuel Gage, his newly appointed chief of staff, had been trying his best to look for solutions outside of the box. Mabrius had tasked Samuel with approaching as many powerful organizations as possible for shelter. "I have good news, Governor." "You do?" Mabrius actually sounded surprised. "I find that difficult to believe. The latest intelligence reports claim that the Larkinson Patriarch has obtained widespread reports from all of the major factions of Red humanity. Everyone welcomes the inventions he is introducing to them through the Red Association. There is no benefit to drawing his ire. Even if he does not take action against his enemies in person, his supporters may take action in their stead in a sycophantic attempt to curry his favor." The Gage dynasty was incredibly familiar with this dynamic because it had once been a target to curry favor with as well. It was ironic that the tables had turned. The Gagers in the Red Ocean had no allies left while the nefarious Devil Tongue had become the latest hot commodity of Red humanity. This was why Mabrius couldn't believe that there were people who were crazy enough to oppose the man who had gifted society with highly promising innovations that could make a substantial difference in the war against the aliens. "There is always opposition to change, sir," Samuel said with a smirk. "The Larkinson Patriarch has accelerated a new trend in our society that a certain group of people are highly concerned about. His work has also become the key drivers of the Fist of Defiance's Deep Strike plan. Based on these two factors, I have been looking for groups of opposition. I managed to make contact with enough of them to know that the man is hardly beloved in every corner." "Tell me more about the opposition." "Well, one of the groups who are upset with how much the rise of the Fist of Defiance has crowded out other initiatives is interested in the removal of as many of his supporters as possible." The Cosmo, stop. Governor Mabrius immediately turned around and glared at his chief of staff. "Do not finish that word. Do not even entertain the idea. We are the few remaining representatives of the Gage dynasty left in this forsaken dwarf galaxy. We may fail and we may die, but we must never drag down our name and reputation." Samuel knew how much controversy the mere mention of this taboo group might arouse, but it was his duty to bring up this option to the governor's attention. Who knew if the Gage dynasty's position in the Friday colonies might deteriorate to the point where it had to cooperate with anyone, even humans who had outright betrayed their own race. Fortunately, the chief of staff was able to present a much more palatable option. "If that is the case, then we can turn to another opposition group that is quietly making more and more inroads with those concerned at what we are all turning into. The rise of metaphysics is not welcomed by everyone. E-energy radiation has made people so enthusiastic about harnessing this power in brand new ways that people are beginning to chase power as recklessly as the infamous admirals of the Age of Conquest. The voice of rationality is growing, sir, and its base lies in the only organization that has always counterbalanced the Mechers." Governor Mabrius easily deduced the answer. "The Red Fleet." "Correct, sir. The Fleeters are much more restrained in their attempts to develop applications that are reliant on exotic radiation. They think it is wrong for humans to directly infuse themselves with power that corrupts their mentality and drives them into a frenzy. The introduction of the Larkinson Patriarch's companion spirits will exacerbate the problem by making this means of empowerment more accessible than ever. The Red Fleet fears what else the Larkinsons might introduce in the future." "I see. Our goals might not align, but we happen to share the same enemies. That means that there is a basis for cooperation. The Gage dynasty needed to gain new support, and cozying up with the Red Fleet was an excellent way to reverse its deterioration. Meanwhile, the Red Fleet probably found it difficult to gather a lot of like-minded skeptics to the latest trend, so the Fleeters needed any supporters that they could get at this stage. How high are our prospects of forming a substantive agreement with the Red Fleet?" "They are decently high," Samuel responded. "I do have to mention that we won't be dealing with the Red Fleet as a whole. The organization is either neutral or mildly supportive of the Fist of Defiance's plans, but not every fleet admiral supports this consensus. The 5th Enforcement Fleet has always been tasked with enforcing the Big Two's taboos and guarding against human renegades who have a history of abusing metaphysics for their own gain. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson is the unofficial head of this growing opposition movement." "Interesting. Perhaps there was a lifeline for the Gage dynasty and the Friday Coalition after all." This was because the Hex Federation likely represented Admiral Jameson's worst fears. The state had not only embraced everything developed by the Larkinson Patriarch with great fervor, but also allowed themselves to be ruled by an increasingly more powerful metaphysical existence that pretended to be a god. The governor relaxed his shoulders. There was no reason for him to be as tense as before. What seemed like an unstoppable juggernaut had suddenly become a lot more vulnerable now that he knew that there was sufficient opposition. There is no time to waste. We should draft a strategy to establish the best form of cooperation that we can attain with the 5th Enforcement Fleet. Chapter 5261 Terran Consternation. Have you received any further updates, grandfather? I have, but none of the information is particularly relevant to our situation. Alexa, Stryker, had retreated to a secure communication chamber in order to hold a confidential talk with her famous grandfather. The Strian ancient clan had constructed the entire facility deep underground on its own expense. This was how much her grandfather was willing to support Alexa's presumptuous quest to track down possible clues on how to unlock the true potential of the Ouroboros. At first, General Axelar Strian did not have high hopes for his granddaughter. He only indulged her because her preoccupation was harmless enough. If she failed, she would come away with valuable life lessons that would serve her well in the future. The issue was that it began to look increasingly more likely that the mech designer that she had set her sights on may actually be able to provide substantial help. As one of the top figureheads of the Terran Alliance, General Axelar Strian possessed much more extensive information channels than lesser leaders. He had received a much more extensive and complete retelling of what transpired over the course of the conference organized by the survivalist faction. He knew exactly how close the polymath had come to taking over the kingdom of Mechs and wiping out the Terrans and the Rubarthans as distinctly different cultural groups. Axelar developed a lot of appreciation for the young senior mech designer for saving the Terran Alliance from getting erased as a functional state. His only regret was that he had declined to meet Professor Larkinson sooner. If he had, then he wouldn't have allowed the Rubarthans to establish closer ties first. Now, Axelar feared that the Terrans had fallen a step behind in this crucial competition. Nobody had seen Professor Larkinson's association with the Destroyer of Worlds coming. The two had nothing in common aside from a common liking for cats. Even then, this was too spurious of a reason for them to establish a cooperative relationship with each other. There were trillions of cat lovers in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. Out of all of the possible people that the Destroyer of Worlds could favor, she clandestinely chose to support Professor Larkinson and possibly even sponsor his work. The latter had become an increasingly more likely guess as the analysts collected more information about Professor Larkinson. Many people couldn't help but make clear comparisons between Divine Irene Mox's iconic Emma and the cat-like companion spirits owned by Professor Larkinson and many of his clansmen. It was not outlandish to assume that Emma served as the prototypical template of the modern incarnation of companion spirits developed by this highly innovative second-class senior mech designer. That was a guess that Axelar and many other Terrans in the know did not want to share with the rest of the population. There was a good chance that the Terrans would actually reject the benefits associated with companion spirits if they learned that they had to rely on an invention developed by the Rubarthans of all people. Though Axelar found the notion to be difficult to stomach, he was still realistic enough to recognize that the Terrans couldn't throw away a powerful advantage due to pride. Besides, the Rubarthans had invented many useful technologies. It was impossible for the Terrans to reject all of them without drastically reducing their own capabilities. What should I do once he resumes his teaching duties? Young Alexa asked with concern. So far, there are no indications that Professor Larkinson has uncovered my true identity. I assumed that I would be able to maintain my cover for at least several months so that I could study his thinking and his habits before I carefully unveil the truth. It is unlikely for that to succeed now. He has grown too fast. We need to play catch-up before he has escaped my reach. Both members of the Strian ancient clan knew that the Terran Alliance stood to gain immensely if they were able to develop closer ties with Professor Larkinson. The man's current position at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology was a notable advantage in this effort, but General Strian feared that a mere employment relationship could not compare to a secret but concrete friendship with a Rubarthan god pilot of all people. The man that aspired to reform the Terran Alliance into a more effective polity let out a sigh. We currently lack too much information about Professor Larkinson to formulate a solid strategy. The greatest uncertainty that is complicating our calculations is what sort of deal he has struck with the Destroyer of Worlds. If there is any element of exclusivity in their agreement, then we will not be able to gain priority as latecomers. Young Alexa nodded in understanding. We do not have any way of knowing unless our spies in the Rubarthan Pact can feed us the intelligence or if we ask Professor Larkinson about his arrangements in person. Neither option was likely to work out for the Terrans. The Terrans had planted a lot of spies and informers in Rubarthan space, but none of their investigations had ever uncovered a deal between one of their most powerful warriors and a previously obscure senior mech designer. Practically no Rubarthan seemed to be aware that the two figures were connected to each other. In fact, even the Rubarthan princes that had relocated to the Red Ocean reacted with surprise when they learned of this development as far as the spies could tell. All of this showed that the Destroyer of Worlds had done an excellent job at maintaining the confidentiality of this secret relationship. Alexa knew it was ultimately up to her to find out the truth. "Can you do it, granddaughter?" "I shall try," she said. "My success is dependent on how much his attitude and demeanor has changed since my last meeting with him. He used to be remarkably humble, casual and approachable during the times I have worked for him, but that was when he was still a Tier 6 galactic citizen. Even if he had already begun to cooperate with the Destroyer of Worlds at the time, he never let that go to his head. Now that he has become the center of attention, I cannot say whether he has become more difficult to talk to. He might even decide to end his employment with the Eden Institute now that he has moved up in society." General Alexer Strian smiled in reassurance. "We do not think that he will make this decision. Professor Larkinson takes his responsibilities and business dealings seriously. He will at least ride out the current semester before he is willing to submit his resignation. That said, it is better to have an earnest talk with him and reveal your actual identity before it is too late. I am willing to trust you to use your existing friendship with him to negotiate on our behalf. My staff will evaluate any promise and concession that you make, but as long as your proposals are not too outrageous, I will allow them to go through." The young teaching assistant felt immensely honored by the responsibility that her grandfather bestowed her. It made her feel as if she was actually making a real difference for her people this time. Naturally, she wouldn't be doing this alone. It went without saying that her grandfather's staff would be providing her with a lot of aid by conducting analyses, calculating possible responses and so on. The fate of the Terran Alliance was at stake, so it was crucial for Alexa to be as well prepared as possible. "There isn't much time for me to get ready for my next talk with Professor Larkinson." The young lady looked troubled. "He is scheduled to hold another class on frontier wisdom in the afternoon. So far, he and his clan have yet to transmit a request to cancel his upcoming lecture, so he will likely show up. That does not give me enough time to prepare for a proper discussion." "Then don't," General Axelar decided. "You can keep the discussion shallow for now. Just present yourself as a representative of the Terran Alliance. It is truthful enough even if I have just filed the paperwork. Focus on information gathering for now. What is his relationship with the Rubarthan Pact? What does he think about the Terran Alliance? How much closer has his relationship with the Red Association grown in the past week? What are his current priorities and what does he lack for? The more information that you can gain from him, the more we can approach him with a working strategy in your next talk with the professor." Though Alexa was not strictly raised for this, she had received enough training and education to undertake a new assignment. Every descendant of the Strian ancient clan had to meet the same high standards in order to maintain its high standing and reputation. Once they had concluded their more serious discussion, Alexa was able to inquire about other topics. "How is the Ouroboros doing now that exotic radiation has come into the picture?" The Peak Ace pilot let out a sigh. "I'm unsure what is happening. The Ouroboros has not been the same as of late. I can feel that my Ace Mech is doing well, but none of us understand what my machine is going through. The only truly concrete change that is unmistakable is that it has become considerably easier to channel the power of life and death through my machine. This is not an isolated case, though. Many other Ace pilots report similar boosts in performance. It remains to be seen whether the Ouroboros can exhibit greater abilities, much like those interesting living expert mechs of the Larkinson clan." General Strian had long noticed the resemblance between his Ouroboros and the Larkinson clan's iconic powerhouse machines. There were still a lot of differences, though. Aside from the obvious ones such as the enormous gaps in age and class, the Ouroboros didn't appear to be as lively and dynamic as the works of Professor Larkinson. Even though machines such as the Amaranto and the Everchanger were clearly weaker in many ways, the general could practically feel the intelligence and awareness of those young but most definitely living machines whenever he studied the archival footage from their battles. It made Axelar Strian gain the impression that his Ouroboros was defective. Perhaps defective was not the right word. His old mech had received so many upgrades over his career that almost nothing was left of its original incarnation, but even so the best mech designers hired by the Strian ancient clan had been unable to upgrade the few qualities that turned it into such a legendary machine. Though the ace pilot had been burned enough times in the past, he couldn't help but become hopeful once again that another mech designer might be able to fix the Ouroboros. The benefits of this were massive. General Axelar Strian always had a strong hunch that his ace mech was the only reason why he was being held back from completing the mech-body merger process. It was so frustrating to stand on the precipice of becoming a god pilot, but being told by his own instincts that he would fail without a doubt unless he remedied the only remaining deficiency of his lifelong mech. One way or another, the Ouroboros had to evolve. If Professor Larkinson was unable to get the job done, then the general could still approach a few other possible leads. For example, the xenotechnician amassed a monstrous amount of strange and esoteric alien tech. The old star designer must definitely have a solution on hand that could help the Ouroboros reach a greater height. Now that there was an enormous demand for god pilots, Axelar was sure that he could forge a successful if costly deal with the wily faction leader. The biggest problem with this was that it did not feel like the proper way to upgrade the Ouroboros. Axelar still hoped to obtain a proper solution. Do your best, Alexa. All of us are counting on you. The Terrans must maintain close ties with the professor. Do not allow the Rubarthans to take him away. Chapter 5262 Possible Arrangements. Vase had spent so much time dealing with both friends and allies that he almost forgot that he was supposed to teach a class again. He felt quite strange about resuming his teaching duties. He had become a Tier 3 galactic citizen. That put him on the same leaders as the heads of first-rate states and highly regarded master mech designers. His status had leapt so far ahead that returning to an ordinary lecture hall and teaching a mundane class seemed like an enormous waste of his time. Vase shook his head. He did not agree with the interpretation that he had become too good to undertake mundane duties. He was not that big of a snob. Besides, it went against his principles to leave a job or commission unfinished. Unless a situation arose where it became untenable for Vase to teach his classes any further, he intended to stick to the original agreement. The need to counterbalance his growing ties with the Red Association by deepening his relationship with the Terrans and the Rubarthans also played a factor. His personal assistant had already scheduled a meeting with the Inferno Spear. This would be the first time that Vase spoke directly with an actual prince of one of the largest human empires to exist. Even if the new Rubarth Empire had been castrated by the Big Two, that did not stop it from becoming a major player. Its cultural norms had spread far and wide. Many people admired the Rubarthans for their proactivity and their commitment to meritocracy. Unlike the Terran Confederation where one's birth decided one's station in life, every Rubarthan could theoretically rise to the top no matter their starting point. While the infamously large and expansive Rubarthan imperial household served as a notable exception to this rule, even its many princes had to compete amongst themselves in order to prove they deserved to wield actual power. The Inferno Prince was one of the descendants that the Star Emperor was most proud of, and that was a major accomplishment considering that there were thousands more princes that were vying for the same honor. Vase frankly felt horribly underprepared to talk directly with such a powerful leader. Minister Sheddarin Pernus and his team were doing the best they could to prepare for this important undertaking, but they were woefully ill-equipped to do a proper job. Still, Vase did not really worry too much that he would commit a faux pas or cause unnecessary offense during the upcoming virtual meeting. What truly mattered was his relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. So long as he retained her favor, the other Rubarthans would not dare to mess around. This was why he did not feel unnecessarily weighed down by the time he moved down to the hyper chamber. Once he passed through the entrance of the high-tech compartment, he wondered whether it was worthwhile to upgrade it yet again. Nah, there is no urgency to upgrade its capabilities. Vase threw the thought out of his mind and engaged the connection to the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. Nothing unexpected happened. Despite falling out of contact for over a week, the permissions hadn't changed, so the hyper chamber soon built up a remarkably precise and high-fidelity simulation of an office environment. A familiar woman dressed in a noticeably dressier business outfit awaited by the side. "Welcome back, Professor. It's good to see you again, Miss Stryker." Vase nodded in her direction. "Before we begin to go over my upcoming class, I'm sure you Terrans want to talk to me about other matters. Has Master Layla Rebecca DeVos requested for me to meet with her once again?" "That is not the case," Alexa responded in a more formal and officious tone. "The Terran Alliance is deeply interested in starting up a dialogue with you, but it takes time to ensure the best possible outcome. For now, I shall act as the point person between you and my colonial state. If you wish to make a request that isn't large enough to require the input of a senior leader, we can fulfill it without any unnecessary delay. That sounds great. I don't have any particular requests at the moment. Well, that might not be true. I can guess that my courses have become a lot more popular than before. I don't want my newfound popularity to disrupt my classes and interfere with the teaching process. Those kids signed up to learn how to navigate the frontier and design living mechs. They should not suffer any setbacks in their attempts to become the best possible mech designers. Vase still cared a lot about passing on his knowledge and did his part into preparing the next generation of mech designers for their future duties and responsibilities. Seeing the Red Kingdom emerge from the original kingdom of mechs had a profound effect on his attitude towards his profession. He especially felt pained by the fact that the polymath had come close to corrupting its pure essence. Vase gained a whole new respect and appreciation for the profession of mech design and all of the people who endeavored to keep it alive and vibrant over the centuries. The teaching process was a sacred and necessary ritual that played a vital role in keeping the kingdom alive. Vase felt more fulfilled at the prospect of being able to take part in it. He wanted to unlock the potential of as many aspiring mech designers as possible in order to honor the sacrifices of the progenitors of mechs. His teaching assistant nodded in understanding. We have received an excessive amount of requests to reconsider the enrollment of your courses. We are even receiving requests for transfers from students outside of the Eden Institute just to be able to get into your classes. The dean has already tasked me with asking you whether you are open to holding all of your classes in the same auditorium where you conducted your first lecture. This way, you can pass on your teachings to thousands of earnest students at once. While it was incredibly beneficial for Vase to strike while the iron was hot and start building up his influence among so many mech design students, he knew that the majority of these kids probably weren't that interested in the contents of his courses. They would have applied for his courses a lot sooner if that was the case. Vase shook his head. I don't want to turn every class into a massive spectacle. That will add too much stress and distractions in my life. I just want to keep this simple for the time being. No new enrollments and no additional visitations, please. Very well. I shall notify the dean and the relevant personnel and make sure that you will not be disturbed. With that out of the way, the two could proceed to talk about a more general topic. Is it true that we can all start to cultivate by swallowing one of your new fruits, but only if we possess the right talent? Vase directed a curious look at her. You are remarkably well informed. I have my connections. Well, what you have learned is true, but only up to a point. E-energy radiation will ensure that everyone will develop the same talent. The only problem is that uncontrolled mutations induced by exotic radiation might also produce other changes that are less desirable. Personally, I think that acquiring a companion spirit might be able to prevent these mutations from happening, but I don't have any solid proof to back up this theory. The Red Association has also rejected any possibility of turning my companion spirit fruits into a universal good. Only warlords and warfighters are supposed to be eligible to earn these valuable fruits. That was not entirely true, but there was no need for Vase to inform her that the Larkinsons could consume the fruits without limit. The young lady looked disappointed. I see why the Mechers are confident that everyone will cooperate with the new elites program. Does that mean that I cannot obtain a companion spirit fruit directly from the source? Vase firmly shook his head. The Mechers expressly forbade all trades. Don't even think about it. You need to follow the same rules as everyone else. The only way you will be able to earn a precious fruit is to volunteer for a deep strike operation. In fact, I am thinking about taking part in a deep strike operation myself in the near future. I'll try my best to sign up for the first possible opportunity to pass through the Greater Beander Gate. What? That is dangerous. It is. 1 a.m. No stranger to danger. You should know the curriculum of my Frontier Wisdom course well enough to understand why I have to do this. The rights and privileges bestowed to proven warlords are amazing. I can't even tell you about all of the possible rewards that I have heard about because they are just that amazing. Alexa still looked shocked and abhorred at Ves's casual revelation of his intention to actually lead a force into the depths of alien space. The Tier 3 galactic citizen took the risks way too lightly. The man was bound to attract a huge amount of hostility from the alien defenders due to his reputation alone. Unfortunately, Alexa also knew him well enough that he was extremely unlikely to reconsider this decision. The man rarely backed down from challenges, especially when there were huge rewards on the line. In hindsight, the Fist of Defiance's Deep Strike plan was a natural fit to this brave but reckless pioneer. This was both his charm and an enormous source of frustration. "Professor Larkinson, we are always available to help," Alexa quickly spoke. "If you are in need of bolstering your Deep Strike fleet with additional first-class multi-purpose mechs, the Terran Alliance is happy to oblige. We are willing to discuss greater cooperation with you, such as assigning our expert pilots or even ace pilots to your fleet. You can never be too careful when you only have one chance to survive this dangerous operation." That sounded like an incredibly generous offer. The Blue Jay fleet was already a force to be reckoned with even if Vase removed the formidable warships from the picture. What could Vase do with several hundred Terran first-class multi-purpose mechs at his disposal? He could launch attacks on much more fortified alien holdings. He could fend off considerably more powerful alien retaliation attacks. He might even be able to hunt down an actual phase whale. Of course, the Terrans probably wouldn't provide all of that assistance for free. He might have to give up a huge share of the spoils. The Red Association would also assign a much more challenging mission to his coalition in order to make it fairer for everyone. Still, the benefits far exceeded the downsides. It was better to have too much firepower than not enough of it. The risks of conducting a deep strike operation would become significantly reduced if there weren't as many defending aliens that could threaten his safety. "You know what, I might take you up on your offer," he responded. "We can talk about this later when the Red Association has published more information about what is in store for everyone who is thinking about signing up for a deep strike operation. As long as it is acceptable for us to join forces, I would be happy to fight alongside Terran mechs." "That is good to hear, Professor. I will need to bring this proposal up to my superiors in order to confirm whether they are willing to make this arrangement with you, but I do not anticipate that they will say no. Both of us can mean a lot to each other." Vase was already thinking about whether he could form a similar arrangement with the Rubarthans. They certainly wouldn't want to be left out of the party once they heard about this deal. Perhaps Vase might be able to rope in the fleeters as well. Chapter 5263 Second Frontier Wisdom Lecture. The week-long interruption of classes initially disappointed the students. Much had changed since then. The significance of being a student of one of Professor Vase Parkinson's had skyrocketed all of a sudden. A lot of news and rumors started to emerge surrounding the mysterious conference that Professor Parkinson had apparently been invited to attend. None of the Terran expected that some of the most explosive stories about what happened during the event organized by the survivalist faction centered around their professor of all people. Ordinary students who didn't have any special connections such as Klaus Rabar Fulton initially doubted the veracity of these crazy tales. He did not know his professor well, but he found it difficult to accept that a second-class senior mech designer could confront the likes of the star designer or sway the opinions of the majority of the mechers in attendance. Many other classmates assumed this stance as well, but they found it increasingly harder to maintain their original attitudes when the people around them drastically changed their own behavior. The more well-connected students such as Ryan Shuku of the Shuku Ancient Clan and Gabriel Sekar of the Rising Sekar Clan started to talk about Professor Parkinson in a much more reverent and respectful tone whenever he came up in a conversation. The Eden Institute suddenly received a lot of different grants from various different Terran's clans that previously had nothing to do with the school. The Devos Ancient Clan quadrupled the security forces overnight. Whereas the campus was previously guarded by a relatively ordinary second-echelon guard mech unit, several elite mech units that were ordinarily reserved for special operations hastily transferred to New Constantinople 8. Their assistance turned out to be helpful. The more menacing first-class multi-purpose mechs quickly commenced their aggressive patrols in order to deter and drive back the growing crowd of onlookers with their fierce-looking armaments. The most annoying change of circumstance for the students was the messages and personal solicitations that started to overtake them all of a sudden. Klaus found it different to reject the requests to bring up specific proposals to Professor Parkinson and such. The identities of many of the people and organizations that wanted to use his access to the recently promoted Tier 3 Galactic Citizens classes were so great that it was never a good idea to offend them in any fashion. Fortunately, the Eden Institute recognized the dangers fairly soon and quickly stepped in to stop any inappropriate behavior and solicitations. Master Ela Rebecca DeVos personally summoned every student to the auditorium in order to present a new set of rules that were solely designed not to bother Professor Parkinson and the students who enrolled for his classes. Each student that approached people like Klaus for the purpose of passing on a message to Professor Parkinson automatically got flagged by the university's monitoring system. As long as the transgression was great enough, the offender might get booted out of the campus outright. The less well-off students who were not equipped to communicate with powerful parties like Klaus could apply for a communications block. This would let the Eden Institute take complete control over their external communications, thereby allowing it to filter out any undesirable requests and solicitations before they ever arrived at their comm modules. If that was not enough to sink in the fact that Professor Parkinson had suddenly turned into a big shot overnight, the Eden Institute utilized a good proportion of the recent windfalls to rapidly renovate and upgrade all of the classrooms and workshops where he would teach his classes. As the date of the first class since the professor's brief hiatus finally arrived, Klaus dressed himself up with a set of handmade tailored smart clothing that had been provided by the school free of charge. He had to admit that he looked a lot more refined than before. He might even be able to pass off as a member of one of the powerful clans. It all seemed surreal to him. Even though he had nothing to do with all of the frenetic activity aside from signing up to all 3 courses taught by Professor Parkinson, he nonetheless found himself close to the center of the vortex. His stress levels were rising as he grew a lot more worried about screwing up in front of a mech designer who had apparently stood up to the polymath herself and managed to come away victorious. "Relax, Klaus," Polina said as she tried to reassure her friend. "We have already seen what the professor is made of. He is unlikely to change into a different beast in the week that he was gone. Once he shows up in front of us again, I think he will fall into the same habits again." I don't know if you are right. Too much had changed around them. The lecture hall superficially looked the same, but it had received a lot of refinements in the form of better security, more sophisticated-looking furniture, higher quality projection systems and many other touches. Polina came in wearing a designer suit that complemented her appearance nicely while also making her look more professional. She was hardly the only one to dress herself up, as hundreds of other students had all made a conscious effort to present themselves in the best possible light. A few minutes before the lecture was about to begin, his teaching assistant entered from a side entrance. The lady, who was not that much older than the students, strode to the center on heels that clacked against the floor and swept everyone with a gaze that managed to scorch everyone regardless of their identities. This immediately put a lot of different individuals on high alert. "Before we begin, let me reiterate the rules that you must abide by. You have enrolled to receive lessons and instruction from Professor Parkinson. That has not changed. You are not here to solicit his opinions about the decisions he has made or beg him to reveal any of the secrets he has learned during the conference. You will not speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel unless it is relevant to the current subject matter or if the professor specifically asks for your input. Do not think that you can get away with unacceptable behavior because you are being backed by an ancient clan or an influential master mech designer. There are soldiers standing guard outside that will not hesitate to escort you away from the premises if you cross the line. This is your only warning." It was clear that the Eden Institute was highly invested in providing a welcome and controlled environment for their latest star professor. Once Miss Stryker was done with her brief reminder, the advanced physical projection systems came to life. The infamous second-class mech designer that had apparently played a massive role during the conference had finally returned to resume his teaching duties. At first glance, the professor did not look all that much different from last week. This took a lot of students by surprise, though they managed to do a good job at hiding actual reactions. Klaus found it profoundly strange and ironic that the Eden Institute had gone through so much effort to implement so many changes and improvements, only for the target to return to work exactly the same as before. "Good morning, Terrans." "Good morning, Professor." The students politely reciprocated the greeting. The second-class senior smirked before he began to explain his new lesson plan. "I originally had a different lecture plan in mind, but with everything that has happened as of late, I think it is better if I frame this session around recent events. Frontier Wisdom is not a course that is mainly centered around stale theories and tedious memorization. It is about applying an approach towards your life and career that should hopefully put you in a much better place than before. Given that the Red Association along with various other sources has released bits of information of what transpired during the conference, I think it might be fun to make use of this event as a case study on how to apply the lesson that I have previously taught. Can anyone summarize the 3 rules that I have presented in my inaugural lecture?" A lot of hands raised in the air. The professor selected one at random. The eager student rose up and answered as succinctly as possible. "Sir, the first rule that you have taught is that you should never let your fate be decided by others. You should always try to be the one to save yourself. The second rule is that trust is rare and precious. You must value it when you can establish genuine trust with another party. The third rule is that everyone around you is mainly interested in advancing their own interests. They will not go out of their way to sacrifice their own gains in order to benefit you. The only way to maximize your own interests is to fight for it yourself. In general, your lesson emphasizes the importance of self-reliance and reducing your vulnerability to any allies that might turn on you because of profit. That was an impressive answer. The student not only recited the rules in his own words, but also added enough comments to show he truly figured out the underlying basis and intent. The professor grinned to show his appreciation for this answer. That is an excellent reply. Understanding this should explain much of what transpired during the final day of the conference and why I have made certain decisions. We will only frame this discussion to the information that is publicly known. I am sure that quite a few of you have far better channels than your other peers, but let us keep anything confidential out of the picture, shall we? I do not want you to get in trouble because you revealed information that you shouldn't. That was a severe restriction that prevented the students from understanding the complete picture, but it couldn't be helped. The polymath was still a hero and an object of admiration for red humanity, and that was how it was supposed to be in order to keep up morale. Professor Larkinson soon projected 3 different documents that outlined the basic and simplified summaries of all 3 plans that were supposedly under consideration. I am sure that you have already heard much about the 3 proposals put forward by the xenotechnician. The Fist of Defiance and the polymaths became available to the public. Each of them are designed to shift red humanity into action and defeat the native aliens that are trying to wipe us out. There are strong differences between every plan. They not only differ by methods, but also represent 3 very different ideologies. Let's leave all of that complicated stuff aside and think about how it affects you on a personal level. Of the 3 plans, which one intrudes on your life and freedom the most? The Unity Plan, Professor. Correct. It is undeniable that this is the most intrusive and far-reaching plan out of the 3. The entire premise rests on a set of assumptions that do not sit well to anyone who abides by the rules that I have taught. The most egregious aspect about this arrogant proposal is that it deprives everyone of a lot of autonomy. The polymath might be smart enough to assign the most optimal set of rights and responsibilities to every group and individual, but what if she is wrong? Everyone is fallible. Even star designers are still beset by the human flaws that they have sought to eliminate. This means that the Unity Plan pretty much flies in the face of all of my 3 rules. No one with any decent sense should have voted in favor of this expansive set of reforms. Celine de Ventura raised her colorfully manicured hand. If that is the case, why did it gain momentum in the early phases of the voting session? A look of contempt appeared on Vess's face. That is because there were enough dummies among the delegates with voting rights who don't possess an inkling of frontier wisdom. They have grown up in an entirely different environment. They have grown up becoming dependent on others for their entire lives. They have always looked up to one superior after another so that they automatically favor any proposal that ostensibly puts the best qualified candidate in charge. Let's discuss how mistaken they are and what they did wrong. Chapter 5264 Castigating Star Designers. The lesson was surprisingly informative. Not only did Professor Larkinson weave his previous lesson into the narrative of the conference, but he was also candid about his motivations behind his decisions. That surprised students such as Klaus the most. They never thought that they had any chance of reaching this level of decision-making in their lives. This was the sort of lesson that aspiring politicians and heads of states would kill to attend. Instead, the professor was bearing much of his own analysis and thought process in front of 250 future mech designers or businessmen. Still, given that Vase Larkinson was a mech designer himself, he was living proof that it was never a luxury for these students to learn how to handle themselves in junctions where they were in the rare position to decide the future of red humanity. Much of red humanity have grown up in fairly comfortable and civilized environments that are defined by centuries of peace and prosperity. The professor told them all. This means that they have grown up while internalizing a set of rules that allows them to optimally navigate a peaceful and prosperous environment. The problem with that is that they are ill-equipped to handle situations where these conditions no longer apply. War will soon be upon us all. The rules have changed, and if we are to survive, we must adapt. What many people disagree on is how we should change. The polymath's Unity Plan has its good points, but it puts too much power in the hands of a single leader. You can look back on human history to figure out why developing an excessive dependency on a single point of failure has never ended well for everyone involved. The Terrans were especially opposed to the reforms pushed by the Unity Plan. It was almost universally reviled throughout the Terran Alliance. This was also why the Terrans had developed a sudden liking for Professor Larkinson. While the exact story about his involvement was not quite clear to the general public, it was certain that he had played a small but fairly influential role in defeating the polymath's overly expansive and intrusive master plan. Let me be honest with you. The professor continued. I did not expect my contributions to vault me to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. I did not expect to have an actual say during the voting session. However, when these realities had been thrust into my lap, I rolled with the situation and took advantage of the situation to represent my own interests. It was fortunate that I did so, because there were way too many delegates that had a very different interpretation of the facts and the consequences of their decisions. A new projection appeared that showed 3 different hierarchical structures. The unity plan became highlighted first. In theory, this one offers the greatest clarity and the least amount of waste. There is one ultimate authority on top that everyone else must answer to. So long as an extremely clever and highly prepared leader such as the polymath takes charge, everything should go right. That is what a disturbing amount of Mechers thought, but I thought differently. What is the single most important reason that such a leadership structure should concern everyone? Many hands rose in the air. Vase decided to give the word to Ryan Shuku. The greatest source of concern to many people is lack of trust. Ryan answered in a clear but also careful tone. It was never a good idea to criticize a star designer directly. There is no counterbalance in this hierarchical diagram. The term for the sovereign is supposedly unlimited. It is unclear how a different person can replace the current leader after a term or if there is demand for change. There are no legislative chambers or courts that could divide the leader's power and keep each other in check. There are no means to stop the leader from abusing all of that power. In summary, the entire unity plan can only work if the tyrant has enough force to prevent serious challenges and is able to indoctrinate enough people to support this flawed hierarchy despite all of its flaws. That is a good dissection of the unity plan's greatest flaw. Still, if anyone could have pulled it off, then the polymath is probably the best candidate if we use an objective measure. It is only the assumption that she would handle her duties in a responsible manner and that she will refrain from abusing her position to advance her own personal interests as opposed to the people she supposedly serves. The fact of the matter is that I do not trust her to hold my best interests, and it is not a stretch to think that she does not think highly of your interests either. No one disagreed with the professor on this point. What I also find objectionable about her plan is that it treats everyone as if they were children. Much of humanity had already been deprived of a lot of rights when the Big Two rose up and reduced every star nation into reduced states. What the polymath sought to do was to take over even more control over decisions that should actually be determined by ourselves. We should be able to choose where we live, who we work for, how we spend our money and more. That is an intrinsic aspect of what makes us human and so successful throughout the years. The unity plan encroaches way too much on these basic rights and seeks to prevent us from making stupid and wasteful decisions. What does this say about the creator of this plan? All of the students who were previously eager to raise their hands and demonstrate their quick thinking had become remarkably mum at this time. Even Klaus did not have the guts to voice his opinion even though he had clear opinions about this subject matter. The professor smirked at this unusually quiet display. He did not look like he faulted his students for their discretion. All right, since no one appears to have any clue, then let me answer my own question. The polymath doesn't trust anyone but herself. I am not a psychologist or anything, so I won't comment on how it must frustrate her to be surrounded by so many less intelligent people all of the time that frequently make suboptimal choices. What is certain is that her blueprint of red humanity essentially sends the message that she cannot trust us all to make good decisions that promote red humanity's survival, so she must make all of the important decisions on our behalf. Whether she is right to consider us all stupid, what about her? What if she is burdened by her own set of flaws? How can we trust her to be the only truly knowledgeable, impartial and incorruptible individual out of our entire civilization? This was another question that was not convenient for anyone to answer. We can't, the professor said seriously. To me, she turned out to be no better than the rest of us. Her responses to certain developments have proven this assumption. This is also the reason why her base of support has collapsed all of a sudden. Ultimately, I think the unity plan might have gained more acceptance if the polymath treated herself as our equal. If she did, she would have respected our input more and appointed more of us to positions of power that could keep her in check. Of course, that was completely unacceptable to the star designer as we must seem like Neanderthals in her eyes. The professor spoke a bit more about the Unity plan. Klaus didn't feel comfortable how the man was willing to criticize and castigate one of the most powerful humans of red humanity with few restraints. It made his listeners profoundly uncomfortable as they all feared whether they might get into trouble with the polymath or her supporters one day. Still, there were way more benefits than downsides to maintaining their attendance to the professor's courses. None of them had any intention of backing out and missed what may be their only opportunity to get close to one of red humanity's future leaders. While it was anything but certain whether Professor Larkinson would be able to maintain his incredible momentum, what if he succeeded? This might be the only chance for someone with poor opportunities like Klaus to enter the big leagues. He briefly swept his gaze around him. A lot of other students probably had the same idea. Even the scions of powerful clans might not be opposed to abandoning their original ambitions so that they could develop a close relationship by a mech designer who was just 2 steps removed from reaching the ultimate tier of galactic citizenship. Klaus clenched his fist. The competition to earn the professor's favor had already begun. He needed to find ways to stand out and excel in his own way so that he could successfully catch Vase Larkinson's attention. This semester was his only chance to transform his life. The upside to enrolling to all 3 of the professor's courses was that Klaus had many more opportunities to show his face. However, the downside of doing this was that Klaus would have no way to intersect into the man's path after the semester was over. Klaus did not think that the professor would appreciate it if Klaus failed to earn a passing grade and had to redo the course all over again. Alright, that is enough about the polymath and her Unity plan. Professor Larkinson eventually concluded this part of his lecture. Let's move on to the alternative that I could have cast my vote upon. Perhaps I would have done so if the circumstances were different. Of all of the 3 proposals, the diplomacy plan is the most grounded and least intrusive one. It does not impose a lot of unwelcome changes to our society. That sounds great, right? Not a single student held any enthusiasm towards the diplomacy plan. Just because it was a much more acceptable alternative to the Unity plan did not mean that people had to like the radical change in policy with regards to alien relations. Vase let out a sigh. Aside from the enthusiasm gap, there are 2 fundamental problems with the xenotechnician's blueprint. The first is that it asks every red human to abandon one of our common ideals and sources of pride. We have always considered ourselves to be stronger and more superior than the aliens around us. While it may sound like self-delusion, the pride and courage that wells up in our hearts are very real. Without the confidence and conviction to go all out in our fight against the aliens, how can we retain any spine when we enter into any serious conflict with our existential enemies? The xenotechnician has spent so much time trying to understand different alien races that he may have lost sight of what it means to be a human. Did this guy not care about how his opinions about the star designers might leak and spread among the rumor circles? How could he speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with so little respect and assume he could get away with his remarks? Aside from going against what makes us all humans, the diplomacy plan also contains another major flaw that is much more relevant to the lesson that I have taught. I can understand why the xenotechnician is willing to entrust the cosmopolitans of all people with the responsibility to forge friendly ties between red humanity and receptive alien races. However, this star designer puts way too much trust in a group of people that have proven to be selfish, unreliable and outright treacherous on many occasions. The looks on many of the students' faces showed that they agreed with the professor's assessment of the cosmopolitans. Just because our circumstances have changed does not mean that the cosmopolitans have suddenly turned into angels. If the xenotechnician entrusted the work to a proper group of diplomats with more reputable backgrounds, then that would have addressed this giant flaw. It's a pity that the xenotechnician is so eager to maximize the success rate of his plan that he has put insufficient weight on the question of whether the cosmopolitans will actually abide by their promises. Never put your fate in other people's hands, especially if they are a bunch of deranged fanatics who have a history of treachery. Chapter 5265 Attacking a God Pilot. Well, that's it about the diplomacy plan. Vase concluded his perspective on the xenotechnician's proposal. Given how terrible it is, you might assume that I wholeheartedly embraced the deep strike plan. You would be wrong. It is marked by its own flaws. As a plan devised by a God pilot, it should be no surprise that it is just a more sophisticated way of telling everyone to go out and kill as many aliens as possible. The only clever parts about it is that it provides incentives for people to play along and adds a strategic outlook that seeks to strike where the aliens are weak. Other than that, this plan rests on incredibly shaky grounds. It relies on assumptions that might not come true, such as being able to convert the greater Beander gate into a deep strike delivery mechanism. After more than an hour of explaining his thoughts in a remarkably candid manner, his lecture had thoroughly shocked his audience. The students all did a good job at maintaining a proper image, but Vase could easily tell that many of them were shell-shocked by how much direct criticism they heard against the faction leaders of the survivalist faction. The fact that Vase did not intend to let off the fist of defiance that he supposedly backed after ruling out the other alternatives was yet another shocking development. Vase knew quite well what he was doing. He did not really care at all whether his words crossed a few lines. He had become way too important to let inconsiderable remarks be the cause of his downfall. He gave up on a lot of exclusivity when he presented innovations such as companion spirits and the transcendence glow to the Red Association. However, the trade-off was that the Mechers intended to rely so much on his work that he had become an indispensable figure in their eyes. What also made him feel at ease was the knowledge that the faction leaders were not narrow-minded enough to punish Vase if he insulted them in any way. They were far too famous and prominent to avoid criticism. Just because most people had the sense not to say nonsense did not mean that everyone abided by this wisdom. Still, even a Tier 3 galactic citizen like Vase could get away with remarks like these because the top leaders of Red humanity had better things to do with their time. What Vase was doing amounted to more than voicing his displeasure at the leaders of the survivalist faction. One of the reasons why he did not hesitate to talk critically was because he wanted to make clear that he had not fallen in lockstep with the survivalists and the Mechers. He needed to convey a clear separation between himself and the Red Association without being too direct about it. He also wanted to communicate to the Terrans and hopefully the Rubarthans that his agreements with the Mechers did not prevent him from cooperating with others. Voicing his criticisms was a good way to send this multi-layered message. Vase had no doubts that the full recording or a transcript of it would spread around and fall into the hands of a lot of interested parties. These people should all be clever enough to figure out his true intentions. That should hopefully lay the groundwork for future cooperation. Of course, just because he had ulterior motives in mind did not mean he neglected the actual lesson. He truly wanted these students to derive useful insights from his critical analysis of all three plans. The Deep Strike plan is not a good plan in my opinion. Vase plainly said. Others might say otherwise, and that is their right, but I see it as the least bad option out of a collection of awful options. This is reality. Ideal solutions are all too rare. The only way you can cope with a problem is to settle for the most acceptable compromise. The Fist of Defiance at least managed to get that right, which is a remarkable accomplishment considering that for all of their intelligence, the two star designers dragged down their own plans by making awful and outright unacceptable trade-offs. One of the biggest reasons why Vase had lost a lot of respect for these amazing designers was because they were insufferably arrogant about the fact that they were right. I will let you in on a little secret. Even the greatest designers among us can still make mistakes. Human behavior is one of the most complex subjects that you can model. Only a truly omniscient being can properly account for every variable. For all of their awesome power and design capabilities, the xenotechnician and the polymath are still too far away from reaching this point. Their calculations are all based on incomplete data and faulty assumptions. Even star designers cannot escape the concept of garbage in, garbage out. The polymath is especially prone to this kind of mistake. Nobody in the lecture hall knew the star designers well enough to determine whether these words of criticism were true. They weren't really interested in investigating any further. Vase inwardly shook his head at the sight. He felt a little disappointed that none of his students exhibited any courage at this time. They were all thinking about how to avoid as much trouble as possible. While Vase did not blame these students for trying to minimize their own risks in a society where a single mistake could doom their entire careers, he still found it sad that they couldn't freely share their own opinions. Oh well, I am sure you understand the flaws and shortcomings of the Deep Strike plan well enough now. He continued his lecture. What makes this proposal a little more acceptable than the others is that it aligns with the human heart and that it does not unreasonably invest too much power in a small group of people. A student raised a hand. Professor, what do you mean by aligning with the human heart? I am talking about morale. People are not unfeeling automatons that will automatically do what they are told to. Their performance is largely affected by how much confidence they have in their society, their leaders and their chances of winning. This is a quality that is all too often underestimated by insular decision-makers who have never ventured beyond their ivory tower. The Fist of Defiance is a god pilot, which means he is able to learn the importance of morale over the course of many battles. What is also important is that he believes that human power can overcome every opposing force, especially in the Age of Dawn where exotic radiation can make many dreams come true. There is great potential in all of us, and the Fist of Defiance is the only leader who expressly relies on this advantage to chart a course towards victory. There was nothing better than to throw soldiers into the meat grinder while telling them that their escape route was no longer available. Whenever mech pilots got cornered while being subjected to intense pressure, their chances of breaking through shot through the roof. However, the other major advantage of the Deep Strike plan is that it largely preserves the autonomy and the division between different states and organizations. Of course, the new Elites program significantly complicates this situation. The Fist of Defiance is gracious enough to let everyone keep their autonomy and most of their rights. The demand he has made on all of us is that we step up and seriously participate in the war against the native aliens. I don't mind this because it is a necessary measure. If no one is forcing us to fight against a large number of enemy warships, few of us would have volunteered to fight. At least this plan allows us to muster up our forces and choose what kind of action we want to get involved in by ourselves. That made it a lot more tolerable. People could even choose to reject this obligation outright. Of course, these cowards would have no recourse if braver warlords came and took away the majority of their holdings. Much of the resources of Red humanity had to be spent on resisting the native alien races. If any groups refused to do so, then they needed to vacate their assets and allow others to come in and leverage these resources better. Suffice to say, this threat did not go well with many parties. Their existing power bases and expensive investments all came under enormous risks if they failed to dance to the Fist of Defiance's tune. It just dawned on Vase that this was another form of coercion. While it was not as direct as an outright takeover, it was still a threat that forced unwilling people into action. However, Vase recognized that it was a necessary and even justified act. When the lives and safety of so many people were at stake, the people had an obligation to take up arms and fight no matter what they thought. I think the Fist of Defiance actually possesses the greatest understanding of people out of the leaders of the survivalist faction. Vase said, "Does that mean he is an ideal leader? Hardly. He is a god pilot. If such powerful figures are anything like expert pilots and ace pilots, it is that he is incredibly stubborn about the matters he cares about. It is nearly impossible to compromise with these stubborn fools. Everyone else constantly has to be careful about getting dragged into a powerful warrior's personal crusade. Is the Deep Strike plan truly about saving humanity by going on the offensive, or is it just a half-baked excuse for the god pilot to throw the strongest punch at the native aliens before we inevitably succumb in this impossible war? I think the true answer lies somewhere in between." Vase knew that the Deep Strike plan was actually a desperate throw at ramping up the power of Red humanity against a more distant threat. If defeating the locals of the Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy was the only concern, then the Fist of Defiance didn't need to go that far to push so many mech pilots to their limits. The actual threat in his eyes originated from the distant golden glow that was visible in many different skies. Vase began to wrap up his lecture now that he had shared his thoughts on the Deep Strike plan. He did not reveal much about his personal involvement in the proceedings. There was no point in giving his students a more complete accounting on what occurred on that eventful day. Clap. All right, that wraps up my lesson today. Do any of you have any questions? You can ask about anything you like, though I cannot promise that I will satisfy your curiosity. For a moment, silence ensued as the students were all afraid of making a mistake. The topics brought up by Vase had put many of them on edge. Who knew what kind of trouble they might step into if they made the wrong step? Ryan Shuku eventually showed greater courage and initiative than his peers by asking the first question. "Professor, at the end of the conference, you cast your vote in favor of a plan that implicitly and explicitly empowers god pilots at the expense of star designers, counselors and many other existing authority figures. Doesn't this contradict your own rules? You are entrusting a large part of your future on the decisions of the Fist of Defiance and other god pilots who do not possess any advantages in politics, administration and statecraft. This sounds counterproductive." Vase looked impressed. This was indeed a factor that caused him to consider whether he had made the right decision at the time. "You are correct about this. I wouldn't have been as enthused about this plan if not for two reasons. First, I think that a lot of mech designers have amassed a lot of power without being able to wield it responsibly. I felt the need to rein them in before they misused their authority at my expense. Second, there are other factors that strongly lean on the other side. The status of warlord is not limited to mech pilots. People like myself can earn this status as long as I put my skin in the game. What matters is that this plan offers the most agency to me and anyone who seeks to gain more power and control. That largely aligns with the rules of frontier wisdom. If I have to choose between leaving my fate to others or taking matters in my own hands, I will always favor the latter. Chapter 5266 New Analytical Approach. When the lecture finally concluded, the students reluctantly left after Vase made it clear that he did not have the time to talk to them on an individual basis. He would be happy to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with the more promising students to see whether he could rope them into his orbit, but he had more pressing matters today. If not for the fact that he still prized his teaching position at the Eden Institute, he would have been handling more important matters at this time. Professor. The projection of Alexa Stryker walked up to him. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos wants to have a word with you. She has been waiting outside for several minutes now. Is it convenient for you to meet with her so that you can discuss matters of import? Vase glanced carefully at his teaching assistant. Ever since his return from the conference, he had noticed that the young apprentice mech designer conveyed a significantly different vibe from before. He used to regard her as a bright and intelligent Terran mech designer who managed to get lucky enough to enter the academic track. She was thoughtful, knowledgeable and sociable enough to be an excellent fit for the job. There had not been any cause for him to think she was more, until today. Vase had a lot more experience with interacting with first-raters than before. The week he spent at the conference had deeply immersed him into the world of the top first-raters that held considerable sway over human society. He not only expanded his horizons and got to know a lot of powerful first-raters, but he also became a lot more familiar with their social engineering practices. Right now, Alexa Stryker exhibited various signals and behavioral traits that reminded Vase of the young elites he met during the conference. She had more in common with highborn scions such as Kelly Herrera and Polak Naziri than a woman with a more ordinary Terran background. Even though every Terran citizen was technically a first-rater, there were still huge gaps between the top and the bottom. First-class citizens could be divided into many subclasses that all shared many similarities with each other while also finding it difficult to move up and down unless exceptional circumstances had occurred. Vase grew more and more suspicious at Miss Stryker's actual identity. He was afraid that the Terrans had already marked him out as special long before he unveiled most of his astonishing work at the Survivalist Conference. Was the Eden Institute in on this scheme? Vase found that unlikely. Miss Stryker may have been sent by a different Terran organization that developed a deeper interest in him at an earlier date. Why go through this effort? What were these Terrans after that necessitated the allocation of a young first-class mech designer who likely descended from one of the powerful Terran clans? Perhaps the Terrans had studied all of the notable battle footage of the Larkinson clan and developed an interest in glows and battle formations. That did not sound likely, though. The Rubarthans had access to the same information but never reached out as far as he was aware of. His status as a second-class senior mech designer meant that he still had a lot to prove before his design philosophy and his work earned enough credibility to be eligible for widespread adoption. There was another possible answer. Alexa's interest towards him may be due to shenanigans that occurred during one of his mastery experiences. The question now was whether Alexa's covert mission had come about due to a mastery experience that already occurred or one that he was meant to embark upon in the future. Vase already started to grow a headache as he thought about the latter possibility. The mental burden was too great. Perhaps it was best to keep it simple. Occam's razor. As far as he knew, there had only been one mastery experience where he had inhabited the mind of a Terran citizen. Axelar of the Strian ancient clan. He spoke out loud. His teaching assistant's eyes widened. She did not appear to put up any facade. She exhibited genuine surprise at his outburst, and did nothing to suppress this impulse. She wanted to lay her cards in the open and convey as much sincerity towards him as possible. Vase turned fully in her direction even as he utilized his cranial implant to look up information on the galactic net. A partial match. The first name was identical. The last name shared a vague resemblance but was not the same. Probability of subterfuge substantial. Fake name. The Strian ancient clan easily possessed the power to forge a false identity for the young lady. Visual comparison does not match. Height and build were roughly comparable, but variations in outfits could produce considerably different silhouettes. The faces shared a closer resemblance. Different applications of makeup as well as subtle facial surgery could easily make a woman indistinguishable from her previous appearance. Voices did not entirely match either, but specialized training paired with light modifications to vocal cords could easily produce major differences. Hypothesis: high likelihood that Alexa Stryker was related to his only mastery experience with a Terran mech pilot. Her reaction to the mention of his name strengthened this possibility. Hypothesis: Alexa Stryker was a member of the Strian ancient clan. Knowledge, wisdom and understanding of Terran high society exceeds what a civilian mech designer should know. Competence is unusually high. Estimated specifications of augmentations likely exceed the range that is attainable by average Terrans. Only a wealthy and established Terran organization could afford this level of training and augmentation. Hypothesis: Alexa Stryker was Alexa of the Strian ancient clan. First name an exact match. Likely chosen to minimize mistakes and avoid long-term identity dissociation. Could be an irrational decision driven by emotions. Serious flaw and vulnerability that could have exposed her deception in advance. Not a professional spy or infiltrator. Calabast would have given her a failing grade. Alarming observation: why the hell was Vase thinking like the polymath? Spent too much time among the survivalists. Learned and adapted their efficiency-oriented analytical approach. Has clear advantages. Data modeling was superior when compared to his intuition-based approach. Thinking more like a first-rater. Has clear flaws as well. Polymath's downfall was a clear warning about developing an over-reliance on observable and recordable data. Intuition not obsolete. One of humanity's strongest advantages. Must find a middle ground that could combine advantages of both. Possible future research project. Low priority. Need to get back on topic. Cannot let uncertainty continue. Must gather facts to confirm or disprove theory. Vase took a deep breath before he formed a proper sentence. You are the granddaughter of General Axelar Strian, previously of the Greater Terran United Confederation, now hailing from the Terran Alliance. Alexa did not show any sign that she intended to deny this accusation. She dropped all pretense of being a weak and diligent teaching assistant. Her demeanor grew more assertive and confident in a way that only highborn scions could convey with perfection. You are correct. I am indeed Alexa Strian. I intended to ease you into the truth over your next 2 classes, but I underestimated your observational skills. Your visit to the Survivalist Conference has changed you much more than I expected. I am impressed. May I ask whether you are still open to meeting with Master Layla DeVos? It is not polite to keep her waiting. Vase crossed his arms. I'm not interested in talking with the Dean at the moment. I am more interested in you and who is behind you. I think this discussion is more important. Alexa nodded in agreement. Very well. I have informed Master Layla DeVos to return at a later date. Let us hold this discussion in a more appropriate area. Your office is secure enough. The young lady soon teleported away. A second later, Vase experienced an illusion of getting teleported. What actually happened was that the hyper chamber stopped simulating the lecture hall and instead depicted the much smaller and more cramped office rooms situated elsewhere on the campus of the Eden Institute. The woman had already moved to sit down at her usual chair. A warm cup of green tea materialized on the desktop. She lifted up the cup and took a sip, the temperature being exactly right to stimulate her without crowding out the subtle flavors or scalding her tongue. Vase moved behind his desk and took his seat on a much more luxurious chair than the one in his main office. He needed to do something about that glaring difference. A Tier 3 galactic citizen deserved to rest on a better throne. How deep does this conspiracy go? Vase decided to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up first. Since when did the Terran Alliance plot against me? How many people are involved in this deception? Alexa raised her palm in innocence. This is not a conspiracy that is targeted against you. I admit that I have not been as forthcoming as I should. I did not want to overwhelm you with my identity or drive you away. I can tell you that this is my own initiative. While I kept my grandfather in the loop, he did not assign me a mission or told me to approach you under an assumed identity. I actually developed an interest in you a few months before you applied for a teaching position at the Eden Institute, but it was only after you sent your application that I intervened and engineered a circumstance that brought us together. Vase lowered his eyes. He always had a feeling that it was too good to be true. The Eden Institute probably would have rejected his application if not for Alexa's secret intervention. Though the Eden Institute was probably delighted that it had taken him on once he had proven himself, he still found it disappointing that he hadn't been able to get hired in the first place by relying on his own merits. He tried his best not to let his disappointment affect his judgment. He needed to be at the top of his game in order to navigate this delicate situation. What is your goal? Nothing nefarious, I can assure you. Alexa spoke as she tried to appear as forthright and reassuring as possible. My primary goal is to learn how to design a mech like that of my grandfather. Out of my exhaustive search of mech designers that have a record of developing comparable machines, you are at the top of my list. I sought to learn from you. I wanted to understand the secrets that allow you to design your iconic living mechs. My hope is that, if I learned enough from you, I may eventually be able to solve my grandfather's problem and loosen his bottleneck. What do you mean by that? Vase frowned. My grandfather is famed for piloting the Ouroboros. I am sure you can find many records on this famous ace mech on the galactic net. It has powerful qualities aside from the obvious, but its evolution has reached a bottleneck that prevents it from improving any further. My grandfather believes that it suffers from several major deficiencies that hold it back. I speculate that your design philosophy and some of your design solutions may be able to fill up the gaps. If that is not possible, then I hope to absorb your teachings and form my own design philosophy that should eventually be able to fulfill one of my ultimate goals. I see. Thank you for being honest. Let me think for a moment. Vase needed more data. He had made a conscious effort not to look into General Axelar Strian too much due to various reasons. That may have been a mistake. He began to scour the galactic net about any pertinent information about the famous Terran ace pilot and his celebrated ace mech. His old work had changed beyond recognition, but it still maintained the essence of the hero mech that he had hastily designed with the help of an autodesigner. Vase hated the design process of the Ouroboros. It was too automated. He was forced to cut too many corners. He hadn't been able to fabricate the mech properly. It shouldn't have been a surprise that the poor machine had started out defective. As Vase studied the footage of the Ouroboros in action, he noticed that as the years went by, its spiritual growth remained stunted for the most part. It was difficult to glean too many details from archival footage, but Vase could clearly see that the machine had never managed to outgrow its congenital defects. What a poor machine. Chapter 5267. Third way. Vase started to grow hot and nervous as two competing desires welled up in his mind. On the one hand, he wanted to transfer to the Tarask right away and request Admiral Tenson to travel to the Terran Alliance as fast as possible. He wanted to get his hands on the Ouroboros. The value of getting close enough to one of his past works was incalculable. As far as he was aware, the Ouroboros was the oldest surviving living mech that he had designed that was still in existence. What was even better was the fact that it was present in the Red Ocean, which meant it was within his reach. So long as he made an arrangement with the Strian ancient clan, it shouldn't be a problem for him to gain the chance to examine his old work from top to bottom. Of course, it was highly questionable how much of the old living mech still belonged to him. Axelar had clearly turned to a crowd of highly competent and experienced Terran mech designers to continually upgrade its design and technical specifications. After 100 years of growth and development, both Axelar and the Ouroboros had grown side by side until they shared little resemblance to who they were at the start of their journey. Vase did not feel too sad that other mech designers had come to change his work and made it closer to their ideals as opposed to his own. The Ouroboros badly needed to get upgraded over time, and since he was clearly not available, others had to step in and fill the void. The intervention of other mech designers did not necessarily do the Ouroboros any favors. Even as its technical design increased in power and capabilities, its spiritual development had barely made any progress. It might have even regressed as the design philosophies of other mech designers inevitably started to squeeze it into a corner. No matter how careful these powerful mech designers worked, it was impossible for them to restrain themselves completely. They were too powerful and too committed to their own design philosophies to be able to hold back forever. Vase could see how he could make a huge difference. It would entail ruining a lot of exquisite design arrangements of master mech designers who were much better versed in the craft than him, but this was an acceptable price to pay to transform the Ouroboros into a proper living mech. While he worked towards addressing the deficiencies of the Ouroboros, he could also examine all of its properties up close. The ace mech held great research value to Vase. As the oldest living mech in existence, it had grown so long that it had likely developed traits that ordinarily only showed up among other long-lived machines. Vase had never gotten his hands on a living mech so old. While mechs such as the Desolate Soldier and other surviving copies of his older works may be more than a decade old, they were ultimately teenagers, if he equated them to humans. The Ouroboros on the other hand was equivalent to a grandfather among living mechs. Though it was more precise to label it a highly defective and crippled grandfather, that did not change the fact that it had built up an enormous accumulation. Vase could learn so much if he was able to pick apart this rich accumulation. He would not only have a better idea of what occurred during the later stages of the evolution of a living mech, but he might be able to develop fantastic new design solutions that allowed him to introduce a portion of the best qualities of the Ouroboros to his newer works. However, before he could bring himself to make this request, his caution and rationality restrained his emotional desires. He couldn't afford to make any missteps here. Vase feared what might happen if he reunited with General Axelar Strian once again. Would the man find out the truth? Would he discover that Vase had somehow managed to travel back in time and occupy his mind and body for a time? The probability that this might happen was great. If Ryan Aiden had been able to figure out the truth, then a peak ace pilot with even better intuition and a powerful domain field should be able to make the same dedication. This was extremely dangerous. The impact of Ryan Aiden's discovery was limited because he was just a dwarf, but General Axelar Strian was one of the top figures of the Terran Alliance. The damage he could do if he learned the truth of that incident a long time ago was incalculable. While it wasn't necessarily the case that Axelar would try to harm or blackmail Vase once he discovered the truth, it still represented a vulnerability that was highly undesirable. Then again, the Destroyer of Worlds was aware of him as well. Vase did not particularly object to this, as Divine Irene Mox was a trustworthy and honorable god pilot who remembered the gratitude she owed towards him. It would go against her principles if she did anything that harmed his interests. The question now was whether Vase could extend the same form of trust towards General Axelar Strian. The way the two mastery experiences played out were very different. Vase had been a lot more open, direct and honest towards Irene Mox at the time. As for Axelar, Vase had not only been placed in a situation that was anything but ideal, but he had no clue that the former drug addict and wastrel would turn into one of the Terran Confederation's strongest leaders. In any case, the cases were different enough that Vase could not use his experiences with the Destroyer of Worlds to assume that General Axelar would respond in a similar fashion. No matter how friendly the Terrans appeared to him, Vase had to remind himself that they were not on his side. They had their own interests and concerns. They had a long history of plotting against others and getting plotted against. Dealing with them was always dangerous. Aside from fearing that General Axelar Strian might learn too much about Vase when they met with each other in person, Vase was also concerned about the implications of improving the Ouroboros. If he somehow managed to fix the old living mech and elevate it to a much greater height, then the ripple effects would be massive. Vase already figured out that the Ouroboros was the only reason why General Axelar Strian hadn't taken the plunge yet. If this condition changed, then two possible outcomes might occur once the powerful Terran leader finally started the mech-body merger process. The first possibility was that General Axelar Strian failed to complete this dangerous and risky process and ultimately perished at a time where the Terran Alliance needed as much strong leadership as possible. A fatal outcome would not only weaken the Terran Alliance, but also shift a huge amount of blame towards Vase. It didn't matter if he had done his best or that he had no ill intentions in mind. The Terrans would become really angry, and so would many other people who had high hopes for the god pilot candidate. The other possibility was a lot more beneficial to red humanity as a whole. If General Axelar Strian successfully crossed this perilous bridge and became a brand new god pilot, then their entire civilization gained another powerful protector. While that sounded great for most people, Vase would probably attract a lot more heat than before. His contributions and his actions during the Survivalist Conference had already turned up the heat to an uncomfortably high temperature. If it became known that his intervention essentially led to the rise of another god pilot, then all hell would break loose. He would never be able to travel anywhere anymore without heavy escort. The Red Humans would probably promote him to a Tier 1 galactic citizen and prohibit him from participating in a deep strike operation. Vase would lose much of his remaining freedom and autonomy because it was in the best interest of red humanity to keep him as safe and coddled as before. Though Vase was highly interested in getting in touch with his oldest work and earning actual credit for contributing a god pilot to society this time, the downsides were way too serious. Vase actually felt guilty and conflicted about this dilemma. He felt torn between his obligation to society and his selfish desire to preserve his own interests. He couldn't make up his mind on what he should do at this junction. The good news was that he did not need to make a definite decision right away. Red humanity was still in a fairly good state. Perhaps other god pilots would rise in the coming years that relieved the need for General Axelar Strian to undergo his ultimate apotheosis. In the meantime, Vase might be able to circumvent this undesirable dilemma by working towards a third solution. His gaze pierced into Alexa Strian's eyes. The young lady calmly sipped her cup of green tea as she waited for Vase to process his frantic thoughts. He had a third way to solve this problem. Alexa was the key. If he fulfilled her goal and taught her how to design living mechs, she could work out the problems of the Ouroboros on her own. It might take a few years or a decade for her to learn enough about living mechs, but red humanity should be able to persist well enough without another god pilot at its disposal. Vase started to smile. This was the best solution all considered. If Alexa's contributions ultimately led to her grandfather's ascension to god pilot, then this would turn into an internal matter of the Strian ancient clan. Young Alexa was much better equipped to handle all of the heat. Her ancient clan might even run interference by claiming that a bunch of other mech designers and experts had contributed to a successful solution. Besides, her grandfather, who had just become one of the most powerful warriors of the Terran Alliance, would be more than capable enough to protect her from third parties that sought to take advantage of her abilities. Meanwhile, Vase would undoubtedly attract a lot of heat as well due to being her teacher, but not to the same degree. He should be able to handle himself in this scenario. All right, Vase finally spoke out loud after several minutes of thinking. I have made a few decisions on how to go forward from here. I need to talk to you in person. I will find a way to separate myself from my expeditionary fleet and make my way over the new Constantinople system. To be honest, I have already been thinking about staying at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology for a time. It would be nice to actually teach my classes in person for once. This incident only strengthens my decision to visit your school. His answer elicited a notable reaction from the young lady. You are planning to visit the Eden Institute? We shall do our best to prepare for your arrival. What is the estimated date of arrival? I need to inform the school administration right away. I can't tell you an exact date. My current schedule has been almost completely upended due to recent events. I am still trying to deal with that stuff. It will probably take a few weeks or a few months before I enter the new Constantinople system. Make sure you are present and available. I shall make certain of that. What is the purpose of your visit? Pardon. Alexa looked confused. Yes, you. Vase said as his eyes burned in her direction. I intend to induct you as my apprentice. If I was a master mech designer, then you would be regarded as my first direct disciple. This announcement completely caught Alexa Strian off guard. She never expected for Vase to take this radical step just shortly after he discovered that he had been deceived. Why, Professor, I intend to pass on as many of my teachings to you as possible. Vase directly stated, the more you learn about living mechs, the closer you will come to fulfilling your goals. That is not only a benefit to me, but also a benefit to the Terran Alliance and ultimately red humanity as a whole. Is this acceptable to you, Alexa? I cannot make a decision right away. There are too many factors that complicate this situation. I need to get in touch with my grandfather and discuss your proposal in person. Vase grimaced at that. Don't waste too much time. The sooner you make a decision, the sooner we can make actual progress. I don't want to exaggerate or make any unsubstantiated remarks, but I have a strong feeling that I can turn you into the savior of the Terran Alliance. Tell that to your grandfather. I am curious to learn what he has to say in response. He knew that he had made a radical and impulsive decision, but he did not regret it at all. Bringing Alexa under his wing was the best possible way to handle the Ouroboros situation in his opinion. It would also be a great opportunity to develop closer ties with the Terrans and turn the Strian ancient clan into a solid ally. Chapter 5268. A difficult offer. Vase could barely believe that he had made such a radical decision. The consequences of going through with his intention of turning Alexa Strian into his apprentice were enormous. The Rubarthans were bound to dislike this action, and so would the Mechers to a lesser degree. A lot of analysts who had a habit of overthinking would definitely try to glean the political implications of this course of action once it became known. People might guess that Vase had started to favor the Terrans for whatever reason. Vase could do little about all of this outside speculation. He could only proceed forward and do his best to make the most out of this new situation. Shortly after Vase had revealed his intentions to Alexa Strian, the woman had just concluded a private correspondence with her grandfather and possibly a few other key figures. Professor Larkinson, she spoke as she did a remarkable job at maintaining her poise. You are correct about the need to talk in person. It is better to meet sooner rather than later. I cannot give you an immediate answer to your invitation. This is a matter of great significance, as it will cause our two clans to become associated with each other in a formal relationship. It is not so easy to sever these new ties once they have been formed. I understand. I believe that this is the best possible outcome for the both of us. I want to help you, Alexa. I want to help you be of service to your grandfather. I won't be able to turn you into a competent living mech designer overnight, but so long as you stay by my side and work with me for a few years, I am sure you will be able to learn all you need to develop your own variation of living mechs and break through to journeyman. The possible scenario presented by Vase sounded incredibly attractive to Alexa, but she possessed enough caution and rationality to restrain herself. There was no need to make any hasty decisions at this junction. She still had plenty of time to collect more information and perform a thorough analysis on whether it was a good idea to accept this unique offer. Is there anything else you would like to add? She asked as she kept a tight lock on her composure. Vase furrowed his brows. There is. It is very difficult for you to inherit my design philosophy when I haven't even realized it yet. I have come up with an alternate solution that might allow you to quickly get started with living mechs. You have heard about my companion spirits, right? Yes. It is a source of great promise, but has generated a lot of controversy among our community. Well, I intend to create a custom-designed spirit for you that will allow you to work with living mechs to a much better extent than you can accomplish by yourself. Alexa reacted with mild shock. Is that even possible? According to our sources, only warlords and warfighters are eligible to receive this reward. You will be breaking the rules set by the Red Association if you try to give me a companion spirit. Vase smirked in response. That is not entirely correct. As the inventor of companion spirits, I retain the right to hand out my own work to the members of the Larkinson clan. Do you see where I am getting at? As long as I induct you into my clan, I am legally allowed to bestow you with one of my companion spirits. That was not an action to be taken lightly. Different from companies or other organizations, clans were always tight-knit family organizations that weren't so easy to join or leave. The Larkinson clan might be unusual in that it openly recruited a huge number of outsiders. Almost none of its members had left and sought to join another organization. Alexa Strian was clearly a member of the Strian ancient clan. While she was still young and unproven, if she managed to make a lot of accomplishments and become a much better mech designer, her strategic value to her clan would definitely skyrocket. It would not be easy for Alexa to leave the Strian ancient clan and join a foreign clan. Perhaps the only reason why this option was not completely unreasonable was because there was great value in developing a closer and more permanent relationship with Professor Vase Larkinson. Joining your clan is permanent, correct? She asked. Vase nodded. That is generally the case, but I can change the rules of my clan anytime I want. Look, I don't mind it if I make use of a loophole by letting you become a Larkinson long enough to receive a companion spirit before you return to the Strian ancient clan. There is no need for you to remain a member of the Larkinson clan in order to receive my tutelage. However, I don't think the Red Association will find this acceptable behavior. The integrity of the new elites program must be maintained, so it is best to follow the letter as well as the spirit of the rules. In other words, if Alexa accepted this offer, she would have to live her life as a member of the Larkinson clan for the long haul. Perhaps the galactic climate might undergo a lot of changes in a few decades that would eventually allow her to sever any formal ties with the Larkinson clan and return to the Strian ancient clan. There was no guarantee that this might happen. There was a real possibility that Alexa would have to resign herself to assuming the identity of a Larkinson for the rest of her life. This was too big of a transition for her life. While the abrupt rise of Professor Vase Larkinson as a Tier 3 galactic citizen made this option a lot more palatable than before, Alexa was not enthused about separating herself from her family and her home state. I need time to contemplate this further, she said. That is okay. Vase responded in a gentler tone. You do not have to make your decision right away. Let's talk again when I have arrived at the Eden Institute. I need to go now. An issue has come up that I need to address right away. Once they said their goodbyes, the remote connection that allowed them to interact with each other disengaged. The hyper-chamber around Vase no longer simulated the office room at the Eden Institute. This also removed the physically projected office chair that he had just been resting on a moment earlier. Vase had already learned his lesson in a past incident. He had made sure to stand up before he fell onto the deck of the hyper-chamber that had just returned to its neutral setting. He quickly checked his schedule. An important meeting with General Verl and his Legion commanders was coming up. This was where he intended to discuss their future participation in a deep strike operation. He also intended to address the subject of making use of his ED-net quotas and bring up the availability of the new general cultivation elixirs with his expert pilots. All of this was vital to laying the groundwork for the Larkinson clan's partial transition to a serious first-class organization. His interactions with Alexa reminded Vase the need to expand his own power. He could not keep relying on third parties to maintain his safety and protect his own interests. Betrayal was always a possibility. If the Mechers ever thought they could get more value out of him by betraying their trust, there was a high probability that this would actually happen. This was not the fault of Jovi Armelon or the other Mechers that he had become acquainted with. They just thought on a different level than ordinary people. Vase frowned all of a sudden. Now that I think about it, my thinking and decision-making processes have become janky as of late. I am pretty sure I wouldn't have interacted with Alexa Strian in this fashion if I stuck to my old habits. He started to grow disturbed at how much he had changed since his return. He felt he had become unusually arrogant and disdainful towards the authorities that he once feared and respected. While he was sure that he had been repressing his real feelings for a long time, that was no reason for him to embrace the other extreme and speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel irreverently on so many matters. Vase abruptly narrowed his eyes as he left the hyper chamber. Had he become affected by mental or spiritual contamination? He did not feel anything wrong, but that was the insidious part about contamination. The victim never noticed the danger while he was being changed on a fundamental level. Though Vase did not believe there was any cause for alarm, it was better to check in person to see whether everything was still all right. He diverted to a small and empty office compartment that afforded him a bit of privacy before he started to look inwards. I've been avoiding this for far too long. I should have checked up on it much sooner. He took a deep breath before he entered the system space. His entire surroundings changed as he was mentally transported to an idyllic mountaintop environment. There was no time to appreciate the view. Vase raced towards the Vault of Eternity and checked its current contents. Amidst all of the junk that he had kept in storage, a single object was noticeably absent. What? Where is the crown? It was supposed to be right here. He just confirmed that the iron-resonant crucifix crown was safely stored inside the Vault of Eternity a few days ago. He emphatically recalled that he had not withdrawn the crown since that time. There were only 3 possible explanations. First, the system withdrew the crown for whatever reason. Second, Vase unconsciously took the crown out of storage. Third, the crown somehow managed to find its own way out of its cage. Vase quickly fixated on the last possibility. When he thought of how strong the crown was supposed to be and how it was intricately tied to the metal scroll, it became clear that relying on the system to restrain this dangerous symbol of authority was not the best idea. Damn it, I need to track it down before it does any further damage. He quickly climbed up the steps of the mountaintop and visited every stop along the way. There was no sign of the crown at the Divine Bazaar or the Tree of Possibilities. Vase grew more apprehensive as he came closer to the top. When he still found no trace of the crown, his imagination started to conjure up more alarming possibilities. His alarm continued to spike to greater heights as he approached the sacred temple. The chosen courtyard and the Pantheon still looked the same as ever. This only caused his mood to sink even further as there was only one location left where the crown might have holed up after escaping the Vault of Eternity. When Vase finally entered the central chamber where the sacred hearth was located, it became clear that the worst possibility had occurred. The crown had somehow managed to find its way to the representation of his divine core. 3 divine cores hovered inside the sacred hearth. 1 corresponded to himself, 1 corresponded to Blinky, 1 corresponded to Vulcan. Of the 3 crucial divine cores that represented his essence, the iron-resonant crucifix crown had somehow lowered itself on top of the developing hand of creation that represented his purest essence. The very sight chilled Vase to the core. Considering how extensively the crown had managed to corrupt an actual star designer, he did not look forward to becoming its latest victim. Get away from my core. When Vase reached out and tried to pull away the crown, he found to his dismay that he was unable to separate it from his divine core. The crown was stuck. Chapter 5269. I am not crazy. The crown was stuck. Vase spent a fair amount of time on trying to dislodge the crown from his divine core. The beautiful hand of creation that represented his purest desire to create works of life had become marred by the iron-like crown that attached itself to the divine core like a cuff. Vase couldn't even begin to understand how the crown managed to attach itself to a symbolic representation of his most important essence. As far as he was aware, the sacred hearth did not actually hold his divine cores, but still allowed him to interact with them through a mysterious fashion. This reassured Vase a bit, as he knew that the crown hadn't directly attached itself to his divine core. It was projecting itself on the hand of creation. Vase theorized that the crown was unable to influence him directly because of this. When he recalled his behavior of the day, he recognized that his behavior was subtly different from his usual self. He made decisions and conducted himself in a fashion that was not typical to his normal self. What struck him the most was that he was behaving a bit more assertively and became more keen on seeking greater advantages. He castigated the powerful and influential faction leaders in order to signal that he was maintaining a healthy distance from them. He boldly told Alexastrian that he intended to visit the new Constantinople system so that he could personally take her on as his personal disciple. When Vase thought back on the reasoning and logic behind these highly impactful moves, he failed to detect anything amiss in his decision-making process. None of the links in the chain seemed iffy to him. His logic was completely sound in his opinion. The only reason why he thought that there was something wrong in the first place was that the outcomes of these logic chains caused him to act too far outside of his usual modus operandi. Vase felt even more disturbed. He truly did not feel he had made a mistake today. Sure, talking about the likes of the Fist of Defiance and the Polymath was a quick way to become a pariah in society, but his recent promotion to a Tier 3 galactic citizen and strategic importance to Red humanity shielded him from the negative consequences. Since he could get away with it, there was no reason to restrain himself as much as he did in the past. He had already decided to go high profile. Of course, his new behavior pattern had deviated from his old one. Now that he had begun to enter an entirely different political environment, he needed to make a lot of adaptations if he wanted to protect his interests. The crown might not be the cause of my change of behavior. Even if the crown hadn't sneakily found its way into the sacred hearth, he probably would have behaved exactly as before. Yet the fact that the crown did manage to get itself attached to a projection of his divine core prevented him from ruling out that he had been tampered with. It frustrated him a lot that he couldn't determine where the crown had interfered with his thoughts and actions. I suppose that is the insidious part about the crown that my mother has warned about. No wonder the Polymath never thought that she had ever acted against her own nature. Perhaps the crown did not inject suggestions that went against the nature of a person, but lowered the individual's inhibitions instead. That made a lot more sense, though he wasn't sure whether that was truly how the crown manipulated its wearers. Vase lacked too much information. He kept second-guessing himself because he did not possess enough facts to make any solid conclusions. The important part is to get this crown away before it actually does something truly concerning. The problem was that he had already tried and failed to remove the crown. No amount of physical force made any difference. The symbol of authority did not even shake from its position even when Vase brought out a rod and attempted to utilize the principles of leverage to exert the most out of his body weight and physical strength. It became clear that Vase was dealing with an object of power that was far more powerful than was apparent on the surface. Vase considered whether it might be useful to start a dialogue with it, but then he figured that this was exactly the kind of situation where the insidious crown was at its strongest. He could not afford to get pulled into a negotiation with a powerful object that was derived from a supposed immortal god and likely inherited much of that ancient being's deviousness. As a mech designer and an engineer, he knew that the best way to handle a source of contamination was to minimize any contact with it. He needed to minimize his exposure and avoid showing as many openings as possible. Is that even possible here? He frowned. Perhaps the only way to get rid of a devil was to negotiate with the nefarious being. The thought filled him with dread. As much as he had improved his negotiation skills over the years, he did not think he was ready to match wits against a crown that had successfully managed to distort the Polymath. There was one other alternative that he could turn to. After a bit of thought, Vase decisively exited the system space so that time in real space could resume according to his perspective. Though he was afraid of what might happen if he left the crown unattended, this was a necessary action. He shifted most of his attention back to the Milky Way where his cyborg cat incarnation waited patiently outside of his mother's meditation room. "You may enter," her musical and slightly ethereal voice whispered directly in the metallic cat's auditory sensors. Meow. The hatch slid open, allowing the cat to hover inside and make her way over to the robed woman sitting in a lotus position in the center of the peaceful chamber. Incense burned from the side while traditional candles lit up the wooden walls and partitions. Veronica noticed that her mother had added a few more touches to her meditation room since her last visit. Traditional watercolor paintings hung on the walls. They depicted sceneries of nature that seemed to calm down anyone who gazed at them for more than a second. Even though these watercolor paintings were completely mundane and devoid of any spirituality, Veronica couldn't help but notice that the strokes and patterns possessed an inherent mystery that granted them greater power than they should. She would have loved to spend hours gazing at her mother's artwork in order to decipher the principles that made them so soothing, but she was more pressing matters to deal with at this time. Mother, my child. As Veronica plopped herself onto her mother's lap like usual, a gentle hand already began to caress her metallic feline back. It was no wonder why Lucky always sought to get petted by people. The feeling was just too sublime. Though there were times where Veronica could get overstimulated from all of the petting, it still filled a void in her heart. Meow. Veronica lazily stretched her cyborg body. I'm in trouble, mother. Is your trouble related to the iron-resonant crucifix crown? The cat nodded her head. You expected me to come. The crown is a remnant of one of the most powerful beings to arise from ancient society. It is not difficult to predict that it will soon become a source of concern to you. I actually applaud you for recognizing the danger this soon. It shows that you are sufficiently alert and took my warning seriously. Now explain your situation to me. What has the crown done to cause so much concern? Veronica talked openly about her problem. She described his atypical behavior and briefly described what the crown had done inside her system space. 1C. That is indeed a concerning state of affairs, but you do not have to fear that the crown will take direct control over your soul. It does not work that way. Are you sure about that? Veronica narrowed her eyes in suspicion. I know how the symbols of authority work. Cynthia spoke in an authoritative tone. Regardless, I have already devised a plan that should hopefully mitigate your problem. I am not looking to mitigate this problem, mother. I want to get rid of the crown. Calm down, she spoke as she pressed her hand on Veronica's head. There are ways to remove the crown from your possession, but I do not recommend you take this course of action. Despite its dangers, the iron-resonant crucifix crown is one of the most powerful relics that you can get your hands on. It is well worth keeping it within your reach in case you need it later. What you should actually be looking for is to reduce the negative impact of the crown to a tolerable level. It just so happens that I have already been working on a solution that just so happens to be relevant in your case. She summoned a stack of traditional papers and placed them in front of Veronica's eyes. When the cyborg cat skimmed through the documents that contained actual handwriting, it soon became clear what her mother had presented. This is a translation of the notes of an ancient divine blacksmith. I have done my best to interpret the ancient texts based on my own understanding of this ancient language and the long-dead culture of the time, but it is anything but perfect. The notes are not complete. I have taken the liberty of filling a few of the gaps with my own understanding of what they might contain. I have especially marked these sections to prevent any confusion. Overall, the notes contain a wealth of information and insight that is especially relevant to divine blacksmiths. I do not think they are as useful to mech designers. She was right. The notes contained a lot of technical data and tables such as the physical properties of powerful hypermaterials that he never heard of. They also contained the divine blacksmith's attempts at deducing high-level forging techniques that were inextricably paired with the long-dead figure's cultivation method and core techniques. The fact that the notes lacked any details about the divine blacksmith's cultivation method and so on was a serious bummer. Mother. Yes, my dear, these notes are pretty interesting. They probably contain a lot of powerful insights, though it will probably take a lot of research to figure them out. However, I haven't spotted anything that will help me get that blasted crown off my divine core. His mother did not look surprised at his lack of understanding. You do not recognize the true value of these notes. Leave aside the meaning of the words. The fact that it was written by a true god makes it valuable in itself. This goes double when the notes are a direct reflection of his Tao. Quote. Veronica looked completely clueless. Cynthia let out a sigh. Think for a moment. What is the iron-resonant crucifix crown? It is a companion of the metal scroll. What is the metal scroll? It was not made with mechs in mind, that is for certain. That is a perversion brought about by the progenitors of mechs long after the sacred scrolls had been created. The metal scroll originally existed to teach cultivators to produce armaments that are worthy to be utilized by cultivators up to and including true gods. It is not mech designers, but divine blacksmiths that come closest to resembling the immortal god that created this specific scroll. Veronica widened her artificial purple eyes. Wait, are you saying that I can get rid of the crown so long as one trains someone else to become a divine blacksmith? That is largely correct, my child. You are mistaken on one crucial detail. You should not let anyone else become affected by the crown. It is too dangerous to leave it out of your sight and reach. Only you can bear this burden. The cat grew confused. That doesn't make any sense. I am already a mech designer, you know. I can't possibly become a divine blacksmith. That would make me abandon everything I have worked towards in these last few decades. Cynthia snorted in disapproval. You have come to the wrong conclusion once again. It is not you who should bear this crown, but one of your other incarnations. Can you make a guess? There was only one particular incarnation that fit the requirements of this radical suggestion. Vulcan. You're talking about Vulcan. Veronica reacted in shock. The god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship is an empty title. Let us make it real, and the iron-resonant crucifix crown shall help your incarnation fulfill his destiny. What? That's crazy. Chapter 5270. Intent behind the method. Veronica was still in shock. The cyborg cat incarnation couldn't believe that her mother actually encouraged him to leverage the power of the crown. That was the opposite of what Veronica wanted. She came here in order to neutralize the threat posed by the crown. She was even willing to throw the crown in the direction of the nearest star if that was what it took to get rid of its nefarious influence. Veronica's priority lay in protecting herself as much as possible. She was not particularly greedy for power because she had a poor understanding of the power that could be derived from the crown. Even though she thought that her mother was right that he could potentially derive a lot of benefits from the crown, doing so was playing with fire. The risks were way too high for her to gamble that she could keep its influence under control. Cynthia possessed a different perspective. Her own understanding of the crown prompted her to devise a way to harness the power of the crown in a reasonable fashion. Whether that was possible or not, it was definitely clear that she thought it was worthwhile to make the attempt. After Veronica calmed down for a bit, the cyborg cat looked up at her mother in concern. You know, parents are supposed to protect their kids, you know. I don't think it is proper for them to encourage their offspring to play around with a radioactive toy. The powerful true god snorted again. The crown is not radioactive, physically or metaphysically. As I have mentioned to you before, you are severely mischaracterizing the true nature of the crown. It is not your fault. You do not know the truth. I do. I understand its dangers, and that is why I have devised a plan for you to harness its potential without succumbing to its dangers. I don't think your plan is doing anything to reduce the danger coefficient. The cyborg cat complained. Your suggestion only amounts to tricking the crown into latching onto my incarnation instead. I don't know if you have noticed, but Vulcan is another aspect of myself. Anything that harms Vulcan will affect me in turn. That is not entirely true. Cynthia shook her head. Your concerns are very much valid if you are talking about a more direct incarnation as Blinky, but Vulcan is different. There is a much clearer separation between you and your dwarven alter ego. Theoretically, any negative side effects produced by the crown will only affect Vulcan, with only a low chance at spilling over to you and Blinky. So long as you take the right precautions, you should be able to handle any spillovers without too much cause for alarm. That sounded way too iffy to Veronica. Her mother was making an awful lot of assumptions about the workings of the crown's and Vulcan's ability to keep all of the contamination to himself. What if her mother was wrong? Cynthia might be incredibly well versed in all matters related to cultivation, but how much did she truly know about the so-called iron-resonant crucifix crown? What is the point of letting Vulcan wear the crown? Veronica asked with clear skepticism in her tone. I mean, my incarnation is already doing pretty decently. He is receiving a lot of spiritual feedback from a growing number of dwarves and craftsmen. He has been working to adapt and modify the Heart of Steel mantra to better suit his needs. It is not enough. Cynthia shook her head. It has been amusing to observe your incarnation playing around with forces that he does not truly comprehend, but now that you have found yourself in the possession of a dangerous crown, playtime is over. It is time for you to get more serious about the cultivation of your dwarven incarnation. Vulcan is not a dwarf. He just looks like that sometimes because far too many dwarves imagine him as a god that matches their own image. Whatever you say, my child. What I wanted to bring up to you is the fact that the Heart of Steel mantra is not a good fit for Vulcan. Think, my child, what form of cultivation is associated with this method? Veronica briefly recalled the system description of the mantra. Heart of Steel mantra fruit imparts a complete understanding of a mantra that allows its practitioners to form a heart of steel. The heart of steel's primary advantage is that it can gradually increase its holder's compatibility and affinity towards metal and anything related to this element. The mantra is also capable of strengthening the willpower, mental fortitude and resistance against all attacks. However, the practitioners of this method are also prone to weakening their empathy and compassion. Those who practice this mantra to the fullest will turn into gods that are able to transform, manipulate and clad themselves with the hardest and most powerful metals. The Heart of Steel mantra can only be fully practiced by humans that possess specific genes, a specialized mechanical heart implant, an affinity towards metal and have not practiced any other cultivation techniques. This enlightenment fruit allows an individual to ignore these conditions. When Veronica first obtained this reward after drawing a radiant lottery ticket, she had been ecstatic. She mainly focused on how much it emphasized metal, making it especially suitable for Vulcan. Now that Veronica had learned a lot more about cultivation science, she interpreted the Heart of Steel mantra a lot differently than before. It was remarkable how much context could completely change her understanding of a cultivation method. The Heart of Steel mantra is originally a body cultivation method. He said, the system did something weird to it so that an entity without a physical body such as Vulcan can practice it as well. I suppose that it is a chi cultivation method now. Vulcan has already grown the Heart of Steel for a while now. It has helped a lot with harnessing the high-level metal energy that we managed to obtain in the past. It is difficult for my incarnation to make a lot of progress though, especially since he is actively trying to adapt and improve the method. Cynthia looked down in disapproval. Just because the Heart of Steel mantra is based on the metal element does not mean that it is suitable for Vulcan. It is a body cultivation method in intent and essence. No matter how many adjustments you make, as long as they are not extensive enough, they will not change this fundamental truth. The greatest shortcoming is that it does not contain any elements that play into his role as a god. The lack of deity cultivation is wasting your incarnation's potential. Veronica looked helpless. Vulcan can't give up on the Heart of Steel that has formed deep inside his intangible body. It is just too useful. The problem is that if the mantra changes too much, the Heart of Steel will regress. It might even collapse entirely if Vulcan goes too far. It is okay, her mother said as she began to stroke the cyborg cat's back once again. It just so happens that the Heart of Steel mantra can actually play a useful role this time. If you think about the original meaning of the mantra, you will know that it is designed to shield its practitioner against every possible threat, both physical and otherwise. The consequence of weakening the body cultivator's emotions is not a negative side effect. It is an intentional outcome. The goal is to make the practitioner much less susceptible to external influences. Those who develop a Heart of Steel are completely and utterly unshakable in the presence of gods and demons. They shall do their duty and execute their mission without any fear. Their morale can never be harmed. They make for the perfect royal guards or elite assault soldiers. Veronica widened her eyes. Even though the Heart of Steel mantra indeed contained a fair amount of references and allusions towards this purpose, she had overlooked this particular insight. Now that her mother offered greater clarification, it became clear why the Heart of Steel mantra was a poor fit for Vulcan. The god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship did not match the image of a steel-hearted fighter. Vulcan was not supposed to be a god that was obsessed with war or combat. Veronica instead envisioned her external incarnation as a father figure of an entire people and industry. Vulcan did not belong on the front lines. He should feel more at home in a workshop or a throne room. Various clues came together in Veronica's mind. She recalled her mother's earlier words. Cynthia's proposal no longer seemed as crazy as before. It was actually rather brilliant. Veronica looked back at the assorted translated notes of an ancient divine blacksmith. Let me get this straight. You want Vulcan to wear the iron-resonant crucifix crown in order to borrow from its power. To do so, you want to adapt the writings of the divine blacksmith so that Vulcan can somehow resemble the ideal candidate of the crown a lot more. That is correct, but it will be a struggle to convert the notes into a cohesive and effective creation cultivation method. Cynthia said, you will need my aid to make this happen. I can draw upon multiple different creation cultivation methods that are not subject to any restrictions. It will be difficult to adapt them to an incarnation that does not have a physical body and is unable to practice creation cultivation directly, but I have a number of potential solutions in mind. All of that sounds nice, but your only solution to mitigate the contamination of the crown is to rely on the emotion-dampening properties of the Heart of Steel to remain unmoved, is that right? The female true god nodded. That is correct. We should preserve this quality as much as possible. It will be difficult to combine other forms of cultivation with the original Heart of Steel mantra, but we must do it if we want to succeed in our effort to tame your new crown. All of this sounded way too complicated for Veronica. Her own understanding of cultivation science was a lot more shallow. She was completely unable to conceive of a way to mash creation cultivation, deity cultivation, artifact cultivation and chi cultivation together into a specific package that could produce just the right effects. While Cynthia had volunteered to do the heavy lifting this time, Veronica wasn't sure whether her work was reliable enough to make use of it. Was this plan worth all of the risks of playing with an ancient relic of unknown power? Vulcan played an important role in her future plans. Veronica did not want her external incarnation to suffer any setbacks or get corrupted by a crown that not even a star designer could resist against. Yet, when Vase thought back on the actions and decisions of the xenotechnician, the Fist of Defiance and the Polymath, they all seemed unusually desperate for effective solutions. Their urgency and desperation indicated that red humanity was under much greater threat than most people currently realized. Coasting along didn't cut it anymore. People needed to grasp as much power as possible in a relatively short time frame. The only way to become strong enough to survive the tribulations of the future was to take a lot of risks. Playing with the crown made a lot more sense in this context. Vase couldn't help but think that his mother might have a good point. Perhaps a time would come when he had a need for a powerful incarnation. Veronica let out a sigh. I am not too sure about this, but I am willing to explore the idea. Let's try and figure out an effective cultivation method first. I want to see it with my own eyes before I decide whether I should transfer the crown to Vulcan. You have made the right decision. Cynthia smiled with pride and satisfaction. Let us begin. Do not expect instant results. This is a complicated task. I understand. Chapter 5271. The Premier Branch. Vase did not know whether he had made the right decision, but he was willing to give his mother's proposal a chance. Still, just as Cynthia had warned, the difficulty of developing a hybrid cultivation method that needed to meet so many specific requirements could not be done in a single day. Even a true god wasn't able to solve this difficult puzzle in a matter of minutes or hours. Vase had no choice but to remain patient and wait for his mother to complete a working cultivation method. In the meantime, Vase needed to accept the fact that he would have to live his life with a nefarious crown sticking to his divine core like a leech. There was no way he could feel at ease under these circumstances. The greatest challenge to going about his day without resolving his problem was that he constantly had to stay on guard. He was beginning to second-guess all kinds of decisions that he never paid any mind towards during normal times. Vase was a rather impulsive and intuitive mech designer and decision-maker by nature. He had to slow down considerably in order to properly examine the pros and cons of all noteworthy actions and decisions. It was extremely annoying. Goddammit, one can't keep this up forever. His mood had dropped considerably, so much so that others had begun to pick up on the weirdness. It had gotten so bad that the Golden Cat felt the need to make a personal appearance at this time. Nya nya nya, I'm okay, Goldie. Vase tried to reassure the ancestral spirit. I am working on it. This is only a temporary condition. In the meantime, it would be great if you can keep an eye on me. If I do anything that is way too abnormal compared to my usual self, just show up and give me a good whack on the head, alright? Nya nya nya, hee, I will be counting on you. Tell me if you detect any form of tampering by an external source. I am doing my best to watch out for this kind of stuff, but this should be easier to detect for an outside observer. That said, Vase did not have much confidence that Goldie would be able to detect more subtle manipulation. The crown was way too sneaky for its own good. It was clear that it excelled at making people bend to its will without giving them any clue that they were doing anything different from normal. Still, some help was better than no help. Goldie should at least be able to give him a warning if he ever crossed a line. With that taken care of, Vase tried his best to go back to his normal schedule. He was finally able to preside over a critically important meeting with the most important leaders of the Larkinson army. The Larkinson clan had entered a delicate junction due to his recent promotion and rise in status. Vase had gained a lot of new opportunities, but it was not easy to figure out how he could share his bounty with his clansmen. It had been a long time since he had seen all of these figures. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi, Commander Melkor and of course General Verl all greeted him with familiar respect. Sorry for the delay, everyone. An unexpected development has occurred that urgently needed to be dealt with. Vase spoke as he moved to sit at his designated spot at the conference table. Anyway, let us commence this overdue meeting. As I am sure you know, much has changed since my return. My promotion to a Tier 3 galactic citizen has bestowed me with a lot of new rights and responsibilities. I will be honest to you all. I can no longer participate in any expeditions. The Mechers want me to become a first-class mech designer as soon as possible, and I intend to oblige their request. None of this was a surprise to gathered mech officers and expert pilots. They all heard enough stories already. I will be studying hard to learn all of the knowledge required to become a first-class mech designer. I won't be able to design as many mechs as before, as the amount of textbooks that I need to go through is frankly enormous. However, this isn't just about me. While I was over at the conference, I have done my best to win opportunities to put you ahead as well. One don't want to move to the upper zones by myself. I still need the protection and companion of fellow Larkinsons like yourself. I am happy to announce that there is a way to allow a select number of clansmen to promote to first raters as well. He began to introduce the ED-net to his mech officers and mech pilots. Few of them were aware of the existence of this powerful learning solution. They all reacted with varying degrees of amazement at the power of the association. Vase soon announced the most critical fact. ED-net quotas are extremely valuable and expensive, even to the first raters themselves. He said, this is especially the case when a quota also includes a fairly extensive first-class augmentation package, which will remain useful for a long time after you have completed this form of deep long-term simulation training. Once you emerge from the simulator pods, each of you shall emerge as true first-class citizens so long as you are not completely incompetent at studying. There were cases where people failed to meet the standard after spending up to 20 years of accelerated simulation training. Vase hoped that none of his own clansmen wasted his precious quotas in this way. General Verl asked a question. How many quotas have you obtained? 5000 single-use quotas and 10 permanent quotas. Vase truthfully replied, I think you can figure out the implications of these two types of quotas. Once the former are used up, we are only left with the latter. We can reward the most meritorious second-class Larkinsons with an opportunity to use one of the 10 ED-net quotas. This should help a lot with raising the enthusiasm of the majority of clansmen that are left behind in our current branches. I think you are getting ahead of yourself, sir. Verl frowned. What do you intend to do with the clansmen who have successfully completed the ED-net training? Ah, you are right. Let me reassure you that I have no intention of breaking away from my clan. We are still family, and I will try my best to treat you all with the same care and affection as any other Larkinson. That said, reality stands in my way of fulfilling this goal. The fact of the matter is that 5,000 quotas are far from enough to turn everyone into a first-rater. Only a fraction of you will be able to accompany me to the upper zones in a few years. Right now, my plan is to establish a new, premier branch, of sorts that will serve as our clan's foothold in first-class space. He expanded upon his idea for the next few minutes. There wasn't anything particularly different or exciting about it. The premier branch, or whatever he decided to call it, would remain fairly small in the beginning, but he hoped to expand it later on once more Larkinsons were promoted to first raters. The initial source of members of the premier branch will be Larkinsons who have successfully completed their tours with the ED-net. Vase explained. Aside from that, I intend to open up limited recruitment to young and talented first raters. There are many necessary jobs and positions that cannot be fulfilled by second raters who have gone through a lot of learning. There are highly demanding jobs that can only be done by true first raters. That sparked a considerable amount of discussion among the other Larkinsons. Does that mean that our clan will begin to get flooded with Terrans and Rubarthans? Commander Casella Ingvar asked in concern. Her worries were valid. First raters were much stronger and more capable than anyone else. The best of them could easily take over many of the critical leadership positions if the selection was decided by ability alone. Not per se. Vase tried to reassure his clansmen. As I have said before, I will try to keep the recruitment as limited as possible. The premier branch is never meant to become larger than the current branches of our clan. It is supposed to be small and elite. It will concentrate the best and strongest of us, but must also remain Larkinson in essence. I think I will only recruit a couple of hundred first raters at first, and slowly add more when the premier branch gradually expands its operations. Many clansmen grew a little more reassured when Vase clearly communicated his desire to do right by his current clansmen. He was not about to forget about them and leave them all behind. How much of the quota will you reserve for our troops? General Verl asked another important question. Vase shrugged. That depends. I haven't made any decisions because I don't know what the premier branch is supposed to look like. I need to reserve a fair amount of ED-net quotas to civilians who are experts in law, science, engineering, starship operation, intelligence, diplomacy and so on. I also need a bunch of mech pilots as well as an appropriate number of staff and support personnel to support their operations. Let me be clear, the premier branch cannot make use of second-class mechs. They just can't keep up at this level. Every mech pilot who follows me to first-class space must acquire the skills to proficiently wield the more basic first-class mechs at the very least. Commander Casella Ingvar picked up the specific phrasing used by Vase. First-class mechs or first-class multipurpose mechs, sir. The former, first-class multipurpose mechs exist in a category of their own. Any genuine first-class mech pilot should be able to pilot them, but I do not expect any Larkinsons who have undergone years of training in the ED-net to master all of the theory and piloting skills needed to make full use of these complicated machines. Perhaps they will never be able to because they are being held back by their inferior qualifications and advanced age. This is why we must prioritize younger and more malleable clansmen in our selection. Even if Vase was able to get his hands on mech pilots who were skilled enough to pilot multipurpose mechs, he wouldn't be able to supply the sophisticated machines. They cost hundreds of millions of MTA credits a copy. Vase didn't have that much liquid assets at his disposal, and he didn't think he would be able to increase his income anytime soon. Vase needed to take this step by step and start with supplying his clan with entry-level, first-class mechs first. While it was unlikely that they could beat a genuine multipurpose mech in a direct fight, he should at least be able to rely on a numbers advantage to fend off smaller threats. This was just the start. Vase had no doubt that his premier branch would be able to field a lot of first-class multipurpose mechs of his design a decade or two later, but that was too far away. For now, Vase needed to prepare his clan as best as possible for the initial waves of deep strike operations. The survivalists estimated that it would take around 5 years or so to complete the transformation of the Greater Beander Gate. His clansmen needed to be ready to pounce in order to gain the coveted status of a warfighter. The discussion about the ED-net quotas and the premier branch continued after that. Many people shared various opinions about the limited opportunities available to the clan. It was not easy to pick a few thousand clansmen to accompany Vase to first-class space when they had to leave hundreds of thousands other Larkinson behind in second-class space. Chapter 5272 Mech Pilot Promotion Constraints. This unassuming meeting was one of the most impactful events of the Larkinson clan. It did not look like it, but the gathering of the Patriarch along with the leading figures of the Larkinson army would determine the future direction of the clan in its entirety. What was at stake was the Larkinson clan's entry into first-class society. Many clansmen wanted to fulfill their lifelong ambition to become first-raters, and now they finally had an actual chance to become one of the foremost humans in their society. Yet the requirements to become a first-class citizen were so harsh that Vase could only bring along a limited number of people. This created a lot of tension as only a tiny proportion of Larkinsons would be fortunate enough to grasp this opportunity in advance. Everyone else either had to wait their turn or forego this opportunity entirely, dooming themselves to remaining as second-raters for the rest of their lives. No one wanted to be the ones to decide who got to accompany Vase to the upper zones. There were so many possible candidates that it was inevitable for them to disappoint plenty more. Vase did not like this either, but as the leader of his own clan, he had a duty and a responsibility to make this determination in a manner that was as fair as possible for the Larkinsons. Perhaps sensing the growing tension over the dilemmas posed by this issue, the Golden Cat decided to make an appearance in person. Nya, stationed a short distance behind the position where Vase was seated, Nida remained unmoved as the Larkinson mandate attached to her armor began to glow bright and warm. The tension in the conference room quickly faded as the Golden Cat playfully soared above everyone's heads before landing in the middle of the table. The cat laid down as if she was relaxing and started to lick her own intangible fur. Nya nya nya, Vase and several other people couldn't help but smile at the sight. The ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan seemed to convey that there was no reason for them to tie themselves into knots over this issue. They should just follow their heart and make the decisions that they thought was necessary to bring the Larkinson clan to a greater height. Venerable Joshua twitched his lips into a smile. One don't think that any other clan in human space can keep its members sane by bathing us in the presence of a cute cat. That's the Larkinson clan for you. Sometimes I wonder if our clan is actually run by cats. I don't think your guess is too far off the mark. Vase coughed. Stop joking around, please. Let's get back to business. One have put a bit of thought on this issue, but before one lay them out, one would like to add a few additional circumstances that will complicate this decision. First of, the EDNet is an accelerated learning simulation program, which means that it is an extreme application of conventional technology. However, no matter how realistic the Mechers have made their simulations, it is ultimately limited by the same constraints that afflict all virtual reality simulation programs. The degree of realism is never completely perfect. It lacks all of the novel and unique features that make our MSTS so much better. That disappointed a lot of Mech pilots. They had grown so accustomed to training with the MSTS that they had eschewed conventional virtual reality simulation training programs entirely. It was still necessary to dip into the latter once in a while in order to set up fights against mechs that weren't programmed in the MSTS and so on, but otherwise the Larkinsons completely disdained the inferior tech of virtual reality. Vase already predicted this reaction from his clansmen. I do not consider the EDNet to be a full-fledged training device that can replace live training sessions and actual combat entirely. Far from it, however, the single greatest advance that the Neuromancer created and the Polymath improved upon is the accelerated learning system. That is a capability that the MSTS cannot match. Therefore, when it comes to training and educating people to the standards of a first-rater, the EDNet is by far superior because it simply provides its users with lots of time to learn all of the complicated sciences, theories and basic skills if applicable. The people around the conference table nodded in understanding. This was easy to understand now that Vase pointed out this defining advantage. When it comes to mech pilots in particular, the EDNet is good at shoring up their theoretical knowledge and their basic piloting skills. They can train as much as the virtual reality simulation scenarios are able to accommodate, and no more. What is important to note is that it cannot accommodate true resonance of any kind. What does that mean for expert pilots such as ourselves? Venerable Janzi asked with concern. The Mechers do not recommend high-ranking pilots to make use of the EDNet at all. Vase straightforwardly answered, not only will expert pilots such as yourself get frustrated by the lack of realism, you will also be forced to fight like standard pilots for an extended amount of time. None of you will be able to meaningfully exercise your resonance strength. This is extremely counterproductive to their progression as momentum is important to your kind. If you don't make actual progress, you will lose your warrior's heart. The amount of times it takes for this to happen varies among different expert pilots, but think how much your willpower can regress if you spend 20 years doing nothing but book learning and play fighting with awful virtual mechs. The expert pilots all frowned, but they did not remain upset for long. It was already clear to them that they had transcended their mortality and evolved into a different kind of existence. The EDNet was largely reserved for ordinary mortals who possessed limited capabilities to promote to first-raters on their own. Expert pilots were much stronger and more capable. It was not impossible for them to learn the skills of first-class mech pilots by relying on their own efforts. Vase felt relieved when he saw that his announcement did not impact the confidence of his expert pilots. I intend to make separate arrangements for you all. He spoke to Joshua and the other expert pilots in attendance. We shall talk after we have concluded this meeting. Understood, sir. Vase turned back to the rest. Anyway, the Mechers have conducted extensive studies on the kind of people who make use of the EDNet and what they have gained after they have finished their tours. What I can tell you is that genetic aptitude is extremely important for mech pilots. The lower your genetic aptitude, the lower the time acceleration that you can bear. The EDNet places so much chronic strain on the brain of a user that brain damage is inevitable. The only difference is the severity of the sequela. Pilots with A and B grade genetic aptitudes don't have anything to worry about. Pilots with C grade genetic aptitudes have to reduce the time acceleration in order to remain within the safety band. Everyone knew what that meant. The vast majority of mech pilots who signed up for the Larkinson clan weren't particularly talented. Even if the Larkinson clan's recruiting standards made it difficult for pilots with D-grade genetic aptitudes and lower to join up, that did not change the fact that most pilots were either average or just slightly above average in terms of aptitude. No one in the clan really cared about this before because second-class mechs weren't too burdensome to pilot. While they were definitely more difficult and demanding to pilot than third-class mechs, most machines remained pretty reasonable. Vase always paid a lot of attention to the complexity of his mech designs due to his many mastery experiences. This was not as easy as it sounded, as he possessed an overactive imagination. He often had to restrain himself from overloading his design with marginal features. While second-class mechs hit a comfortable sweet spot between power and ease of use, it was different for first-class mechs. The complications related to the ED-net was just the first of many different barriers that discriminated against mech pilots with average genetic aptitudes. Suffice to say, General Verl and the other mech officers looked deeply concerned. If the selection was solely based on genetic aptitude, then they were afraid that not many Larkinson mech pilots would pass the requirements. There are good reasons why most first-class organizations only take mech pilots with A and B grade genetic aptitudes seriously. Pilots with C grade genetic aptitudes can only become reservists and serve in rear guard units at most. Vase spoke to them all. That said, our Larkinson clan is different. We are family. I do not want to denigrate the value of most of our pilots just because they aren't able to make the best use out of the ED-net. I will let you in on another secret. The Red Association has been working on loosening the limitations imposed by genetic aptitude for a long time. It is not impossible for average mech pilots to be able to bear the burden of piloting a fully equipped first-class multipurpose mech in the future. That gave the gathered Larkinsons a bit of hope, though this was not the first time they heard such rumors. Whether Vess's words were credible or not, it would probably take a long time to make this dream come true. At least that was what they thought. Vase couldn't outright tell them that an experimental solution already existed, but that he had been the one to develop it in the first place. Although the Karman system was bound to become public knowledge in the future, Vase wasn't sure how long that would take. He could only apologize to his clansmen in his heart and limit the spread of this secret for the time being. Does this mean that a Larkinson mech pilot with AC grade genetic aptitude can obtain an ED-net quota? General Verl asked. Vase nodded. Yes, I do not intend to bar their way, but I do not want to waste the quotas either. Much of what the mech pilots will be doing when connected to the ED-net is to learn an expansive amount of knowledge and master multiple sets of basic skills. The study load is extremely high, and the new first-class augmentations provided by the Red Association can only do so much in increasing your learning efficiency. What I am saying is that only mech pilots who have demonstrated a high degree of intellect and study effectiveness are eligible to earn a quota. So, are you saying that we should hold exams throughout the Larkinson Army and award the ED-net quotas to the top scorers? Yes, Vase confirmed. Well, we should add a few other criteria as well in order to refine the selection, but in general priority must go to the smartest mech pilots of our clan. I don't care whether a pilot has an innate talent for combat or is a crack shot with a rifle. If that person is an imbecile when it comes to theoretical studies, then he has no business occupying an ED-net quota. That would doubtlessly disappoint a lot of Larkinson mech pilots, especially the more veteran ones who were originally third-raters. They had already struggled to promote to second-class mech pilots, but that was probably their limit. Vase did not look too upset at this, though. Don't worry too much. The ED-net is not the only way for mech pilots to attain greatness. You can still fight as a second-class mech pilot and try your best to break through. As long as you evolve far enough, the distinction between second-class and first-class becomes increasingly less important. That was true. Ace pilots such as Patriarch Reginald Cross and Saintess Ulrika Vraken had become so good at their jobs that they could meet the standard of a comprehensive first-class mech pilot in record time if they wanted. Chapter 5273 Smart or Brave. After Vase explained all of the limitations and constraints of the ED-net, the leadership of the Larkinson Army finally had enough information to compose a reasonable selection criteria. What was important was that the criteria had to be fairly strict in the early stages of the Larkinson clan's transition to a first-class organization. There were way too many eligible candidates and far too few ED-net quotas to go around. There were ways for the Larkinson clan to earn additional ED-net quotas in the future. The Larkinsons could always decide to lower the requirements later on in order to accommodate the pilots whose qualifications were not as good. For now, it was important to get the premier branch off to a good start. There was no room for useless people. Every quota was precious and had to produce qualified first-raters without fail. General Verl clapped his hands in satisfaction. All right, let us settle for this list. Vase has agreed to reserve 1,000 ED-net quotas for mech pilots. Those with or B-grade genetic aptitudes will have priority on them. As for the remainder, we will only limit our selection to mech pilots who are 40 years old or younger. Not only that, they must achieve a high enough score in a theoretical studies exam, be healthy and fit enough to undergo an extensive first-class augmentation regime and remain in good standing of the Golden Cat. Nya nya nya, the Golden Cat approved of the last demand. We should strive to select an equal number of candidates from every Mech Legion, but we shouldn't force ourselves too much. It is much more important to ensure that the protectors of the premier branch are the strongest and the most qualified for their positions. This was bad news for the Mech Legions that paid less attention to smarts. Vase knew that the Sword Maidens heavily emphasized skill over theoretical learning in their recruitment and training regimes. They would all be facing an uphill battle in earning the precious net quotas for that reason. Legion Commander Sendra Larkinson understood this reality quite well. Her expression grew more and more unwilling as the selection criteria took shape. Though Vase wanted to accommodate the Sword Maidens, it wouldn't be fair to devise special rules just to shore them up. Perhaps there may be a way to give them a leg up at a later stage, but for now the Larkinsons needed to be realistic in their planning. Any disagreements? The Larkinsons at the table all shook their heads. Even if they did not like all of the rules, they all understood that there were no better alternatives. They had to be content enough with the fact that the criteria were fair and impartial enough to theoretically give everyone a chance. If a mech pilot failed to earn a quota, then that was because they just hadn't studied hard or effectively enough. Now that they had formed a consensus on the recruitment of mech pilots, it took much less time to determine how to deal with the remaining 4,000 net quotas. We should apply a similar set of criteria on other essential professions. General Verl determined. The priority should go to spacers and military staff. We need starship crew members who can operate the many systems of a first-class starship. We need mech technicians who can service complicated first-class mechs that we will depend upon in the future. We also need enough civilian professionals such as lawyers and accountants to properly manage the premier branch in its infancy. Vase did not possess a great interest in how the clan allocated the remaining quotas. He was willing to delegate this responsibility to the leadership of the clan. General Verl would soon be meeting with the chief ministers of the Larkinson clan in order to hash this out in greater detail. There was only one issue that the Larkinsons needed clarification on right away. Sir, will you and the mech designers of the design department make use of the net quotas as well? I'm not sure, Vase responded. I don't plan on using it myself, and neither does my wife. Removing myself from society for up to 4 years is too much. If everything goes as expected, my wife and I will turn into first-class mech designers on our own merits in a couple of years. This reminds me that the premier branch will always be open to all Larkinsons who are able to meet the standards of a first-rater by relying on their own efforts. It is better this way as the improvement is more organic and doesn't come with as many side effects. It was too difficult for most second-raters to make this leap in a reasonable timeframe. The main limitation was the absence of a first-class cranial implant. In theory, if a second-rater managed to receive a first-class cranial implant, it became a lot easier to become a first-rater. This was the path that Gloriana had in mind for herself. She always had great confidence in the quality of her software. The only reason why she was being held back all of this time was because her hardware couldn't keep up with her growing demands. His wife had grown thoroughly dissatisfied with her old and horrendously underpowered Aristal 015 cranial bio-implants that the Woden dynasty arranged for her a long time ago. While it still provided adequate assistance in her second-class mech design projects, it would hold her back enormously if she attempted to design a first-class mech. Vase did not suffer from this problem fortunately. Although he was missing out on a lot of useful features of first-class cranial implants, he made up for it in other areas. He believed he could remain competitive with orthodox first-class mech designers by relying on cultivation science. That said, aside from Vase and Gloriana, it would be difficult for other mech designers to follow their examples. I need to have a good talk with the members of the design department about this issue. He told them all. I am not certain about this, but not every journeyman will choose to make use of an net quota. There are great differences between designing second-class and first-class mechs. They have all become highly proficient at designing the former. If they abruptly transition to designing the latter, they may fall behind and lose much of their prior accumulation, thereby causing them to delay their advancement to the rank of senior mech designer by at least a couple of decades. His mech designers therefore had to make a difficult choice. They could either stick to familiar territory and continue to work in their comfort zone, or they could enter an exciting new domain and struggle to compete in a much more difficult arena. Vase actually felt it would be nice if around half of his lead mech designers stayed behind. They could continue to update the designs of the current second-class mech roster and design new second-class mechs as needed. The biggest question mark in his mind was whether Kedis would decide to follow suit. She was the third most important mech designer of the Larkinson clan. Her decision would have a huge impact on the clansmen and the Sword Maidens in particular. He could deal with that later. First, he needed to wrap up this meeting. He answered a few more questions before he concluded it with a final remark. Promoting to a first-rater is difficult, but it won't be as difficult to bridge this gap in the future. Don't forget about the new Elites program. While the details are still being determined, I know enough about it that any warlord or warfighter that has earned enough war merits will be able to exchange them for first-class augmentations and ED-net quotas at a considerable discount. Many people's eyes lit up. They had overlooked the new opportunities presented by the recent changes in society. You don't need to be too smart as long as you are brave enough. The Fist of Defiance doesn't want red humanity be led by intellectuals who are too far removed from reality to retain any empathy. He wants to elevate real soldiers who have bled for our civilization and did their duty without hesitation. I am sure that many second-class Larkinsons will be able to distinguish themselves as warfighters in the times to come. With that, the meeting had finally come to an end. General Verl and the other mech officers steadily made their way out of the compartment. This left Vase and his honor guard alone with the small number of Larkinson expert pilots that had remained with the main fleet. Vase made sure to check the security arrangements before he addressed his champions. As you know, when I came back from the Survivalist Conference, I brought along an escort fleet as well. Leaving aside the warships, I effectively enjoy the protection of 45 first-class multipurpose mechs. The combat effectiveness of at least one of these machines are roughly equivalent to a second-class ace mech. Since that is the case, I do not have a pressing need to receive your protection in the short term. It will take years for me to become a first-class mech designer, and additional time to be able to upgrade your current living expert mechs to at least basic first-class standards. The expert pilots all frowned at that. This effectively meant that it would probably take a long time before they became useful in first-class space. If that is the case, is there any point to follow you to the upper zones? Commander Casella Ingvar questioned. Not immediately, Vase replied. You not only need to wait around a decade or so to obtain a proper first-class expert mech, but you also have to spend a lot of time on learning all of the necessary theories and skills to operate first-class mechs and the high technologies that are typically associated with them. You will have to do so without the benefit of the ED-net due to the reasons that I have explained before, so it will take you quite a few years regardless of your individual efforts. All of that sounded disappointing to the expert pilots who expected to be able to fight at a higher stage in a year or two. They needed to clear too many hurdles. If that is the case, then we may be better off with sticking to quasi-first-class expert mechs for the time being. Venerable Janzi observed. We can stay with the expeditionary fleet and fight alongside the majority of Larkinsons that have remained behind. They need our protection much more than the candidates who will be able to promote to first-raters without the need to prove themselves anymore. We can also accompany our troops in the upcoming deep strike operation that they will be sure to sign up for. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson spoke up for the first time. It is in our blood, and our culture strongly encourages everyone who is capable enough to volunteer for service. Who knows, we may be able to earn enough rewards to help our promotion. There was little doubt about whether the expert pilots would sign up for the upcoming deep strike operations. Vase was proud to see that his champions possessed more than enough fighting spirit. It was time to reveal the most radical piece of news that he wanted to share with his expert pilots. My grandfather is more correct than you know. You see, there is a different way for expert pilots such as you. The Red Association has developed a lot of new products that are powerful enough to be helpful to expert pilots such as yourselves. What I am about to reveal to you is classified information that is not yet permitted to become public knowledge. I have worked hard to secure this advantage for you all, so take this seriously. The Mechers have recently developed a new means for expert pilots to quickly grow their resonance strength through artificial means. The newly invented general cultivation elixirs can shave years off your progression and quickly help you grow into ace pilot candidates in a matter of years instead of decades. Chapter 5274 Larkinson Test Subjects. As Vase revealed the existence of general cultivation elixirs to the gathered expert pilots, the reaction was decidedly ambivalent. On one hand, the expert pilots initially reacted with great excitement when they learned that they only had to swallow a bunch of vials filled with strange liquids to push their resonance strength into ace pilot candidate territory. While it was impossible for expert pilots to advance to ace pilot by doing nothing aside from lying down and ingesting these fancy new elixirs, it was already extravagant enough for them to speed up to the finish line in record time. Greater realization set in shortly afterwards. Once the expert pilots expanded their vision and thought about the wider implications of the availability of these new elixirs, their moods decidedly dropped. These elixirs sound like cheating. Venerable Dice issued her verdict. For centuries, mech pilots have always been told that the only way for them to become more powerful is to work hard, dedicate themselves into training, seek out real combat and push themselves beyond their limit. If any expert pilot can skip much of that by swallowing a dozen vials or so, what have we done all of this time? Your struggles aren't in vain. Vase quickly tried to reassure the expert pilots who must be going through an existential crisis at the moment. The fact that these elixirs aren't able to turn anyone directly into an ace pilot should tell you much about their limitations. While I have been told that they work in mysterious ways, the fact of the matter is that a pilot must still demonstrate a lot of excellence in order to overcome their major bottlenecks. That was not quite true anymore. His discussions with the likes of the xenotechnician had already made it clear that the star designers intended to lower the apotheosis threshold of the newly established Red Kingdom. In a time of crisis, Red humanity could no longer afford to be picky. The star designers intended to drop or lower a lot of requirements related to morality, altruism, mental stability and so on. It was not quite clear to what extent the Red Kingdom would make it easier for pilots to break through, but the difference was bound to be considerable. The only criteria that mattered nowadays was whether a pilot was strong enough to defeat powerful alien adversaries. Every other concern was secondary to increasing Red humanity's high-level combat power. There was no need for Vase to tell his expert pilots this particular news. He was afraid that he would break their cognition and willpower entirely if he told them that dishonorable scumbags might soon be able to advance to the rank of expert pilot in droves. Out of all of the expert pilots in the room, only Venerable Benjamin was farsighted enough to understand the significance of the general cultivation elixirs. The mechers have always done their best to stand up for mech pilots in high ranking ones in particular. It is not typical for them to introduce a product that threatens to make a mockery out of most of our struggles. The fact that each of us has reacted poorly to this revelation shows that these elixirs can present real dangers to many mech pilots. The sequelae for using the elixirs should not be trivial either. Who knows what harm they can do to their users? The only reason why the mechers are prepared to make them available despite all of these issues is because the urgency is too great. Vase nodded at his grandfather. You are not wrong. These elixirs are just one of many tools that the Red Association intend to make use of in order to train a new generation of super warriors. The goal is to quickly raise as many expert pilots, ace pilots and hopefully god pilots to overwhelm our alien adversaries. Red humanity is in an extremely dire position. There isn't enough time to wait for expert pilots like you to steadily develop your strength and break through to ace pilot a couple of decades later. The elixirs are a necessary evil in this regard. This was easy enough for the expert pilots to understand, but this was also why they felt so ambivalent about it. A deep sense of helplessness and unwillingness welled up in their minds. If enough mech pilots were strong enough, then the Red Association wouldn't have been forced to resort to this measure in order to make up for the perceived gap in strength. As time passed by, the expert pilots slowly managed to rein in their moods. This was already a change that was set in stone. The only thing they could do was to make peace with the Red Association's radical changes in policy. Venerable Benjamin quickly made a decision. I do not need to make use of these elixirs. My resonance strength is already fairly high. The only reason why I am being held back is because I am still waiting for my expert mech. Vase nodded in agreement. You're right, grandfather. It will take a bit of time before I can grant your wish, but I can guarantee you that the wait will be worth it. Besides, your health and condition are not the best. I have no idea how exactly these elixirs will burden you. I don't think the Red Association has conducted thorough clinical tests to determine whether they are safe to use for an old expert pilot that has only recently recovered. Last he checked, Venerable Benjamin had made remarkable progress in restoring his strength. His resonance strength reached 48.3 lavares, which indicated that his renewed potential was fairly abundant. What about me, Vase? Venerable Stark spoke up. My condition used to be similar to that of your grandfather. Is it safe for me to use an elixir? That depends. Do you want to make use of an elixir? The woman furrowed her brows. I prefer no, but circumstances will not allow it. Expert pilots are too weak nowadays. I am nowhere powerful enough to do what I have to do, let alone defend red humanity against all of the aliens that are breathing down our necks. If there is a way to speed up my growth, then so be it. The sooner I become an ace pilot candidate, the sooner I can work towards my next breakthrough. She was pragmatic enough to accept the necessity of the elixirs. The benefits they provided to expert pilots with great ambitions and a strong sense of duty were irresistible. Even though Davia Stark was just a guest pilot, she still had plenty of years left in her contract with the Larkinson clan. Vase was happy enough to allocate a few elixirs to her so that he could obtain another powerful ace pilot in a much shorter time frame. I will ask the Mechers to investigate your condition and determine whether it is safe enough for you to use an elixir. I do not expect any problems as you have returned to your prime a long time ago. But it is best to be sure. You won't be able to use the elixirs without gaining the approval of the Mechers first anyway. The Red Association had imposed strict rules on their management and usage to prevent any theft or leakage. Vase actually wanted to take a few elixirs away and study their composition to figure out whether he could reproduce them, but he was forced to abandon that plan when he was unable to take them out of the vault of the Tarask. Any other questions? Venerable Zimro Belson raised his hand. What is the maximum amount of elixirs that an expert pilot can take? Beats me. Vase shrugged. I do not think the Mechers know any better. This is new to everyone. While they have assured me that the A7KE1 general purpose pilot cultivation elixir should be safe enough, do not expect it to be harmless. It is a first-generation product, so it is far from perfect. Doesn't that make us test pilots? Vase nodded. It does. I won't lie to you. I think that one of the reasons why we are one of the few groups to receive these elixirs years before they are made available is because the Mechers want to study their effects on you. It is extra interesting for the Red Association to keep us under observation because each of you have companion spirits. I have a suspicion that the elixirs may not only be helpful to the growth of your resonance strength, but may also boost the growth of your companion spirits. None of the Mechers shared this particular theory to him. This was what he had come up with on his own. The reason for that was because the elixirs were called general purpose for a reason. He guessed that the elixirs were actually effective to many types of cultivators, including mech designers. The main reason why the RA restricted their use to mech pilots was because red humanity was in dire need of stronger combatants, not support personnel. Perhaps the reason why the Mechers closely guarded the 500 vials of elixirs that Vase had obtained as a reward was because they were afraid that he and Blinky might devour them all in a frenzy. Seeing that Zimro still hadn't received a satisfactory answer, Vase offered further clarification. From what it sounds like, there probably isn't a maximum limit. The real restriction is that you need to wait until you have digested one vial of elixir before you can start to make use of another one. I am told that this time interval should be around 3 months, give or take a few weeks. That was a relatively short interval, especially to a low-tier expert pilot that still had a long way to go before he was eligible to advance again. Zimro widened his eyes as he calculated how many years he needed to wait until he could catch up to the likes of Venerable Benjamin Larkinson and General Ark Larkinson. These general-purpose elixirs are especially made for younger and weaker expert pilots such as you. Vase told Zimro, Red Humanity's demand for powerful ace pilots will grow exponentially in a decade. The only way to satisfy this demand is to implement measures to speed up the growth of low-tier and medium-tier expert pilots that we currently have on hand as much as possible. This is not to say that you are useless in your current states, but what we need are combatants that can destroy entire alien armies and fleets by themselves. Trying to beat our alien adversaries by relying on quantity is completely hopeless, so we can only try our best to go for quality. The Larkinson expert pilots increasingly became affected by the constant hints dropped by Vase. As the only Larkinson to attend the Survivalist Conference, he knew the most about the looming threats of red humanity. Since it was clear that he was taking the upcoming dangers seriously, the expert pilots were beginning to feel the pressure. They all knew that they would indeed be relegated to marginal figures if they failed to grow strong enough in time. No one would be able to give the Slowpokes any time to catch up. The war between red humanity and the aliens was bound to escalate to an alarming degree in just half a generation. Elixirs aren't the only tool that the Red Association intends to use to speed up your development. Vase warned his expert pilots. This is just the beginning. You should do your best to let go of any unproductive feelings you might have over this and accept the new reality. If it helps, I can tell you that most of these experimental rewards are reserved for warlords and warfighters. Each of you need to contribute to the defense of Red humanity by completing the riskiest missions imaginable. Only the strongest and worthiest mech pilots earned the right to become the Red Association's test subjects for its cutting-edge products. Chapter 5275 Blueprint of the Future. The Larkinson clan formed an initial blueprint of the future. As the news about the latest decisions gradually trickled out, the rank and file began to understand what the leadership intended to do in the next decade. The most notable piece of news was the establishment of the Premier Branch. Although many clansmen questioned the suitability of the name, there was no doubt that the first-class branch of the Larkinson clan would become the new focal point. A lot of people would be lying if they said they held no interest in becoming a first-rater. There were simply too many advantages to becoming one. Not only would they gain a much better status and engage in more significant work, they could also attain lots of other fantastic benefits such as life-prolonging treatments and better schooling for their children. A lot of Larkinsons quickly inquired how they could become a part of this new first-class branch. Wait, I have to score at the top of a theoretical examination in order to be eligible for selection. It has been decades since I last went to school. This is unfair. Wow, the requirements are much lighter for talented mech pilots. Damn, I am so thankful for my B aptitude. I have never attended any actual schools in my life. I would rather fight my way to the top. Instead of bothering with all of these exams, it's better for me to polish my swordsmanship and earn lots of war merits as a warfighter. The Larkinsons finally gained not one, but two different pathways to becoming a first-rater. The exclusive method that the clan made available to its members was to earn an ED net quota. It became clear that it was mainly targeted towards the best and brightest of the clan. A lot of Larkinsons became dismayed when they realized they did not stand a chance, but a select group of high performers became ecstatic that their time had come. In any case, the ones who had no hope of winning an ED net quota did not remain upset for long. You don't have to be smart. You just need to be brave enough. The common method that was theoretically open to every third-rater was to participate in the new elites program. Even though the Red Association was still in the process of setting it up. The Fist of Defiance only provided a blueprint. It was up to the Mechers and the other leading figures to flesh it out into a complete set of policies and initiatives. Still, the broad strokes had already become clear. Every Red human, no matter if he was a no-name third-rater or a scion of a Terran ancient clan, had a chance to gain a higher status by signing up to become a warfighter. The obligations were great, but the rewards were greater. Benefits that were too expensive for most people would suddenly become a lot more attainable as long as a person earned enough war merits. Different from MTA merits and CFA merits, there was only one means to earn these coveted new war merits. The Red 2 had formed a solid consensus on the need to maintain its exclusivity. With a heroic and authoritative figure such as the Fist of Defiance standing behind the new elites program, people had a lot of faith in the purity and the incorruptibility of all of the new initiatives. The rich and powerful people of today could no longer coast along in society by relying on the successes of their ancestors and their umbrella organizations. While many people in the Red Ocean were not prepared to do what it took to participate in a deep strike operation, it was different for the Larkinsons. They had already cut their teeth in past expeditions and already defeated many alien warships as of late. In fact, they were already linefighters in all but name. If not for the fact that the new elites program did not look at past accomplishments, the majority of Larkinsons would have already been able to access the initial version of the new war exchange. It will take years before any of us have a chance to become a warfighter, but we only need to fight against one alien raiding fleet to become a linefighter. Why did we turn around? We should have gone in the opposite direction. Relax. There is always next time. We need to make a pit stop in order to offload our salvage and replenish our supplies. The Spirit of Bentime got beat up by a lot of gun batteries and needs to undergo proper repairs before she is ready to get back into the fight. Vase and the leaders of the clan all became gratified when they saw that the enthusiasm for the new elites program was high. The Premier Branch needed more than 5,000 Larkinsons to establish a serious presence in the upper zones. While it was always possible to hire eager first-raters who wanted to ride the coattails of a rising Tier 3 galactic citizen, Vase remained deeply wary of recruiting newcomers who possessed little emotional attachment to the Larkinson clan. He already noticed that it was a lot harder for the Golden Cat to affect the behavior and attitudes of highly confident, heavily augmented and well-educated first-raters. They even had fancy espionage tech that could directly turn people into unwitting sleeper agents, only to activate and completely change their loyalties after receiving a hidden signal. First raters played a whole different spy game than second raters. Calabast and the Black Cats had to go through a lot of studying in order to catch up to all of the outlandish tech and crazy methods that were probably being employed against the clan at this very moment. As the Larkinson clan was beginning to gear up for a major transition, Vase became concerned about the disposition of key figures in his clan. After a long and earnest talk with his expert pilots, he roughly figured out what they had in mind. Each of them aspired to stick with the current branches of the clan and do whatever it took to break through to ace pilot. There were no clear advantages to promoting to a first rater this soon. Rather than deal with so many disruptive changes and waiting for years to gain a proper first-class expert mech, they might as well stay with the majority of clansmen who were starting to embrace the new elites program. The availability of general cultivation elixirs particularly encouraged the mech pilots to actively seek out battle. "We don't have any choice," Venerable Joshua said as he leaned against the heavy metal foot of the Everchanger. "You drop this stuff on us all of a sudden, causing us to completely throw away the ideas that we clung to in the past. If this stuff is truly as amazing as you claim, then it is even more important than before that we test our mettle on the battlefield." Vase, who was in the process of examining and tweaking the Everchanger, understood where Joshua was coming from. Many Larkinson expert pilots thought they would have plenty of time to grow and mature into a stronger version of themselves. Now that the elixirs essentially allowed them to get close to the finish line in the span of just a couple of years, they could no longer afford to take their time. "I understand. While a part of our clan will be preoccupied with setting up the premier branch, the main branch will still continue to fight against the aliens. The only difference is that a few thousand Larkinsons won't be participating anymore. Our administration is already preparing to allocate or recruit additional personnel to fill up the positions that will soon be emptied." The biggest regret to Vase was that he wouldn't be able to go on any subsequent expeditions with the main fleet. He needed to preside over the premier branch and begin forming new relationships with many different first-class powers. Just as with third raters, there was little point in consorting with second raters now. Even though it would still take a couple of years for him to become a proper first-class mech designer, he had already become a de facto first rater by virtue of his influence and contributions. If he tried to insert himself in second-class communities like Davut or the Hex Federation, his presence would disrupt the locals to such a massive extent that the Red 2 would probably step in and drag him away. It was only when he started to consort with other powerful first raters that Vase would be in the presence of his own kind again. Even now, the upper zones were beckoning to him. Vase needed to hurry up and finish his affairs in the main fleet. While Vase was thinking about his impending separation from the fleet he called home, Joshua was thinking about a very different transition. "I have been thinking about whether the destination is more important than the journey." The expert pilot spoke even as he summoned his companion spirit Willie for additional warmth. For a long time, expert pilots have always felt that the journey is crucial. However, all of the new changes introduced by the Red Association makes it clear that the mechers have stopped caring about it so much. It is all about the destination for them now. They just want to produce as many breakthroughs as possible regardless of the consequences. "Even if my path towards becoming an ace pilot has become a lot easier now, I am afraid of what that means to me and others in my position." "Everyone has a purpose, Joshua." Vase tried to settle his moody pilot's conflicting thoughts. "We used to be in a better position, but not anymore. All of Red humanity is in big trouble. The survival of our entire race is at stake. I am afraid to say it, but we can no longer afford to pamper high-ranking mech pilots such as you. We need you all to become stronger really fast in order to pull off the greatest missions of your lives. Don't think of all of the new stuff as desecrations of a sacred ritual. They are merely tools that are designed to save our race. So long as your heart remains sincere, I am sure you will be able to keep a hold of yourself in a time where your strength will skyrocket." Joshua did not look very confident about that. "I get what you are saying, but I still think that I cannot afford to miss the journey. Now that it has shortened by a lot, I need to make sure I can squeeze in as many sites in this brief tour as possible. If I am somehow able to break through, I don't want to look back on my days as an expert pilot and regret how little I have tested myself." "I don't think you'll have to worry about that. You have already fought your fair share of significant battles. Your living mech has grown as well. Anyway, when do you think you will be ready to move on to the premier branch? I don't want to stay away from you for too long." Joshua shared his thoughts. "I don't want to rush my journey too much, but if I am able to break through to ace pilot in the next decade, I will come to you, but not necessarily for myself. I just think the Everchanger deserves to evolve as well. There is no better way to reward him for his service than to upgrade him into a powerful first-class ace mech that can defeat some of the toughest alien enemies that we will confront in the future. The Everchanger's eyes silently glowed in approval. Vase smiled even as he continued to service his old masterwork mech. I will be awaiting your arrival at the premier branch. I probably won't be able to improve quickly enough to design ace mechs by myself, but it will be easy for me to gather a couple of trustworthy first-class master mech designers who can take care of all of the complex technical work. You will have the mech of your dreams one way or another. Chapter 5276. Not in a hurry. Vase grew a lot more reassured now that he knew what his expert pilots had in mind. A few expressed the desire to stick with the second-class members of the Larkinson, but most couldn't resist the allure of piloting powerful first-class versions of their living mechs. The expert pilots were more concerned with the journey rather than the destination. The next decade was crucial to them as they sought to make the most out of the time they had left by pursuing as many meaningful battles as possible. The situation with the Larkinson mech designers was different. Vase offered every lead designer the opportunity to make use of the ED-net. The only condition was that they needed to wrap up their ongoing design projects first before they became indisposed for a few years. Unlike his expert pilots, the journeyman mech designers of the design department were much less conflicted about this decision. I would be stupid to reject this offer, Sarah Voikin plainly stated to Vase as he visited her personal design lab. It has been my dream to design first-class mechs. That is not to say that second-class mechs are worthless, but even you should recognize that they are only strong enough to fight against the rabble among the aliens. These alien raiding fleets are only there to make up the numbers. The real war between red humanity and the native aliens will be decided by first-class mechs and warships built by the major alien races. Mech designers could make a much greater impact on their society by designing one of the many first-class mechs that would soon decide the fate of the red ocean dwarf galaxy. Everything else simply wasn't important enough anymore. Vase smiled and patted Sarah's shoulder in an encouraging manner. I will welcome your arrival at the premier branch. I just hope that you won't get too upset if you need to take a lot more time to advance to senior. It is better to get this over with sooner rather than later. Sarah argued, if I try to make the transition when I have become a senior or a master, I will need to absorb an exponentially greater amount of knowledge. It will take much more time for me to work towards my breakthrough, so it is better if I do this as soon as possible when the damage won't be as great. Besides, we have just switched over to the Age of Dawn. Our technology is undergoing a rolling reset. There is no better opportunity to start over than now when the introduction exotic radiation and hypermaterials is changing every aspect of the landscape for defensive systems. She had properly considered the pros and cons of this impactful decision. Vase admired her willingness to bear a significant amount of short-term pain in order to attain a better outcome. In the long term, what about your brother? Vase asked. Pure spearman mechs aren't as common anymore in the first-class mech community. Sarah shrugged. He will manage somehow. He is quite good at adapting to changing circumstances. Besides, even if he decided to stick with second-class mechs, he will still want to make use of an ED-net quota, if only so that he can master a lot of powerful technological principles and receive a host of powerful first-class augmentations for free. Though Vase briefly felt upset about a mech designer wasting an ED-net quota just to become a better second-class mech designer, it didn't sound so bad after he thought about it a bit further. The departure of a lot of second-class mech designers meant that it became important for the remaining ones to make up for the shortfall. Even then, if the Larkinsons lost too many second-class lead designers all of a sudden, Vase could always hire a bunch of second-class journeyman mech designers to occupy essential positions again. Vase was no longer as picky as before when it came to their recruitment. So long as they could do their jobs adequately enough, it did not matter whether they had what it took to realize their design philosophies. It would be even better if a number of assistant mech designers advanced to the rank of journeyman mech designer in the next few years. He was still waiting for Michael and Xanthar to hurry up and reach this stage. The two had even sought Vase out in order to convey a request. Can we get an ED-net quota? Vase frowned. You can, but it will have great consequences for your life. I won't hand them out to you for free. As assistant mech designers, you will have to compete against the others who are in a similar position as you. I won't play favorites just because I taught you for a while. I am sure that it shouldn't be too difficult to win those quotas fair and square as long as you have worked and studied hard enough, but the question is whether this is the right time for you to promote to a first-class mech designer. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that we should wait? I do, Vase replied. The two of you are pretty good second-class apprentice mech designers. I don't know how long it will take, but I don't think it will take more than a decade for you to attain your breakthroughs. If you try to become a first-class apprentice at this junction, you will not only have to throw away a lot of progress and start at the beginning, but you will be at a heavy disadvantage because it will be difficult for you to match the graduates of proper first-class mech design universities. The transition from apprentice to journeyman is one of the most important transitions of your career. You are not a true mech designer unless you settle on a valid design philosophy. Don't diminish your chances of becoming a journeyman by messing up your entire life beforehand. That caused the two young apprentices to frown. They had already set their minds on becoming first-raters. The advice given by the man they looked up to directly contradicted their own plans and desires. Isn't it better to advance to journeyman as a first-rater? Our potential will be much higher. That's nonsense. Vase shook his head. Back when I became a journeyman, I was still a third-class mech designer at the time. Now look at how far I've come. The foundation is what matters. So long as you have built up a solid foundation, your futures will be limitless. He did not say much more than that to them. He left the decision up to them. This was a difficult decision, and they needed to settle it on their own. There would still be opportunities for them to be promoted to a first-class mech designer in the future. Unlike many other people, Kedis had already made a clear decision about her own future. I think I won't make use of the ED-net right away. I am a parent, and I don't want my children to go without their mother for up to 4 straight years. I will reconsider this decision when they have grown up, but even then I won't spend all of my time on becoming a better mech designer. To be honest, I want to take the time and read a lot of old scriptures, manuals and modern academic articles related to swordsmanship. I don't want my swordsmanship to regress while I am stuck in a simulator pod for 4 years. This is the only way for me to prevent my skin from stagnating. My physical condition will probably decline, but my understanding of swordsmanship will probably progress by leaps and bounds. Vase looked surprised. That is, an ambitious lesson plan. Do you intend to join the premier branch after you are done? It depends on whether I have learned enough about first-class mech design. Once I exit the ED-net, I might not have mastered all of the knowledge and skills for me to feel confident enough to promote right away. I don't mind staying behind in the main fleet for a longer time. I feel most at home when I am with the Sword Maidens. I think I will continue to support and accompany them until they have successfully become warfighters and earned enough war merits to be promoted to first-raters. He understood her message. Kedis wanted to stay close to her children as well as the core group of Sword Maidens. Her transfer to the premier branch was therefore dependent on the outcome of the Larkinson clan's participation in the upcoming deep strike operations. I think that is a wise decision, Vase said in approval. You'll also be able to raise your family with your husband Joshua on an uninterrupted basis. How are Kyrian and Myra, by the way? They are growing more energetic by the day. She smiled. I hope to arrange first-class augmentations for them so that they can attend first-class virtual schools just like your own children. They don't have the same advantages, so I can only think of this to give them a better future. I am sure that I can exchange a few favors with the Terrans. Kedis vehemently shook her head. Stop it, Vase. I am not a kid anymore. I can't keep relying on your handouts all of the time. I can take care of my own business. I have my own plan. You might not be aware of this, but swordmasters like myself have become a lot more important in this new age. I am already in talks with certain organizations about assisting in research and providing guidance for people who want to follow in the footsteps of the Heavenswarders. Vase slowly nodded in acceptance. Since you have a clear plan in mind, I won't interfere with your activities. You sound like you have a solid idea on how to improve by yourself. Just make sure to keep the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the loop. You don't just represent yourself, but also the Larkinson clan. I know, Vase, I don't intend to go solo. Once I think I am ready to move on to this premier branch of yours, I'll make sure to reduce the gap between the two of us. I will become a senior mech designer one way or another. He liked her ambition, though he wasn't sure whether she could make good on her promises. Her decision to split her time between mech design and traditional swordsmanship had produced fantastic synergies but also came with serious consequences. Time was never on her side. Once Vase had checked up with every mech designer of the Larkinson clan, he no longer dealt with this matter any further. He could leave the remainder of the work to his subordinates. They had already begun to explore where they should base the premier branch at the start. He already moved on to other priorities. There were currently 3 major issues hanging over his head. First, he needed to check up on xianxia to determine whether she was open to becoming his apprentice and whether the Terrans wanted to make a more extensive deal. Second, he needed to prepare for his talk with the Inferno Prince. This represented a formal opening of relations between the Larkinson clan and the Rubarthan Pact. Third, he needed to be ready to deal with the crown at any time once his mother completed a brand new cultivation method that was specifically tailored to Vulcan. There were other priorities as well, but Vase could deal with them easily enough without requiring any special effort. Let's see, I'm due to teach my next few classes at the Eden Institute very soon, and I'll be talking to the Inferno Prince shortly after that. I need to find a way to keep both of them happy at the same time. His relationships with these 2 groups were out of balance at the moment. He was already favoring the Terrans by teaching at the Eden Institute, so he had to figure out an arrangement that would placate the Rubartons. Chapter 5277 Uninformed. In contrast to the excitement that Vase had generated when he came back to teach his Frontier Wisdom course, his other 2 classes concluded in a much more regular fashion. Vase had already satisfied the curiosity of a lot of Terrans during his infamous second lecture. He had already conveyed plenty of opinions and stances during his explanation and tirades that his target audience had already figured out the essential details. Besides, Introduction to Living Mech Design and Advanced Manual Superfab Operation were inherently more grounded in actual mech design. There was little room for political discourse when his lessons were primarily about engineering-related subjects. What gratified him a lot was that the few students who enrolled in both courses had become a lot more attentive and enthusiastic about his lessons. Vase no longer had to worry about whether the students would grow bored because they all believed that his courses were directly related to the reason why he was able to get recognized as a Tier 3 galactic citizen in record time. Unlike the Larkinsons and the other second raters that Vase hung out with before, the Terrans all possessed a much deeper awareness and appreciation of what it meant to become a higher-tiered galactic citizen. It was the ultimate dream for them to become a Tier 1 or a Tier 2 galactic citizen one way or another. The fact that a second-class senior mech designer of all people managed to make it to Tier 3 proved that even the younger generations had a chance to enter the upper echelon within a couple of decades. Whether they had any chance to fulfill this dream or not, Vase delightedly explained his theories knowing that his students would take his words as truth. It would be so easy to indoctrinate them all. Vase actually felt tempted to steer them into his orbit in the hopes that they could join his premier branch upon graduation. He had to restrain himself during those times. He needed to maintain his boundaries as a teacher and leave the choice up to the students themselves. He would welcome them in his premier branch if they applied to join on their own initiative, but until then he needed to give them space to develop by themselves. His relationship with xianxia had changed considerably after his last serious talk with her. Though she kept up her assumed civilian identity in order to avoid attracting unwanted attention, she became remarkably more candid to Vase now that they had broken through a barrier. "How soon will you arrive in New Constantinople?" she asked. "I have no idea," he responded. "I still need to take care of matters on my end. Currently, my main fleet first needs to arrive in the Bortle system. I will probably have to take care of various issues before I am ready to travel to your location. The good news is that the Blue Jay fleet provided by the Mechers is remarkably fast. It shouldn't take too much time to enter the Agamemnon upper zone." The projection of xianxia looked satisfied with that. "We shall do our best to hold a proper reception for your arrival. Whether you intend to visit for a short duration or decide to stay for a longer term, we will be happy to accommodate you and any subordinates you might bring. We can even bestow you property close to the campus of our school if that is what you need. There is no need to go that far. We can hash out details like this in a more comprehensive treaty between the Terran Alliance and the Larkinson clan." Vase deliberately mentioned his clan because he wanted people to get used to dealing with the Larkinson clan as a serious trading partner that was not subject to their own rule. His hope was to lay the groundwork for the Larkinson clan's gradual evolution into a first-class power that could stand on its own. Neither the Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans or Rubarthans could boss around the Larkinsons at will. "Have you put any thought into my offer to become my apprentice?" "I have talked it over with my grandfather and the other leaders of the Strian ancient clan." Alexa replied in a serious tone. "I am not ready to give you my answer. My clan and I would like to meet with you in person." No matter how often we have interacted with each other over a distance, people can still turn out to be different in reality. I would like to learn more about you and the clan that you want me to join before I can make an informed decision. That is reasonable. The young lady refused to offer any further clarification on what was going on her own side, so Vase had little choice but to wait. The Terrans were fairly traditional in the way they conducted business. They were more than willing to wait a few weeks or a few months in order to conduct proper negotiations on major business deals. It helped that the Terrans already established a solid relationship with Vase through his employment at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology. Now that Vase had made it clear that he still valued his teaching position, the Terrans weren't in a hurry to attain quick results. They would rather take the time to collect more information and make more preparations to ensure a good outcome. Since the Terrans were willing to wait until they were ready to discuss more serious matters, Vase soon shifted most of his attention to the Rubarthans. Vase had no idea what to expect from his upcoming talk with the Inferno Prince. The only reason why such an honored leader was willing to talk to Vase directly was because of his alleged ties with the Destroyer of Worlds. Since he was able to pull out a minor clone of Emma out of nowhere, he obviously earned the powerful god pilot's favor. It would be embarrassing if Vase had no other ties to the Rubarthans under the circumstances. Minister Sheddarin Pernus had conducted a lot of research and coached Vase on how to conduct himself. The Rubarthans have a reputation for being considerably more direct and results-oriented than the Terrans. The old man said as he gave Vase a final reminder before the remote talk was scheduled to begin. What complicates our situation further is that an ace pilot will be doing the initial negotiations. Such a figurehead will have little patience for small talk or pleasantries. The greatest point of uncertainty that you must clarify is whether he has been in contact with the Destroyer of Worlds or not. If the Rubarthan god pilot has affirmed your relationship with her or issued direct instructions, then the Inferno Prince will act accordingly. I understand. The god pilots of Red Humanity had all fallen out of contact shortly after the Great Severing had occurred. The need to maintain confidentiality was high, so it was unclear whether the Rubarthan leadership were able to maintain communications with the Destroyer of Worlds. Vase knew he would be able to find out the truth pretty soon. He counted down the minutes even as he made his way over to the hyper-chamber while dressed in his best uniform. He briefly wondered whether he should wear the Tier 3 Galactic Citizenship badge, but decided to keep it out of sight in order to avoid associating himself too much with the Mechers. The hyper-chamber took its time to form a brand new secure connection with a completely new location. The hyper-chamber's advanced physical projectors and other sophisticated tech immediately went into action. An entirely different environment came into shape. The space of the hyper-chamber were being stretched to their very limit, but not a millimeter beyond, indicating that the Rubarthans understood its details extremely well. Vase had the illusion of entering a throne room. The Rubarthans clearly wanted to put on a good show. The entire space was made out of a natural stone material that looked extremely hard and dense at first glance. Vase had little doubt that the stone material could resist the attacks of ordinary first-class multipurpose mechs. Banners hung from the walls while solemn carved seats occupied both sides of the magnificent chamber. The center lane was covered by a burgundy carpet that led all the way up to an exaggeratingly raised dais that ended at a large stone throne with a backrest that led all the way to the ceiling. There was no way for Vase to hide his reaction to this new environment. The entire throne room was designed to convey the majesty and the power of the Rubarthan imperial household. The entire chamber happened to be empty at the moment. No one sat on the throne or the benches where guests would be seated during formal events. Just as Vase was starting to get used to the imperial ambiance, the enormous double doors at the other side slowly slid open. A small figure strode in from the entrance. That figure slowly appeared larger and larger until Vase stood face to face with the famed Prince Antonius, otherwise known as the Inferno Prince. The two silently evaluated each other for a few seconds. The Inferno Prince radiated just as much strength and confidence as the Mace of Retaliation. This was no surprise as both were not only peak ace pilots, but also descendants of supremely powerful figures. One of them was the grandson of an actual god pilot. The other was the 2016th offspring of the Star Emperor. It was hard to say which of them commanded more power and influence. In any case, Vase was able to get a sense of the Inferno Spear's powerful domain field through the medium of the hyper chamber. Different from the Mace of Retaliation whose Saint Kingdom conveyed an impression of endless counterattacks, the Inferno Prince came across as an imperial spear that threatened to leave fire and ruination in its wake. Professor Larkinson, the prince spoke gruffly as he raised his hand. So you are the person chosen by the Destroyer of Worlds. Vase raised his own hand and exchanged a firm handshake with the Rubarthan prince. I am not sure about getting chosen by her. My relationship with her is not that close. Lying is beneath you, the Inferno Prince accused. Divine Irene Mox would not have granted you a major boon if you did not earn her trust. Tell me, what is it about you that has made you worthy of her attention? Why is it that the rest of us are in the dark about your relationship with one of our greatest protectors? The Inferno Spear did not even try to hide the fact that he and the rest of the Rubarthans were still out of contact with the Destroyer Worlds. At least, that was the impression that he was trying to give. Who knew whether he was merely putting on a charade? Vase did not think that was the case, though. Ace pilots were much more honest. It was beneath the Inferno Spear to engage in any subterfuge in this matter. He guessed that the Inferno Spear's interest was much more personal in nature. He was asking as a friend of the Destroyer of Worlds, not as a leader and a representative of the Rubarthan Pact. Vase couldn't help but feel more at ease for that reason. Knowing that Prince Antonius was powerful and perceptive enough to detect lies even through a remote connection, Vase tried to word his words carefully. I do not think the Destroyer of Worlds will like it if I say too much to you. All I can say is that I helped her a long time ago, and that she owed a debt to me in turn. She turned to me because I was the only one who was available at the time who could help her solve her problem. As I have demonstrated during the recent conference, I am known to provide various unique services that no one else can match. Hopefully, that should be enough for Vase to raise his status in the eyes of the Rubarthans. Chapter 5278 Incommunicado. Vase grew a lot more comfortable now that he ascertained that the Inferno Spear Prince had yet to correspond with the Destroyer of Worlds. This effectively meant that nobody else aside from Vase and the God Pilot understood the nature of their relationship. All the Rubarthans had to go on was the fact that Vase had managed to summon a fraction of Emma's power during the end of the Survivalist Conference. During this dramatic and historic event, the famous flaming cat apparition of the Destroyer of Worlds clearly shared an unusual relationship with Vase, though the event happened too quickly to provide any further details. However, it was easy for outside observers to conclude that Vase and Divine Irene Mox might have been in contact for many years. The reason why this speculation had gained an increasing degree of credibility was due to the obvious similarities between companion spirits and Emma. Emma was an energy cat. Blinky was an energy cat. Alexandra was an energy cat. The golden cat was obviously an energy cat as well. These cats resembled each other so much that it appeared as if they shared a direct family relation. Given that Emma had emerged centuries before Vase was even born, it was easy to conclude that the modern incarnation of companion spirits had been derived from Divine Mox's iconic manifestation of power. To put it in different words, without the assistance of the Destroyer of Worlds, Vase would have never been able to develop his companion spirits. Although there was no confirmation that this theory was true, the evidence all lined up. The apparent timeline made it clear that Emma came first while other companion spirits emerged much later. The fact that this was actually false did not really cross the minds of any Rubarthans. After all, in order for the order to be reversed, Vase actually had to travel back in time, which was clearly and utterly impossible. In any case, if the Rubarthans assumed that Vase created companion spirits with the secret of the Destroyer of Worlds, then that gave these people a special relationship with one of his iconic works. The problem now was that the Rubarthans didn't possess the full story. Without obtaining clarification from one of the key parties, they remained in the dark about Ves's true relationship with one of the two god pilots of the Rubarthan Pact. This was of great concern to the Rubarthans. Every god pilot's life was of paramount importance to their states or organizations. Their friends, enemies, history, likes, dislikes and etc. were carefully scrutinized by entire research departments. The fact that one of their greatest protectors had managed to develop a secret relationship with a seemingly random second-rater for at least a decade and never managed to expose any of it produced a considerable shock across Rubarthan high society. Was this a sign that the Destroyer of Worlds lost confidence in the Rubarthans? Was this a prelude of severing ties with the Rubarthan superstate? Or had the Destroyer of Worlds recognized Professor Larkinson's talents early on and sought to convert him into a Rubarthan step by step? The Rubarthan analysts had probably been fretting for days as they sought to study and pick apart any data related to the Larkinsons that could give them the clues they needed to clear up the uncertainty. In any case, what mattered the most to Vase was that he occupied the rare position of being able to fill up the gaps with his own version of the story. He understood how much of an advantage this represented. If he could spin the right narrative, he could effectively shape his relationship with the Rubarthans. He could portray himself as a confidant of the destroyer of worlds and claim he was under her implicit protection. He could pretend that he had conducted a transaction with the god pilot that entitled him to huge concessions such as access to restricted Rubarthan technology. He could even claim that the destroyer of worlds had become an honorary member of the Larkinson clan. Of course, Vase was well aware that once the infamously destructive god pilot completed her secret mission and came into contact again, she would learn everything that he had done while she was incommunicado. He could get in a lot of trouble if he abused his relationship with her, especially if he ended up damaging her honor and credibility. However, based on his understanding of his subtle relationship with the destroyer of worlds, Vase bet that she probably wouldn't bother exposing any misdeeds as long as they were not excessive. She owed him a massive favor, after all. The enormous benefits she gained from having Emma by her side for over 2 centuries was incalculable. This meant that he should have a bit of leeway in how he handled these talks. He could manipulate this negotiation in a way that allowed him to extract more concessions. The important part was that Vase needed to sell his story to the Rubarthans while also keeping Irene's delayed reaction in mind at all times. Dangerous ideas began to swirl in his mind. These ideas far exceeded the scope of the possible concessions that Vase had discussed with Minister Sheddarin Pernus beforehand. While Vase respected his advisor's analysis and opinion a lot, that did not necessarily mean he agreed with the old man on every point. For all of his wisdom and experience in diplomatic affairs, Minister Sheddarin still clung to his identity as an inferior second-rater. The old man could not help but look up to the Rubarthans as powerful first-raters that should never be trifled with. According to the career diplomat's own views, Vase and the Larkinsons were the junior party in their relationship with the Rubarthans. Vase disagreed with this stance. His importance and strategic value far exceeded the point where the Rubarthans could dictate terms at will. If they wanted to gain his cooperation on anything, then they needed to treat him as more of an equal. A switch toggled in his mind. Vase realized that he could get away with a lot as long as he took a few risks. He just needed to be bold enough to grasp this fleeting chance. Should he take advantage of the information asymmetry between him and the Inferno Spear Prince and attempt to hoodwink the Rubarthan Pact? Or should he stick to his original plan and adopt a cautious and reserved attitude? Vase did not have much time to make up his mind. His initial words and attitudes would set the tone for the rest of this conversation. If he adopted a submissive demeanor, then he had no doubt that the Rubarthans would walk all over him and his clan. If he acted too domineering, then he would likely provoke a backlash and poison any hope of establishing genuine friendship with the Rubarthan Pact. He needed to decide on an approach that was situated between these two extremes. The only decision that mattered was whether he wanted to lean in one direction or another. An impulsive streak surged from within. He spontaneously decided to throw away the careful gameplan composed by Minister Sheddarin and adopt a riskier but also far more rewarding strategy. "I understand your confusion," Vase gently said as he did his best to prevent his inner thoughts from getting picked up by the highly perceptive ace pilot. "I came into contact with the destroyer of worlds before I became a senior mech designer. The difference in status between us is so great that it is difficult to think I can be of any assistance to your god pilot. However, the fact of the matter is that she was incapable of solving a difficult problem with her current means. I just so happened to be in a position to give her what she needed." The Inferno Spear Prince looked skeptical. It is difficult to believe that she declined to seek assistance from her fellow Rubarthans. "We have many different experts at our disposal, especially during the heyday of the Age of Mechs." "That is true, but I seriously doubt that any Rubarthan mech designer can produce any works that are comparable to mine." Vase smirked. "I think that it is no longer a secret that I have access to obscure ancient heritages that have granted me unique abilities. While I am sure that you Rubarthans have access to similar secret repositories of knowledge, there is a difference between learning and doing." The Rubarthan prince understood what Vase was trying to convey. "You claim to possess a unique talent or affinity that has attracted the attention of the destroyer of worlds. You inherited these advantages from your parents, but not from the Larkinson side of your family." Vase responded with an ambiguous smile. "You can say that, but I met the destroyer of worlds under different circumstances. I won't say anything further about that as this is her story to tell. Just know that I have provided your god pilot a huge amount of assistance when she was in need of my services. She permitted me to obtain a piece of Emma as a form of repayment." The Inferno Spear fell silent for a few seconds as he analyzed what he heard. He was probably not alone in this. There was a high chance that he was connected to an entire team of analysts and researchers that was providing guidance behind the scenes. While there was no way to verify most of the claims that Vase had made, the fact that he gained access to Emma was an undeniable and irrefutable fact. So long as Vase kept mentioning it, the Rubarthans had no choice but to accept the conclusion that Vase had established at least some form of friendship with the Destroyer of Worlds. This indisputable fact was like a rock that stood in the way of the Rubarthans. They could not do anything that might cause one of their greatest protectors to take offense. The current circumstance doubtlessly frustrated the Rubarthan advisors who urged the Inferno Spear Prince to take an aggressive stance in this negotiation. Still, Vase was impressed by how the Inferno Spear Prince kept his fiery nature under tight control. He did a good job of representing his colonial superstate, though he was a lot more direct and martial than the typical statesman. Seeing that Vase made it far too difficult for the Rubarthans to claim a significant share of ownership towards companion spirits, the Inferno Spear Prince shifted the conversation in a different direction. We are grateful that you have agreed to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with me on short notice. Prince Antonius spoke as the both of them started to walk in the direction of the tall and elevated throne. The great severing in the events that took place during the Survivalist Conference has made it clear that changes are taking place at a remarkably fast pace. We can no longer afford to take our time and deliberate too much on every decision. We have already begun to recover from our unanticipated separation from our home state by enacting necessary reforms and strategic shifts. Vase nodded even as he wondered where the Rubarthan prince was going with this story. I can imagine that a lot of uncertainty has emerged now that the reach of the Star Emperor has become a lot more distant. This was a controversial topic. A lot of questions had emerged how the Rubarthan Pact would go from here. Would they try to retain their allegiance to an emperor that was 50 million light-years away, or would they attempt to elevate one of the princes in the Red Ocean as their new sovereign? Everyone had an opinion about this issue. No matter what the Rubarthans chose to do, they were bound to create a lot of division within their ranks. The Inferno Spear Prince merely smiled in response. We have entered into a crisis period. We need to address our acute issues first before we can tackle our less urgent problems. Still, the absence of my father is felt by Rubarthan. We are looking into substitutes that can placate our citizens and keep them united. Vase already had a good idea what the Rubarthan prince was talking about. Are you expressing interest in my kinship networks? Yes. Chapter 5279. A small deception. Our colonial superstate remains strong. The Rubarthan prince claimed, I have no doubt that our citizens will remain loyal and united no matter how the war progresses. That does not mean we are blind to the fact that our people will be tested many times as the Rubarthan Pact will enter a period of greater instability and uncertainty. We have learned that one of your inventions can soften the blows. We understand that you have already formed an agreement with the Red Association. If the Mechers vouch for your work, then it should be good enough for us as well. Vase smiled. The Rubarthans built up a considerable demand for his kinship networks. For all of their attempts to downplay their desire for a kinship network of their own, the Rubarthans clearly wanted it bad. This meant that Vase essentially had the upper hand in this negotiation. Of course, that didn't mean that he could go crazy and demand that he be appointed as their new emperor in order to satisfy their demand. Vase deeply wanted to exploit this advantage, but the problem was that he did not have a clear idea on how far he could go. He hadn't even figured out what sort of concessions he wanted to obtain the Rubarthans. He was not that interested in obtaining real estate or territory. His clan would be able to buy plenty of facilities in the future so long as he expanded his business to the first-class mech market. He was not interested in exchanging his kinship network for starships and other pieces of advanced tech. Their reliability would always be in question as it was trivially easy for the Rubarthans to install a lot of listening devices and backdoors in their own products. Vase could always ask for a lot of money or phase water. He seriously doubted whether the sums were commensurate to the total value of a kinship network. The survivalists already managed to take advantage of him by persuading him to freely contribute his works in the name of Red Humanity's survival. It was difficult for him to resist this moral kidnapping. This was a different circumstance. Vase had already done his duty to his race for the time being. If the Rubarthans wanted to make a separate deal, then they had to obtain his agreement. The two had come a lot closer to the raised throne than before. It looked a lot more imposing up close. The craftsmen commissioned by the Rubarthans most definitely knew what they were doing. Naturally, the Inferno Spear wasn't arrogant enough to sit on the throne. Right now, the Star Emperor was the only person who was qualified to do so, but whether this would last was anyone's guess. "Please take a seat," the Peak Ace pilot offered. They sat on a pair of smaller thrones that had been placed to the side and at a distinctly lower height. This offered them a good view of the imposing throne room without giving off the impression that they wanted to take over the entire pact. "Please take a look at this document and verify whether they are accurate," Prince Antonius requested to Vase. A new projection appeared that immediately looked familiar to Vase. As he started to skim over all of the legal terms and phrases, he recognized that the Rubarthans actually managed to get their hands on one of the contracts between Vase and the Red Association. The document basically specified the 4 kinship networks that Vase agreed to make for the Mechers for the purpose of making it available to the new elites. Although the contract was predominantly filled with legal terms that covered an extensive range of contingencies, it also contained a fairly extensive technical description of a kinship network as well as the demands imposed by the Mechers. Anyone who managed to get their hands on this contract would not only understand the deal that Vase had made with the Red Association, but also gain an excellent understanding of how kinship networks worked and what Vase could do to change their mechanisms. His mood started to drop when he realized how much bargaining power he had lost as a result of this leak. It turned out that the Rubarthans weren't completely ignorant. Vase shifted his eyes away from the projected document. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you managed to obtain a copy of this contract. It is authentic as far as I can recall. We can save a lot of time on explanations." "That is true." The Inferno Spear smiled as he regained a bit of initiative. "Before we proceed, has the Destroyer of Worlds issued any verdict about kinship networks?" Vase needed to think carefully on how to answer this question. Responding with a proper answer was not in his best interest as that would remove a lot of leverage. However, if Vase veered too far away from the truth, then a highly perceptive ace pilot like the Inferno Spear would definitely detect that something was wrong. "My contact with the Destroyer of Worlds is intermittent. There is much that I haven't discussed with her. Kinship networks were at an earlier stage of development at the time. Ideas have arisen about expanding their availability to a much greater population, but these were long-term aspirations that would probably take decades or even centuries to come into fruition." Vase had indeed entertained these ideas in his mind. He did not feel the need to say that he never shared any of it with the Destroyer of Worlds. "Does that mean that she has yet to issue any requests on how the kinship network for our colonial superstate should be configured?" "No, it is too soon for that. If the Mechers hadn't insisted on implementing this work for their new elites program, we wouldn't be having this conversation so soon. Still, I can imagine that your god pilot sincerely wants the citizens of the Rubarthan Pact to enjoy greater protection and guidance during these turbulent times." "I can see that." The Inferno Spear did not dispute this claim. "As I have spoken earlier, time is of the essence. Others might be willing to take their time, but our state sees no reason to delay on this matter. We would like you to supply a kinship network for our state as soon as feasibly possible. It would be ideal if it can be erected in a month so that we can begin our tests without too much delay. Are you willing and capable of offering a kinship network with the same specifications as the ones that you have already agreed to provide to the Red Association?" Vase blinked. That was awfully fast. He already had a hunch that the Rubarthans wanted to attain quick results during this opening talk, but this was beyond his expectations. Even if the Rubarthans wanted to speed up the process of establishing a relationship with Vase, they should at least take this step by step in order to ensure that everything was done properly. The Inferno Spear and a significant number of Rubarthan leaders didn't appear to possess the patience for that. They had immediately made a proposal that would affect their entire society to a comprehensive degree. This was a bold choice and one that came with a considerable degree of risk, though not too much. There were already working examples of kinship networks that had operated for multiple years. The Larkinson network as well as the worship of the Superior Mother presented two distinct cases on how kinship networks affected people. With proper control and supervision, the Rubarthans probably thought that they could stay on top of any unexpected developments. Though Vase disliked how much control he had to give up to the Mechers when supplying his kinship networks, he knew that the Rubarthans weren't stupid enough to be lenient on this issue. He needed to find another way to gain the upper hand in this negotiation, and he already had an idea in mind that would allow him to have the last laugh. "I can supply you with what I need, but it will be challenging to fulfill all of your demands in a fairly short time span." Vase answered as if taking on this burden was a large and exhaustive undertaking. What is important is the entity being used to anchor the kinship network. It has to be the right kind of energy-based life form to support its operations. It also has to be malleable enough to install a kinship network. Furthermore, since we are so short on time, the entity has to be available and close at hand in order to quickly fulfill your order. That caused the Inferno Spear and all of the people behind him to frown and think about what they just heard. Is it possible for companion spirits or powerful humans to assume this role? The only kinship networks that I have managed to create are entities that are close to me. He said, companion spirits are similar enough to them that they may be able to support a kinship network, but unless they have grown strong enough, they will be unable to support a network that connects to billions if not trillions of Rubarthan citizens. That said, basing a network directly off a human will not end well. Just trust me on that. More powerful candidates such as the Destroyer of Worlds or Emma may be able to handle the load, but the problem is that they are so stupendously powerful that it is impossible for me to upgrade them with a kinship network. I will get destroyed by their overwhelming power before I can get close enough. That ruled out a lot of options for the Rubarthans. What sort of energy-based life forms are eligible to form a kinship network, then? Well, you can look at existing examples that have worked reliably for years. The Golden Cat is the living personification of my family and my clan. The Superior Mother is the supreme deity of the Hex Federation, though she is also considered my mother in a weird way. While it may be possible to base a kinship network on strange and unfamiliar entities, I cannot guarantee their stability or reliability. There are good reasons why the survivalists settled on kinship networks on 4 different energy-based life forms that I have known and cooperated with for years. I know them well enough to leverage their strengths, and they have cooperated with humans for enough years to develop a solid symbiotic relationship with our race. As Vase continued his explanations, he deliberately spun a narrative that he hoped would steer his audience towards a specific conclusion. Vase grew a little tense as he tried to figure out how much the Rubarthans knew about his kinship networks. He had noticed that the contract that the Rubarthans managed to steal from the association did not mention anything about creating ancestral spirits from scratch. It was not the sort of information that was relevant enough to add to the contract. Since Vase and the Mechers had already agreed to form kinship networks around the Solemn Guardian, Zygra, Helena and Bravo, there was no reason to mention alternatives since they had already been rejected. The Mechers had probably written a more extensive report on kinship networks that most certainly included this crucial detail, but it was still in question whether the Rubarthans managed to obtain a copy of this confidential document as well. This was the crucial junction of this negotiation. If the Rubarthans knew that Vase could create a custom ancestral spirit to administer their desired kinship network, then they would certainly issue this request at this time. However, if the Rubarthans were misled by the stolen contract and assumed that kinship networks could only be formed out of a limited selection of existing spirits, then they would not mention this possibility at all during this talk. Vase even began to suspect whether the survivalists had deliberately conspired to pass on the contract to the Rubarthans while keeping more crucial information well out of reach. Had the xenotechnician or the polymath foreseen this negotiation, he could not rule out this possibility. All he cared about was whether the Rubarthans fell for this trick. After several more seconds of silence, the Inferno Spear finally issued his reply. Please present a list of eligible choices. We would like to understand what we can choose from. If the list is too limited or restrictive, then we will have to reconsider our entire request. Oh, before I forget, make certain that the choices will be able to gain the approval of the Destroyer of Worlds. It will not do to upset her and test her patience. Chapter 5280 Vase. The instigator Vase had to struggle really hard not to grin like a shark and cackle like a witch gone mad. He did it. He actually did it. He managed to bluff the Rubarthans by exploiting their flawed and incomplete interpretation of the contract. While Vase felt incredibly glad that he managed to attain initial success in this extremely risky gambit, he needed to make sure the Rubarthans did not find out the truth in the foreseeable time. This meant that Vase needed to show no indication of glee or pleasure over the fact that he managed to pull the wool over their eyes. It was challenging. Vase deeply wanted to burst out into laughter and express his joyous emotions at managing to fool some of the most powerful humans of the Red Ocean. He had to employ multiple tricks to keep his current facade as impeccable as possible. For example, back in the Milky Way, a certain cyborg cat was cackling like a madman as she was sitting on a desk. Terminal. Veronica's attention was no longer on the incomplete design of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III as the strong emotions from afar completely overtook the living divine artifact. Maya ha 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 ha, Maya ha 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 ha. Her unhinged behavior had become so disturbing that Helena manifested next to the cyborg cat with a look of concern. What is wrong with you? This is not typical of you. What has caused you to lose control? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, sis, but I couldn't help myself. It's just too amusing. While Veronica explained the scheme, Vase just transferred a list that the Rubarthans had requested. The list contained a set of names as well as a brief description of what they were all about. Naturally, these descriptions were decidedly less than neutral. Although he made sure that they sounded factual enough, Vase still had plenty of ways to manipulate the phrasing to promote specific interpretations. Even though the document he transferred over was short enough to read in less than a minute, the Rubarthans took their time to thoroughly process the new information. I see that your list does not include the 4 life forms that have already been chosen by the Red Association. The Inferno Spear spoke up again. What is the reason for their absence? Are they only capable of supporting a single kinship network, or are there other complications that have led you to remove them from consideration? There were good reasons why Vase left out the Solemn Guardian and so on off the list, though he did not want to share all of them to his current audience. It is not impossible for the 4 spirits to oversee multiple kinship networks. Vase truthfully replied. However, that will cause them to split their responsibilities, making them less attentive to an individual network's needs. Not only that, they will get influenced by 2 broad but distinctly different populations, which means that they will never be truly dedicated to either of them. Even if you don't find this to be a problem, the Mechers will definitely object to sharing them because it will negatively affect the new elites program. Understood. Thank you for your clarification. The Inferno Spear went back perusing the list while silently corresponding with his enormous staff. Vase did not fudge the list too much. He presented the Rubarthans with plenty of viable options. For example, if the Rubarthans settled for a more exotic choice like the Phase King, they could gain a greater understanding and feel of Phase Water. The price was that they had to be comfortable with living in the presence of an alien entity that shared a disturbing amount of similarities with the Phase Whale race. The illustrious one was also alien in nature, but he could present the Rubarthans with a boost in affinity and feel of energy weapons of all kinds. Directed energy weapons such as lasers and so on would become significantly more effective once the Rubarthans figured out ways to harness them more effectively. xianxia offered a more defensive and protective focus. She also happened to possess a spatial focus, but her understanding and application of this domain was different from that of the Phase King. Vase had a feeling that none of these options sounded particularly attractive to the Rubarthans. There was a distinct lack of human choices that would have engendered greater trust. The absence was notable enough for the Inferno Spear to inquire about their eligibility. Why have you left out names such as Lufa and Ilvain? Ilvain is derived from a man of faith. It is difficult to resist his beliefs if you are being subjected to them all of the time. Vase responded. I doubt you will want to turn your citizens into worshippers. Agree. As for Lufa, he is rather special. First, he is directly related to a classified research initiative. I am probably breaking a rule by mentioning this to you. If you haven't obtained information about this in advance, you will probably learn about it in the near future. You can ask the transhumanist if you want to find out the answer sooner. That should be enough to fend off any further inquiries into these 2 spirits. Though Vase was not connected to their deliberations, he could practically feel the Rubarthans weighing the pros and cons of every option as they moved down the list. It was only after they reached the bottom that their interest as well as their confusion became magnified. This final option is not one that matches the other ones. The Inferno Spear pointed out. We question whether it is a legitimate choice or whether you have added it as a joke. I understand that it may be surprising to see this name on this list, but I can assure you that it is a legitimate choice. You asked for options that are capable of supporting a kinship network that is suitable for your population. They should also be able to gain the approval of the Destroyer of Worlds. The final name definitely satisfies your demands, as strange as this situation may seem. If you want, I can call her over so that you can meet with her directly. You will be able to find out for yourself that she is more than meets the eye. The Inferno Spear couldn't hold back his curiosity. Please do so, Professor Larkinson. It will take a bit of time for her to arrive. A bit of time flew by while Vase answered a few other questions relating to his design spirits and how they interacted with his kinship networks. The atmosphere suddenly changed as the entrance opened up. Not 1, but 2 different figures entered the active hyper chamber. Vase couldn't help but smile in delight as he saw her daughter move across the simulated throne room. Part of the reason for the delay was to give her a quick but proper makeover so that she looked at her best. She didn't require much makeup to enhance her already cute face. Her blue dress made her look a bit more formal and mature, but not to the point of sapping her of all of her youth. The focus was not on his daughter, though. From the moment Aurelia appeared into view, the Inferno Spear already laid his eyes on the cat that the young lady was holding in her arms. Clixie looked as cute and furry as ever. The golden collar that he had made for her a long time ago added a considerable amount of class to the pet. The lustrous gem set in the center especially enhanced her mysterious allure. "Hello, father," Aurelia greeted in a shy manner as she presented herself in a much more formal manner than usual. "Did you call for Clixie?" "I did. Thank you for bringing her here. Your Highness, this is Clixie, a Rubarthan sentinel cat that had originally been gifted to my wife. While she may still look like an ordinary designer cat, she has become greater than that in the years since she has become a part of my family. I won't explain the details to you, but getting exposed to a lot of mysterious phenomena has caused her to grow smarter and develop extraordinary power. Truly, I find that hard to believe, yet I can actually sense that she has amassed a notable amount of power, for a cat. Don't underestimate the power or the potential of the feline species." Vase responded. "Emma is one of the defining examples of how cats can grow to become our strongest helpers and assistants. There are clear differences between Emma and this cat of yours." Vase nodded. "Their natures are different and so are their powers, but that does not mean that the potential of our Rubarthan sentinel cat is inadequate. She can quickly catch up to Emma as long as she becomes responsible for the entire population of the Rubarthan Pact. Let me give you a taste of what she can do to protect your citizens. Clixie, can you give the good prince a demonstration?" Meow. Clixie began to accumulate power even as she stayed within the warm and loving embrace of Aurelia. Her furry body started to glow even as it started to absorb the E-energy radiation in the immediate environment. Once she reached a critical point, she began to disgorge a green and rejuvenating beam that caused anyone in its path to feel a lot better. Although its strength was not that impressive, the Inferno Spear couldn't help but grow impressed as his projected form got struck by Clixie's beam. The limitations of the remote connection prevented the ace pilot from appreciating the full effect of this special ability, but the Inferno Spear indeed managed to get enough of a taste to understand what Clixie had just done. The man looked genuinely impressed. "My advisors have told me that the Age of Dawn will introduce many wonders that subvert our previous assumptions. They are correct. Your cat has somehow managed to turn her love, care and benevolence into a superpower that can mend injuries, though I suspect that it is mainly effective on cats. Regardless, I no longer have any reason to doubt her suitability. Still, that does not entirely explain the reason why you have presented her to us as a possible choice. It is quite simple," Vase said, even though the truth was anything but. "She is fairly innocent and not as complicated as the other spirits that have been exposed to the minds of many mech pilots for a varying number of years. Although her abilities are not flashy or powerful, I am sure that you Rubarthans have no problems destroying your enemies with your superior tech and assets. What you truly need is an entity that can protect your clan against less substantial and more abstract threats. Clixie's abilities are much more useful on that front. Finally, she is the only cat on the list. Who do you think the Destroyer of Worlds will prefer?" That final reason sounded silly, but the reaction from the Inferno Spear indicated that it was a serious factor. It was no secret that Divine Irene Mox had a soft spot for cats. As Prince Antonius and the other Rubarthans struggled to evaluate this choice, Vase decided to take another risk and press his advantage. "From what I know of the Rubarthan Pact, you are fortunate enough to be protected by two god pilots." The Inferno Spear looked proud. "That is correct. The Destroyer of Worlds and the Spacelock are our two greatest protectors. The Terrans can only count on the Light of Sol. We expect more god pilots to arise in the future, but for the time being this shall remain the status quo." Vase nodded. What he was about to say next was crucial to his scheme. "I am not sure how they have divided their authority and responsibilities. The Deep Strike plan has made it clear that both of them are bound to have the greatest say in the Rubarthan Pact for the foreseeable time. There are advantages and disadvantages to being led by two equal leaders. However, if the Rubarthan Pact adopts a kinship network that is centered around a cat, I can imagine that a lot of your citizens will develop greater respect towards the Destroyer of Worlds." "Where are you going with this, Professor Larkinson?" "Imagine a future where the Rubarthans develop a universal adoration towards cats. I don't know about the Spacelock, but I don't think he has anything to do with cats. The destroyer of worlds is the opposite in this regard. She has shown off Emma for over 2 centuries. I cannot think of a greater cat lady than her. This should make it easier for her to occupy the leading position. Whether she is interested in ruling the Rubarthan Pact or not, she is doubtlessly in need of a lot of administrators and bureaucrats who can do all of the heavy lifting of running an entire first-rate colonial superstate, people who she knows and can rely upon. A lot of wheels started to turn in the mind of the Inferno Spear. The man was not stupid. Even if he was, his advisors certainly did not miss the subtext that Vase had obviously conveyed through his words. The ace pilot began to exchange a subtle look with Vase before directing a speculative look at Clixie. Meow. The Rubarthan sentinel cat had no idea that she had inadvertently found herself at the center of a possible power struggle instigated by Vase. Chapter 5281. The Smokestack Prince. Vase spontaneously offered to create a kinship network based on Clixie for specific reasons. Before he met with the Inferno Spear Prince, he had learned a lot about the Rubarthans. It was one thing to negotiate with a party that he just met, but if he was about to hold an important discussion with a party that was well established, he would be a fool if he did not study his counterparts in advance. With the help of Minister Sheddarin Pernus, Vase had quickly developed a good understanding of the internal dynamics of the Rubarthan Pact. At first glance, the first-rate colonial state was organized in a similar manner to the Terran Alliance. Both of them were founded by extremely powerful superstates from the Milky Way. Both of them were effectively divided into multiple different territories and provinces founded by numerous powerful Terran and Rubarthan groups. The Terran ancient clans held the most sway in their own colonies. Although their level of investment in the Terran alliance varied due to individual circumstances, they were roughly comparable in power. None of these powerful clans held greater sway over the others, and there was an implicit agreement that none of them should ever become powerful enough to dominate the others. This was also one of the reasons why General Axelar Strian faced an uphill struggle in his attempt to reform the Terran superstate. His proposals led to greater centralization, accountability and the removal of several rights that the ancient clans had taken for granted. No one wanted him to boss everyone around. The Rubarthans were quite different in this regard. Unlike the modern Terrans, the Rubarthans had always grown up under a central authority. Their entire empire was set up in a way that not only encouraged every citizen to accept the authority of the Star Emperor, but derive pride from the fact they were governed by such a powerful leader. Of course, the new Rubarth Empire was too large and expansive to be ruled by just a single leader, so most of the actual governance fell onto his many offspring. The thousands of princes and princesses all had an opportunity to assume greater responsibility and be in charge of the many arms of the state. This model of governance also spread to the Rubarthan Pact, which the imperial household treated as a backyard of sorts at a time. Even though the Rubarthan Pact was separated from the Milky Way galaxy by hundreds of thousands of light years, the connectivity offered by the Greater Beander Gates and the galactic net reduced these problems into speed bumps. The authority of the Star Emperor still shone brightly on the colonies. It was a pity that the Great Severing produced a figurative and literal schism in this model. The Rubarthans who resided in the Red Ocean suddenly got cut off from the Milky Way galaxy. Even though the Rubarthans still possessed a few special channels that enabled the Star Emperor to remain in contact with his subjects in the displaced dwarf galaxy, many people already figured out that the new situation couldn't last. Empires rose and fell for various reasons, but the most common ones were usually related to weakness and instability at the top. With the Star Emperor no longer able to effectively impose his authority in the distant colonial superstate, the Rubarthan princes who had chosen to relocate to the Red Ocean quickly recognized the opportunity this situation presented. None of the princes ever had the guts to contemplate a takeover of their superstate. Their father loomed too large in their minds. It was hopeless to wait until he grew too old to persist any longer because the Rubarthans definitely mastered high technologies that could extend the powerful ruler's lifespan through exorbitant and maybe even alien means. However, a situation had arisen where the princes actually saw hope of becoming the emperor of a new colonial superstate that was ripe for the taking. As the direct descendants of the Star Emperor who had established a strong enough base in the Rubarthan Pact, they possessed many of the qualifications needed to assume its new throne. While the Rubarthan princes still respected and obeyed their father's distant authority on the surface, they had already begun to make their moves in a power struggle that was bound to break out sooner or later. Unlike the Terrans who were content with maintaining a stable oligopoly, the Rubarthans were naturally driven to seek succor from a supreme authority. Since the Star Emperor could no longer fulfill this role, it was natural for the Rubarthans to look up to one of the current princes instead. Due to various circumstances and developments, numerous factions had sprung up in the pact. The imperial household was not short on princes, so many of them scrambled to build their own power base in order to compete for greater rights and privileges. Not all of the 150 or so Rubarthan princes set their sights on the newly constructed throne. Plenty of them possessed enough self-awareness to know they could not defeat their betters. This was why they offered to back the ones that had a better chance and merely participated in the game in order to earn an important posting. There were only a handful of leading princes that had a real chance to become the supreme authority over the Rubarthan Pact. The Inferno Spear Prince was impressively one of them. His greatest dependence was his friendship with the Destroyer of Worlds. The implicit approval of a god pilot was enough to propel him into a serious contender, and the fact that he was one of the rare Rubarthan princes that had worked hard to become a senior ace pilot also earned him a lot of popularity. While he wasn't considered the favorite due to his lack of influence outside of the military, the adoption of the Deep Strike plan had suddenly caused his chances to shoot up massively. The Fist of Defiance wanted to reshape Red humanity into a civilization that put its martial leaders ahead of civilian leaders. The Inferno Spear Prince happened to match the ideal of a warlord the most out of all of his competitors, so his chances of winning the struggle for the throne had shot up drastically in the last week. Still, as much as the Inferno Spear Prince appeared to be the most suited prince to lead the Rubarthan Pact in the changing times, he was not the actual favorite. Prince Titus held that contention. As the 476th prince of the new Rubarth Empire, he had lived considerably longer and built up a much greater network. If not for the fact that he had become embroiled in a controversial affair more than 100 years ago, he would have remained comfortable in his home state. As it is, the so-called Smokestack Prince had laid low for a long time. He only grew to prominence again when he went all in on the Rubarthan Pact. The Smokestack Prince invested all of his assets into building up a power base in the new colonial superstate. He founded many companies and became involved in a lot of colonial industries. His favorite move was to invest in various businesses and attain a minority stake in each of these vital engines. This effectively allowed him to get his hooks into every sector and prosper as long as the Rubarthan Pact's entire economy was booming. As the head of the Rubarthan Industrial Council, the Smokestack Prince possessed the greatest influence and control over the colonial superstate's economy than any other prince. He had become the dead favorite to win the throne shortly after the power struggle had begun. While his great prominence meant that he also attracted a lot of opposition from the other princes, this was not a crippling setback. His rise would have been more assured if not for the fact that the implementation of the Deep Strike plan completely changed the rules of the game. It was no longer enough to be rich or have a lot of friends. Unless a leader earned the qualifications of a warlord and seriously committed a lot of resources and assets in the escalating war against the aliens, there was no pathway to victory. Still, the new elites program did not cut off the chances of the Smokestack Prince and many other ambitious princes. It was not necessary for them to participate in a deep strike expedition in person, though they would find it a lot harder to earn war merits and promotions as a consequence. Those who only contributed from a distance were only entitled to earn 10% of the rewards compared to participating in person. While this sounded as if the Smokestack Prince was never able to become as good as the Inferno Spear Prince, the former actually amassed so much wealth and assets that he could raise a lot more deep strike forces than any other Rubarthan prince. So what if the Smokestack Prince only earned 10% of the rewards? If he sent out dozens of deep strike fleets at once, he would still amass a gigantic amount of war merits, all without personally risking his life. This was not the extent of his revised strategy. It was pretty much an open secret in the Rubarthan Pact that the Smokestack Prince was gearing up to develop a closer relationship with the Spacelock, the original god pilot assigned to guard over the Rubarthan Pact. As long as the Smokestack Prince gained the backing of Divine Camden Everard, his advantages would become so comprehensive that it would be difficult to interrupt his momentum. What was interesting here was the dynamic between the two god pilots. The two were not direct opponents to each other, but they possessed a lot of stances that were different from each other. The Spacelock was an older god pilot who had long earned the trust of the Rubarthan imperial household. He had been assigned to guard over the Rubarthan Pact for good reasons, as he strongly revered the Star Emperor and vowed to guard the life of his many offspring to the best of his ability. Divine Camden Everard also had a reputation for being a traditionalist who believed in maintaining the supremacy of the Rubarthan imperial household. Only the Star Emperor and his blood relatives were capable of maintaining the stability and prosperity of the Rubarthan superstate. These traits made the Smokestack Prince a good fit for the spacelock. Even if the two only shared a casual acquaintance in the past, their shared interests might cause them to join forces in the near future. Compared to the native Rubarthan, the Destroyer of Worlds did not hold as much respect for the Rubarthan imperial household. As a former citizen of a second-rate state, the Destroyer of Worlds had climbed her way to the top from humble beginnings. She possessed much more sympathy towards the common folk and believed in the meritocracy that the new Rubarth Empire was known for. Without enough upward mobility, there would be no way for excellent talents to gain the opportunities they needed to realize their enormous potential. While that sounded great, this stance also made it difficult for the female god pilot to respect a lot of Rubarthan princes. Most of these rich and pampered scions owed much of their prosperity and status to their high birth and not much else. Even if they were geniuses who performed well in their various professions, that was only because they had access to the best augmentations and education that the Rubarthans could offer. This led to the fact that the Destroyer of Worlds enjoyed more support from the grassroots than in the upper society of the Rubarthan Pact. While there was no one who was brave enough to reject the Destroyer of Worlds in public, it was clear that a lot of Rubarthan princes and their dependents would rather back the god pilot who was committed to protecting their interests. All of this had caused the political dynamic in the Rubarthan Pact to morph into an invisible competition between its two god pilots. The funny part about all of this was that the Destroyer of Worlds and the Spacelock weren't even present all of this time. Both of them had fallen out of contact shortly after the Age of Dawn had commenced. Perhaps they were still ignorant that they had become the unwitting protectors of two rising Rubarthan factions. Chapter 5282 Sweet Cat context was important. Vase did not hold any interest in meddling in the affairs of the Rubarthan Pact in the past, mostly because he lacked the power to make a difference. That had changed since his return from the Survivalist Conference. He not only gained the power to exert influence on the first-rate colonial superstate, but also possessed a solid reason to intervene in the ongoing Rubarthan power struggle. From the moment he revealed that he possessed a notable connection to the Destroyer of Worlds, he had already been regarded as a participant in this great game. The fact that he was the inventor and the supplier of numerous revolutionary innovations such as companion spirits and kinship network massively boosted his value to the Rubarthan superstate. All of this made it untenable for Vase to remain out of contact with the Rubarthans. Fortunately, he recognized this new reality fairly quickly. He was not opposed to establishing a relationship with the Rubarthans so long as he gained enough benefits. However, Vase needed to think carefully about wading into the ongoing power struggle between the Rubarthan princes. It was not necessary for him to pick a side and back one of the princes. After all, even the god pilots themselves would not explicitly back any of the princes. It would go against their official duties to wield their outsized power that could not be stopped by others. It would only take a slight amount of effort for them to decide that none of the princes deserved to rule the Rubarthan Pact and ascend to the throne themselves. According to the current rules of the game, the god pilots would only be able to provide implicit support at most. It was up to the princes themselves to leverage this advantage in their own ways. In any case, Vase still had the option of maintaining relative neutrality so that he could maintain a healthy distance from the intensifying fight between the different Rubarthan princes. This was why his latest move presented so much risk and danger. The Inferno Spear Prince approached Vase as a member of the Rubarthan Military Council for at least two official reasons. The first one was to clarify Ves's relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. The second one was to inquire about commissioning a kinship network for the Rubarthan Pact. It was actually really significant that the Inferno Spear Prince was the one to establish initial contact with the famous new Tier 3 galactic citizen. Even if Prince Antonius did not want to spook Vase by pulling him into the vortex right away, the powerful Rubarthan never expected that the Larkinson Patriarch would propose to intervene on his own initiative. What truly caught Prince Antonius and his staff off guard was that Vase not only expressed the intention of wading into this imperial mud fight, but also proposed an enormous gambit that would have enormous implications for the entire Rubarthan Pact. The Inferno Spear Prince no longer regarded Vase as a novice to high-level affairs anymore. The fact that this second-class senior mech designer took the initiative to propose a scheme that would eventually tilt the balance in the favor of the Destroyer of Worlds and the prince that earned her favor made it clear that Vase was qualified to act as a player in this great game. I see now why you are known as the Devil Tongue. The senior ace pilot as his eyes betrayed a lot more wariness and vigilance than before. As the mech designer who managed to ensure the downfall of the polymath, it is clear that your reputation as a destabilizing influence is not a fluke. Do you know how unnerving it is for you to set your sights on our colonial superstate? It might be better to keep you out of our affairs entirely. Vase smiled in response. He recognized that he had managed to hook the Inferno Spear Prince. For all of the man's vigilance, there was no way he could remain unmoved to this offer. When it came to proposals, the most important part was determining who benefited the most. While Vase would definitely benefit from having one of his pets become the guardian animal of the Rubarthan Pact, the Inferno Spear Prince also stood to make a lot of gains. In the political struggle between the Inferno Spear Prince and the Smokestack Prince, the former's accumulation and support base were too meager. Once the latter managed to gain the implicit support of a god pilot, the former would fall too far behind. This meant that the Inferno Spear Prince was on a timer. He needed to find ways to strengthen his position and ensure that he remained competitive enough to keep his imperial ambitions alive. What Vase proposed was to find a way to strengthen the position of the Destroyer of Worlds in the Rubarthan Pact. Perhaps it sounded a bit absurd, but Vase genuinely believed that as long as he could convert the Rubarthans into cat lovers, he could grant such an enormous advantage to the Inferno Spear Prince that his chances of winning the power struggle would become almost assured. Of course, this was a huge and complex plan that depended on a lot of different variables. There was no guarantee that the scenario would play out the way that Vase had foreseen. The selection of xianxia as the nexus of the Rubarthan kinship network was also highly suspect. There was no way the Rubarthans would accept such an unusually sketchy offer outright. What if they introduced a spiritual Trojan horse to their society that ultimately brainwashed the citizens of the colonial superstate into becoming the unwitting vassals of the Larkinson clan? The Rubarthans weren't fools. The more dramatic the offer, the more they needed to take their time to root out all of the possible risks and dangers. Vase had to spend much of his time during this meeting on reassuring the Rubarthans. The Mechers already trust me to provide not one, but 4 kinship networks. He told the wary prince. My spirits may not be neutral, but they will be operating under constant supervision from a dedicated department established by the Red Association. Since you insist on obtaining a kinship network according to the same model, your colonial superstate can do the same. So long as you appoint the right people to lead this new supervisory department, you can be certain that xianxia will not be able to abuse her authority over your citizens. The prince crossed his arms as he continued to regard the elegant cat as a possible threat. That may be true, but you are the person responsible for constructing these additional observation and control systems in the first place. Do you recognize the problems with this state of affairs? We cannot develop a heavy dependency on an outsider in order to run our own state. We especially cannot accept a reality where we must rely on the protection and guidance of someone else's pet of all possibilities. The prince was right to question the viability and suitability of this radical proposal. It broke several major rules that would have caused it to get rejected outright in Rubarthan society. However, Vase did not give up. He keenly recognized that the prince was still tempted. He just needed to allay enough concerns so that the Inferno Spear Prince and the people under him would continue to keep this option into consideration. xianxia is not inherently powerful by herself. Vase spoke as he approached his daughter and picked up the cat. She won't be able to take over the Rubarthan Pact or anything. As long as she does anything that crosses the line, I am sure that either of your god pilots can take action to rein her in. Not that my cat will ever do so. She is far too lovely to do anything like that. Isn't that right, cutie? Meow. Though the cat initially had no idea what Vase was doing, she had gained a lot of clues after she listened in on the conversation. She knew that he wanted her to cooperate with him, so she immediately put on her sweetest act. Her tail was already starting to swish with excitement. When Vase transferred the cat to the projection of the Inferno Spear Prince, the powerful ace pilot looked down on xianxia without appearing to have any direction. Prince Antonius had spent most of his time on becoming better at fighting. In order to earn his amazing strength and keep himself in his best fighting condition, he had sacrificed many of the pleasures and experiences that life could offer to a privileged son. This was also the reason why most of the other Rubarthan princes with piloting qualifications hadn't been able to match his martial accomplishments. Despite his association with the Destroyer of Worlds, the man barely handled pets in his life. It took an unusually long time before he started to change his hold over the cat and pet xianxia on the head. Meow meow meow, there was just something about cats that could melt the heart of even the most hardened and strong-willed soldier. Clixie is a genuine Rubarthan sentinel cat and has not undergone any subsequent modifications to her genome or anything. Vase explained as the prince slowly familiarized himself with the pet. Her genes are designed by the people of your state, so you should be familiar with her bioprogramming. Clixie is designed to serve as a loyal and loving protector of the person she is designed to guard. She used to accompany my wife, but she is now tasked with keeping my daughter company. If she assumes the role as the nexus for your superstate's kinship network, then you can count on her to provide the protection and companionship that your people will need in the times to come. The Inferno Spear Prince nodded in agreement. Our sentinel cats are indeed known for their loyalty and dedication. While I can see that Clixie here is an excellent example of one, she has clearly mutated from her genetic template in order to acquire her current powers. If you need more assurance that Clixie will remain well behaved, then I invite you to send a party of biotech experts and other relevant personnel to come to my location and thoroughly examine my pet. I understand that there is much at stake for you to accept my claims without evidence. That is a welcome offer. We may take you on it depending on our deliberations. Even though the remote connection made it difficult for the Inferno Spear Prince to extend his full senses across a huge distance, his projection's direct contact with the Rubarthan sentinel cat at least enabled him to make an initial determination about Clixie. Apparently, his evaluation was positive, because the prince began to look increasingly less wary towards Clixie. Vase decided to pull out another card. He sent a mental transmission that soon caused a small sun to light up in the active hyperchamber. Nya, the golden cat had made another appearance. This is the golden cat. I am sure you have learned about her already. She is in charge of our Larkinson network. While she is a different sort of existence from an actual flesh and blood cat, you can expect Clixie to serve in a similar capacity. Goldie already knew what was going on. She floated over to the Inferno Spear's physical projection and presented herself for inspection. The Rubarthan prince obviously never encountered a life form like her before. Goldie was not only a spirit, but the heart of a growing spiritual network, and that caused her to embody the Larkinson clan in a way that increased her weight in a metaphysical sense. Impressive, the Inferno Spear Prince couldn't help but say. It is astounding to see what wonders can be wrought with the right application of power and knowledge. However, we are still considering whether it is suitable for your cat to occupy a sensitive position. We should at least be given an opportunity to examine the alternatives that you have presented. Chapter 5283 Alternative Choice. The Inferno Spear Prince spent a bit of time familiarizing himself with two very different cats. Meow meow, nya nya. Though the man tried to be as objective as possible, the allure of cats could not be denied. Clixie and Goldie were just too cute. We cannot help but observe that your golden cat lacks the precautions and the control mechanisms of the kinship networks that you have proposed to make for the Mechers. The prince said even as two adorable cats vied for his attention. The man had let down a bit of his stiff demeanor in order to play with the two lovely felines. Of course, the Inferno Spear Prince did not see it this way. He was currently engaging in a pure fact-finding mission at the moment. As Goldie climbed on top of his head while Clixie purred as the ace pilot's hand rubbed her belly, a lot of Rubarthans would probably react with shock if they saw that one of their dignified princes in this state. The extra conditions requested by the Mechers are artificial constraints that only exist to reassure their concerns. Vase responded, if they knew how kinship networks actually work, then they would understand that it is not that necessary to add an extra layer of oversight. The Golden Cat is the embodiment of our clan. She is connected to every member of the Larkinson clan, which means that it is a fusion of everything they have in common with each other. Their hopes, their values, their attitudes and their ambitions are all encapsulated by the Golden Cat. She is never out of tune with our clan because that would go against her very nature. The prince looked intrigued. He started to gain a deeper appreciation of the spiritual cat that was vying for his attention. That is remarkable. I can see that you and your clansmen must trust her immensely. What if enemies seek to damage your clan by subverting or changing your golden cat? She is not that weak. Vase assured the prince. Aside from being able to call for backup from lots of other friendly entities, she can ask all of our clansmen to donate more power to her in order to repel a difficult attack. The stronger and more numerous the people she is connected to, the more power she can call upon to help her resolve a crisis. We are all lucky that nobody has ever attempted to test Goldie's defenses, but I know I can count on her to put up a good fight if she is pressed in the future. That information had a lot of implications to the Inferno Spear Prince. He and some of his advisors recognized the potential of this mechanism. If the golden cat had already become this powerful by becoming the guardian of a single clan, what if another entity watched over an entire colonial superstate? The power that this entity could call upon might become strong enough to fight against threats that even their god pilots might struggle against. Of course, the Inferno Spear Prince doubted that it would be that simple to call upon so much power. It did not look likely that an evolved Rubarthan Sentinel cat could handle so much excess strength. Even so, this was not the sort of power that Prince Antonius wanted to leave in the hands of a cat that was nominally the pet of an outsider. That reminded him of another point that he planned to bring up during this conversation. The Larkinsons are descended from Rubarthans. The prince suddenly said, although our laws about exiles and emigrants has caused your ancestors to lose their qualifications for citizenship, our rules are also clear about when it is possible to earn it back, either for themselves or their descendants. Given your enormous accomplishments as well as your recent promotion to a Tier 3 galactic citizen, I can bestow you with Rubarthan citizenship right away. No one will reject your entry into our state. As soon as you become an officially recognized Rubarthan citizen, there will be much less barriers towards your involvement in our internal affairs. We will also have much less misgivings about bestowing great responsibility towards your cat. If the Inferno Spear Prince made this offer a decade or 2 decades earlier, Vase would have pounced on it like a starving cat. However, now that he had become a Tier 3 galactic citizen and obtained great leverage as an independent, Vase no longer felt any attraction towards becoming a citizen of one of the most powerful human states. While Vase was certain that he could gain a lot of benefits by joining the Rubarthan Pact, he was not blind enough to ignore all of the responsibilities and obligations associated with citizenship. Nothing came for free. As long as Vase was stupid enough to become a Rubarthan citizen, he would also be forced to work for his new state in one way or another. Why would he possibly reduce himself to becoming a pawn of another state again when he had worked so hard to slip his way out of the Bright Republic? States always prioritized their own interests, or at least the interests of those in power. If it was in their best interest to screw Vase over, they would do so in a heartbeat. This was why Vase resolutely shook his head. He did not even bother to pretend that he was seriously considering this offer in order to extract further concessions. He needed to make his stance clear. I am grateful that you deem me worthy of citizenship, but I am not prepared to take up the identity of a Rubarthan citizen. He told the prince, the Larkinsons and I have already formed our own separate identity and culture. We would have to throw away much of the aspects of our life that we cherish if we become subjects of the Rubarthan Pact. Perhaps my family and I are descended from the Rubarthans, but I can use the same argument to claim that we are also distant descendants of the Terrans. As far as I am concerned, so much time has passed that only a tenuous and symbolic relationship exists between the Larkinsons and the Rubarthans. The Rubarthans probably grew disappointed that Vase firmly rejected this offer. It would have been a great way to absorb a rising talent into their state. Of course, they had already anticipated this outcome in advance. It was not hard to predict how Vase would react based on his past behavior. The Inferno Spear Prince simply brought this up in the hopes of getting lucky. Anyway, since Vase made it clear that he did not want to entertain this topic, the prince quickly changed the topic. There are people who wish to consider an alternate choice for your cat. As much as I appreciate Clixie's qualities, it is not possible to make a serious consideration without the ability to make a proper comparison. Meow meow. The cat blinked her eyes as the ace pilot scratched her just behind her ears. I have already given you a list of names. I can briefly introduce you to the ones that have caught your attention. Vase wanted to make sure that the Rubarthans did not gel the idea of ordering a custom ancestral spirit from him. The more attention they directed towards his existing spirits, the lower the probability that they would make this crucial realization. Among your list, there is an entity called xianxia that possesses similar maternal and protective traits as Clixie. She is also well versed in spatial manipulation according to your claims. That is right, xianxia is much older than Clixie. Let me call her in so that you can get an initial impression of one of my most defense-oriented spirits. It did not take much trouble for xianxia to manifest a small extension of her presence. A tiny scaled-down representation of her lizard-like body emerged in front of the Inferno Prince. xianxia and the Rubarthan Prince immediately exchanged glances with each other. They might even be communicating with each other on a level that was difficult to detect by outsiders. She is indeed as you say, Prince Antonius eventually said. Though she is clearly alien in origin, she has been exposed to so many humans that this should not be an issue anymore. Can she demonstrate her ability to manipulate the fabric space? Sure. Go ahead, xianxia. The design spirit showed off a fraction of her power by forming a simple spatial barrier a short distance away. It had become easier than ever for the spiritual entity to do this on her own. She did not even exert that much of her own energy, as she had become a lot more proficient at harnessing the power of exotic radiation to fuel her abilities. Remarkable, the Inferno Spear Prince said. It is remarkable to see an ascended alien creature display so much control and technique over space. I wonder whether she can serve as a good complement to the spacelock. The mention of that god pilot's name suddenly caused Vase to think about why the Rubarthans were paying more attention to xianxia. Perhaps the Rubarthans that were whispering suggestions in the ears of the Inferno Spear Prince were not entirely composed of his cronies. Maybe the reason why he was allowed to make first contact with Vase was because the other factions had a say in this as well. Vase was not quite certain about the detailed moves of the power struggle between the Rubarthan princes. Although he had managed to learn a lot about the Rubarthan Pact in the last day, he had only become familiar with the broad strokes of the battle for the newly erected throne. He was not an insider who was up to date with all of the nuances between the emerging factions. Vase could only guess that the Smokestack Prince made sure that at least a few of his men got involved. It did not make sense for the Rubarthans to inquire about xianxia unless the cronies of the Smokestack Prince sought to push for an alternative that was much more compatible with their side. Right now, Vase had a feeling that the Rubarthans were starting to consider a choice between Clixie and xianxia. The former had a greater affinity towards the Destroyer of Worlds. The latter was clearly more compatible with the spacelock. After all, his title already made it clear that he was a god pilot who had become famous for his ability to impose his will onto reality in such a way that locked down the surrounding space in strange and terrifying ways. Despite the fact that it looked as if Vase might get pulled into a high-level power struggle, he did not actually feel upset about this possible development. As long as the Rubarthans limited their selection to Clixie and xianxia, Vase was bound to win regardless of the outcome. He just felt it would be a pity if Clixie lost out. The Rubarthans might have embraced cats just as much as the Larkinsons. The Inferno Spear Prince eventually wrapped up this eventful meeting. Clixie and Goldie both received a few gentle pets before they moved back towards Vase. Meow meow, nya nya, you have given us a considerable amount of information, Professor Larkinson. We thank you for being candid about your kinship networks, the man said as he regained his formal and princely demeanor. We will need more time than we expected to process the information and debate on our choices. If we are unable to come to a consensus, we may need to postpone this decision until later. That was understandable. It would be reckless to the extreme if the Inferno Spear Prince made his choice on the spot. My offer shall always remain open to you and your state. Vase responded with a smile. I do not suggest you take too long, though. The sooner a kinship network comes into force, the sooner it can begin to grow. Besides, I cannot rule out the possibility that the Terrans will form their own agreement with my clan that involves supplying them with a separate kinship network. The Rubarthans couldn't afford to take their time. They endured too much pressure and faced steep competition. If they did not find a way to strengthen their own advantages, then it was conceivable that they would fall behind. They could not afford to lose their competitiveness. Chapter 5284 Daughter's Insights. Meow. You did a good job, Clixie. I could tell that you have managed to worm your way into the Inferno Spear Prince's heart. Even the most hardened warriors yearns for a soft touch every now and then. Prince Antonius has spent so much time within the halls of power that he has lost sight of what true companionship represents. Meow. I agree. Rubarthans like him constantly have to keep working hard in order to remain competitive in the race for power. Even the princes are not exempt from the perpetual rat races that dominate their society. The Terrans were much better in that regard. Their power structures were much stabler and more solidified, which meant that the leading Terrans actually had more time to spend on leisure. However, they also had a tendency to take their complacency to the extreme, thereby causing them to stagnate in areas where progress should be made. The issue over kinship networks reflected this difference. The Terrans hadn't brought up this topic at all, while the Rubarthans clearly conveyed the intent to move forward at the beginning. Vase, his daughter and their cat had all left the hyper chamber now that they had concluded their meeting with the Inferno Spear Prince. They had retreated to a private lounge where they could talk in confidence. What do you think, Aurelia? You missed the first half of the meeting, but you should have heard enough to know what is going on. What do you think of my proposal? His young but growing daughter idly caressed Clixie's back as she remained in thought. Despite her youth, diplomacy was a part of her dense curriculum. "Your proposal is too weird, Papa," the girl eventually said. "You are being too obvious about what you want from the Rubarthans. You are trying to take advantage of them by turning Clixie into their ancestral spirit, right? They would be stupid to accept it. Everything I have read about their people is that they are proud and hate relying on others. Your scheme shouldn't have any chance of working, but the attitude of the Inferno Spear Prince suggests that the Rubarthans haven't ruled out this option." Vase grinned as he leaned forward to pull his girl into a sideways hug. "The Rubarthans have little choice. Kinship networks are unique products that only I can make. On this particular issue, my negotiating position is superior to that of a first-rate colonial superstate. There is nothing the Rubarthans can do to exert more leverage onto me. It is impossible for them to employ coercion because I am under the protection of the Red Association. They don't want to push me too hard because they are afraid of souring my relationship with them. They can't even use Rubarthan citizenship or other bargaining chips to attract my attention, as I don't really care about that stuff." His daughter still looked befuddled and a bit scared about what her father had just done. Vase sighed and gently rubbed Aurelia's head with his hand. "You are still thinking from the perspective of a second-rater. Don't. We have stepped up in society. While it isn't easy to explain my current position, the most important part is that I am an inventor that has developed numerous products that have become must-haves in our society. So long as I am the only effective supplier of at least some of these powerful goods, nobody wants to upset me or touch me. It is a mistake to stick to our previous cautious attitude. We need to maximize our advantages, and that means we need to take a bolder approach in our talks with other groups." "I understand. I know we can do more now that you have become more important, but what is it, sweetie? I am afraid that you are pushing our limits too far," she said in a lower voice. "You are basing your new strategies on the assumption that you are the only person who can supply red humanity with kinship networks and so on. What if that is not true anymore? There are many smart and capable people in the Red Association and the Rubarthan Pact. What if one of their star designers manages to reverse engineer your work and create a better version themselves? They have done that often enough in the past." That was indeed a legitimate concern for Vase. As soon as another researcher or inventor managed to replicate his work or develop a substitute product that offered greater convenience, he would get into big trouble. All of the resentment and animosity generated by throwing his weight around would surely come to bite him back in the butt. As much as Vase wanted to dismiss the possibility that anyone else could legitimately compete against him in these areas, it would be a deadly mistake to believe this was true. The power and ingenuity of humans were limitless. This was especially the case now that red humanity had entered a medium-energy environment. Exotic radiation boosted all variations of cultivation and spiritual engineering. Talented people who had previously been stymied by lack of resources suddenly found themselves surrounded with more E-energy radiation than they could handle. The descendants of long-dead cultivators had dug up all kinds of ancient legacies and inheritances from their vaults and archives. Every week, a new invention might emerge that would substantially affect the development of their civilization. The emergence of general cultivation elixirs served as an especially wake-up call to Vase. A part of him felt pissed about that. Even though it was unreasonable to think that way, he felt incredibly angry that he had nothing to do with this particular innovation. He should have been the one to present the Mech community with another enormously useful means to empower its pilots. At the very least, he should be the one to control its supply. That way, he would have been able to retain his monopoly on cultivation aids and boost his leverage even further. It was intolerable that an entirely different party came and developed a much more effective means to rapidly accelerate the ordinary cultivation progress of Mech pilots. Vase briefly closed his eyes. This was not a productive mindset. He had no power to stop others from exploiting their own understanding of ancient traditions to develop products that suited the new age. He knew that there were many others working to reintroduce the wonders of ancient cultivation back to modern society. Even if the Mechers hadn't managed to figure out how to produce these amazing elixirs, then the Terrans or the Rubarthans would have been able to invent them sooner or later. This was because the brewing of elixirs was a common practice in ancient times. Many ancient cultivators had mastered the art of making them. The Water Scroll also contained countless teachings related to this discipline. The reintroduction of elixirs to human society was a foregone conclusion. As much as Vase wanted to grasp all of the keys to cultivation, it was impossible for him to retain everything. He needed to focus on his own advantages. A smirk appeared on his face. From his mother's reaction to his various creations, he knew that it was not that easy to replicate his works. His talents were unique and his ingenuity was unsurpassed as far as he knew. He regained his sense of confidence. He bent down and kissed his daughter on the head, causing her to issue a small complaint. It is true that I am not the only one who is capable of inventing powerful solutions to many problems. However, what is important is not the works that I have already created, but the capacity to keep creating more. So what if other people have managed to replicate my kinship networks? I originally stole the idea from Master Tokman Huron. It is only right that others can gain inspiration from my products as well. It is the creator that is most important. People do not revere the polymath's many works. They revere the polymath because of her endless ability to invent and improve new technologies. Do you understand, Aurelia? His daughter looked odd. I do. You are saying that even if others manage to reverse engineer your works, you have already spent enough time on developing other solutions. That is correct. That is the reason why the Red Association sees fit to promote to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. This status reflects how much I can contribute going forward, not the accomplishments that I have already made. So long as people believe that I can continue to whip up more innovations over time, they will respect me and give me space in order to gain access to whatever powerful solutions I present to them in the future. That gives me power over them. This is why I can be more aggressive in my negotiations with the Rubarthans. I admit that they are powerful, but they recognize that a kinship network is a necessity to them. This is not a battle that they can win by force. That said, Vase did not completely rule out the possibility that the Rubarthans might feel tempted to employ underhanded measures in order to gain an advantage. As much as he felt reassured about his current protective measures, he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to look into bolstering his personal security as soon as possible. The Rubarthans are unlikely to concede so easily, Aurelia said after a while. Their pride and conceit won't allow them to fold completely. They need at least a symbolic victory in order to justify an agreement with us. I think we may have to make serious concessions of our own in order to get Klixi or xianxia to become their guardian spirit. Oh, Vase grew intrigued. What do you think they will propose? Aurelia looked down on Klixi with concern. If they choose Klixi, they won't allow her to remain outside of their control. I think they will insist on transferring her back to the Rubarthans if they agree to turn her into the nexus of their new kinship network. This was a realistic possibility. Aurelia made a very clever guess. However, the possibility obviously distressed her. The young lady clutched Klixi even tighter as if she was afraid that the Rubarthans would come and snatch her closest feline companion away. Meow meow meow. The Rubarthan sentinel cat expressed her loyalty to Aurelia. That is not all, Aurelia continued. If the Rubarthans have grown too concerned about how much leverage you gain over them, they may insist that you send me or my sister to their state. They will want to put us into their schools so that they can make us develop a greater belonging towards their culture and state. Unacceptable. I won't let the Rubarthans take you away. That goes for Klixi as well. She's family. We never abandon our own. Meow. Vase knew that this practice was not uncommon in these circles. Nonetheless, family was important to him. Perhaps that may be exactly why the Rubarthans might want to target that, but he did not want his success to come at the expense of the people he loved and cherished. That would defeat much of the purpose of what he was working towards. Okay, that is enough for now, he said as he rose up on his feet. I appreciate your insights, but you still have much to go before you can handle these talks in my stead. Don't worry, I won't let the Rubarthans walk all over me. I won't let them take you or Klixi away. If they want more oversight on our cat, then they can send their men to us. If that is not enough for them, then they can either turn to another provider or go without a kinship network. He was beginning to enjoy all of this plotting and scheming a bit too much as of late. He needed to turn his focus back on his core work before he got lost in this entirely. Chapter 5285 Reducing Workload. His talk with the Rubarthans caused him to revel in his new position of superiority, but it also made him realize that he was allocating too much of his time on diplomacy. Vase recognized the importance of conducting diplomacy. The downfall of the Hexadric hegemony and the Vulcan Empire always served as the defining examples of how large and powerful organizations could fall. The people of these ill-fated states made too few friends and far too many enemies. For all of his massive success, Vase never forgot that he was still an upstart in many ways. His Larkinson clan still amounted to nothing in the greater scheme of things. This was why it was important to maintain friendly relationships with all of the major players. Vase did not need to become bosom buddies with them all, but he should at least prevent them from developing a strong grudge against him and his clan. In any case, Vase was done with diplomacy for the time being. He already conducted the most important talks. Unless the Terrans and the Rubarthans had many major decisions that demanded his personal attention, he could leave most of the proceedings to his subordinates. Vase wanted to get back to work. As important as it was to remain on top of all of the drastic changes due to the changing times, he could never overlook the fact that he was a mech designer first. This was why he threw himself back into routine. He checked up on the T Institute so that he could direct and oversee the progress that his researchers had made into forming different hyper-materials. The totem method used to produce a favorable elemental environment had spawned dozens of new hyper-materials, each of which possessed properties that were completely new and unmatched by known exotics. Vase did not forget about the deal he made with one of the master mech designers at the conference. He selected a few samples of new and interesting hyper-materials and transferred them to the Blue Jay fleet. The mechers had their own shipping channels. As long as the association verified that the supplied hypers were completely new and not yet registered in its database, Vase was entitled to receive substantial rewards. He could ask for numerous different rewards in exchange for his contributions. Despite all of the attractive choices he could make, he was mainly interested in obtaining more permanent ED-net quotas. Vase fully recognized the importance of the ED-net to the development of the Larkinson clan. The premier branch needed to consist of as many longtime Larkinsons as possible, but it was difficult to maintain its expansion when there weren't enough internal promotion channels. This was why Vase inquired about the possibility of exchanging rare and precious hypers for permanent ED-net quotas. I am not sure whether it can be done. Hovey's projection told Vase, I will make inquiries about it. You were lucky when you managed to obtain those initial 10 quotas. Master Xena Wintress clearly wanted to earn your favor by making them available to you. If you want to obtain additional quotas, you will have to do so at a significantly higher cost. You shouldn't expect to obtain any further deep discounts no matter how much your importance has grown. The EDNet's capacity is already stretched to the limit due to the introduction of the new Elites program. Too many people are in a hurry to shore up their qualifications for the tough battles ahead. Vase looked a bit disappointed. Thank you for your clarification. Just do the best you can. This won't be the only way I intend to earn more quotas. As long as I keep working at it, the number of permanent quotas in my possession will slowly grow to a more acceptable amount. It would make a huge difference to the Larkinsons whether they had access to 10 quotas or 100 quotas. Unfortunately, Vase was clear that he had to continue his cooperation with the Red Association to earn more quotas. He was quite clear that the mechers likely identified how much value he ascribed to these quotas and deliberately dangled them in front of his head like a carrot. Thinking about how frustrating it was to remain at the beck and call of the mechers urged him to find a way to upgrade the MSTS. It has been a long time since I worked on the mental simulation training system. He frowned. He knew that Vulcan, who essentially hosted the MSTS, constantly worked to expand its capabilities over time, but these improvements mostly amounted to minor updates to the physics model. Aside from making the simulations more realistic, the fundamental properties of the MSTS hadn't changed in quite a while. If I can find a way to accelerate the perception of time when connected to the MSTS. He knew that it was not that simple to imitate the selling feature of the ED-net. Even if Vase found a way to accelerate time in the simulation environment, the brains of the mech pilots would rapidly overheat and fry from all of the excessive mental strain. The reason why the ED-net was so successful was because the mechers utilized a lot of cross-disciplinary tech to maintain the health of its users while they subjected their brains to a lot of abuse. This was a capacity that his own researchers simply couldn't match. Maybe I don't have to follow the model of the ED-net so closely. There has to be a different way to produce the same result. This was bound to be a difficult problem. Vase did not think he could rid himself of his dependency on the ED-net anytime soon. In any case, before his expeditionary fleet arrived at the Bortle system, Vase wanted to take a bit of time away from his miscellaneous duties and focus on pure mech design. When he entered the closed chamber where his cyborg leg had constantly been at work behind a desk terminal, Vase hesitated whether he should bother to reattach his limb. I don't think it is healthy to keep the sub-brain separated from me for too long. Who knows what it will grow into if it continues to remain by itself. It was a strange sensation to reattach an artificial limb that had been standing on its own for a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, his fears did not come true. No accidents occurred. Vase did not detect any hint of incompatibility. It was the opposite in fact. He felt truly complete now that his sub-brain had reconnected to the rest of his nervous system. Vase could already feel his thinking processes returning to a more optimal state. It was as if he had added a secondary processor to a computing system. The two working in harmony with each other produced small but helpful synergies that would be helpful in solving particularly difficult design problems. Though Vase still felt tempted to separate his cyborg leg whenever he had to go away on another business trip, there was something to be said about keeping his body whole. The pleasant boost resulting from reattaching his cyborg leg put Hearn in a particularly good mood. He sat down behind his desk terminal and soon started to get lost in his design projects. During the weeks he was engaged in other affairs, his cyborg leg and Veronica had both worked on numerous different design projects. Most of the work was relatively preliminary in nature as not enough time had passed to make substantial progress. Recent changes and developments in society as well as his own circumstances had also caused many aspects of his design projects to become obsolete overnight. This was rather annoying as he had to spend a considerable amount of time revising a lot of details. It was all necessary, though. He had to account for the many new insights and innovations that other people had introduced during the Survivalist conference. If he did not do this work in advance, then his mech designs would probably become obsolete as soon as the association announced the next mech generation. Even so, without access to much of the promising new tech and technological principles, there was little Vase could do aside from ensuring that he could easily replace old tech with new tech. There was still value in knowing what was to come. Many other RNECH designers had little clue about what was to come, and they would definitely suffer for their lack of preparation. As Vase continued to go over the progress he made while he was gone, he briefly considered whether it was important for him to continue working on these second-class mech design projects. Vase needed to reserve more time to study the huge amount of knowledge required to become a first-class senior mech designer. Since he was about to design first-class mechs in the near future, was there any point in spending his time on second-class mechs? He vigorously shook his head. I'm thinking. Like a snob again. Bad Vase. Vase spent too much time among the survivalists. They all held an attitude that only first-class mechs could decide the outcome of the war, but that was way too narrow-minded for his tastes. Even though the mechers had a point that second-class mechs and third-class mechs could not compete directly against the leading alien warfleets, there was still value in investing in quantity. Besides, most of my clan will still consist of second-raters for the most part. I can't abandon them just because I can play with shinier toys in the future. I should never forget my roots. After a bit more thinking, Vase made an important decision by delaying and postponing a few projects. I should keep working on the Blood Knight project since the mechers want to conduct more research on the Karman system. It's a bit troublesome since it is a biomech, though. I need to spend more time on solving problems that I have never encountered in my other projects. The Blood Knight project was already troublesome when it was supposed to be a second-class biomech. The design project would become 10 times more difficult if it was centered around a first-class biomech. His shallow understanding of biotechnology and biomech design were far from enough for him to design a decent first-class biomech. The Elephant project suffers from the opposite problem. Its complexity and requirements exceeded that of a second-class mech. Vase was already struggling to contain all of its powerful functions in a quasi-first-class mech frame. Now that he thought about it, the Elephant project would have a much better future if he respecified it into a first-class mech. I can also add a lot more powerful features to the mech design. There was one kind of high technology that Vase deeply wanted to integrate into the Elephant project. This support mech is the perfect platform for shield link technology and energy link technology. The fragility and lack of capacity of the Elephant project would instantly become a thing of the past as long as it was able to draw power and energy shields from other sources. Not only that, but support link technology also allowed the Elephant project to project these links on numerous mechs on the battlefield, thereby turning it into an even better heavy support mech. There was nothing better that could compete with modern support link technology. This was one of the strongest means for first-class multipurpose mechs to survive when fighting against powerful alien warships. As a Tier 3 galactic citizen, Vase had become an honorary member of the Red Association. This meant that he gained high-level access to a lot of restrictive and powerful high technologies, which happened to include support link technology. Though Vase wasn't allowed to implement this tech into publicly available mechs, it was not a problem to reserve it for his own clan's use. The only problem is that this tech is too demanding. It is unfeasible to apply it onto second-class mechs. Chapter 5286 Postponing projects. The biggest game-changer to Vase was not just the transition from second-class mechs to first-class mechs, but access to more exclusive high technologies. The foremost high technology that Vase had always been greedy for was support link technology. Also called linking technology, it was a sophisticated way to transfer energy from one machine to another. Vase had witnessed it in action several times. He had seen CFA warships link their defenses together to withstand the strongest blows with their combined strengths. He had also seen the MTA's first-class multipurpose mechs confront alien warships head-on without fear for their overwhelming firepower. While energy link technology and shield link technology was subject to a lot of constraints that imposed limits on what they could do, they were still essential to develop mechs that could compete at the highest level. A first-class mech force with access to support link technology could easily overwhelm a first-class mech force that lacked this high-end tech. For a long time, Vase never thought about incorporating this useful tech in any of his mechs. Only the top first-class powers possess the wealth, resources, manpower and infrastructure to make widespread use of this tech. It would definitely be a struggle for the Larkinson clan to implement support link technology into all of its future first-class mechs in the short term. The demands were too high. Vase would have to barter for assistance from the mechers or other first-class powers in order to incorporate this tech in his own products in a shorter time frame. If the time has come to go on an expedition, my mechs cannot deploy on the battlefield without the protection bestowed by shield link technology. The attrition rate will become too high if my mechs can be picked off one by one. The battles against the Wiednar and Yerzan raiding fleets had already taught him that even weaker opponents could make his forces bleed. Mechs were simply too small and easy to pick off. Shield link technology could make it a lot harder for the aliens to inflict serious casualties. I don't have to worry about this right away. I need to study and become proficient in all of the science that leads up to shield link technology before I can even think about applying it onto my own machines. That was the troublesome part about first-class mech design. Unless Vase was able to obtain a suitable enlightenment fruit, the only way to get started on all of this powerful tech was to spend a lot of time on studying. This is why I need to cut back on my projects for the time being. He decided to set aside the elephant project for the future. He also chose to postpone his work on an experimental transphasic field ECM mech that he had high hopes for. While it might help a lot in countering the phase water tech employed by aliens, Vase was not sure whether he could turn this into a practical product in a reasonable timeframe. This still left him with way too many projects that he could not easily dismiss. The most crucial ones were the expert mech design projects. The Dawn Star project that revolved around upgrading his grandfather's Carmen mech was non-negotiable. Vase had already made decent progress on it through his incarnations. However, due to confidentiality as well as other reasons, he didn't have any collaborators who shared the burden of designing it, which meant that Vase still had a huge amount of work ahead of him if he wanted to deliver a proper high-tier expert mech. Even his wife was limited by how much assistance she could provide by implementing her God Body solution on the metallic components of the upgraded version of Venerable Benjamin's current machine. Other than that, Vase needed to do all of the heavy lifting himself. Still, it will be worth it. This expert mech out of all of my other ones will encapsulate my design philosophy the most. Not even the Everchanger can compare to it due to the absence of the Carmen system. That caused him to contemplate whether he should offer to integrate his other Larkinson expert mechs with their own Carmen systems when it was time to update their designs. There is no point in thinking about this now. Vase at least needed to upgrade them into quasi-first-class mechs in the next 5 years, but he still had plenty of time to tackle these projects. Aside from the Dawn Star project, the Bloodripper project and the Jupiter project also demanded his attention. Fortunately for him, his wife had taken charge of both expert mech design projects. She had become especially attached to the Jupiter project. Designed for General Ark Larkinson, this was a genuine high-tier expert mech design whose scope easily matched or exceeded that of the Mars project. Vase did not have to worry too much about the progress of the Jupiter project since his wife had obviously fallen in love with it. She was especially ecstatic about implementing all kinds of newer and more updated tech that they previously weren't able to incorporate in the initial version of Patriarch Reginald's machine. That left a bunch of standard mech projects. Although he was officially involved in the design of the Storm Sword project, it belonged to Kedis for the most part. His only job was to make the mech alive and to connect it to Respa. That was the extent of his contribution. He was more than happy to leave the rest to Kedis and her other collaborators. As for the Rifleman Mech project that he intended to embark upon after finding an external collaborator, Vase decided to shelve it until he had more time at a later date. While the Larkinson clan most definitely needed a new and dedicated spaceborne quasi-first-class Rifleman Mech, Vase ultimately thought that it might be better to wait a bit more so that he could gain access to newer and better tech. He had learned about lots of useful technological advances during the conference that were bound to be introduced in the near future. The Mechers were especially keen on strengthening the ability for ordinary forces to threaten alien warships. This meant that the next Mech generation was bound to include powerful new offensive tech that would make it a lot easier to drain transphasic energy shields at a distance. I can't delay my heavy artillery Mech projects, though. Vase had already accepted a bunch of commissions for the Colonial Federation of Davut. The decision made sense at the time, but now seemed out of place now that he could obtain much better concessions. Nonetheless, a contract was a contract. Vase did not object to completing the Supremo project along with the remaining commissions for a second-class colonial state. Perhaps the heavy artillery mech designed especially for the Davutans might not weigh so heavily on his mind anymore, but it was still a project that he had high hopes on. It was not a waste of time to design this interesting machine in collaboration with a master mech designer who specialized in this mech type. So long as the Supremo project and future Davutan mechs produced great results in the war against the native aliens, Vase could gain a lot of reputation by being able to point out that his works could substantially boost the combat effectiveness of an entire state. The Hex Federation would no longer be the only state that gained a huge amount of benefits by making use of his exclusive living mechs. That alone made these second-class commissions worth it. The Davutans probably didn't dare to hassle him about completing them in a hurry, so Vase could space them out so that he did not get swamped by too many projects. Vase decided to postpone the Transcendent Punisher Mark III for the same reasons as he did for his Rifleman Mech project. While he had made a lot more progress in the design of this strategically important Larkinson Mech, it did not make sense for him to work on it any further for the time being. When he initially made the decision to upgrade his Transcendent Punishers, he didn't know at the time that the Red Association was on track to introduce a lot of new technologies aimed towards boosting the firepower of ranged mechs. That left him with the final ongoing mech design project. Vase struggled whether he should continue to work on the Fey project or respecify it into a first-class mech. No, it should already be useful as a quasi-first-class mech. It is an advanced and costly design, but it is not as exaggerated as the Elephant project. What is most important is that its features are in much greater demand on lesser battlefields. I doubt I can design spurs that are effective enough to withstand the firepower or fool the sensor systems of first-class opponents. Vase needed to master a lot more first-class technologies before he could design a proper first-class incarnation of the Fey project. He breathed a lot easier now that Vase had substantially reined in his work schedule. Now that he had reduced his scope to 6 mech design projects, of which 2 of them did not impose too many demands of his time, he had freed enough time to study for the future. As long as I don't make my workload any greater than the current level, I am sure I can get started on designing my first proper first-class mech in 4 or so years. The timing was crucial to Vase. He wanted to design and fabricate at least a couple of essential first-class living mechs before he and his clan embarked on their first deep strike operation. Vase did not want to become a warlord by relying on first-class mechs designed by others. As powerful and trustworthy as they may be, it just wouldn't be the same. It took a bit of time to register these changes in the design department. Once he had made it clear to everyone that he intended to juggle fewer mech design projects at the same time, he dropped by his wife to discuss their progress. "You should have reduced your workload much sooner," she told him. "In fact, you should have never been arrogant enough to accept so many projects in the first place. I am happy that you finally regained your senses. Hey, it's not that bad. If it wasn't so important for me to be promoted to a first-class mech designer as soon as possible, I would have been able to complete those projects within a year." That sounded like a stretch to Gloriana. Vase didn't even have a first-class cranial implant. How could he possibly solve so many design problems without such a powerful tool? That reminded her of her own impending upgrade. She couldn't help but grin at the thought. I have already begun to correspond with the research team of the implant development company that you have arranged for me. I won't be able to replace my old cranial implant with a new one until I have completed my ongoing design projects, but that is not a detriment. The implant engineers will have more time to customize the high-quality cranial implant according to my needs. They can also implement the latest technological advances that have come out at an accelerated rate ever since we entered the Age of Dawn. It would be even better if Gloriana waited for a couple of years before undergoing implantation operation, but that was way too long for her. She wanted to become a first-class mech designer by relying on her own efforts just like Vase, and the only way she could come close to his upgraded learning speed was to rely on the power of technology. Vase understood this reasoning, so he didn't attempt to persuade her to be patient. That said, he learned about a number of interesting new technological applications that his wife might want to add to her future cranial implant. Have you heard about experiments that involve integrating hyper materials in cranial implants? I have heard that they can help with absorbing the right kinds of E-energy. I think it might be interesting for you to consider this option. It might not be useful to you directly, but I am sure that you can speed up Alexandria's growth with this upgrade. Is that true? Chapter 5287 The next generation of luminaire crystal weapons. Even I am barely able to resist the temptation to cut open my head and stuff a hyper material inside. Do you know how useful it is to attract more E-energy radiation? It sounds dangerous, Gloriana said. Everything I have learned about hypers suggests that dosing yourself with E-energy radiation risks exceeding your safe tolerance level. Once you begin to get exposed to more exotic radiation than you can handle, the probability of suffering random accidents as well as malignant mutations increases dramatically. This is already bad enough if you implant a hyper material inside your arm or leg, but if any accident occurs within the center of your brain, a quick death is not the worst outcome. Her concerns were valid. Most of Red humanity was just beginning to get to grips with materials that had formed after being infused with the power of heaven. The properties derived from specific elemental variations of E-energy produced all kinds of wondrous but unpredictable effects. This was the start of the Age of Dawn. Just as they did during the starting years of the Age of Mechs, a lot of researchers and developers had no idea what they were dealing with. They mostly attained their results by trial and error. Suffice to say, this approach usually yielded a lot more errors than successes. Vase did not feel too concerned about it, though. The treatment that I have bartered for you is top-notch, Gloriana. The implant development company won't be treating you as an ordinary test subject. You are a client and a VIP no less. As the wife of a Tier 3 galactic citizen, the implant engineers won't dare to employ any truly untested tech in your custom cranial implant. Technological progress is happening really fast right now. A lot of the products in development seem dangerous at the moment, but most of the risks will subside in a couple of months as our scientific community quickly learns what is wrong and what is right. Hypermaterials are part of our future. Don't miss out on it. It will be much more troublesome to upgrade your implant once it has been installed into your brain. Vase truly believed this was the best way to boost the capabilities of his wife. Out of their immediate family, Gloriana was the most ordinary of them all. Vase started out relatively normal, but he went through so much evolution and modification that he had turned into a hybrid that possessed at least some of the traits of a primordial human. Their children were much further ahead in this regard. The gifts bestowed by the likes of Gaia and the Superior Mother along with other superior conditions caused them to come much closer to the state of a primordial human. In fact, as primordial humans were much more diverse due to their ubiquitous capacity for self-evolution, his children might have actually crossed this important threshold. What mattered was that Vase and his children were easily able to improve their basic capabilities through cultivation. Their dependency on augmentation had dropped because they could essentially make themselves stronger by utilizing deliberate cultivation methods. This was not always a benefit. The downside to relying on cultivation was that it produced many mysterious alterations that interacted poorly with many forms of augmentations, especially when applied afterwards. Foreign implants became prone to malfunctioning while genetic modification treatments could completely ruin or regress some of progress attained through cultivation. In short, people like Vase that had surpassed a significant stage of cultivation could no longer safely augment themselves further. With the power, influence and connections that Vase had at his disposal nowadays, it was trivially easy for him to arrange a customized cranial implant upgrade for himself. When Vase conducted research on the kinds of premium first-class implants that his wife could benefit from, he felt incredibly envious of their power and capabilities. The implants optimized for mech designers did more than offer a lot of processing power and data storage. They went further and literally rewrote entire parts of the human brain so that they could massively improve and optimize a lot of cognitive processes relevant to their profession. Vase could not even hope to understand these deep and profound changes. Only the foremost experts on human neurology and implant development understood what was taking place. Cranial implants that produced such extreme effects were almost always custom in nature. A standardized product could not account for all of the unique and diverse brain configurations of baseline humans and most particularly designer babies. The difficulty of installing them became exponentially more difficult if the intended recipient already bore an existing cranial implant. Only first-raters possessed the tech, resources and expertise to safely boost Gloriana's base capabilities to an insanely high level. Though his wife needed to be patient, once she completed her long-awaited upgrade, her productivity would likely become insanely high. Her work speed would exceed that of any other second-class journeyman mech designer by a noticeable margin, all without compromising the quality of her results. Her ability to devour new knowledge would improve substantially as well, as her integration with her new implant had pushed forth the digitization of her mind to an even deeper level. If Gloriana failed to promote to a first-class mech designer despite receiving a customized first-class cranial implant, then she might as well quit mech design entirely and raise her children in peace. Vase felt a lot of pressure at her impending upgrade. He knew that he needed to find a way to upgrade his own design capabilities, but his odd evolution track prevented him from employing the easiest and most common solution available to mech designers. He needed to rely on his own efforts to increase his internal processing power. This was difficult, but there had to be a way to make this happen. He deeply suspected that divine blacksmiths were able to turn a part of themselves into supercomputers. There was no other way for them to be able to forge the most advanced and demanding armaments in ancient times. All of that could wait for the time being. After the couple was done with talking about cranial implants, they moved on to discussing the progress made on numerous important mech design projects. Gloriana had fleshed out much of the Jupiter project by herself. "I haven't met your uncle too many times in person, but I have corresponded with him often enough to lock down the configuration of the Jupiter project. I am still searching for the appropriate component models. Your recent rise in status has given me access to much better and more experimental mech systems, so I will have to delay the next phase of the design process by a few weeks in order to select from the best available choices." His wife projected a recent draft of the Jupiter project. Vase liked what he saw. The expert command mech exuded a strong and valiant air. Though it possessed obvious command and control modules, the high-tier expert mech was no slouch in direct combat. The Jupiter project inherits much of the configuration of the Travan Exene. His wife explained. General Ark's current high-tier expert mech does not fit him perfectly, but the master mech designers of the Garland Empire are not incompetent. Your uncle has also spent years on becoming proficient with its weapon configuration, so he should immediately adapt to his new living expert mech as long as the latter's weapons are similar enough. This was not an unusual choice. It was much less troublesome to stick to what was familiar rather than try to adapt to a completely different style of combat. Gloriana continued to explain the overall configuration of the Jupiter project. Ranged combat is important. While Ark and I have discussed whether it is better for his expert mech to equip an external rifle that boasts superior firepower and convenience, we ultimately decided to base the Jupiter project's ranged armament on a set of integrated transphasic luminaire crystal cannon system. This will be his main means of ranged output. We will be counting on you to develop it to a point where it can become effective against alien warships. Vase looked intrigued. The proposed integrated energy weapon system clearly shared a lot of similarities to the Arceus system of the Mars. His wife had participated in its design. Not only that, she also collaborated with Master Benedict Cortez on an infrequent basis whenever the Mars was due for another minor upgrade or overhaul. Even though the Arceus system was a licensed product of Imus Energy Armaments, that did not stop Vase and Gloriana from taking inspiration from many of its interesting design solutions. They could even take it a step further and license the Arceus system or a newer variant of it for the Jupiter project. However, neither Vase nor Gloriana proposed this solution because they had advanced their craft to such an extent since the initial development of the Mars that they could develop a completely bespoke integrated energy weapon system by themselves. The design might be rougher and less optimized at first, but there was much more room for improvement. Both mech designers knew quite well that the initial version of the Jupiter project would only last for a short time. Once General Ark Larkinson successfully advanced to ace pilot, his new living expert mech immediately became obsolete again. That would be the point where Gloriana truly intended to transform her work into a mechanical monster without equal in the Larkinson clan. The Arceus system works well for the Mars because it is entirely based on numerous transphasic positron weapon modules. They are powerful enough to allow Patriarch Reginald Cross exchange fire against most warships at various ranges, though they perform the best at closer to medium ranges. Vase told her, "As for the Jupiter project, we can make a range of impactful choices. We can make its ranged output flexible by allowing it to switch out its attack phase crystals. However, this will add more complexity while reducing the degree of optimization. It might just be a better idea to stick to just one attack phase crystal." His wife furrowed her brows. "I know you well enough that you only make stupid suggestions half of the time. Why do you sound as if you are favoring only a single choice? Does it not make sense to take advantage of the versatility of luminaire crystal technology? If the Jupiter project faces a warship, it can quickly dismantle the target's transphasic energy shields with empowered disruptor beams. Once our expert mech has stripped this layer of protection, the mech can switch to positron beams to inflict maximum destruction onto the hull plating and internal hull structure of the enemy vessel. The efficiency of this process will severely diminish if the Jupiter project can only fire positron beams." Her argument made a lot of sense. Vase used to hold this opinion as well, but recent changes had caused him to change his attitude on this matter. The problem was that it was difficult for him to explain his thoughts in a logical manner. "You are not wrong, honey, but this is the Age of Dawn. Have you seen what the Everchanger managed to pull off with the Grey Lotus? This little weapon represents the future luminaire crystal weapons as far as I am concerned. By using aspected hyper materials as the basis of a new variation of attack phase crystal, the luminaire crystal weapons will not only be able to draw power from the power reactor of the expert mech, but also ambient E-energy." His wife widened her eyes. She had overlooked this important detail. The reason why she had dismissed the Grey Lotus in her mind was because she had long been accustomed to regarding it as a unique and unreplicable artifact. It relied on a material called Black Demon Steel in order to fire lethal death beams that could at least partially phase through any barrier. If they could apply similar advancements to the Jupiter project's integrated energy weapon systems, they could turn the powerful expert mech into a true ship-killing machine. Chapter 5288. The leader of the pack. The synergy between luminaire crystal technology and hypermaterials was insane. Hypermaterials, or more specifically sympathetic materials, interacted extensively with E-energy radiation. They basically acted like physical interfaces that could directly draw in the power of exotic radiation and infuse it into a controllable luminaire crystal weapon. Before the Age of Dawn, Vase had no special thoughts about developing more products like the Grey Lotus in the short term. As powerful and useful as this relic weapon may be, the lack of suitable materials made it impossible for him to develop this technological direction any further. That was no longer the case. The Age of Dawn had changed the rules. Hypermaterials that were previously so rare that they only showed up in weird places like the Nixian Gap and the spaces controlled by the Five Scrolls Compact were about to become a lot more ubiquitous. Even if the emergence of higher grades of hypers were a lot more demanding, that did not stop the fact that they would probably become a lot more common in the Red Ocean in the near future. However, just because a lot more odd and peculiar sympathetic materials comparable to Black Demon Steel became available did not mean that it was easy to make use of their properties. While it was possible to use them as the base materials for simple products such as swords and armor plating, this was only the most shallow application of their unique properties. Using them as a core material of an energy weapon system was much more difficult. Constructing a laser weapon by substituting ordinary exotics with more interesting hypers did not necessarily lead to a transformation in performance. Mech designers and engineers needed to be a lot more clever than that in order to successfully channel the power of exotic radiation through an energy weapon. Luminaire crystal technology happened to offer a ready-made template to make this happen. The attack phase crystal that converted electrical energy into various different energy beam types was a sophisticated weapon component that performed radically differently depending on its material composition. Luminaire crystals actually resembled archimetal a lot in this area. Both were composite materials that were practically designed to offer wide compatibility to different materials and produce dramatically different results based on endless combinations. Before the Age of Dawn, Vase had casually managed to develop 6 conventional attack phase crystals. Laser beams, positron beams, light beams, slicer beams, kinetic beams and disruptor beams all produced extremely useful results in the right situations. Much of the power of the ranged mechs of the Larkinson clan was based on their ability to employ the right attack phase crystals at the right time. The funny part about all of this was that Vase didn't even specialize in crystallography or energy weapon systems. However, by borrowing the alien insights and intuition of the illustrious one, he had been able to make far more progress in this field than he should. His advancements in luminaire crystal technology essentially allowed the design department to operate without a lead designer who specialized in ranged weapon systems. Yet for all of the progress that Vase had made in developing stronger and better luminaire crystal weapons, he only recently made the realization that he had been playing with a neutered version of this alien tech all this time. He long speculated that the original luminaire race had lived in ancient times where the power of heaven was abundant in the Milky Way. It made a lot of sense that luminaire crystal technology was more suited for a medium or high-energy environment. The way that luminaire crystal technology easily enabled Vase to make effective use of hypermaterials showed him that it was practically made for this purpose. The Grey Lotus and more recently the Ignitron rifle equipped by the Promethea both possessed special properties that enabled them to exceed the overall performance of conventional luminaire crystal weapons. Their existence made every other luminaire crystal weapon obsolete. This included the powerful instrument of doom wielded by the Amaranto and the Irvin rifle wielded by the Minerva. All of the Transcendent Punishers Mark II that were equipped with luminaire crystal cannons were even more out of date. It became imperative for Vase to upgrade these weapons into newer variants that made effective use of hypermaterials. The difference in effective combat power between a current-generation luminaire weapon and a next-generation luminaire crystal weapon was massive. Vase personally estimated that the gap in effective performance was as much as 50%. His wife grew increasingly more hungry as Vase explained the enormous potential of luminaire crystal technology in the new age. Right now, my progress in the development of luminaire crystal technology can be divided into 3 generations. The first generation was the first time I made use of it in my third-class mechs. The second generation was when I learned a bunch of stuff from the MTA and successfully developed improved crystals that are much more suitable for second-class mechs. The third generation mostly consists of custom luminaire crystal weapons that I have designed or upgraded for our expert mechs. What characterizes their performance is that their damage output can be boosted by design spirits. The Instrument of Doom is the most obvious example of such a weapon. I see. Gloriana looked thoughtful. You probably expected to stay in the third generation for a longer period of time. That's right, but my planning couldn't keep up with the changes in our environment. Now that sympathetic materials are becoming more available, it would be stupid for me to neglect their amazing synergy and compatibility with luminaire crystal technology. I am already treating this as the 4th generation of luminaire crystal weapons. The integration of sympathetic materials opens up a lot of new possibilities. For the integrated luminaire crystal weapon system of the Jupiter project, we need to consider what sort of element we want to imbue into its attack phase crystal. This was a difficult decision as there wasn't an obvious answer available. Pairing the Everchanger with the Grey Lotus made at least some sense as Venerable Joshua excelled in the opposite element. By exposing him to the polar opposite, he could take advantage of the contrast and interactions between the two elements to rapidly advance his understanding of his domain. The fire beam attack phase crystal integrated in the Ignitron rifle was a natural fit for the Promethea. This recently developed upgrade complemented Venerable Isabel Coden's abilities and enabled her to launch her flaming companion spirit at her targets more effectively. As for the Jupiter project, the story became a lot more complicated. The reason for this was because General Ark Larkinson's domain was not based on primal elements such as fire or life. I have studied your uncle's domain in detail, she said. I have also listened to Ark's own interpretation of his power. From what I have been able to understand, he is a command-oriented expert pilot at heart, but he is so obsessed with taking responsibility that he is not willing to let his troops suffer on his behalf. He possessed a powerful sense of noblesse oblige that translates into a form of personal empowerment. That sounds like my uncle all right. Vase nodded. A Larkinson is raised to protect the weak. Even though Ark has chosen the command track, he doesn't see himself as a chess player like Commander Casella Ingvar. He sees himself as the leader of the pack. It is not in his nature to stick to the rear. His courage and sense of duty had caused Ark to shape himself into a commander that fearlessly fought on the front lines. Gloriana nodded in agreement. To be more precise, your uncle can derive a large amount of power depending on how much he can raise the morale of the troops under his command. The more his presence and feats can inspire his men, the more power they feed back to him. This can often lead to a positive feedback loop where his entry into the battlefield and initial successes in combat can increase his men's beliefs in him. This translates into greater empowerment where he can become even stronger than before, allowing him to inspire his men even further. This was one of the reasons why he had managed to earn so much respect while he served in both the Bright Republic and the Garland Empire. Ark was a perfect fit on the battlefield as he often fought at his best when he was being propelled by the confidence and the beliefs of the mech pilots under his command. This ability doesn't make him invincible, though. Vase pointed out, if Ark suffers an early setback or if another powerful mech pilot outshines him on the battlefield, he won't be able to empower himself as much as he should. I am aware of that. This is why it is important for him to rely on shock and awe to make a strong impression in front of his troops. The main reason why I think it is best if we implement an integrated energy weapon system into the frame of the Jupiter project is that it can produce a powerful visual spectacle at the start. The results will be even better if the results of its opening salvo can produce an immediate and dramatic effect on the target. In other words, pure combat effectiveness was not the highest priority. The Jupiter project had to look awesome while it fought against its adversaries, because this translated greater power for General Ark. The death element won't work well in this case. Vase frowned. Death beams are incredibly harmful against most organic life, but it is difficult to see the results when bodies start to drop inside the hulls of alien warships. The lack of clear and obvious material damage will limit the feedback from friendly troops. What about fire, then? The Prometheus damage output is not only visible, but also much more dramatic. Vase liked this suggestion a bit more. I suppose this choice works better. The new fire beam attack phase crystal has already been tested on the battlefield, so we can shorten the development time. However, I don't think that my uncle's synergy with fire is good enough. He won't be able to control or amplify the flames nearly as well as Venerable Isabel. He might even lose control of the fires, which means that there is a decent chance that he might burn his troops. I can't think of a greater way to destroy friendly morale than this. I don't think we should recklessly play with fire. It was better to be cautious in this regard. His wife reluctantly agreed with this stance, though she didn't want to rule it out entirely. Vase thought about the dramatic explosions produced by the Destroyer of Worlds. Her damage output had an enormous effect on morale. Each time she pulverized a powerful target in a domineering fashion, she struck terror in the hearts of her enemies. At the same time, she buoyed the confidence of friendly mech pilots, mostly because they knew that there wouldn't be much left for them to clean up. Their god pilot had already shattered the backs of their enemies. However, it was difficult for Vase to gain access to the power of destruction. He had already expended Emma's spiritual fragment, and he didn't know how to replicate a comparable domain to that of Divine Irene Mox. Besides, destruction was a difficult force to control. A mech pilot who had no special affinity with this element had a high chance of suffering an accident. What about light? Gloriana suddenly suggested. We can exaggerate the light show produced by the range damage output of the Jupiter project. His wife said as she became increasingly more enamored by the idea. With the help of the illustrious one, we can make it so that the Jupiter project can light up the entire battlefield. This is perfect for your uncle. He sees himself as a white knight, so what better way to exemplify his presence than to turn him into a beacon in the dark? That actually sounded really good. Vase seriously considered the viability of this choice. Chapter 5289 Misnomer Light paired well with the Jupiter project. This was rather strange as most command-oriented mech pilots usually wanted to attract as little attention as possible. They spent much of their time on managing their units and polishing their command abilities, so they weren't able to spend as much time on refining their combat skills. Commander Casella Ingvar was the typical example of such a pilot. She invested a lot of attention on her subordinates. By bonding with them, she was able to channel her power onto them more effectively on the battlefield. The stronger she became, the more she could uplift the strength of the mechs under her command. General Ark Larkinson followed a different combat approach. While it was still important for him to take charge of his troops and build up a close superior-subordinate relationship with them, he was not the sort of expert pilot who could directly boost the combat power of his troops. Instead, his ability reminded Vase a lot of deity cultivation. Somehow, Ark was able to derive power by posing as the god of his own subordinates. The more they worshipped and revered their commander, the stronger Ark became. Image played a crucial role as a consequence. Ark had to pay a lot of attention to how he looked, how he presented himself, how he behaved and how he shaped his relationship with his troops. A handsome and flashy mech could help him strengthen his image by an enormous margin. Right now, Ark must not be having the best of times. His Traven Exene was a relatively ordinary high-tier expert mech, and completely lost its luster whenever it was standing right next to the Mars. Even though the mech hadn't been designed for this purpose, the powerful and domineering Ace hybrid mech never failed to make a strong impression on the battlefield. If Ark wanted to do well in the future, then his upcoming machine had to outshine the Mars somehow. This was an incredibly steep challenge, especially if the Jupiter project started out as an expert mech as opposed to an Ace mech. Still, as long as the Jupiter project harnessed the power of light, Vase believed it might be possible to overcome this challenge. If we do this, then the Jupiter project will become the brightest mech on the battlefield. He said, subtlety is completely out of the question. Ark's mech will shine like a torch in the dark of space, thereby attracting a huge amount of attention and enemy weapons fire. He can take it. His domain and abilities are shaped by a desire to protect his troops by presenting himself as a more attractive target. Turning his mech into a giant light source plays into that role. We can make him so bright that his enemies will forget about attacking the much more fragile mechs that are fighting alongside the Jupiter project. This should be a desirable result so long as the opposition is not overwhelming. Though his wife made a lot of sense, Vase worried about whether this would backfire on Ark one day. If he and his forces ever encountered an overwhelming enemy one day, the blindingly bright Jupiter project would definitely find it difficult to escape pursuit. Still, there was no way to avoid this possibility. Ark had long grown accustomed to bearing the greatest and dangers himself. He fueled his growth by constantly subjecting himself to elevated pressure whenever he attracted all of the attention on the battlefield. Ark attained great success due to his courage, but might also fall one day due to the same reason. The only thing that Vase could do was to support his uncle as best as possible. A high-tier expert pilot possessed too much conviction to turn his back against his own nature. Now that Vase and Gloriana had a much better idea of their end goal, they revised the draft design of the Jupiter project and made a lot of changes. Vase mostly spent his time on altering the appearance of the Jupiter project. Gloriana was not a shabby artist by any means, but Vase possessed a more emotional and intuitive touch. Both of them worked fairly quickly. The draft design soon took on a different form. The white mech not only contained a lot more light sources that enabled the mech to glow like a star at their brightest intensity, but also came paired with a long and flowing projected cape that could be configured to glow in any color. Perhaps the most dramatic visual change to the draft design was the complete redesign of the head of the humanoid expert mech. Gloriana had initially designed it to resemble the heroic visage of General Ark, but Vase had scrapped that and put a white lion head in its place. The lion shared a great resemblance to Ark's recently acquired companion spirit. Despite his relative youth, Noah already possessed great power due to his principal's high resonance strength. Vase couldn't imagine how valiant the Jupiter project might become once it deployed in the field with Noah embedded into the head. This is impressive. I would have never thought about designing the Jupiter project in this fashion if you hadn't provided your input. That's why we always work best when we cooperate with each other. Vase grinned. The two were not regarded as the miracle couple for nothing. They just hadn't been able to collaborate with each other in such an excellent manner as of late due to various distractions. Now that Vase properly engaged in mech design once more, he soon experienced the joy of working together with a mech designer who complemented him well. His wife soon furrowed her brows as she continued to stare at the latest draft of the expert mech. Our design choices have caused the mech to deviate from its original theme. I do not think we can justify the name of Jupiter anymore. The ancient god of thunder and the skies only shares an indirect relationship with light. We can still add electric weapons to the design so that it can evoke the power of lightning. Vase shrugged. Don't bother. It's just a code name for now. We can call the Apollo or something when we are done with our work. For now, it is best to avoid any confusion and stick to a consistent name. Perhaps they started out the Jupiter project with the intention of designing an expert mech that could be associated with an ancient king of the gods, but that had changed. Vase much preferred to orient the Jupiter project around the element of light. This was not only a much better symbolic fit for General Ark, but also complemented one of his existing design spirits extremely well. I originally wanted to install the Golden Cat as the design spirit for the Jupiter project, but I think I will have to squeeze in the illustrious one as well. The combination of the two pretty much reflect how General Arc fights his battles. Vase wondered why he hadn't figured out this combination earlier. His wife manipulated the projected mech until it highlighted the integrated luminaire crystal weapon system. Let us get back to the matter at hand. If we want to turn the power of light into a more substantial addition to the Jupiter project, then you need to develop an attack phase crystal that is not only highly attuned to the illustrious one, but also fires much stronger and brighter light beams or laser beams. Which one do you prefer? By the way, that was not a simple question to answer. There were pros and cons to either beam types. Laser beams were much more standard. Humanity had built up an enormous understanding of laser weapons. Laser beams were also excellent for long-ranged combat as they struck their targets at the speed of light. Ironically, light beams didn't actually travel at the same stupendously high speed. This was because light beams did not purely consist of waves or photons anymore. Calling it a light beam was a misnomer of sorts. Vase didn't know what he was thinking when he settled for the name. Perhaps he had become impressed by how bright the beams had become, but that wasn't even its most important property. Vase had the sense that it had transformed into a more advanced version of electromagnetic radiation, one that had become more deeply intertwined with spirituality. The fact that light beams were more effective at damaging spiritual entities and spiritual barriers suggested that it was one of the killer weapons that the Luminaire race reserved for ancient cultivators. In any case, light beams were not the best beam type to employ against alien warships as their defenses were largely based on energy shields and phase water technology. The only reason why this combination worked particularly well for the Jupiter project was because General Arc literally grew more powerful when his mech became flashier. Besides, given the continued proliferation of exotic radiation throughout the Red Ocean, it was only a matter of time before the native aliens started to engage in a form of chi cultivation. The Jupiter project would be perfectly positioned to counter any new exotic effects. I will have to task the T Institute to focus on cultivating larger batches of light-aspected sympathetic materials. Vase spoke even as he already drafted a note in his mind. I don't have any suitable hypers at our disposal at the moment, but it shouldn't be too difficult to produce a few basic varieties that I can experiment with. As long as I can successfully develop a fourth-generation light beam attack phase crystal, we can proceed with this configuration. The integrated luminaire crystal weapon system will become unprecedented. This must be what the xenotechnician must feel like whenever he figured out a way to successfully adapt the advantages of alien technology into his products. The relationship between humans and alien technology was complex and ambiguous. On the one hand, humans distrusted alien technology and were reluctant to employ it directly. On the other hand, humans valued the more powerful and useful applications of alien technology too much to abandon them outright. It was best if humanity was able to reverse engineer incomprehensive alien technology into a more understandable form, but that was not possible for luminaire crystal technology. For better or worse, Vase remained committed to using it in its original alien form even though he still had little idea how all of the alien circuitry worked. Compared to the debate on how to configure the Jupiter project for ranged combat, deciding its melee weapon loadout was much simpler. General Arc is an all-rounder when it comes to weapons handling. Gloriana said, he is actually a good fit for a first-class multipurpose mech due to his proficiency in both ranged and melee combat. His control and techniques are inferior to those who hone their weapon skill with great dedication such as Venerable Stark and Venerable Dice, but his ability to derive power from his troops enable him to compensate skill with greater power. This had great implications for Arc. Compared to other high-tier expert pilots, he would never be able to match the accuracy of Venerable Davia Stark or be able to match the exquisite techniques of Venerable Dice. However, he did not have to beat those expert pilots at their own game. So long as the Jupiter project received enough empowerment, then the powerful machine could overwhelm most opponents by relying on brute force. This was why Gloriana had opted to pair the Jupiter project with both a spear and a plasma sword. Vase understood the logic of these choices. A simple transphasic spear could be used to perform charge attacks while also keeping enemies at bay by relying on simple stabs. A plasma sword was an energy-hungry weapon, but it could burn through defenses like nothing else as long as it channeled enough power. However, Vase wasn't entirely satisfied with these simple choices. He felt he could do more with them. Was there a way to augment their combat power with hyper-materials? Chapter 5290 The Dawn of Hyper-Technology. Vase did not gain any inspiration about how he could qualitatively improve the performance of the weapons of the Jupiter project. While it might be useful to incorporate hyper-materials into them in some fashion, doing so could just as easily mess up their performance on the battlefield during a critical moment where failure was unacceptable. You should leave this up to Kettles and Dulo. Gloriana placed her hand on his arm. We are not designing this expert mech alone. Kedis has developed a few interesting ideas on how to design the plasma sword, and Dulo knows much more about spears than either of us. Leave this work to the specialists. You're right, I suppose. Vase conceded. It doesn't really matter if the plasma sword and the spear are not as advanced as the rest of the Jupiter project's configuration. They can easily be updated or replaced since they are just external equipment. From everything I've witnessed during the Survivalist conference, one expects that the Red Association will soon announce a new mech generation that will introduce lots of new innovations. His wife's eyes brightened as she stared at him with repressed enthusiasm. Can you give me a preview of what is to come? I'm not sure how much I can share with you. A lot of the stuff I've learned is confidential. One can tell you that part of the new release will consist of restricted technology that the Anekers have decided to let go in order to strengthen the masses. None of this is new to the big shots, but it can make a substantial difference to everyone else. Another part of it will consist of counters to phase water technology. Overcoming transphasic energy shields is one of the greatest hurdles to defeating alien warships. The most important part is any useful tech on hyper-materials and E-energy radiation. I believe the final par is Che's most critical set of tech. Gloriana insightfully said, the Age of Dawn shall truly commence once our industries start to incorporate this new category of technology. Vase shared the same sentiment. The survivalists at the conference already started to use different umbrella terms to name this new field. The most common ones one have heard are hyper-technology or Dawn technology. One think the former will win out since it is much easier for most people to harness the power of E-energy radiation by manipulating hyper-materials. Hyper-technology, or whatever people decided to call it, was on the cusp of revolutionizing the tech base of red humanity. Not all of it was new. Applications such as general cultivation elixirs originally came from ancient cultivation heritages. What interested Vase much more was how red humanity would manage to blend modern technology with E-energy. The fusion between modern technological principles and ancient knowledge might produce wonderful surprises that could redefine mechs in the new age. Every mech designer had high hopes for the future. They had to in order to maintain their faith in mechs. If the Age of Dawn did not do enough to benefit mechs, then the future of every mech designer and mech pilot would come under question. What will become of red humanity? Gloriana wondered. Will unexplainable powers like yours become the norm in our society? Will science experience a regression as 1 + 1 no longer equals 2? Our clan is blessed by your innovations, but if your works are representative of what is to come, I am not certain whether one will like what our technology is mutating into. Will we still be human by the time we are done? Vase shook his head even as he leaned over and pulled her into his embrace. Her scent wafted in his nose, causing him to appreciate her company even more. We don't have the luxury to consider all of this high-minded philosophy stuff. Leave that to the Tier 1 galactic citizens. Our only concern should be to figure out a way for our family to survive the coming years. I would do everything to keep our children happy and alive. I don't want them to grow up in darkness and despair. Whether that means that we will have to turn ourselves into the monsters of the dark, I will do so without a heartbeat. Survival trumps everything. His wife smiled as she relished in his body warmth. Spoken as a true survivalist. Suppose you are correct. One have noticed that the Red Association has taken charge as of late. The Red Fleet hasn't generated as much attention as of late. Do you know what the Gilas are planning? Not really. Vase shook his head. Just because they're being quiet doesn't mean they are weak. Don't underestimate them. There is talk that the Fleeters are working on their own brand of hyper-technology that is highly applicable to warships. For example, what one can do with 4th-generation Luminaire crystal technology, the Gilas may be able to accomplish with conventional human tech. That time was coming closer. He could feel it. It was not sustainable for the Red Fleet to remain low-key all of this time. A day would come when they would unveil whatever they had been cooking up all of this time and shock everyone who thought that they were slowly fading into oblivion. His wife continued to nuzzle her head against his shoulder. I hope that the Fleeters will inject much-needed common sense into human technology. No offense to you, but much of your work is so counterintuitive and psychoactive that nothing makes sense anymore. Ha ha ha. Jay, don't blame Yon, Gloriana. It takes a special mindset to navigate it all. To be honest, the main reason why one haven't gotten lost is because I let my intuition do much of the heavy lifting. One know it is not entirely proper to build up a dependency on factors outside of my understanding, but Jay think this is how cultivation science was originally practiced in ancient times. His wife made a contemptuous expression. Back then, ancient people did not have access to modern computers and scientific principles. An ascended barbarian is still a barbarian. One very much doubt that our distant ancestors could achieve anything meaningful without resorting to metaphysics to cheat their way out of a problem. Are you calling me a barbarian? Vase asked. I think you are barely clever enough to answer your own question. The couple went back to Mech design. They passionately discussed the design choices for the configuration of the Jupiter project. Compared to before, the lion-headed machine embodied General Ark Larkinson's personality and combat approach a lot better. The flair and personality that Vase had injected in the draft design elevated it into a promising piece of artwork that had yet to be realized. Though neither Vase nor his wife addressed this directly, the Jupiter project had the makings of a potential masterwork expert mech. It had all of the necessary ingredients to become a work that transcended the mundane. Vase and Gloriana cared a lot about this project. Their passion burned hotter as they continued to puzzle over how they could turn their ambitious design goals into reality. The upcoming expert mech had great significance to its intended pilot and the rest of the Larkinsons. This was not only a vehicle toward General Ark Larkinson to break past his bottleneck, but also held the potential to become RHE first proper ace mech of the Larkinson clan. What was even more important was that the Jupiter project incorporated a lot of new innovations. Aside from incorporating 4th-generation Luminaire crystal weapons, the mech would also come equipped with more powerful armor systems and flight systems. Gloriana and the other mech designers did not neglect the potential of hyper-materials and had become determined to figure out their uses in the following months. All in all, the Jupiter project had the potential to become just as big if not bigger than the Mars at the time of its completion. The expert mech design project outshone all of the others of its kind, which also included the Blood Star Mark 11. While Vase did not intend to put less effort into designing an expert mech for his grandfather, the scope and significance of his first proper Karman expert mech were entirely different. The Blood Star Mark 11 was much more experimental and speculative in nature, which meant that nobody could foresee what it would turn into when the project had finally reached completion. As the hours passed by, Vase and Gloriana eventually finished their collaborative work session on the Jupiter project. They spent a bit of time going over their other design projects. The Fae project is turning out to be a time-intensive project. Gloriana told Vase, the scope and features of all of these Fae will take too many hours to flesh out. Are you sure you want to persist in this design? If one were you, Jay would postpone it for next year or the year after that. 1am sure that the new tech introduced during this period will significantly increase the potential of the automated combat drones of this special mech. Vase shook his head. Our clan needs this mech. Tile concept is excellent and it is the most suitable mech to help our second-class mech forces fight against alien warships. Our troops will continue to go on expeditions without me as linefighters. They are not going to wait 5 years or so before the first deep strike operations commence. The sooner they can get accustomed to making use of the Fae project, the better they will be able to take advantage of its powerful properties in the battles that matter. Besides, the interaction between the living mech and its living Fae is a new area that I have yet to explore. I think I can do something new and interesting with this dynamic, but I will have to work it out by myself. I think I might be able to enhance their connection with the use of hyper-materials. His wife shrugged and didn't argue with him further. She could tell that he was still passionate about this project. I think that your Fae project has great potential as a commercial mech design. She told him instead, I can understand your desire to keep it exclusive to our clan, but if I am being honest hero, I think it is a waste of its potential to limit its proliferation. If this drone mech can truly live up to its promise, then I am sure it can bow of fantastic use to all manner of second-class mech forces. She had a point. Compared to the drone mech models on the market, the Fae project simply offered a lot more added value due to all of the quirks that Vase wanted to add to his work. However, he already considered this idea before. It won't work, he said. One intend to design the Fae project as a quasi-first-class transphasic drone mech. The production cost is projected to go through the roof. While the expense is bearable for our clan, not many other organizations will be able to afford it, and don't get me started on the need for phase water. I think you are underestimating the tipper segments of the second-class mech markets. There are more wealthy organizations out there besides the Larkinson clan. They are all suffering from a shortage of carrier vessels. More and more of them are striving to invest in quality over quantity. It should not be a problem for their organizations to supply a decent amount of phase water. In fact, if the value proposition of the Fae project is high enough, we can apply market races for our product. If a customer wants to purchase a copy of our new mech, he or she has to supply enough phase water to produce 2 copies. Vase looked intrigued. He was well aware of this exploitative scheme. He still remembered the instances where he had to supply double the amount of phase water to various development companies in order to obtain their experimental transphasic mech components. While the transactions were sort of worth it, he deeply resented those companies for forcing him to give up so much phase water in vain. This was why he felt rather strange now that his wife suggested that he could occupy the opposite side of this transaction. It didn't necessarily have to center around the Fae project either. Vase could think of a number of other possible Larkinson exclusive mech models that could fool people into transferring lots of phase water. Chapter 5291 Commercial Reorientation. Your wife has the right idea, boss. Your living mech models are in high demand, especially now that you have become a household name to Red humanity. Many people have come to believe that a mech designer who happened to become a Tier 3 galactic citizen in record time shouldn't be that bad at his job. In fact, sales of all the LMC's products have skyrocketed. After Gloriana gave him the idea of selling more of his works on the mech market, Vase decided to meet with his personal assistant in order to explore the viability of this strategy. With everything that had happened as of late, Vase had neglected the business side of his clan. It couldn't be helped. His attention span was limited and too many changes had occurred. The income provided by the Living Mech Corporation also increasingly fell behind his clan's growing needs. The income and merits earned from the last 2 battles far exceeded the earning potential of the EMC in its current state. Unless its sales volume reached a titanic height, it was difficult to earn a lull of profit from selling mechs. A typical second-class mech sold for around 1 MTA credit. While the profit margin was quite good at first glance, there were too many factors that reduced it by a considerable extent. The biggest limitation at the moment was the lack of direct production. Aside from the Cat Nest and various other manufacturing complexes set up on a number of other planets, the EMC simply didn't have enough factories to meet the enormous demand. This forced the LMC to outsource a lot of production to third-party manufacturers, which brought its own share of headaches as living mechs had to be produced in a specific manner in order to guarantee its quality. In addition, materials become scarcer and more difficult to source over time. If not for the fact that Vase and the Larkinson clan earned so much prestige that they were able to secure the cooperation of more material suppliers, they wouldn't have been able to increase their production any further. Gavin patiently explained the changing dynamic in the mech market and mech industry. All of our best sellers have experienced a resurgence. From budget models such as the Desolate Soldier to more premium mechs such as the Ferocious Piranha, they are all being bought at higher rates, so much so that the LMC is looking to raise their prices yet again. What is interesting is that the growing demand doesn't come from the Krakatoa and Magalar middle zones anymore. We have pretty much reached saturation in those markets. It is the more distant middle zones that are truly becoming aware of our product lines and what they have to offer to them. While certain models such as the Pacifier have already penetrated those markets in advance, our other offerings are beginning to get sold in greater numbers as well. It was a bit troublesome to supply mechs to those distant markets. Shipping across different zones was expensive and troublesome. The only way the LMC could properly profit from this rapidly growing trend was to build new factories in distant branches or contract a host of regional third-party manufacturers to do all of the work. In any case, the LMC was bound to become a brand that would have a presence in every middle zone, including the ones that foil under the spheres of influence of the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Though Vase did not really appreciate the profits earned from selling second-class mechs, he knew that it was still necessary for the LMC to remain fresh and relevant. Mech designers existed to serve mech pilots. That meant that the more mech pilots came into contact with his mechs, the more validation Vase would receive in turn. The Kingdom of Mechs and by extension the Red Kingdom tracked everything related to mechs. Not only that, they issued rewards based on how much a mech designer contributed to the mech community and society as a whole. Vase gained a clearer understanding why mech designers who mostly played around with virtual mechs found it much more difficult to advance up the ranks. He also understood why mech designers who worked at design studios broke through at a slower rate despite working on lots of projects. The second-class mech market still held a lot of value to mech designers like Vase. The same could be said for third-class mech markets, though to a lesser degree. He figured that the Red Kingdom weighed every contribution based on its positive impact on human society. Third-class mechs were too weak to significantly affect the overall destiny of Red humanity. Are there any market trends that we should pay attention to? Benny, Vase asked. For example, what sort of products is the market looking forward to the most? Gavin smiled at Vase. The new Elites program has changed demand practically overnight. For better or worse, many people are scrambling to become linefighters or warfighters. However, it is not easy for mech forces to obtain larger quantities of carrier vessels. Unlike before, many wealthy and powerful leaders are being pressured to take part in these dangerous incursions. They don't want to bet their lives on a limited amount of shaky mechs that are completely unsuited to fight against warships. They are willing to invest big money into the most premium machines they can obtain. The demand and market viability of quasi-first-class mechs like the ones you are working on have become a lot more attractive as of late. Vase nodded in understanding. Perhaps his understanding of the second-class mech market had become outdated. What do you recommend we do, Benny? You should possess a sufficient understanding of the state of the LMC and the products we can release on the market. Are there any mech models of ours that you think will sell extremely well if we put them up for sale? Gavin paused and thought. One can think of a handful of niche products that can refresh our product catalog and sell decently well. The Stormblade Samurai designed by Kedis is relatively cheap and economical in relation to its power. The use of Stormblade technology enables these mechs to wear down transphasic energy shields faster without relying on facewear. However, this is not what the would-be warlords are looking for. The Storm Sword project that your former protege is working on is much more in line with their needs. The Storm Sword project promised to become one of the most powerful standard melee mech models of the current generation. Kedis wanted to combine the best traits of the Second Sword and the Stormblade Samurai in a single quasi-first-class transphasic mech frame. Vase could not imagine how effectively the Storm Swords would be able to overwhelm the defenses of alien warships once Kedis had completed her project. I can see what you mean, Burr. As far as I know, Kedis only has the Sword Maidens in mind when it conies to this project. The skill requirements are too high and specific. General swordsman mech pilots won't be able to handle the Storm Swords proficient enough. Perhaps you can encourage her to design a commercial variant of the Storm Sword project once she is done. Gavin suggested. She doesn't have to do much to make it ready for the market. She can keep much of the same tech, but make it more compatible with a variety of sword types. That sounds great, but we should leave this decision to Kedis. The Storm Sword project is her baby. You can pass on your suggestion to her, and let her decide whether she wants to release another powerful swordsman mech onto the market. Her Monster Slayer model is still doing well, right? It is, but not as much as we hoped. The Monster Slayer is not the most suitable mech to fight against the aliens. It is purely landbound, which means it can only fight against alien troops that have bothered to deploy onto the surface of a planet. It is also a pure melee mech, which means it has to get within striking distance in order to fulfill its purpose. Most of the alien raiding fleets that have showed up so far rarely give landbound melee mechs a chance to strike. They just rely on orbital bombardment to soften up the defenses of a colony before launching lots of starfighters to achieve air superiority. While it was possible for landbot MD mechs to equip merit rifles in a hurry, their accuracy and other parameters would definitely not be good. It would have been much better to field dedicated ranged mechs. Instead, what do you think about the sales potential of the Fae project? It is difficult to say. The assistant frowned. We have yet to conduct any serious market research because we did not expect you to think about putting it up for sale. Our marketing managers are not familiar with the market conditions of drone mechs, and yours is a lot more special due to designing it as a quasi-first-class mech. My gut feeling says that as long as it is good enough, it has the potential to become a must-have for any leader who is trying to become a warlord. The Fae project offered many different ways to mitigate losses in battles against formidable alien warships. From disguising its semi-disposable Fae as fully capable mechs to adding extra firepower to any force, the Fae project had the potential to become a lifesaver to its users. If Vase remained as selfish as before, he would have never put any serious thought about selling it on the market. He did not want his rivals to learn about strengths and weaknesses so that they could develop counters in advance. However, now that the Red Two frowned upon conflict between human forces, Vase no longer had as much concerns as before. So what if he sold the Fey project? Spreading them out among the second-class forces that needed its capabilities the most was not only profitable, but would definitely save the lives of a lot of new elites. Alright, I am convinced. Let's reorient the Fey project as a commercial product. Vase spoke in a more decisive tone now that he had made up his mind. With my reputation, I don't think we have to worry about lack of sales. So long as its performance is up to our expectations, it shouldn't matter too much if its price is too exorbitant. The premium on Fey's water also shouldn't be too much of an issue. I will make sure the Fey project is powerful enough to justify this added cost. Vase possessed a lot of confidence in the power of the Fey project. Although he hadn't been able to make much progress since he conceived of this mech design, he was confident that he could solve all of the challenges as long as he spent enough time. After Vase dealt with the Fey project, he recalled another commercial mech that the LMC released in recent times. How are the sales of the second eye, Benny? Sales used to be slow, but they are starting to ramp up. This is mostly due to your reputation instead of a growing appreciation for its unique feature. Personally, I expect this to change. From the handful of positive reports I have read, the second eye is particularly useful in identifying the weak points of unshielded alien warships as well as alien fortifications. Its effectiveness is not great against alien energy shields despite having a heavy laser luminaire crystal rifle in its default loadout, but the story is different once their owners have swapped out the weapons with transphasic rifles. Vase designed the second eye with different circumstances in mind. How could he know that the Great Severing as well as the new Elites program would induce so many changes in demand? Still, it was a good idea to equip the second eye with transphasic armaments. It was not necessary for the LMC to supply these high-end weapons. Most organizations that were able to afford high-end transphasic weapons could usually obtain them from their own channels. Hopefully, enough new elites will recognize how much value the second eye can bring to their operations. Chapter 5292 Return to Bortle. The expeditionary fleet had finally returned to the Bortle system. Its arrival attracted a huge amount of attention from the locals and visitors of RHE Busy Port system. This was not only because of the presence of a famous name that had become known throughout the new frontier, but also because of the ostentatious Ra escort fleet that diligently fulfilled its current mission. The formidable first-class warships and first-class multipurpose mechs of the Blue Jay fleet kept other snooping Perry's well at bay. No other vessel dared to stray too close to the expeditionary fleet. The people who lived in the Bortle system did not want to cause any offense either. The Red Two had already boosted their presence in the Bortle system. As one of the most important logistical hubs of the Toroid Middle Zone, the port system gained a lot of new fortifications. The Mechers and the Helas clearly possessed the determination to defend the vulnerable star systems at the front. Even if their main purpose was to slow down the advance of the aliens, many locals hoped that the Red Two would not allow their new homes to fall. Vase could practically feel the hopes and nervous tension of the people who had come to invest their time as well as their life savings in the growing colony. Those who could afford to sell their holdings in the Bortle system and move further to the rear had already done so. The ones left behind either couldn't afford to do so or had other reasons to stick around. Vase couldn't help but feel a growing responsibility to do his part in protecting these people. The native aliens threatened to wipe out every human in the Red Ocean. There was no way he wanted that to come to pass. It's not up to me alone, though. He sighed. Everyone needs to pitch in. We can only defeat the aliens together. Now that the expeditionary fleet had reached the Bortle system, the time had come where Vase needed to prepare for his upcoming departure. Most of the Larkinsons did not want him to leave, but Vase needed to lay the groundwork for the premier branch as soon as possible. He needed to enter the upper zones in advance so that he could handle anything important in person. Besides, the second raiders of his clan were already capable of taking care of their own affairs. Vase deliberately wanted to separate himself from the expeditionary fleet in order to allow his clansmen to develop according to their desires instead of his own. It was time for them to fight for their own future. His children did not take the separation from the expeditionary fleet well at first. Does this mean we'll be separated from all of our family and friends? Andraste asked while she was clutching her practice sword. Vase sighed as he bent down to pat his daughter on the head. Yes, Ray dear, you will all have to come with me. One will make sure to introduce you to lots of new friends. I don't want to leave. It won't be the same anymore, Papa. How can one continue my swordsmanship training if Kedis can't teach me anymore? She can still guide your swordsmanship training by remote. It won't be as good as teaching you in person, but the hyper chamber will allow her to spar with you a lot more effectively than normal. It's not the same. There wasn't much Vase could do about that. Kedis had decided to stay behind so that she could take care of her husband, her children and the Sword Maidens. Her priorities were entirely different and she deserved to have a life of her own. It was rather admirable that she had readily refused the temptation of promoting to a first-class mech designer in a couple of years so that she could stay with her family longer. In a way, Kedis had come to embody the Larkinsons a lot closer than Vase. He did not begrudge his own choices, though. The Larkinson clan had to enter first-class society sooner or later. Vase was just going first. It would take a few years for thousands of other Larkinsons to follow suit. He and his children would soon get surrounded by lots of Larkinsons by that time. Vase was already looking forward to how much better his men had become once they had used up their ED-net quotas. If you want to become a warrior beyond comparison, it is not enough to learn swordsmanship from Kedis. He told his daughter in an attempt to console her. First raters have excellent teachers and instructors as well. This will be a good time for you to polish your marksmanship. That's boring. It is not. If you want to retain any hope of becoming a serious mech pilot, then you will need to master all of the skills required to pilot first-class multipurpose mechs. Many of the offensive systems of those machines consist of ranged weapon modules. You will need to master the use of all of them, from laser weapons, positron weapons, Gauss weapons, plasma weapons, missile weapons and more. If you can choose between defeating your opponents up close or from a distance, then featuring is much more convenient to resort to the latter. His stubborn daughter did not look enthused at the prospect of reducing her swordsmanship practice so that she could practice her marksmanship instead. Vase was beginning to get a headache. He realized that he and his wife had been spending too little time on raising Andraste. It couldn't be helped. Vase and Gloriana were mech designers, so they had no combat skills worth noting. Vase wanted Andraste to enjoy the best possible teaching, so he instructed Kedis and the Sword Maiden to keep his feisty little daughter busy. Even though Andraste had too much schooling to spend much time among the Sword Maidens, they practically raised her during the times they could pass on their teachings. In other words, Andraste had become indoctrinated by the Sword Maidens. While Vase did not entirely consider this to be a bad development, he did not want his daughter to become a sword-obsessed madwoman. Sword Maidens subjected themselves to brutal training regimes in order to become the most elite shock troops of the Larkinson clan. They had to take on greater risks and sacrifice much of their time just to give them a slightly higher chance of surviving when they finally deployed on the battlefield. Vase did not want his daughter to follow in the footsteps of the Sword Maidens. He wanted her to become a martial leader rather than a more expensive variant of cannon fodder. Hopefully, Andraste would come to her senses after she started taking more lessons from first raters. As Vase prepared for his departure to the upper zones, he briefly met with his grandfather. It seems that we won't be able to spend as much time together as I hoped. Benjamin Larkinson said, it may be years before I can hold my great-grandchildren in my arms once again. I'm sorry, I didn't expect all of this to happen so soon. It is all right, Vase. Children deserve to live their own lives. Don't let an old fogey like me hold yon back. This won't last forever. Once we have upgraded your machine into a proper expert mech, you can work your way to breaking through to ace pilot. You can join us at the premier branch by that time. What if I am unable to do so? I am old, I've regained more strength since my recovery, but I am not sure whether I can recover everything that I have lost. Vase smiled at his grandfather. You'll succeed. 1 am sure of it. There is no way you can fail. Conditions for mech pilots are much more favorable than in the past. The stuff one told you about is just one of many measures that the mechers have taken to facilitate the growth of all mech pilots. I will take your word for it. I hate the fact that our society is split up into 3 classes. I wish the Fist of Defiance chose to abolish this division. It would make our lives so much easier. That is unlikely to happen, grandfather. Splitting people up into different classes protects the underprivileged. Besides, every human has come to think. In this way, it will be hard for them to see each other as equals despite the huge gap in wealth and opportunities. The fundamental root behind this problem is lack of wealth and resources. Perhaps there will be a chance for us to reduce the extreme differences if we win this war. If we have access to all of the resources of the Red Ocean, we can share much greater resources to the people at the bottom. Neither of them thought that was likely, though. The much more probable outcome was that the most powerful people claimed the most valuable resources for themselves. Second-raters and third-raters had little choice but to contend for the scraps. Vase wondered whether the polymath's unity plan intended to change this model. Perhaps it would have been better to give it a chance instead. No, that was stupid. The unity plan brought way too many downsides. By the way, since you will be departing for RHE upper zones, how will our expert pilots gain access to those vials? They're being stored aboard the biggest ship of the Blue Jay fleet, right? I have already thought about it. Vase told him, most of the stuff will remain in place. Every 3 months or so, we will transfer a part of it to the courier vessel and send her to the expeditionary fleet. It's not the most secure way of delivering the goods to their destination, but it is workable. He had paid a lot of opportunity costs in order to secure 500 vials of A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir. There was no way he was going to leave them untouched. That reminded him that it wouldn't rake long before he could witness them in use. His expert pilots had recently completed a thorough health inspection to determine whether they could safely ingest the elixirs. Vase truly wondered how they worked to increase the resonance strength of expert pilots. He had always thought that willpower cultivators had to polish their strength the hard way. It did not seem possible for shortcuts to work considering how they worked. However, the Mechers most definitely knew what they were doing. Vase suspected that the elixirs possessed extraordinary qualities that did more than provide a straightforward artificial boost. The most important part about the elixirs were the ingredients. No ordinary materials could be used to synthesize them. If Vase was able to get a close enough look at the vials, he might be able to deduce the key materials used to make these remarkable elixirs. If Vase was able to get his hands on some of these ingredients himself, he might be able to cobble up his own solution. It didn't necessarily have to be an elixir either. Though his hopes were slim, he did not want to let go of any means to strengthen his forces. As the expeditionary fleet steadily settled in orbit of RHE main planar, a lure of activity started to rake place. Shirls flew up and down as lots of goods needed to be shipped back and forth. Vase dealt with numerous priorities during this time. One of the most important issues was deciding what he and his clan should do with the captured Archeship. Right now, the hull of the damaged vessel was resting safely inside the diligent Ovenbird. Not much progress had been made towards reverse engineering or repairing all of the complicated architect. Without assistance, it was impossible for the Larkinsons to make heads or tails about the alien vessel. The fact that Lucky was the only one among them that could exert slightly greater control over her systems was proof that the clan needed to find a different way to deal with this high-value salvage. Chapter 5293A33. Given everything that happened as of late, the Archeship had largely slipped Ves's mind. It couldn't be helped. A whole host of revelations and life-changing decisions overtook his life like a raging tornado. Vase could do little aside from letting himself get spun around while doing everything possible to avoid falling to his death. It was only now that much of the storm had calmed down that Vase could catch his breath and take care of less pressing matters. The Archeship captured during the Battle of Corellix needed to be dealt with one way or another. The alien vessel remained incomprehensible to the Larkinsons even after they sent hundreds of engineers and other experts to examine her systems. If technology could be equated to language, then the Archeship was a completely different language. At least the languages used by other alien races made use of more relatable linguistic elements such as sound, intonation and written letters. The turtle-like aliens on the other hand completely eschewed most of these tools and decided to use completely different elements such as the taste of their mucus slime as their method of communication. Suffice to say, any normal human would get completely lost if he attempted to figure out an entire language from all of these weird and completely unreliable components. Still, different from most groups, the Larkinsons could at least count on one advantage. They had a cat who, accidentally, learned a bit of the language. Meow. Lucky arrogantly settled his recently transformed body against the shell-shaped cavity that was originally designed to act as an interface for a member of the Archie race. Right now, the minor contact between Lucky's metallic body and the archimetal that comprised the alien ship's entire structure granted the cat a small amount of control over the vessel. This singular circumstance gave Chief Shipwright Vivian Sai and many other interested experts a small glimpse of how the alien vessel worked. Even if much of the information was of no practical use to them, they still became inspired by the completely alien approach to shipbuilding. As Vase calmly stepped into the compartment that equated to the bridge of the Archeship, he remained quiet as Lucky lazed about while chewing on a nugget of archimetal debris. Meow meow meow, meow meow, thank you for your input, a Larkinson engineer said as she filled out a database. Less than a minute later, Vivian Sai approached from the side and greeted her patriarch. Welcome back to the A33.1. Suppose you have come to announce your final decision. I have. Vase nodded. Lamb not necessarily opposed to letting our clan play around with RHE Archeship for a longer period of time, but it's a waste of rhyme and resources in my opinion. We can either keep the Archeship permanently inside the small oven, but that will prevent our only capital fleet repair ship from servicing a lot of starships. We can also opt low transfer her to Tyne Davut branch, build the scientists and engineers over there are even less capable of studying Architect. The most effective way we can profit from this vessel is if we pass her off 10 of first-rate power. Though Vivian understood that this was the most logical decision, she still felt disappointed. The Archeship inspired her like nothing else. She often found it stimulating to roam her alien interior to imagine how the Archie crewed this small but technologically advanced vessel. I understand. Have you decided which state or organization to send our Archeship? Vase paused for a moment as he swept his gaze across the bridge. I have decided to accept the offer made by the Terrans. He eventually said, the Mechers understand Architect much more than the first-rate colonial superstates, but that means that A33 won't hold as much value to them. I am sure that they have already managed to capture dozens of intact Archeships. We will have to make more concessions in exchange for lesser benefits if we want to rely on their services. The Mechers already understand Architect to a great degree, so they can process A33 at a much faster rate. Vivian retorted, they should also be capable of repairing and refitting our Archeship to RHE best possible extent. I know, but that means giving them complete control over what may be our first proper warship. I have already granted them the opportunity to do the same to the Spirit of Bentime, and that is already enough in Ray Book. It's better to turn to the Terrans and the Rubarthans since we can send our own shipbuilders to supervise all of the work. The problem with the latter is that my relationship with them is a bit shallow and ambiguous. That might change in the near future, but even if we end up concluding a far-reaching agreement tomorrow, I still won't let them touch my Archeship because the Rubarthans will be looking to gain as much leverage over me as possible. His entire relationship with the Rubarthans had turned into a mess. He used his strange relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds as a means to bluff the other Rubarthans into thinking that he could be trusted to do business with. The fact that he attempted to take advantage of this dynamic by pushing Klixik into becoming their ancestral spirit most likely caused a lot of distress. Is this why you have decided to go with the Terrans? Vase nodded. Unlike the Rubarthans, the Terrans are much more accustomed to compromise and cooperation. I am also on good terms with the Strian ancient clan, which is pretty decent in itself. I am sure the Terrans may have captured an Archeship or two, but A33 should still provide them with a wealth of new findings, especially if Lucky is around to interpret the alien control systems on their behalf. We can figure out how an Archeship works together, thereby allowing both of us to profit equally from this cooperation. Perhaps choosing the Terrans might not be the absolute best choice, but it was the most decent one at hand. Vase might be able to find a better partner if he expanded his search and approached other organizations, but he didn't want to delay this matter any further. I shall make sure to prepare a team of inspectors to babysit our Archeship while she is placed under the care of the Terrans. Will you send A33 to the new Constantinople system? Vase nodded. Yep, the Eden Institute of Business and Technology will take responsibility for our ship. It is convenient to let its researchers study our Archeship first as I intend to stay there for at least a couple of months. Lucky will be available to help as long as I remain in the star system. It would be convenient if you extend your stay by a few years. Vivian frowned. Despite her relatively low tonnage, her technological complexity is enormous. Every piece of hull plating and structural component also functions as processors and more. The density of working systems of this little vessel is frankly insane. It is amazing how much the Archi have compressed so many useful systems in their scouting vessel. If we can master Architect ourselves, we can construct sub-capital ships that effectively possess the power of capital ships. This was the main reason why Vase did not want to get rid of the Archeship. He even forced his clan to give up on a lot of other spoils such as ownership of much of the Puelmer heavy cruiser in order to claim this powerful alien stealth vessel in her entirety. Together with the RF frigate token that Vase obtained from Master Henry Beck, the Archa ship had the potential to become an extremely useful warship in any upcoming deep strike operation. Whatever happens in the future, I need our clan to fully gain control over Ale in 5 years, Vase spoke in a serious tone. If it looks as if we won't be able to make use of her anytime soon, we'll have to scramble to obtain another warship. We can't let our token go to waste. Understood. I am already registered for an EDNet tour. I will try to learn as much subjects related to Architect as possible. Hopefully, the Anekers will offer subjects that go deeper into its principles. Vase was satisfied with that answer. I will try to learn the basics of Architect in my own time, but I am told that it is not easy to master it quickly. Our greatest shortcoming is that we are unable to interface with it directly. Both of them shifted their glances towards a cat that was pretending to be the captain of a warship. The only element that was missing from this cartoonish image was a cat-sized pirate hat. Lucky will give us a hand. He's practically made out of archimetal now. It is quite amazing how extensively his body assimilated this tech. Meow. The gem cat finally deigned to pay attention. Low Vase. Lucky's resentment obviously hadn't faded all that much. This was one of the reasons why the cat hadn't been hanging around him as of late. Don't be like that, Lucky. We need to move on from RHE past. You've already grown a lot stronger than before. I am sure you will be able to prevent yourself from getting caught in the future with the help of your archimetal body. Meow meow meow. Hey, I have not forgotten about you. As soon as we enter into Terran space, I will make sure to supply you with a diet of first-class exotics, one promise. In fact, our clan will soon be able to supply you with hyper materials as well. I am talking about a completely new category of empowered metals. I am sure that they come with exotic tastes. Meow. The stomach was Lucky's key to happiness. The more he thought about the yummy food that he could eat in the days to come, the less he paid attention to the suffering of the past. Vase did not try to push his luck any further. He spoke a bit more to his gem cat before saying goodbye. Now that he had checked up on the Archa ship and informed his chief shipwright on his decision, he was ready to go on a trip to RHE Terresk. An hour later, Vase and a bunch of expert pilots teleported over to the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. Welcome, everyone. Jovi Armelon greeted the new arrivals. I assume that each of you are well rested and in good condition. We will conduct a short examination on all of you before we commence your first use of the A7KE1 General Purpose Pilot Cultivation Elixir. You should be aware by now that we are not being excessive in our precautions. The effects of this elixir have already proven to induce a great amount of stress on your mind and body. Ill as possible Tor Yon Lo come under so much strain that it will take weeks Tor you to return to a condition that allows you to interface with a mech again. I hope this serves as a warning that none of you should take this lightly. The mood among the gathered expert pilots became grave. Even though none of them had a solid idea of what was in store, their intuition already gave them enough of a foreboding that they would not come away unscathed. Vase grew more and more interested at what the A7KE1 formula actually did to people. He had come up with many different theories on how it could stimulate the willpower cultivation of expert pilots, but none of them sounded logical. He even used Veronica to obtain an answer from his mother, but she just told him that he should just be patient and find out the answer himself. She clearly did not like being used as a database all of the time. Whatever the case, the time had finally come. It would only take a bit more time before one of his pilots would ingest the first vial under heavy supervision. Chapter 5294 Administering the elixir. The final health inspection proceeded. Quickly, the expert pilots only needed to subject themselves to a powerful scan just to check if they hadn't injected any strange substances into their bodies or whatever. The Mechers had already warned the pilots that they needed to be close to their peak condition in order to safely imbibe the elixirs. The probability of suffering from severe side effects rose sharply if the users were too far away from their ideal conditions. That did not do much to reassure them about the safety of these general cultivation elixirs. In any case, once the pilots completed their brief inspections, they all changed into a tight but sophisticated medical vasuit that precisely monitored and regulated their body conditions. Expert pilots may have transcended their mortality, but unlike swordmasters and other personal combatants, their physical conditions barely evolved after they reached their current stages. They still remained vulnerable to many of the same dangers as ordinary humans. It was only when they advanced to the rank of ace pilot that their superhuman traits became increasingly more obvious, but even then they still remained awfully exposed outside of their cockpits. It would have been better if we were able to swallow these elixirs inside our HE cockpits of our living mechs. Venerable Joshua muttered, at least we will have our battle partners by our side if anything happens. The expert pilots had all been moved into a waiting room while the mechers were completing their final preparations and adjustments. The young father was growing increasingly more concerned about the elixirs, and he was far from the only one who felt this way. However, they also understood the necessity of accelerating the growth of their resonance strength. Even though Joshua had managed to grow particularly quickly due to being paired with an excellent masterwork expert mech, he barely managed to scrape his way into becoming a mid-tier expert pilot after so many battles and so much time spent on polishing his piloting skills. It was usually the easiest for younger expert pilots to grow their resonance strength at the early phases. Lust because his resonance strength surpassed 20 lavares over the span of a few years did nor necessarily mean he could sustain this rate of progress going forward. Like many of the expert pilots gathered here today, Joshua yearned for greater strength. There was a line when expert pilots meant much toward the clan. That sentiment lated now that the Larkinsons were beginning grow accustomed fighting alongside ace pilots. Joshua gripped his fist. The growing uncase in his heart did not discourage him from going through with using an elixir. He briefly shifted his attention the others. Most of the Larkinson expert pilots in the fleet had accepted this offer. The Patriarch had also graciously extended this offer to the expert pilots of the Glory Seekers. This was why Venerable Brutus Woden and the Handmaidens of Death had joined the crowd as well. A part of Joshua found featuring a pity that the Larkinson clan hadn't extended this offer to the Cross clan as well. The Crossers had fought just as hard as the rest. There were only so many elixirs available, though. The available supply would quickly get used up if too many pilots Madeus coughed them every standard quarter year. Joshua sensed increasing tension among the pilots. Now that the critical line was drawing closer, the powerful men and women all couldn't help but pick up greater warning signs. This did not necessarily mean that what was happening next would be dangerous to them. The only thing they were certain of was that they would not be liking the experience. Their Patriarch eventually spoke. All right, the doctors have just notified me that they are ready to go. While they can technically allow a bunch of you to swallow the contents of the vials at the same time, it is better and safer to do this one by one. This way, all of their resources and all of their best experts will be able to monitor and respond to every individual case. 1 AM told that the main effects of the elixir typically lasts for a couple of minutes, so you won't have to wait long to have your turn. Who wants go first? Everyone looked at each other. A few of them were more than willing to brave the unknown. They were expert pilots after all. It was just a question of who among them deserved to go first. I should be the vanguard. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson slated. Lamb always the first to go into the fight. Besides, my mental and physical scores both rank the top as far as one know. I'm confident that nothing will go wrong. It is best if one go into this without too much foreknowledge. Vase stared at his cousin for a brief moment before nodding. Very well, you can go first. They all left the waiting room. The Patriarch and the other expert pilots entered an elevated observation room where they could observe the proceedings from a respectable distance. A pair of mechers took Tusa to a medical chamber that was well equipped with all kinds of high-tech instruments. The light skirmisher specialist slowly sat down on a contraption that looked like a cross between a piloting chair and an emergency treatment tank. The device began to look a little more disconcerting when various restraints appeared in sight only to strap Tusa into place. Meanwhile, another mecher entered the observation room. The man greeted Vase in a familiar manner before turning to face the Larkinson and Glory Seeker pilots. Let me remind you all that everything that you will witness and experience on this ship is classified. I am sure I do not need to elaborate any further of what this entails. Professor Larkinson has managed secure a fantastic privilege for you all by giving you the opportunity experience the benefits of our newly developed A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir. However, early products such as these are generally less stable and consistent. While we have done our best to test this formula on a wide variety of expert pilots, our association did not have much time to refine it any further. The side effects may be severe in individual cases, but it shall never reach the point where it may threaten your life. We have too many means to prevent that from happening. Somehow, that made the expert pilots feel even less assured than before. Joshua and many others glanced towards Vase, but their Patriarch did not show any sign that he was worried about the elixirs. They had to be fine, right? This was the Red Association. The Mechers always came up with the best stuff. Even their latest inventions had to be of impeccable quality in order to match the high standards of their powerful organization. What you may witness next may appear disturbing or distressing to you. Jovi continued to explain. Do not be alarmed. Nothing you can do will help him. The elixir will occupy his attention to such an extent that he will be on his own. He cannot even hear or see what is taking place outside of his own mind. The Mecher basically warned the other expert pilots not to do anything stupid if they felt the need to intervene. Joshua silently nodded in understanding. He was not a doctor or an elixir brewer. This was so far outside of his area of expertise that it made no sense for him to step in if anything happened. It did not take much longer for the elixir to be brought inside the chamber. A pair of heavily armed and armored guards stepped in while escorting an extremely sturdy and damage-resistant storage container. The hovering metal box stopped in front of a doctor who wore a stereotypical lab coat. The Mecher carefully went through the cumbersome process of unlocking it. From inputting a numerical code to providing a sample of blood, it looked as if these people took the contents extremely seriously. When the box finally opened up, every single expert pilot gasped as they felt a strong but subtle presence emanating from the glowing vials. That wiry do I, what is this stuff? While none of the expert pilots knew what exactly they were looking at, they felt a considerable threat from the exposed vials. The contents of these vials were dangerous. They had to be. The Mechers had massively undersold the danger they posed to expert pilots like themselves. What set the expert pilots off even further was that they were unable to figure out the nature of the threat. Was there some kind of virus in the vials? Was the elixir poisonous to human tissue? Whatever the case, Joshua doubted that he would come out the same after he swallowed their contents. Even Vase widened his eyes in surprise and shock as he beheld the 11 vials that were reserved for this initial session. Do you know what these elixirs are made of, Patriarch? A troubled look came over the mech designer's face. I'm not sure, but I have my guesses. I don't think it is a good idea to say anything. It may set expectations that could prove detrimental to your first contact with these elixirs. If the Mechers claim that it is safe enough for you to use, then you can trust on this. Remember that they are made to strengthen you in the end. The raw doctor carefully took out a single vial and slowly brought it over to an apparatus that was attached to the strange chair. The elixir needs to be ingested orally in its entirety within a short time interval. You do not want to know what happens if you fail to do so. Jovi Armelon said, we will precisely measure the dosage according to your individual conditions such as body mass. It should not matter too much whether you ingest it while you are standing, sitting or lying down, but we have found that you pilots respond the best when you are sitting in the same posture as you assume in the cockpit. You will need all of the help you can get in order to endure this ordeal. Once the vial had entered the contraption, the glowing fluid was sent through a transparent tube before approaching a nozzle that was pointed straight into Tusa's mouth. An invisible force field had forced the pilot to keep his mouth open. His eyes already started to shake while his force of will was urging him to get away. Begin. With a single spurt, the glowing fluid ejected from the nozzle and poured straight down into Tusa's stomach. The Mechers had already taken precautions to ensure that none of the liquid entered Tusa's lungs instead. As soon as the elixir settled into the expert pilot's body, it began to produce mysterious reactions that initially did not seem so severe. That was until Tusa started screaming. "H." Joshua could feel the pain radiating from his fellow expert pilot. Tusa's willpower became increasingly more disordered while his body was pressing against the restraints. What was even weirder was that black lines and splotches started to show up on Tusa's skin. It was as if Tusa suddenly gained a lot of tattoos that quickly spread across every surface of his body. However, these tattoos were not static. They looked like the manifestations of a deadly disease that constantly crawled across Tusa's skin as if it was a water pool. Like fish swimming in a pond, these ominous-looking splotches made Tusa look as if he was being subjected to a form of corruption that came from a powerful source. If Joshua was able to feel how threatening they were from this distance, he couldn't imagine what torture Tusa was going through at this moment. What the hell were these elixirs? What taboos had the Mechers committed in order to produce these strengthening aids? Chapter 5295 Joshua's Turn. Tusa continued to scream in pain as the A7KE-1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir subjected him to unimaginable torture. The expert pilots all reacted with alarm. If not for the fact that the Mechers kept their composure, they would have thought that they deliberately set out to harm their comrades. Minutes passed by while Tusa continued low experience pain and distress from the glowing liquid uril he had just ingested. Whatever Lyra's slough had done when it entered Ira's stomach, it seemed as if the elixir burned right through his stomach walls and ate up his entire body from the inside. Power can never be attained with ease. Jovi Armelon eventually spoke once Tusa started to scream at a lower intensity. You have to understand that expert pilots such as yourselves can only grow stronger in adversity. One of our special research teams has successfully developed a means to substantially stimulate the growth of your resonance strength based on this principle. IL's effects may appear extreme, but that is the only means for the general cultivation elixir low induce any noticeable effects on you. Anything less will fail to generate any meaningful progress, thereby investing a rare and expensive product in vain. Though Joshua and the others were able to accept the Mecher's explanation, it was hard to stomach it when they saw the consequences in reality. Not all of the pilots wished for their enemies to experience this kind of torture. Tusa looked increasingly more haggard as his body convulsed in an erratic pattern while sweat started to pour from his brow. Still, no matter how much he screamed or how disturbing the black splotches on his skin had become, the Mechers did not see the need to take any specific actions aside from monitoring the data readings. They essentially let the elixir run its course. Although the entire event made a profoundly disturbing impression on the pilots, that was mainly because there were still too many unknowns. No one understood what the elixir had done to Tusa. As the main effects slowly began to peter out, the expert pilot's body no longer experienced as much strain as before. The Larkinson pilot visibly relaxed as the ominous black lines and splotches disappeared from his skin. It was as if they were never there in the first place. Several more minutes passed as Tusa continued to take heaving breaths. It was as if he had just completed a marathon run and was just regaining his awareness of his immediate environment. The doctors came and inspected him in person, not that it mattered as the data all remained within acceptable boundaries. Meanwhile, Vase and Jovi studied the same chart. Good news. The raw mech designer smiled. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson has attained a new record. His resonance strength has peaked at 2.2 lavares above his previously recorded limit. 1am told that once he stabilizes over the new month, his resonance strength may settle onto a stable level that is just above this level. This is an above-average result and shows that he has good compatibility with this formula. The expert pilot is one step closer to becoming an ace pilot candidate. It is regretful that the elixirs are unable to induce breakthroughs. Every pilot can only do that the old-fashioned way. If Tusa's case was considered a good result, then the remaining expert pilots were reluctant to find out what happened during less ideal outcomes. Part of the signs that Tusa had managed to weather the storm fairly well was that he was soon able to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel coherently after the main effects of the elixir wore off. This was apparently not always the case. How do you feel, Tusa? Vase asked over a communication channel. I'm okay, I guess, the expert pilot slowly said as if he had just completed an arduous battle. I get why these elixirs are such a big deal. I don't know whether I want Lo do this again. Lam told that your peak resonance strength will grow by at least 2.2 after you have completed your recovery, which is expected to take around a month. That clearly sparked a reaction out of Tusa. So much, well, I guess I will sign up for the next session. As the doctors took Tusa away from monitoring, Venerable Zimro Belson went next since he was the newest and weakest expert pilot among the crowd. An hour went by as the elixir subjected multiple different expert pilots to the same kind of harrowing experience. Each of the restrained expert pilots screamed in pain and maybe even terror. Each of their skins began to display temporary black patches that swam across their bodies. Each of their wills became increasingly more disordered, though they also spiked to heights that the pilots never attained in the past. That last effect was probably the desired result. The outcome was not good if the pilot failed to receive sufficient stimulation. Fortunately, the Mechers exercised great control over the processes. They studied the properties of every single expert pilot extensively enough to adjust the dosages of every elixir to the exact right amounts. It takes great effort to hit the right sweet spot for every individual recipient. Jovi spoke to the dwindling amount of expert pilots in the observation room. Administer a little too much, and the negative side effects will become a lot more severe. This will significantly delay your recovery. Administer little, and the elixir will unable produce strong enough reactions. This will significantly lower the final result. We are constantly refining our ratios to improve our success rate. After a bit more waiting, Venerable Joshua finally had his turn. He went through the same steps as the expert pilots who came before him. Given that each of them had managed to survive their own ordeal's tender good condition, Joshua no longer felt as wary as before. That started to change as the doctor holding the vial slowly approached the medical chair. For whatever reason, all of his instincts screamed that he was coming closer, a source of great danger and power. Though Joshua knew that this was just a false alarm, he could not prevent his danger senses from going crazy. "Calm yourself," the older man said as he inserted the vial into a contraption with perfect control over his limbs. "This shall not take long from an external perspective." "What does that mean?" "You will experience time at a different rate once you come under the effects of the elixir. How much time will pass from your perspective varies greatly from case to case. I cannot say much more than this. The only other advice that I can tell you is that your first contact with this elixir is the most crucial. It will greatly define how much you gain from subsequent sessions." With that, the doctor retreated. Joshua already started to breathe faster as a force field forcibly took control of his mouth and throat. His alarm abruptly spiked when he could see the glowing liquid flowing through the transparent tube. The closer the elixir came to making contact with his body, the more Joshua wanted to pull his body outside of this chamber. "Begin." The elixir burned like searing hot lava as it quickly passed through his throat. Though Joshua recognized that the pain was mostly illusionary, it was still difficult for him to maintain his composure. He soon lost this battle as the elixir started low lake effect. Somehow, its extremely potent energies flowed into his body and raced right into his head. Joshua lost most of his coherence as the pain truly started to set in. Somehow, the powerful energies drilled into his mind and began to erode his will without encountering any meaningful resistance. There was nothing Joshua could do to repel this invasion. His willpower turned into a complete joke in front of this powerful source. What was odd was that even his companion spirit Willie also experienced a similar kind of overwhelming pain. As the active effects induced by the elixir started to affect him in a crude and agonizing manner, Joshua's perception soon started to grow woozy. His eyes remained wide open, but he was 110 longer in the medical chamber. Somehow, he found himself in a shaky and misshapen version of his cockpit. There were so many familiar shapes and colors that Joshua knew that he had entered the belly of his battle partner again. "EEVCRCHANGCR. His voice shakily said in an oddly distorted manner. "I need you, buddy." Silence greeted him. Though Joshua's active interface with his expert mech granted him control over its systems, he found it odd that the living mech remained unresponsive. As his weary and buzzing head tried to investigate the state of his Everchanger further, he found to his horror that his expert mech was dead. "No, Everchanger, where are you? Why have you died?" His expert mech had become as responsive as a lifeless rock. All of the years that Joshua spent growing alongside the Everchanger had given him a strong attachment to his battle partner, so discovering that his machine had become diminished was an alarming discovery. It was at this point that the resonance shield of his expert mech received a powerful kinetic blow. Getting distracted was one of the greatest taboos of a pilot. Joshua quickly tried to regain his situational awareness. He soon discovered what took place during his moment of absence. The fleet. No, an indescribably enormous mass of tangible shadows had enveloped all of the ships of the expeditionary fleet. From the Spirit of Bentime to the Indigo Tremor, this amorphous mass of space that had somehow gained substance engulfed the vulnerable ships as well as the mechs that tried to fight off this scary threat, to no avail. No weapon could do anything to halt the advance of this inky shadow. As soon as a mech got caught by the tentacles of darkness, they got crushed, destroying them utterly while taking their pilots down as well. No, Venerable Joshua found it difficult to maintain his full concentration, but he tried his best to command his dead expert mech to fly forward while drawing out the Grey Lotus. Beams of ominous death did nothing but disappear inside the dark mass. It was as if there wasn't anything actually alive to kill. Joshua registered this futile result, yet he pulled the trigger over and over again as if that would help. Once his glowing green expert hero mech got close enough, the machine struck at the mass head-on with a powerful plasma sword. Unfortunately, the destructive energy weapon did nothing to harm this shadow. It took less a second later for the nearest inky black masses to shoot forward and capture the Everchanger in a dark embrace, completely bypassing the resonance shield which should have offered actual protection. "I'm caught." Joshua did everything possible to escape this hold. As the dark tentacles squeezed RHE frame of RHE expert mech, the Everchanger silently groaned and creaked as the sturdy armor plating started to deform remarkably quickly. The forces acting on the mech frame were overwhelmingly powerful. As the squeeze became tighter and tighter, more and more components got damaged, causing Venerable Joshua to experience painful feedback that became increasingly more distressing and debilitating. "Ah!" he screamed inside RHE wobbling cockpit as his vision and his senses started to go haywire. At a certain point, Joshua could no longer properly maintain the connection to his distressed expert mech. Instead, he became surrounded by the powerful black inky masses that conveyed an overwhelming sense of power. Joshua fell downwards into a pit that did not end. There was no mech or comrade to stop his descent. The threatening inky masses crept closer and closer, causing Joshua to experience their overwhelming danger increasingly better. Once the dark tentacles wrapped around his body, they squeezed with forces that were strong enough to shatter an entire expert mech. His body didn't stand a chance. Flesh and bone shattered in an instant, causing Joshua to experience death in its truest sense. He didn't even experience enough pain to let out one last cry. Chapter 5296 Crude Elixir Formula. The elixir severely impacted the conditions of the expert pilots. After all 11 vials of elixirs had been used up, the expert pilots all went through numerous examinations and recovery processes in order to reduce the negative consequences of ingesting the elixirs. None of them came away from this experience lightly. A few had been harder hit than others, so much so that it took half an hour for them to regain their wits. Even now, Zimro Belson was still groaning as he rubbed his head in pain. Those elixirs, how can they bring so much terror? The experience of death in that illusion felt realer than the ones I've suffered within the MSTS. I think it is mainly because nothing we did in those illusions mattered in the slightest. Venerable Disk spoke in a resentful tone. When the Sword Maidens fell in front me one by one, the first sword and I could do nothing to prevent the red star from burning them into a crisp. My mech and sword threatened to melt whenever I tried to come close. Commander Casella Ingvar grimaced as she recalled her own nightmare. At least a star is lifeless. What one had to fight against was a corrupted version of the Trampier of Stars. The alien had come back to take revenge against our expeditionary fleet. Nothing could stop him. Our ace mechs crumbled in from of his collisions and the remainder of our forces shattered as soon as he began to shake the fabric of space. The entire star system seemed to tear apart due to how extensively the Phase Lord destabilized the entire area. No amount of commandeering and empowering on my part made any difference. I had no solutions. As the expert pilots continued to swap their stories with each other, they discovered that each of them experienced different nightmares that shook them to their cores. Although each of them experienced so much emotional distress that their resonance strengths had spiked to new heights, none of them had been able to come away without bearing additional mental scars. Nya, this was why the Golden Cat saw the need to make an appearance. The cat showed up unannounced and even managed to alarm the security systems of the Tarask for a moment. Fortunately, Jovi Armelon acted quickly enough. He disabled the alarms and ensured the security personnel did not step in to subdue the cat that wasn't supposed to be present aboard the heavy cruiser. The presence of the Golden Cat clearly benefited the expert pilots. Each of them had become so shaken by their extraordinary nightmares that they had entered a rare moment of vulnerability. The gentle warmth and love radiating from Goldie took off the edge of those raw and bleeding emotions. The cute spiritual cat infused an element of joy and positivity in the resting compartment, encouraging the Larkinson and Glory Seeker expert pilots to relax and take their mind off their harrowing experiences. Vase and Jovi observed the expert pilots as they socialized and slowly picked themselves up after they had exited the hallucinations induced by the elixirs. "You are surprising us all yet again, Vase." The Raw senior mech designer spoke. "According to the files I have access to, the majority of expert pilots aren't in a state to talk or share their feelings with each other after they have ingested an elixir. Your pilots are supposed to be in a considerably more brittle state, but they are already starting to get up and about. It is as if their recovery process has been fast-forwarded by several days." That did not particularly sound surprising, Vase. "Our expert pilots have been tested plenty of times." He smirked. "Not only have they fought their fair share of challenging battles, they have also experienced plenty of defeats within our priority mental simulation training system. Aside from that, one think our other advantages are helping them out as well. Their companion spirits appear to have escaped much of the negative impact, which provides every pilot with an oasis of peace in their minds. Finally, the Golden Cat excels under these circumstances. Her presence infuses the pilots with resilience in adversity. Her warmth and light dispels much of the darkness brought by their nightmares. There were plenty of RA researchers that were eagerly working to record new data and form new conclusions. The Larkinson clan had unexpectedly introduced various new variables that could help the Mechers figure out targeted methods that could reduce the negative consequences of the general cultivation elixirs in the future. As Vase continued to stare through the one-way window, he grew reassured that none of the expert pilots appeared to have suffered any unacceptable sequelae. "I never expected your elixirs to work in this fashion," he said. "Oh, what did Jan expect?" "Well, I thought they would work much more like modern medicine or stimulants." Vase spoke. "You swallow them, they rake effect and the recipient receives a straightforward boost of strength at the cost of stability." "That does not sound much different from what actually occurred," Jovi pointed out. "The A7KEI formula may have taken a number of additional steps, but what is important is that it has produced the desired result in all 11 cases. That is the purpose for these elixirs. Their value is unimaginable. Have you guessed why that is the case?" Many doubts still swirled through Ves's minds, but as he continued to go over the clues, he found it difficult to resist the most likely conclusion. The reason why he struggled to accept it was because it not only blew up his expectations, but also sounded far too extravagant. His expression grew complex. "I still can't believe you Mechers resorted to such a measure. I kind of understand why the Mace of Retaliation claimed that the initial value ascribed to a single vial of this elixir can reach Ashighazu million MTA merits. A part of me thinks that Yan guys have actually undersold the vials to me. They were never supposed to circulate outside of the association, am I correct?" Jovi smiled back at his friend. "You are still talking as if you are an outsider. You are no mere associate anymore, Vase. You are an honorary member of the Red Association, which automatically means that you have become a nearly full-fledged member of the survivalist faction. There is nothing stopping you from gaining access to exclusive benefits like these." Is the A7KE1 general-purpose pilot cultivation elixir a product of the survivalist faction or the transhumanist faction? "Both. We worked on this together, though I cannot tell you which side contributed more. What is important is that the A7KE1 formula in particular is an exclusive variation of the survivalist faction. We are the only ones who can synthesize this elixir and distribute it through private trades and high-level exchanges. In fact, out of every survivalist, it is only fitting that the Mace of Retaliation was the one that offered the elixirs to you. He was the only leader present that possessed the authorization to extend them beyond a select group of priority candidates." The clues provided by Jovi cemented the conclusion in Ves's mind. From the moment the Mechers opened the locked container and unveiled all featuring vials of glowing elixirs, Vase already developed a suspicion of what he managed to gaze upon. There was no longer any doubt about the reason why the A7KEI formula produced so many powerful effects on his expert pilots. The general cultivation elixir is made out of the blood of a god pilot. Jovi solemnly nodded. "You have a good eye, Vase. Few if any people who first came into contact with an elixir have been able to draw this conclusion. I have more exposure to this kind of stuff. Besides, as the developer of the Karman system, I have developed a greater fascination and understanding of the properties of blood. Even though RHE amount of blood drawn from an exceptional source hardly takes up any volume inside those vials, the extraordinary power diffused throughout the liquid is massive. It is surprising how well those containers are able to block my perception of their might. It was only when they became exposed that one and many other sensitive entities noticed how much power is contained in those elixirs. The Turask must have turned into a spiritual beacon that quietly lit up the entire Bortle system. This was how power a minuscule fraction of blood taken from one of humanity's most powerful warriors retained after being separated from its source. The current series of elixirs are not properly made according to the formulas of ancient times, Jovi began to explain to Vase. By their very nature, elixirs are meant to produce targeted effects by combining the properties of different reagents. The issue we have is that the Age of Dawn has only begun a relatively short time ago. Exotic radiation has already managed to produce an ample quantity of weaker reagents, but none of them are powerful enough to produce elixirs that can take effect on expert pilots. Vase understood the underlying logic of this situation. So you resorted to another source of extraordinary power. Rather than wait for years for more powerful reagents to emerge, you cheated by drawing the blood of an existing god pilot. Exactly. The power of our first-generation cultivation elixirs predominantly come from the god pilot blood that we have processed. The remaining reagents that make up the mixture are mostly added to regulate and control this powerful ingredient. I do not need to tell you that ingesting blood in its rawest form is lethal to any lesser organism. Profound expertise is still required to tame this powerful substance to the point where it can generate predictable and stable outcomes. Only an enormous organization like the Red Association was able to do this. The Tea Institute could never develop a product as sophisticated as these first-generation elixirs. From what you've told me, the blood donor for this batch of elixirs ought to be the Fist of Defiance, right? Jovi smiled. That is correct. The entire A7KE1 formula is based around this key ingredient. Each vial contains 0.001 milliliter of the Fist of Defiance's lifeblood. The other factions have developed their own formulas that are precisely adjusted to regulate the blood of other god pilots. That explained why the Mechers look so many steps to guard and secure the 500 vials of elixirs. It was no wonder that Vase could not just lake one out and study the contents in his own research lab. Vase suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wait, do you guys intend to keep using all of your god pilots as blood dispensers? Of course not. Who do you think we are? This is only a stopgap solution. Our current circumstances demand that we accelerate the progression of as many high-ranking mech pilots as possible. Our god pilots are in agreement about this and have graciously donated unknown quantities of their most potent life fluids for this purpose. I cannot tell you whether the drawing of blood is harmful to them or not. One also cannot tell you the exact quantities they are willing to provide for this purpose. What I can tell you is that once we are able to produce higher quality reagents, we should be able to develop new formulas that are able to produce comparable effects without relying on such an overpowering ingredient. That might take a few years at the very least. In the meantime, formulas such as A7KE1 were the only ones available for the time being. Vase no longer regretted the decision to forego an insane amount of MTA merits in exchange for 500 vials of general cultivation elixirs. Given that each of them contained a tiny essence of a true god, he managed to obtain a bargain as far as he was concerned. Each use of a general cultivation elixir amounted to absorbing a fraction of the power of the Fist of Defiance. Chapter 5297 Everyone is an ingredient. Vase was grateful to learn about the secret of the A7KEI General Purpose Pilot Cultivation Elixir. He initially did not suspect at all that it was basically formed by combining the blood donated by the Fist of Defiance with other miscellaneous reagents. Perhaps he should have. He had developed a much better appreciation of the power of blood as of late. He had already applied his insights on blood to develop the Karman system. It shouldn't have been a surprise that the Red Association managed to discover their own uses of this ingredient. Of course, compared to a single clan leader like Vase, the Mechers had access to much more bountiful and powerful sources of blood. Vase couldn't help but feel jealous towards the Red Association for being able to experiment on the lifeblood of one of the most powerful beings of their civilization. Though Vase technically had access to a true god as well, the problem was that she was situated in the wrong galaxy. So what if he could draw his own mother's blood? Perhaps he might discover a lot of useful insights by experimenting on it, but any product he made with this ingredient would only end up helping the Oblivion Empire in the end. Although he did not really pay too much attention to how his mother's growing empire was doing, the Lady of the Night had her own mysterious ways to promote the development of mech pilots under her command. Vase continued his frank discussion with Jovi. For whatever reason, the Red Association entrusted both of them with highly classified information about the development of the A7KE1 General Purpose Pilot Cultivation Elixir. This was just one of many signs that the Mechers were being serious about roping Vase into their organization. They truly treated him as an insider. It all comes down to resources, Jovi said as both of them ceased their direct observation of the expert pilots and sat down next to a table. During the conference, our faction leaders spoke of a lack of resources. Our civilization is too small and weak compared to the native alien civilizations in the Red Ocean. Since conquering additional territories is not an option in the short term, the only way we can obtain more resources is to squeeze them out of what little is available. Our desperation has led us to recognize that our very own god pilots can also serve as resources. That sounded awfully close to cannibalism. The very notion of using any human and a god pilot no less as a source of materials did not entirely sit well with Vase. This was rather contradictory as Vase knew more about the power of blood than most people. Every form of blood contained power. It was not that big of a logical leap to assume that stronger individuals possessed more potent forms of blood. No matter whether they were human or not, powerful organisms were among the most valuable sources of high-quality resources in any given environment, particularly ones that were rather poor in other terms. Both Vase and Jovi exchanged complex expressions with each other. They both understood the cold hard calculus behind the decision to use god pilots as sources of high-quality ingredients. Our god pilots are all powerful enough for the time being, Jovi explained. While I have no knowledge of what they can do to advance their strength after completing the mech-body merger process, the common belief is that it may take an exponentially greater amount of time for them to attain a qualitative leap in strength. The fact of the matter is that we cannot wait that long. It makes little sense to invest an unreasonable amount of resources to promote their growth when the payoff is too far away. We need to realize our gains faster, and if that means promoting a large number of other high-ranking mech pilots at the cost of using our own god pilots as the source of their growth, then so be it. Everything is justified as long as it works. This was yet another reminder that the survivalists were quietly capable of making the most extreme and radical decisions as long as they were logical enough. Though Vase held too much respect towards humanity's god pilots to regard them as moving repositories of high-quality ingredients, his rationality told him that this was definitely the most optimal solution at hand. Jovi already told Vase that the Mechers were scrambling to produce high-quality reagents that could reduce their dependence on god pilot blood. Subsequent elixirs developed for use by the new elites would probably become a lot less remarkable. Perhaps no one else outside of a small circle within the Red Association would ever learn that earlier formulas actually incorporated the blood of their greatest idols as the main ingredients. Vase made an important realization today. Ascended beings contained so much power that they all amounted to highly valuable collections of ingredients without exception. Their rich and potent blood was just one of the resources that Vase and many other people could use to make the most powerful products. Vase made another realization at this time. What the Mechers had done to their own god pilots wasn't even that unique. Many cultivators had resorted to similar measures in the past. Rather than relying on the cumbersome and difficult collection of reagents in a poor or insufficient environment, it was much easier to harvest powerful substitute materials from mighty beings. Vase bet that even the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean were no strangers to this approach. The existence of unclean whales proved that not even the so-called descendants of the elder gods were exempt from this phenomenon. Facewater, godblood, they were two different terms for the same exotic substance. Though their connotations were substantially different from each other, they both described two different facets of the same liquid material. For an unknown number of eons, the aliens of the Red Ocean struggled to imitate the beings they equated as gods by doing whatever they could to infuse phase water into their own bodies. While the specific processes and methods employed by the aliens weren't important at the moment, Vase found it rather interesting that this approach was universal. He even developed a greater understanding and appreciation of his mother's own principles and domain. Cynthia gained strength from absorbing the nutrients of others. The more powerful her prey, the greater her harvest. What she did was not an abnormality or a deviation from normal behavior. Her approach completely conformed to the ruthless but necessary cycle of life. In order for predators to survive and gain more strength, they must devour the weak. His mother successfully became a true god by embodying the concept of predation. She turned the cruelty of nature into her own artistic conception and developed it to such an extreme that she had managed to shed many of the shackles of her own mortality. For whatever reason, Vase began to feel as if a part of the fog that obscured his future trajectory had faded all of a sudden. The insights and realization he drew from this initially unassuming session broadened his perspective and allowed him to understand numerous greater truths that governed the cosmos. Inspiration struck Vase. Blood was power. That power was directly correlated with the strength of an organism. The blood of weaker beings was not worth that much, but they still contained at least a few traces of power. The blood of stronger organisms ought to contain more power, no matter whether they engaged in body cultivation or a more esoteric form of cultivation. Many different beings ranging from mech pilots, mech designers, swordmasters, phase lords and so on were all invaluable due to the power contained in their blood. While the exact properties of their blood varied considerably due to many different circumstances, anyone who recognized its value could make use of this rich substance to make other powerful products. The possibilities were endless. Vase could probably spend a lifetime on coming up with ideas on how he could transform blood into other forms that could be useful to many different people. However, what was most relevant to him as a mech pilot was how powerful blood could alter the performance of the Karman system. Vase realized that he had heavily underutilized the possibilities introduced by the Karman system. Its original name before he rebranded it was the Empowered Blood Sharing System. The implication was that Vase would develop a means for blood to empower both the Mech and Mech pilot. However, it could also mean that Vase could find a way to empower the shared blood itself, thereby increasing the performance of the Karman system. Vase developed a suspicion that this might be a way to rapidly promote the strength of an active blood pact. By infusing it with the nutrients derived from energy-rich blood, the blood pact could acquire more extraordinary traits. He immediately thought of the Blood Knight project. While he was on track to complete it sooner than any of his other ongoing mech design projects, perhaps he should change his plan and work on it a little longer. Vase became curious to see what would happen if his first proper biomech incorporated the blood and essence from a powerful organism. A Karman biomech that circulated a more powerful type of blood definitely had the potential to produce superior results. He just needed to work it out and find a way to make it safe enough for general use. Vase finally turned his attention back to his conversation partner. "Thank you for telling me all of that, Jovi. You have taught me a lot of stuff about what is possible with technology. I agree with you that as distasteful as it may be, drawing blood from powerful pilots can be beneficial to the greater whole. The taboos that we held dear in the past cannot be allowed to stand in the way of progress, especially now that we live in a time where we need it most." That evoked a grin from Jovi. "I am glad you understand. Our society is being hampered by lack of resources. We all need to be more creative in order to develop more inventive means to do more with less. As exotic radiation continues to bombard every single resident of the Red Ocean, all of them shall grow more powerful as time goes on. This applies to both humans and aliens. If there is a way to produce an elixir by extracting the most potent elements from the blood of millions of alien organisms, then we would do so in a heartbeat." Wait, was this what the Deep Strike plan was all about? Aside from the goals that Vase had already figured out, perhaps another reason for attacking alien population centers in the rear was to harvest a huge amount of alien bodies. Several years later, all of those aliens were bound to mutate into slightly more powerful beings. Even if their blood and flesh only absorbed a fraction of the energies bestowed by exotic radiation, that was enough to cause their value to skyrocket. Blood was power. This rule had grown even stronger now that everyone entered the Age of Dawn. Too many people had yet to realize this important change. This gave Vase an important head start. As long as he harvested as much blood from powerful sources as possible, he could transform these high-quality ingredients into stronger Karman mechs. He could also figure out a way to empower his mech pilots directly. If the Red Association was able to do so with their general cultivation elixirs, there was no reason for Vase to fail in this endeavor. His current priority was the Karman system, however. Vase wanted to explore many other possible ideas, but doing so would reduce the time he spent on his mech designs. That was not acceptable. Vase should be able to gain plenty of rewards by furthering the development of the Karman system. Chapter 5298 Clues in Blood. Vase continued to remain inspired hours after he left the Tarask. After a decent period of observation, the Mechers concluded that none of the Larkinson and Glory Seeker expert pilots were in danger. While a few expert pilots got hit a bit harder than the others, their conditions had not deteriorated after the session had concluded. Their moods and physical states were actually better than the norm. Compared to the vast majority of test subjects that ingested the same general cultivation elixir, the unique circumstances of the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers substantially increased their tolerance towards these treatments. Although Jovi didn't mention it, Vase bet that the Mechers had probably developed a much greater interest towards his innovations due to these results. Kinship networks and companion spirits just gained greater value now that they had proven their utility in at least one additional case. After the Tarask teleported Vase and the other pilots back to the expeditionary fleet, many of them just wanted to take a long break. "I need to get back to my wife and kids. I should go to my living mech. I wonder how much my resonance strength has grown." Vase did not let the expert pilots depart right away. He cleared his throat in order to capture their attention. "I understand that you are all incredibly exhausted due to the strain that you have just been subjected to, but you're not free to go yet. As much as I want you to go off and take the rest of the week off, we can't assume that everything is fine just because the Mechers have said so. While I trust their examinations to be accurate, it is never wise to blindly trust other people's input. I must insist that all of you go through one more examination before you are truly free." The expert pilots did not like this at all, but Vase exerted enough pressure for them to go through this additional hurdle. Fortunately, the examination did not last too long. "Venerable Tusa, Venerable Joshua and all of the others merely had to spend a few minutes as various scanning devices examined their bodies from top to bottom. A bot also extended a device that painlessly drew a sample of blood from each expert pilot. None of the test subjects thought that this was anything more than a routine checkup. Once Vase finally let them go, he eagerly laid his eyes on the small vials of rich and delectable blood. Marvelous. Vase did not actually sense that much power from these small blood samples. This was not a surprise. When it came down to it, expert pilots were willpower cultivators that solely invested their energies into strengthening their willpower. While they occasionally managed to strengthen their flesh and blood, these were more incidental benefits than anything. What truly mattered was that their minds and wills underwent explosive growth so that they could exert more power through their mechs. In any case, Vase should not expect too much from these blood samples. He needed to temper his expectations. There was no way he could produce anything amazing from the blood of expert pilots. His enthusiasm still remained high when he moved to his private design lab. The facility had gained a number of biotechnology-related instruments fairly recently, so Vase had everything he needed to perform a basic exploration of the harvested blood samples. As the sophisticated machine started to spit out lots of data, few of the numbers mean anything to him. He lacked the expertise to interpret the most obscure data points. He only really paid attention to a small amount of parameters that essentially told him that the expert pilots were a little stronger than average humans. What truly mattered to him was the extraordinary factors contained within the blood. Each blood cell was produced from a body that was constantly exposed to the force of will of an expert pilot. Vase needed to ascertain whether this interaction contaminated the blood in an extraordinary fashion. None of these machines can tell me the answer. He frowned. He decided to employ a more primitive method by putting a blood sample under a microscope. Vase did not care about taking in the appearances of individual blood cells and other junk. The purpose of doing this was to provide Vase with a visual reference on what he actually wanted to focus upon. Blinky, you're up again. Murrow. The star cat deftly dove out of Ves's head and began to attune his senses towards the small sample of blood. Blinky's senses towards energy were much more powerful than his own. His companion's spirit managed to perceive faint traces of power infused in the blood. This lined up with what he knew and what he expected. It's a bit too weak to be of use. Murrow, let's take a look at the other samples. Vase managed to observe slight differences in power. In general, the earlier an expert pilot broke through, the more power he was able to infuse in his blood. The greater the resonance strength, the more potent his blood had become. This meant that there were strong differences between Venerable Zimbro Belson and Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Their breakthroughs were many years apart. Not only that, but their resonance strengths were substantially different. The differences between Tusa and Davia Stark were even more exaggerated. A high-tier expert pilot exerted a noticeably greater amount of influence. Venerable Stark's blood was considerably more enriched with power than Vase expected. This told him that resonance strength was the key variable here. The stronger the pilot, the stronger the blood. I wonder. Vase needed to gather more data. He decided to instruct his clan to harvest a blood sample from his grandfather. At the same time, he took a brief visit to one of the spirit of Bentime's bays. He personally collected a sample of artificial blood circulating through the blood star's Karman system. Vase glanced towards the bastion resting nearby. Since I'm here, I might as well expand my collection. In the end, he managed to collect samples from both of the Karman expert mechs in his possession. He returned to his private lab where his clansmen had delivered additional samples of blood. Vase not only got his hands on blood taken from Venerable Benjamin, but also obtained samples taken from Venerable Janzi, Gloriana, Aurelia, Andraste, Marvane and Clixie. He would have insisted on collecting Lucky's blood if his gem cat possessed any trace of organic systems. Interesting. Vase and Blinky already managed to collect interesting data from their examinations of the new blood samples. Just as expected, the blood of more powerful individuals contained greater traces of energies. However, there were substantial differences between mech pilots and other humans. Gloriana's blood was actually the weakest out of all of the samples collected so far. This was no surprise at all. Mech designers were known for training and empowering their bodies. His children's blood were remarkably more enriched with power. Their blood actually possessed far greater potency than any of his expert pilots, which was a remarkable result but not one that defied his expectations. He just never connected the dots in the past. My kids are much closer to primordial humans than other folk. Their bodies are naturally stronger and more infused with power as a consequence. When it came down to it, every primordial human engaged in a little bit of natural body cultivation. Even if they never did anything deliberate to train their bodies, their physiques still grew stronger simply by absorbing the power of heaven over their lifetimes. However, deliberate cultivation was always better than remaining passive. This was why Andraste's blood contained a significantly higher concentration of energy than either of her siblings. What? She's actually stronger than Aurelia. Aurelia was older than Andraste, so Vase initially expected that the older of his two daughters possessed an advantage in this area. What was actually the case was that Andraste's blood was considerably more fortified. There were other anomalies that caused his second daughter's blood circulation to be considerably stronger than normal. Vase was able to ascribe at least a few of these deviations to her combat-oriented designer genes and energy-rich supplements. However, the extraordinary factors in her blood were still too strong and abundant. There was only one logical explanation why his little girl had actually grown much stronger than any other girl of her age. It's her swordsmanship training. Now that he thought about it, receiving personal swordsmanship instruction from a genuine swordmaster was extremely luxurious treatment. Andraste essentially received proper lessons on how to practice traditional swordsmanship from a genuine willpower cultivator. Even if Kedis did not mean anything else, her words, her willpower and her other actions all rubbed off on Andraste. The thing about primordial humans was that they were much more attuned to external energies than modern humans. They were like sponges that could easily get contaminated by any external influence. This was not always a bad thing. All of his children grew up under the care and attention of Vase, his wife and the golden cat. What was special here was that Andraste also absorbed a notable amount of energy from Kedis. No wonder she has become so addicted to Ketiz's swordsmanship instruction. She has spiritually imprinted on her teacher. Vase did not know what to make of these findings. He did not necessarily assume that this was a bad development. Still, he did not actually want his daughter to become an extreme sword fanatic either. Every swordmaster became so obsessed with traditional swordsmanship that they eschewed all other modes of combat. Rifles practically did not exist in their eyes. Maybe she needs to start taking lessons from mech pilots instead. If he and his immediate family wasn't already scheduled to depart from the expeditionary fleet, Vase would have requested Venerable Davia Stark to teach marksmanship to his little girl. Wait, maybe I should bring an expert pilot along. One notable name popped up. The Hex Federation originally assigned Saintess Ulrika Vraken to the expeditionary fleet with the hope that Vase would upgrade her ace mech. He could still fulfill this purpose if he brought her along. While this would mean that his expeditionary fleet would grow even weaker, the Golden Skull Alliance still possessed enough combat power to handle most alien threats. Vase wanted to bring Saintess Ulrika along for additional reasons aside from subjecting his daughter to the influence of a powerful ace pilot who specialized in ranged combat. He also developed the urge to experiment on Saintess Ulrika and her ace mech. The Hexers trusted him a lot. They essentially gave him free rein to do what he wished to the Macharia Excelsia. Right now, Vase had a growing urge to upgrade the Macharia Excelsia with a Karman system just so that he could collect a lot of data related to blood. He had a hunch that the Karman system and the blood pact associated with an ace pilot were much more powerful than he could imagine. Not only that, but having an ace pilot close at hand meant that he could not only harvest as much of her blood as he wanted, he could even experiment on her directly. What would happen if I inject a portion of Saintess Ulrika's blood in Andraste's body? The outcome would likely prove disastrous to his little girl, but it didn't necessarily have to be this way. The existence of the Red Association's general cultivation elixirs proved that there was a viable means to safely transfer the power contained in blood to an eligible recipient. Vase just needed to develop his own solution to this problem. No matter what, Vase believed that there were many possible methods for him to augment his daughter. He even speculated whether strong exposure to an ace pilot like Ulrika might positively affect the development of Andraste's genetic aptitude. While it was not likely for this theory to be true given that no one observed this relationship in the past, Vase believed it may be different for a child that exhibited most of the traits of a primordial human. If my daughter has become contaminated by Kedis to the point where she has almost become a sword initiate, then getting exposed to Saintess Ulrika should definitely raise her talent in mech piloting. I am willing to bet on this hypothesis. Chapter 5299 Biocarmine System. Vase called up the design of the Blood Knight project and studied it carefully. Unlike all of his other serious works up to this date, the Blood Knight project almost looked unrecognizable at first. The reason why the Blood Knight project looked so out of place was because its entire mech frame consisted of organic components. The latest iteration of the Blood Knight project consisted of a second-class spaceborne hybrid biomech. Although Vase ideally wanted to design a quasi-first-class biomech so that it could match the latest standards of the main fleet of the Larkinson clan, he did not want to bite more than he could chew. This was his first true biomech design project. Compared to designing a conventional mech, Vase had to overcome brand new difficulties and complications for the first time. The biomech design-related skills that he acquired from the system could only support him up to this point. He lacked way too much experience to exploit these meager skills any further. What was worse was that Vase couldn't apply much of the proficiencies related to conventional mech design to this troublesome project. While there were definitely a lot of parallels between conventional mechs and organic mechs, they also differed in so many different ways. Designing a mech comprised of metal was like assembling a clockwork machine. Each component was discrete and could be slotted into place with relative ease. Designing a biomech was like shaping a holistic organic life form. Every organic part was interconnected to other organic stuff. Removing an organic component was not simple at all because it supported countless other biological systems. Just like how blindly adding a second heart to a random human body would lead to a cascade of health problems, Vase needed to make a host of adjustments for each organic addition or removal to the Blood Knight project. Many limes, Vase even had the illusion Thal he had become a beast designer as opposed to a mech designer. The development of the Blood Knight project had become very uneven as a result. There were periods where he breezed through the design problems, but there were also times where he got stuck on a single problem for days on end. It didn't help that Vase became preoccupied with many other matters in the last few weeks and months. His incarnations were somewhat capable of picking up the slack, but he had mostly prioritized other mech design projects during this period. The Blood Knight project was too special to Vase. It deserved his full attention. Only then would he be able to complete a Karman biomech that introduced a lot of new refinements to the Karman system. This machine is a lot different from the ones I've designed before. He rubbed his hairless chin in thought. Not even the Karman mechs commissioned by the survivalists in a hurry can compare to the Blood Knight project in terms of scope and integration. The Karman system implemented in conventional mechs had always seemed awkward to Vase. As a fully biomechanical system, it looked out of place inside the frame of a conventional mech. Even the Bastion, which he considered his best Karman mech to date, still possessed a fair amount of suboptimal solutions and unnecessary burdens due to the relatively crude addition of the very first Karman system to exist. This had been one of the contributing reasons why the Bastion failed to become a masterwork mech. The Blood Knight project might possess a lot more flaws and inadequacies compared to his conventional mechs, but one of its strongest advantages was the fact that its Karman system encompassed every single piece of organic tissue sustained by blood. In fact, the Karman system doesn't really exist as a discrete system anymore. The ordinary cardiovascular system of the biomech essentially fulfills its purpose without doing anything special. The original Karman system was an attempt to introduce a blood circulatory system to a mech frame that did not have anything to do with blood in the first place. Vase did not need to go through all of that effort this time because a biomech already incorporated this to a much more extensive degree. The real challenge to incorporating the essential elements of the Karman system into a biomech was to make its blood safe for the human body. This was not technically possible unless a mech pilot subjected himself to extreme genetic modification and implantation. The blood utilized by a biomech was much denser and filled with all kinds of toxic substances that could quickly poison any human body from the inside. In order to safely merge the cardiovascular system of the biomech and mech pilot, Vase had design a meration system in the cockpit. This new addition was responsible for removing all of the toxic and dangerous elements in the enriched blood of the Blood Knight project. Only purified and diluted blood should be able to get into the body of the mech pilot. Theoretically, everything should be safe. There was little reason to suspect that the filtered blood would pose a health risk to the mech pilot after undergoing a lot of processing. Vase did not assume 11 was completely safe, though. He needed to test this new technological implementation to make sure that he did not overlook a few variables. In any case, as long as those measures worked, the outcome should be quite considerable. The Karman systems integrated in conventional mechs such as the Bastion and the Blood Star function more like add-ons rather than a core system of those machines. They only comprise up to 5% of the volume of RHE mech frame. While they are working as intended, one always feel that much of their potential remains untapped. The story was different for his Blood Knight project. The reach of the biocarmine system, or whatever, was so extensive that it was in direct contact with at least so % of the volume of the biomech frame. The remaining 20% or so comprised of inaccessible organic metals that made up the bones and exterior plating. Though Vase initially wanted to design the Blood Knight project as an uncovered biomech, he did not have the confidence to make it sturdy enough by relying on a fleshy exterior. This was why he went through the trouble of adding an exoskeleton made out of organic metals. This increased the cost and growth of the Blood Knight project by a considerable margin, but Vase wasn't too worried about the added expenses. It's not as if I'm putting this design on the market. The Blood Knight project primarily served as an experimental design for Vase. It might not see heavy use once he completed it, but its existence would definitely benefit him a lot as he got to test and discover many new interactions related to the Karman system. The innovative new biomech design was not only important to Vase, but also the survivalists. Vase knew that Jovi and the mechers stationed aboard the Spirit of Bentime and the Blue Jay fleet always kept tabs on him. Their interest would always peak whenever he worked on anything related to the Karman system. Even though he didn't like it, Vase had made peace with all of this snooping. This was a necessary cost of doing business with the Red Association. It was fine so long as he wasn't outright enemies with this powerful organization. Besides, if Vase wanted to work on a project that was truly dangerous and taboo, he could always make Veronica work on it instead. There was no way the mechers succeeded in infiltrating the Throne of Light, the flagship of the Oblivion Empire. The scrappy warship that served as the mobile stronghold of the Lady of the Night was under her permanent supervision. Vase did not believe that a true god would be blind to any shenanigans that took place well inside the range of her own domain. There was no need for Vase low resort low this measure Tor Lhe Lime being. The Blood Nile project contained plenty of innovations, while none of them crossed any lines LHAL the Karman system hadn't already done. Now that I think about it, the biocarmine system is not so much an evolution but a variation of the original Karman system. Vase believed that the biocarmine system could produce enhanced results compared to the base version. He anticipated that it could produce a much deeper integration between the biomech and its bonded mech pilot. The resulting deep blood pact could produce a lot of potential benefits, such as doubling the increase in effective genetic aptitude. If this was LHE case, then Karman biomechs should be the most effective platform for aspiring pilots with poor qualifications. Mech pilots with extremely low genetic aptitudes and norms who did not possess any meaningful genetic aptitudes to begin with could effectively pilot a mech after bonding with a copy of the Blood Knight project. Even pilots with better qualifications could benefit from the Blood Knight project as it took much less time for them to receive a substantial boost in control. They did not have to pilot their new Karman mechs for several years in order to grow their blood pack to the desired strength. Vase could already imagine it. Mech pilots who had the fortune to become potentates only to be devastated after learning their genetic aptitudes only reached LHED grade would experience a renaissance. I'm not sure how much their effective genetic aptitudes will increase when bonding with a Karman biomech, but it is not outside of the realm of possibility to jump from D to C from the very start. Reaching B should also be possible as long as their deep blood pact has time to grow. What about more? Was it possible for these marginal mech pilots who always earned LHE least amount of respect in the mech community low attain a level of control over their machines that was equivalent to A-grade genetic aptitude? It sounded too good to be true. Vase seriously doubted that it would be that simple, though. There had to be limits and complications that should cap or slow the relentless increase in effective genetic aptitude. Even so, any boost was better than no boost. The initial results of the Karman Trooper, Karman Conscript and the Karman Raider also proved that the base version of the Karman system could produce at least one major jump in effective genetic aptitude. The fact that it also worked in the upper grades was an important piece of information to Vase. If I can achieve all of that with a Karman system that is hastily designed and grown, what about a proper biocarmine system that is properly designed and made? The Blood Knight project fascinated him more and more. It already held a lot of promise, but Vase wasn't entirely satisfied with its design and technological implementations. As much as Vase had broken new ground by developing the biocarmine system that could potentially form a deep blood pact, it wasn't innovative enough to represent a generational advancement. He still regarded it as a first-generation product. The improvements all amounted to relatively minor and easy refinements as opposed to revolutionary additions. Vase thought that it would take years for him to reach the point where he was ready to develop the second generation of Karman systems. That had changed when he had incidentally discovered RHE greater potential of blood. Right now, the blood used to bind the Mech and Mech pilot together isn't all that special. What if I change that? What if I deliberately add extraordinary factors into the mix? Will that lead to a holistic strengthening of both sides? Will that strengthen or mutate the blood packed into an enhanced form? What if I insert trace amounts of hyper-materials instead? The possibilities were endless. Vase truly felt that if he fleshed out this amazing idea in the Blood Knight project, the improvements would become so significant that it essentially represented a generational leap. Compared low the first generation, LHE second generation will truly turn LHE Karman system into a product of LHE Age of Dawn. Chapter 5300 Mech is Beast. Vase imposed high demands on the second generation of his Karman system. It needed to incorporate more than refinements of existing tech. It had to offer substantially better performance compared to the previous generation. A part of the improvements also had to be completely new. Only by adding revolutionary new functionality would the second generation be worthwhile enough to overhaul the Bastion's original Karman system. However, a lot needed to happen before Vase was willing to apply an upgrade to one of his most important works. He already spent a bit of time familiarizing himself with the power that was locked away in the blood of powerful entities. It did not surprise him that Blinky's highly attuned senses easily managed to detect traces of unusual energies in the blood of expert pilots, mech designers as well as his talented children. However, that was not enough data for Vase. He needed to discover more variations in order to build up a picture in his mind. Only then would he be able to figure out a more specific way to improve the Karman system. As the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, it was not difficult for him to request a large quantity of blood samples. It only took hours before a bunch of HOTS delivered thousands of vials of red liquid. The vitality contained in these modest samples were relatively weak, but when they were all placed next to each other, they exuded a collective sense of power. LHAL was linked with LHE flavor of LHE Larkinson clan. Vase enjoyed himself as he inspected the blood samples one by one. He made a lot of different observations as he examined the extraordinary properties of different people. Just as he expected, the blood drawn from expert pilots remained the strongest by far. Everyone else's blood was weaker to the point that there was barely any value in using them for other purposes. While he detected a lot of subtle variations in the samples taken from different people, they weren't all that interesting most of the time. Whether a subject has surpassed the extraordinary threshold makes a substantial difference in blood potency. Vase actually figured out that this might be a consistent way to detect extraordinary life forms. No matter how well these individuals hid their power, it was doubtful whether their lifeblood could hide their true nature. In any case, Vase actually made a lot of interesting observations when he examined the blood of outliers. For example, mutated beasts such as Arnold along with many other extraordinary creatures held inside the dragon's den possessed particularly powerful blood. The potency of their blood could easily match or exceed that of a typical expert pilot. That did not necessarily mean that mutated beasts were more powerful. What actually happened was that their physiques were more sensitive towards Eknorgi and absorbed it more effectively. In other words, their natural cultivation was much more slanted towards body cultivation. This was a particularly important discovery to Vase. He even discovered Thal-empowered blood or E-blood, for short, could even function as a hyper-material to an extent. Although the capacity of blood was pitiful compared to a more traditional hyper-material, this still indicated that Vase had alternatives if he couldn't get his hands on proper materials. Interesting. The blood derived from extraordinary beings were also sensitive towards different elements. This made a lot of sense. Blood sourced from a mutated beast with an affinity for water reacted well when exposed to water aspected E-energy. All of this lined up with his current understanding of cultivation science. However, what truly mattered was how he could translate his findings and knowledge into a concrete improvement of the Karman system and by extension the Mech as a whole. Vase called up the incomplete design of the Blood Knight project once again and stared at it for several minutes. Time passed as his eyes focused on different design elements. Eventually, a light shone in his eyes as a brand new concept gradually formed in his mind. The Karman system is originally based on the methods of the Gemini family. The Geminis evoked a lot of disgust and revulsion due to their tradition of turning twin siblings into married couples, but that did not stop Vase from admiring the results of all of their efforts. No matter what, LHE's substantial boost in power and coordination from two highly cooperative mech pilots was very real. Seeing the twin ace pilots of the Gemini family effectively merge their domains as well as their ace mechs together was one of the most impressive feats that Vase had ever witnessed as a mech designer. It was impossible to produce this result in any other way. Vase admired the engineering that went into the Gemini family's iconic ace mechs. By designing them in a way that enabled them to merge into the embodiment of love and sacrifice, the resulting combination mech perfectly fused the strengths and domains of Saint Sandro Gemini and Saint Kaya Gemini. When Vase compared the extreme synergies produced by this fantastic combination with the synergies attained by his Karman system, he found that his work lost out badly. The problem is that the relationship is uneven. He frowned. When it came to the Bastion, the expert Space Knight was actually considerably less extraordinary than Venerable Janzi. Thar was nor necessarily a problem, though. The Bastion was a living expert mech that could automatically grow her spiritual foundation as well as RHE quality of her mech frame over time. Exposure to exotic radiation significantly accelerated this growth rate. Sooner or later, the Bastion would be able to catch up to Janzi's approximate strength. That was probably close to the best outcome that Vase could hope for. The Bastion would not hold Janzi back, but she wouldn't be able to provide her human battle partner with any additional assistance. If the Bastion is stronger, she can channel greater benefits through the Blood Pact. The situation was different for mechs that belonged to weaker mech pilots. 3 of the Karman mechs that Vase had hastily designed and fabricated for the survivalists were all relatively ordinary in this regard. It was impossible for the Karman Trooper, Karman Conscript and Karman Raider to produce remarkable results in this regard when their Karman systems were so basic. Even if their associated blood pact grew stronger over a span of many years, it was difficult to produce new and powerful effects if the fundamental properties remained the same. When thinking about the Karman system, Vase often framed his work in the context of how much benefit it could provide to a mech pilot. A weak mech paired with a weak pilot will not result in a drastically greater boost in performance. A weak mech paired with a strong pilot will cause the former to undergo accelerated growth until it reaches parity with the latter. Vase was already familiar with these relationships. He had collected enough data to confirm that they were true. What was truly important for Vase was the next scenario. A strong mech paired with a weak pilot should theoretically cause the latter to undergo accelerated growth until he or she reaches parity with the former. In other words, this was yet another way for a living mech to rapidly increase the strength of a mech pilot. Though Vase already had access to measures such as the Transcendence Glow, General Cultivation Elixirs, the MSTS and so on, he still wanted more. His design philosophy centered around mutual growth, and Vase could think of no better way to realize this ideal by upgrading the Karman system. His gaze rested on the Blood Knight project again. Now that he looked at it from another perspective, he found his work to be relatively bland, weak and colorless. It lacked flavor. A biomech is like a giant humanoid clone. It is a monstrous creation of biomass that imitates powerful exo-beasts to varying degrees. Vase realized that his vision had been too shallow when he worked on the Blood Knight project. His approach to his first true biomech design was not necessarily incorrect. He had exercised a lore of restraint during the design process because it was way too easy to go overboard and create an uncontrollable monster. Vase was extra sensitive towards this risk due to the examples provided by the Uranus and the meat suit. However, just because he needed to act carefully did not mean that he should completely deprive his Blood Knight project of much of its personality and flavor. A basic biomech might have a higher chance of working properly, but it would also be weak and unable to benefit the mech pilot as much. Vase sought to change this. Instead of turning the Blood Knight project into a bland clone, he wanted to turn it into a clone of a more powerful being. This meant that he wanted both the Karman system and the artificial blood to mirror the organic properties of the source in question. Theoretically, this should result in a more empowered biomech that could transfer greater strength and benefits to the mech pilot. If this idea lived up to its promise, then the pilot of the biomech may even be able to inherit a portion of the extraordinary skills and domain of the blood donor. This reminded me of an experiment he conducted in the past. Vase thought of a few possible candidates he could use as a template for his biomech. He successfully managed to make Lainey Larkinson inherit a portion of the skills and experiences of Venerable Imon Ingvar, who was still an expert candidate at the time. Though Vase never really followed up on this amazing experiment due to being swamped with other priorities, that did not mean he could attempt to replicate this ritual in a more practical form. Is it possible to embed a variation of ancestral possession in the second generation of my Karman system? Vase did not know LHE answer Lo this question. He felt it was possible, but it would be anything but easy to realize it. Nonetheless, that did not stop him from trying to see if he could get close enough to produce any worthwhile results. His passion became stoked as he began to consider what kind of steps he needed to take to fulfill this particular dream. Vase was more eager than ever to turn RHE Blood Knight project into a new and revolutionary mech design that took the concept of mutual growth to a greater level. Success not only meant that he had produced a powerful new tool that could make humans stronger. It also meant that he would be able to advance his design philosophy by a considerable margin. Vase briefly furrowed his brows. Developing the second generation of Ray Karman system will bring me a lot closer to realizing my design philosophy. It won't be enough for me to advance to master right away. My accumulation is far from enough, and I need to come up with a much more revolutionary invention in order to satisfy the most difficult condition. He still had a long way to go before he could attain the breakthrough he desired. Still, the faster he came up with advancements like these, the less years he would have to spend as a senior mech designer. If one can keep up my current rate of progress, it is not impossible for me to realize my design philosophy within 2 decades. That was remarkably fast. The polymath managed to set a record by advancing to the rank of master mech designer when she was around 50 years old. Vase would be more than happy if he could accomplish the same feat when he became 60. This is not a race, but red humanity is walking on a tightrope right now. The sooner I become a master, the sooner I can contribute more substantially to the war effort. I don't want my contributions to center around companion spirits and kinship networks. What I truly want is to change society forever with my mech designs. In this regard, the Blood Knight project represented a crucial step to this future. Chapter 5301 Dream of a God Machine. In order to implement his new Mech as Beast concept, in his Blood Knight project, he needed to select an appropriate blood donor. This was an extremely important decision. Vase needed to take into account a lot of factors: strength, safety, risk, compatibility, willingness, and more, all varied considerably based on his selection. Based on these factors, Vase drafted up a list of names and steadily whittled it down until he ended up with 3 possible candidates. These were the names that scored the highest in the aforementioned criteria. They were also so different from each other that they presented an interesting array of unique options. Venerable Joshua should be an excellent candidate. This was by far the safest possible choice Vase could make. Every other extraordinary being within reach developed unique domains that granted them a strong advantage in a specific area. This always worked out well for someone like an expert pilot who depended on this strength to excel in battle. However, when another mech pilot came along and tried to pilot a copy of the Blood Knight project that was based on an existing expert pilot, compatibility became a serious issue. If the Karman biomech was based on Venerable Isabel Coden, then a pilot who possessed a strong affinity towards water may have a miserable time. This problem existed for so many different possible choices aside from one glaring exception. Venerable Joshua's life domain was inherently gentle and inclusive. He was compatible with anything. He could even get along with Helena and her death domain because he was so inherently open to different attributes. A Karman biomech based on Venerable Joshua should therefore be compatible with all kinds of mech pilots. If any rejection reaction occurred between LHE biomech and LHE mech pilot, then LHE blood donor was no low blame. The true fault would rest on another variable related low LHE biokarmine system. Vase also saw other advantages to choosing Venerable Joshua as the first blood donor of the Blood Knight project. He believed that Joshua's life domain might promote the health of the mech pilot. Anything related to the life domain was beneficial to all kinds of life. Perhaps it is possible to heal different ailments, extend people's lifespan, and possibly restore aging pilots to their peak condition again. This turned Joshua into the ideal blood donor for the Blood Star Mark II project. His grandfather had already reached a relatively advanced age as an expert pilot. Combined with BLS other conditions, his health could certainly use a powerful boost. As far as Vase was concerned, the Blood Star Mark XI did not exist to add another powerful combat asset to the Larkinson clan. It mainly existed to preserve his grandfather's life and allow him to enjoy his life as long as possible. Therefore, Vase did not feel any urgent desire to add a lot of combat power to Benjamin's upcoming expert mech. That was also the downside to using Joshua as a blood donor. His strength came from his versatility. It was difficult to express this advantage in a Karman biomech. This was why Vase did not immediately settle on Joshua despite how many benefits he brought. If Vase aimed to bestow his Blood Knight project with the strongest possible boost in power, then he needed to select a much stronger blood donor. Saintess Ulrich of Vraken was the best possible candidate within his reach. Though Vase had yet to request a blood sample from the powerful Hexer Ace pilot, he could already predict that he could use it to design and fabricate the most powerful version of the Blood Knight project. Of course, the safety factor of this decision was also the lowest. The probability of accidents was too great. Compatibility was also a severe issue. Voss predicted that only Hexer mech pilots could properly bond with a Karman biomech based on Saint's Ulrica. It would be even better if they shared other commonalities such as bloodline. I don't think that any Larkinson can pilot such a Blood Knight project. That was not a big deal when it came to an experimental mech design. Vase treated this project as an attempt to realize a proof of concept more than anything. It was not a work that was meant to be used in the field, though it would be nice if it could participate in battles without much fuss. Besides, even if the Ulrica Blood Knight was limited to the Hexers, Vase could easily use the Glory Seekers as his test subjects for this risky implementation. The fact that he did not care as much for their lives as he did with his Larkinsons was a selling point as far as he was concerned. However, Vase also came up with a third possible candidate. What if one used my own blood as the basis for a second-generation Karman system? That sounded extremely interesting and dangerous. Unlike the previous two options, Vase did not know what to expect at all with his third possible choice. Using his own blood as a source of power for the Blood Knight project sounded crazy and nonsensical. What could his blood add to the mix that his design philosophy hadn't already accomplished? It sounded rather redundant to put more of himself into his work than necessary. It also seemed incredibly dangerous as his physique was anything but normal. From getting operated on by a crazy compact cultist to accidentally becoming a phase lord, Vase had veered so far away from the baseline human norm that he could justifiably claim he compromised his own separate species. Still, Vase couldn't get rid of this idea. Out of curiosity, he drew his own blood sample and carefully examined it like all of the other ones. Many of his findings matched his expectations. He was quite familiar with his abnormal physical state, so he did not find it surprising at all that his blood contained a lot of additional junk that originated from LHE and human attributes of his Jutland organ. Although Vase had done little with it, he never forgot that the Jutland organ functioned similarly to a power reactor. It had assimilated his human heart in its entirety, which meant that it exerted an enormous influence on his blood. What was funny was that the alien-derived substances added to his blood were not even the most toxic part about his own blood composition. The true danger lay in the trace amounts of phase water integrated in his blood. Although the concentration was so low that it was barely noticeable on LHE surface, its presence still presented a lethal threat to any other human body. Torn blood vessels, ruptured brain cells, unending pain throughout the body, exploding hearts. All of these ailments and more were bound to happen so long as a Karman biomech attempted to channel the blood of a phase lord in a body that was not qualified to handle such power. There was one compelling reason why he considered himself to be a valid choice as a blood donor to the Blood Knight project. The only person who can pilot a Blood Knight attuned to my own blood is me, Vase whispered. He could already imagine it. The Blood Knight made after his own biological image could serve as a substitute to his weak and tiny physical form. Although it was difficult to make solid predictions about such a hypothetical Karman biomech, Vase believed that it would function much like the body of a more powerful phase lord. For example, even if he was a relatively weak phase lord, if he combined this body cultivation with that of a biomech with all of LHE advantages that came with it, he had a hunch that he could effectively compete against the likes of the Trampier of Stars or the Eminence of Torment. This is like cheating. Ordinary phase lords patiently work to increase the phase water concentration in their blood. Even then, their cultivation would always be constrained by their lack of a genuine phase water production system. Unless they managed to obtain a PPS from the phase whale race, lesser phase lords would likely remain stuck at this stage for the remainder of their admittedly long lives. As for me, why should he allow himself to follow the outdated and highly suboptimal cultivation method of the indigenous alien community? The essence of human ingenuity rested in humanity's ability to develop much more effective solutions to existing problems. Vase began to get immersed in a grand illusion that charted a completely different means to gain power as a phase lord. The heart of this radical idea rested on his recently developed, Mech as beast concept. By designing a strong Karman biomech with phase water concentration that was slightly higher than his own concentration, Vase bet that he could use it as a cultivation tool to improve his own strength with ease. As long as his own body did not blow up right away due to introducing an excess amount of phase water in his own cardiovascular system, the physical and metaphysical strength of his Karman biomech would gradually feed back to him through both the biokarmine system as well as the hypothetical deep blood pact. This can actually work. Even though this radical idea was based on way too many assumptions, Vase actually felt confident enough to turn it into a reality. Not only would this unique biomech enable him to fight with the effective combat strength of a much more mature phase lord, but it could also allow him to finally make progress on his body cultivation and gradually make him stronger without exerting any additional effort. That was not the limit. If Vase and his clan were able to hunt down a genuine phase whale and harvest the massive alien's PPS, he could trim it down and install the essence into his phase water era-powered biomachine, thereby creating the first artificial greater phase lord in existence. Even if it can't turn me into a phase lord that can fight head-on against an ancient phase whale like the Tide Collar, I can just continue to upgrade my personal biomech with other powerful high technologies until its comprehensive strength can reach this ultimate level. It has the potential to become the first god mech that isn't paired with a god pilot. Such an exceptionally powerful biomech could qualify as a grand design, a living god machine that transcended all existing boundaries, becoming a pinnacle work that could never be replicated before or after its creation. In other words, this was a mech design project that could potentially allow him to break past the limits of a master mech designer and advance to star designer. Yes, star designer. Even though Vase still knew too little about what a star designer was supposed to be and what he needed to do in order to become one, what few clues he gathered so far did not contradict his current notion. He knew in his heart that if he was actually able to pull off this incredibly ambitious grand design to the fullest extent, he would have birthed such an amazing creation that he would have satisfied all of the requirements to becoming a true god. However, was this truly how he wanted to break past the ultimate bottleneck? His enthusiasm faded as he reminded himself of the core tenet of his profession. Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots, not themselves. This design project is powerful all right, but if it is solely centered around me, then it is not appropriate to treat it as my main goal. At most, one can work on it as a side project if I have enough time. Vase didn't care too much about his status as a phase lord. He never asked for it, and that hadn't really changed. While it would be handy to gain additional power in order to defend himself against the distant threats that the survivalists were spooked about, Vase ultimately did not think he was suited to fight in person. He was a mech designer. Rather than do all of the fighting himself, he should entrust the mech pilots around him to do the fighting in his stead. Vase quietly shelved this crazy idea. As interesting as it may be, he had better things to do with his time. Let's settle for the safest option for the time being. It is better to maximize the success rate by selecting Venerable Joshua as the blood donor for the Blood Knight project. All, with Mechers paying so much Alan ten him, ill wouldn't do lore his test subjects low explode in a violent fashion as soon as they interlaced with a blood Nile for LHE first time.